And the Trump camps is only going to escalate.
Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton appeared to be close to tied.
We do it because we love politics.
We love journalism.
And we love this country.
What makes it great is that now
America decides.
We will unify our party to win this election.
I love to win. We're going to win for the country.
Election night 2016. It all starts now.
what a campaign it's been, and it is not over yet. The polls are set to close.
And the votes will be counted. Who will be the next president of the United States? A question 15 months in the making.
It all started in Cleveland more than a year ago.
Is there anyone on stage who is unwilling tonight to pledge your support to the eventual nominee of the Republican Party? Mr. Trump.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
From more than 20 candidates down to 2.
But everybody's out. I'm the only one left.
From the primaries.
We are going to solve the problems.
This campaign is about creating a political revolution.
To the conventions. Fox News has been there.
We'll see you in the conventions, right?
A Factor World exclusive, the first national television interview with Mr. Trump after the debate.
First time in any situation like this, how'd you feel about up there?
Well, it was exciting.
And in a season of firsts, the first presidential debate, moderated by a Fox News journalist.
I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News. What's your view on how the Constitution should be interpreted to tell the American people why they should elect you to be the next president?
Now the wait is over.
I think we already are great.
We are going to drain the swamp.
No more debates.
He'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And clear.
You're the puppet.
The voters decide. Election night 2016 starts now.
The long, winding road to the White House ends here. Studio F, our new Fox News election headquarters. Good evening, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly.
And I'm Bret Baier. Less than an hour to go until the first poll closings of the night after a campaign that can only be described as unprecedented.
Yeah. From the meteoric rise of Donald Trump and a contentious Democratic primary few expected, to the explosive allegations in both campaigns, both candidates have had their highs and their lows.
Following behind at all times, our chief campaign correspondents, Jennifer Griffin, once again with the Hillary Clinton campaign, Carl Cameron with Donald Trump. We start with Carl, live at Trump headquarters just down the road. Carl?
Hi, Brett. A short while ago, I talked to one of the Trump officials, and they said they are cautiously, nervously, hopefully optimistic. And Trump himself tweeted just a little while ago that this race is, quote, far from over, urging people to get out and get out the vote. We're now within hours of finding out who the next president is going to be. Donald Trump spent the last week campaigning in a lot of blue states that were won by Barack Obama back in 2012, trying to give himself a whole series of backstop states if, in fact, the first 4 that he's most interested must-wins, Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, could have some problems. The Trump campaign is looking for opportunities to expand the party, to draw in more independents, disaffected Democrats, particularly looking for more white voters. He's been appealing to them. That's his strongest base, middle class, working class American whites. And the question is whether or not Hillary Clinton on the other side will have a big turnout from African American and, of course, Hispanic voters. He'll be here tonight making his, he hopes, victory speech, Brett.
Thank you.
Now to Jennifer Griffin, live with the Clinton campaign. Jennifer?
Megyn, I've spoken to Clinton campaign officials who are feeling very confident tonight, but I will say they also tell me that the candidate herself is very superstitious. You saw that they had scaled back a decision to have fireworks to celebrate, a feeling that they don't want to get ahead of themselves. Hillary Clinton voted earlier today near her house in Chappaqua, New York. Her vice president, Tim Kaine, voted in Virginia. He was standing in line behind a 99-year-old woman who indicated that she would be voting for the Democratic ticket. When she was born, women did not have the right to vote. Hillary Clinton was asked by reporters after she voted this morning how she felt, and she said she felt humbled.
I know how much responsibility goes with this, and so many people are counting on the outcome of this election, what it means for our country, and I'll do the very best I can if I'm fortunate enough to win today.
If you want to know where the Democrats are concerned about polling returns tonight, just look at where she and President Obama made radio call-ins today to the drive time radio show hosts in Detroit, in New Hampshire, in Boston, appealing to New Hampshire, as well as to North Carolina and Tallahassee, that panhandle of Florida. That is where they know that they are going to have some trouble. They've seen it in recent days, and they're hoping to get out the vote there. Back to you, Megyn.
Jennifer, thank you.
We've been keeping a close eye on the polls, the exit polls throughout the day. Martha McCallum has been watching that and has the latest. Martha.
Hi there, Brett. Let's take a look as these numbers come in. And this is an early wave still. We want to make that perfectly clear. So when we show you these, they are going to change throughout the course of the night. But those who were late deciders in this race, let's start by taking a look at them. We saw both candidates canvassing the country, trying to get a handle on those folks who may have not decided. And here's how they broke down among the late deciders. 42% went for Clinton, 42% went for Donald Trump. We also saw an uptick in those who went to Johnson or Stein. They got a pretty healthy chunk of the electorate so far at 23% for those two. So let's go forward now and take a look at the next one, which is if you dislike both of the presidential candidates, which was a common theme over the course of this election, who did you sort of hold your nose and vote for? 27% of those who disliked both candidates went for Hillary Clinton. 45% of them were looking for change and went for Donald Trump, Johnson 18 and Stein 5, as you can see there. In terms of the top quality for a candidate, change is very important to voters tonight. 82% of those voters, no big surprise there, are going for Donald Trump. For those who wanted experience, Hillary Clinton clearly is doing well with that group. She wins that group handily. So let's take a look at the next one, which, goes to demographics, you guys, because there's a lot of groups out there that we're concerned about.
Well, what about the Hispanic vote? Is it true that it is a bigger portion of the electorate tonight than previous years?
So it appears slightly at this point. It looks like it's at about 11%, an uptick from 10% last time around. And when you look at how Hispanics are voting, it's quite interesting because it looks like they're getting about the same amount of the electorate that Mitt Romney got, 27% for Donald Trump in Hispanics. Given the fact that he started his campaign with some very critical comments about Hispanics, that's quite interesting. And you've got Hillary Clinton getting about 65% of those.
So it is early, and you've pointed that out, and we'll get more waves throughout the night. So 65% going to Hillary Clinton?
That's right. 27% for Donald Trump. Pretty high number for Hispanics so far. Okay. Quite interesting. We got more to come.
Excellent.
Great to see you.
Thanks, Martha.
You too. Want to bring in our panel now. Here with us at the anchor desk, Brit Hume, Chris Wallace, plus at the next anchor desk, like right over there, Tucker Carlson, Katie Pavlich, Mo Alithi, and Monica Crowley. Great to have you all here with us. But let me start with you and how you see this night shaping up so far and what you've gleaned from the exit polling.
Well, the one thing we're going to learn from the exit polling throughout the night is we're going to know what the shape of the American electorate now is. Martha just gave us a sense of that with the Hispanic vote. We know that the white vote so far is about 70% of the vote. That is a little bit less by a couple of percentage points than it was 4 years ago, which tells you that the trend that has been observed by many of the declining share of the vote belonging to whites and an increasing share belonging to Hispanics is real, and it is continued and will affect the outcome of this race, and it's going to affect our political life for some time to come and as these trends continue. So that's something I'll be watching all evening.
Chris, what about you? What are you watching?
Well, first of all, Trump's path to victory, possible path to victory, and it's based on 3 states. He's got to hold North Carolina, which Romney won in 2012. He's got to flip Florida, which Obama won in 2012, and he's got to flip Ohio. If he doesn't put those 3 together, that's not enough for him to get to 270, but he's almost impossible for him to win unless he has those 3 states.
Monica, what do you think is on the table tonight for the Trump campaign in particular?
In particular, yeah. I mean, I think this has the potential to be a realigning election. There are so many cross currents underway that it might be possible that a reliable predictive model is not even operative tonight. I think when it comes to Donald Trump, his main challenge was his essential message was one of economic populism, law and order, a strong national defense, defeating a corrupt, rigged system. Did that message reach and convince enough Democrats, independents, and undecided votes to really make a difference? The number that Martha just put up, about 82% who voted for Donald Trump as the candidate of change, I think that's a very significant number because this is a change election. 70% of the American people for a very long time now have thought that the country is on the wrong track. That advantages the change candidate, Donald Trump.
And she tried to seize that mantle for a little while. Remember, she was out there saying the very fact that I'm a woman means I'm the change candidate. So far, we're seeing that didn't resonate.
Right.
Mo, both changing on demographics and potentially the outreach in some of these states like Michigan and Pennsylvania by Donald Trump.
Yeah, look, I think the Clinton campaign made a very, very concerted effort to try to bank as many early votes as they possibly could. And what the exit polls showed, not in one of the stats that was just shown here, but that an overwhelming majority of those who were polled were contacted by the Clinton campaign and not by the Trump campaign. The Clinton ground game, a good ground game, could be worth 2 to 4 points in a typical election. In some of these states, that could be enough. That could be the margin. Factor that with the turnout we're seeing in some of the key battleground states, like Florida, for example. Numbers just came out that showed in Broward County, there's an 8% increase in turnout over 2012. You'll remember Barack Obama won Florida by a relatively small margin last time. That kind of an increase in one of the Democrats' strongest footholds in the state could be decisive. In one of the Republicans' biggest strongholds, Duval County, there's only a 2% increase. That ground game matters, and it matters in a state like Florida, which, as we've already discussed, he can't win without it.
But for all we've seen this election cycle, Katie, about, Republicans discontented with Donald Trump in particular, it does appear tonight, so far from the early polling, that he has consolidated that Republican base, that when push came to shove, as Mike Pence put it, they came home.
Yeah, it's very obvious now that Republicans came out to vote for Donald Trump, and I think we need to give credit to the RNC here. The ground game is very important. They've learned over the course of the past 4 years after the Mitt Romney loss that they needed to change the way they target voters. I was talking to an RNC official earlier tonight before the show, and he said, look, we've quadrupled our ground game and our staff members in swing states like Florida, Ohio, even Pennsylvania, Nevada, and they're confident that they've actually been able to target voters not only who are Hillary Clinton supporters previously in other previous elections, but also those who maybe weren't going to come out to vote for Donald Trump.
You give credit to Reince Priebus. What about to Jim Comey?
To Jim Comey, well, we also see in the exit polling that the emails did bother a lot of the voters, right? So in the early exit polling. So I don't think that James Comey wanted to necessarily get involved in this election. I think he did the right thing, but certainly Hillary Clinton's decision to set up a private server has haunted her throughout this campaign, not just in the past 2 weeks.
Tucker, your takeaway.
Well, you're sort of seeing what the parties are becoming. I mean, everything is changing, obviously, and the exit polls kind of give you a glimpse of what it's going to look like tomorrow. And the Democratic Party really is, according to this, becoming the party of the rich and the poor. So Hillary won voters over income over 100,000 and under 55,000, and the center went for Trump. Trump won overwhelmingly among veterans, for example. She won overwhelmingly among people who were born in different countries. I'm saying in the polls, right? Yeah. Exactly right. But what's so interesting is you're really seeing that the most powerful elements of American society are arrayed entirely on her side. There's never been a coalition this powerful aligned against any candidate, I don't think, in American history. So it's all of tech, all of media, Hollywood, finance, academia, sort of everyone who makes a lot and is well educated is on one side and everyone else on the other, essentially.
All right, so we have Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia coming up in 46 minutes. As we've mentioned, we are coming to you live from our new state-of-the-art studio. We like this.
Fancy.
Fox News election headquarters. It is complete with 46 digital displays, including our massive 9-foot-tall, 30-foot wide media wall. And there it is, ticking down.
It's all being controlled in the control room. That's how it works. The folks behind the scenes running the high-powered technology. We've also got our decision desk close by. You may be familiar with these guys from 4 years ago. Yeah, remember these guys?
Walking there?
Yeah, we'll see. Carl, where's Carl? He's on standby. They'll be crunching the numbers and working to make the calls for you later in the night, and that's just down the hall here on the first floor. Upstairs is our data deck. Bill Hemmer's manning the billboard, joined by the best in the business to analyze the returns county by county. And Shannon Bream is keeping an eye on what people are posting on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We're going to hear from all of them later in the hour.
And this is exciting. I mean, the 7 o'clock closings, you have in there Virginia, which is obviously they've been battling for. Heading in, Hillary Clinton seemed to have a lead. We'll see how it breaks down. And once we get these states coming in, there's so much of an early vote. 43 million plus voted early around the country, and probably 130 million votes around America. So we'll be able to get the raw vote total coming in at first, as well as the exit polls, and be able to tell you a lot.
For me, some of the tension of the evening is the circle of doom that hovers above us.
I mean, it
comes
take us
down
out at any moment.
It goes up. And, you know, this is brand new, so they're just kind of testing out this technology. So say a little prayer for us. And if things go really south, we've got our friends over there. We'll just take over.
Did anybody bring the Dramamine? I must say, I'm getting a little bit of motion sickness from this thing.
They got the Oval Office rug here on the floor in electronic form spinning around, and you can't look at it for very long, or you like to lose your balance.
I want to get up there and do the hustle.
Tucker's the anchor now, right?
Yes.
You're the contributor?
I'm just a lowly contributor. I have an
You're not a
analyst.
lowly
I have
anything.
a- I have
never
an
be
analyst
lowly, that's
title.
for sure.
Can I just say one quick thing about the decision desk? After the show on Sunday, I brought my grandkids here, and we walked in. I said, "That's the decision desk." And then, being a grandpa, I said, "That's where they're deciding the election. You know, these millions of people that vote. No, they decide that." The decision desk got very into that, and my 9-year-old granddaughter Caroline, whom you know, went, "No way! They're deciding the election." I said, "They're the decision desk."
True.
Chris, you got to understand, a lot of people in my Twitter feed will believe that.
They care about one thing and one thing only, which is to call the election correctly. And, you know, as it turns out, we found this out in 2012, they're human beings too. They sweat it out a little bit on the big call sometimes. They go around on a tight call, make each man raise his hand, say if he's in on the call. Sometimes there's wavering if there's a question about it from the anchor desk after the fact. No, we'll get into that later.
We'll see.
So we're just getting started, folks. 6 states are set to close at the top of the hour, and we should get our very first returns of the night. We've got reporters standing by at polling places in all of the key battleground states: North Carolina, Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio. These are the states that could decide the presidency tonight.
Plus, the other big story of the night, the balance of power in Washington. Will Democrats take control, or will Republicans hold on to power in Congress? Results are ahead as Election Night 2016 continues live from Fox News World Headquarters in New York City.
We boarded the Avalon with a destination. 120 years hibernation means we'll wake up in a new century, on a new planet, but in a blink of an eye. Everything changed. Do you know what's going on?
We woke up 90 years too soon.
No. There's something they didn't tell us.
There's a reason we woke up early.
Rated PG-13. This is Peloton, the indoor cycling experience designed to happen in your home. Only Peloton allows you to take high-energy live and on-demand studio cycling classes without having to go anywhere. Ride live with some of the best studio cycling instructors in the country. Ride flexible with thousands of on-demand rides. Ride connected alongside riders from all around the world. This is fitness evolved. This is Peloton.
Safety doesn't come in a box. It's not a banner that goes on a wall. It's not something you do now and then, or when it's convenient. It's using state-of-the-art simulators to better prepare for any situation. It's giving offshore teams onshore support, and it's empowering anyone to stop a job if something doesn't seem right. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Big day?
The usual. Moved some new cars. Bought a bunch of steel. Kept the supermarket shelves stocked. Made sure everyone got their latest gadgets. What's up for the next shift?
Nothing much. Just keeping the lights on.
Nice.
Doing the big things that move an economy.
See you tomorrow, Mac.
See you tomorrow, Sam.
Just another day at Norfolk Southern.
Your insurance company won't replace the full value of your totaled new car. The guy says, you picked the wrong insurance plan. No, I picked the wrong insurance company.
With new car replacement, we'll replace the full value of your car, plus depreciation. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
From Academy Award-winning director Mel Gibson, Hacksaw Ridge is one of the best reviewed films of the year. And Rolling Stone raves, it's a movie you don't want to miss.
I'm gonna get you home.
Hacksaw Ridge, rated R, now playing.
Welcome back to our election night coverage on Fox News. Let's get some thoughts now on how the night is shaping up from the Clinton campaign. Deputy Communications Director Christina Shockey. Before joining the Clinton team, she was communications chief for First Lady Michelle Obama. Christina, thanks for being here. Your thoughts early in the night and as we get this first round of exit polls and the feeling in the Clinton campaign.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's so great to be here. We are very excited tonight on the Clinton campaign. You know, we felt really strong, Brett, coming into tonight because the incredible early vote that we saw in the important states like Florida. You know, 6 million people voted in Florida. We saw double the turnout with Latinos and Asian Pacific Islanders from 2012. And actually a third of those voters were people who didn't vote in the last presidential election. So they're new voters coming out. We feel strongly that they're coming out for Hillary Clinton. So we felt really good about the work we did to get people out to vote early. And you know what we're hearing today, we think is really good. We're really excited. Important counties in Florida, like in Broward County and Orange County, we're already seeing more voters than voted in Election Day in 2012. And we've got hours to go before the polls close.
Christina, you know, talking to some of the Republicans and Trump folks heading into today, they see opportunity in Michigan and Pennsylvania. And obviously, Secretary Clinton and the First Family, the First Lady and the President and the former President were there in those states. Was that a concern coming into today, those two states?
Well, you know, those are game day states. Those are states where people don't vote early and actually the votes come in on Election Day. So they were really important for us to spend time in and have our incredible surrogates like the President and the First Lady there at the end as we were closer to Election Day. So that we used her time really strategically and that of our surrogates to get them there closer to those days. But, you know, we feel really good. We actually think in Philadelphia they're going to have record turnout today, which is a really important place for Hillary's support. So we really built good organizations in those two states, and we really hope that Hillary's supporters get out there and vote.
And finally, what did you see over the last couple of days heading into today? Did Secretary Clinton shore things up? Was there a slip and then she kind of shored up these states before today?
Well, you know, Hillary wanted to close this campaign by talking to Americans directly about the choice that we have in this election today. What kind of country we want to be. You know, Donald Trump was offering a very dark and divisive vision of what America could be. And Hillary was talking about the America that she wants to lead, which is stronger, fairer, and big-hearted. So she really wanted to end with that important message of hope and also talk to people about the fact that she wants to be a president for everyone, even for people who didn't support her, that she's going to get up every day in the Oval Office as she had the privilege of being our president and work her heart out for American families. So that's what she talked about to close this campaign.
Christina, thank you very much for your time. We look forward to talking to the campaign later on.
Well, as we wait for the first states to close at the top of the hour, the other big story of the night, the balance of power in Congress. Right now, Republicans are in the majority, but that could all change this evening. Team Fox coverage continues. We have reporters spread out in the key states that could make the difference. But we start with our chief Washington correspondent, James Rosen, live on Capitol Hill. James?
Megan, good evening. Only one of the two chambers of the U.S. Congress is seen as being in play tonight. In the United States Senate, the Republicans presently enjoy a majority of 54 to 44, with two independents, including Vermont's Bernie Sanders, caucusing with the Democrats. That means the Democrats need to pick up a net gain of 5 seats to regain control of the upper chamber, or just 4 seats to achieve a 50-50 tie, in which case the next vice president of the United States will likely break tie votes. The Republicans are defending some 24 seats tonight, the Democrats only 10. A number of Senate races have attracted national attention. Just to mention a few, in Missouri, the incumbent Republican Senator Roy Blunt has faced a surprisingly tough challenge from the Democratic Secretary of State Jason Kander. In New Hampshire, Republican incumbent Senator Kelly Ayotte is facing off against the governor of that state, Maggie Hassan, the Democrat. Each lady has tried to tie the other candidate to the nominee at the top of her ticket. In Ohio, Rob Portman was initially seen as one of the most endangered Senate Republicans, but he has run a very strong race against the former Democratic Governor Ted Strickland. And in Florida, the surprise announcement by Marco Rubio to seek re-election to his Senate seat after the end of his presidential candidacy has made things much tougher for the congressman there, the Democrat challenger, Patrick Murphy. In the House, Republicans enjoy a majority of 247 to 188. The chances of the Democrats picking up the 30 seats they'd need to regain control of the lower chamber have looked slim for some time, but that did not stop the House Minority Leader, Nancy Pelosi, Democrat of California, from blaming that in a session with reporters today on FBI Director James Comey. Megan.
James, great to see you.
Meantime, incumbent Republican Senator Ron Johnson is in a tight race against the Democrat he ousted 6 years ago. More than $28 million has been spent on ads in this race, a signal of how crucial Wisconsin's Senate seat could really be. Mike Tobin is live in Janesville, Wisconsin, with the latest on that race. Mike?
Hey there, Brett. And even here at Paul Ryan headquarters, the race they're keeping an eye on is the rematch between Democrat Russ Feingold and Republican Ron Johnson. Johnson came from a deficit. He hit the ground hard. He got a lot of help from the party, and he turned this into a dead heat. Now, early voting in Wisconsin has been shattering records. Turnout has been very heavy in liberal Dane County, advantage Feingold. It's also been heavy in the population centers, or the populated counties around Milwaukee, advantage Johnson. So this is going to be one to keep an eye on. It's going to be a squeaker. Paul Ryan himself does have an opponent. His campaign isn't particularly worried about this guy named Ryan Solon. They think he's going to make easy work of him. Of greater concern for Paul Ryan is the shape of the Republican majority when all the dust settles out here, and the shape of Republican unity following this bruising campaign. Brett?
Mike Tobin in Wisconsin. Mike, thank you.
Next to Nevada, where Congressman Joe Heck has a chance of flipping a solid Democrat Senate seat red. The seat is currently held by five-term Democratic Senator and Minority Leader Harry Reid, who is retiring. Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt is live at a polling location in Las Vegas. Jonathan?
Good evening, Megan. Democrats are desperate to hold on to Harry Reid's seat. Republicans would love nothing more than to make such a high-profile turnover. That is one of the reasons why outside groups are trying to swing this way, one way or another, spending some $50 million in total on this race. The Democrat candidate, Catherine Cortez Masto, a former attorney general, is helped here by the Democrats' strong ground game throughout Nevada. She's also been trying to tie her opponent consistently to the top of the Republican ticket, and she has had some success in that. Dr. Joe Heck, the Republican candidate, a veteran and doctor, has had some trouble in formulating his stance towards Donald Trump. He first embraced the Republican presidential candidate, then backed off of Donald Trump after the sexual assault allegations, and then in the last week or so of this campaign has been edging back towards the Republican nominee. It's likely in the end, even at this late stage, Megan, to come down to turnout. Catherine Cortez Masto trying to drive the Latino vote up here in Las Vegas and surrounding Clark County. Dr. Heck hoping for a large turnout in more conservative northern Nevada. Megan?
Jonathan Hunt, one of the states to watch. Thank you.
Okay, we want to explain what you'll see on the screen throughout the night, and these are the net gains. So, as we talked about, in the House, Democrats need to pick up 30 seats. So you'll see the net gains there right now at 0.
It's good. I can follow this.
Yes.
Huge.
6, 7, carry
0.
the naught.
Got it.
Yeah. All right. So plus 30 in the House for Democrats. That means they take control. In the Senate, they need a net gain of 5. However, they could get 4 Senate seats, and then Hillary Clinton wins the presidency, and they take control of the U.S. Senate. So the numbers to watch on the net gain: House plus 30 and net gain in the Senate plus 5 or plus 4 and the White House, and they take control of those chambers.
And if Hillary Clinton won the presidency and they won plus 4, Tim Kaine would cast the deciding vote, but he would also have to give up his Senate seat. right? And
well, as vice president, he is the head of the Senate, and he cast the deciding vote. But that is a precarious place.
No. But what I'm saying is, so he cast the deciding vote, but he also has to give up his
right.
Senate
So there
seat.
will be a race
in
Virginia.
So that would be, potentially good news for the Democrats if they feel good about refilling that seat with another Dem.
Yeah, the bad news is in 2 years, they are in a bad position because they're up 25 seats around the country.
The William Toynes.
In 2018.
As my old Nana would have said. Let's bring in some more panelists for you tonight. George Will is here, along with Steve Hayes, Laura Ingraham, and former Congressman Dennis Kucinich. Great to see you all. George, your thoughts?
Well, on the larger picture tonight, what I'll be looking at is our friend Ron Brownstein is the man who coined the phrase the blue wall, the 18 states plus District of Columbia that have voted 6 consecutive times for the Democratic candidate, and they have 242 electoral votes. He says, Mr. Brownstein, that the loosest bricks in the brick wall are Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. The question is, will any of them be changed, or will we go into 2020 saying there are now 18 states in D.C. that 7 consecutive times have voted for the Democrats?
Laura, we talked about with the last panel a changing electorate, a changing map on both the Republicans where they do well and the Democrats with demographics.
Yeah, and in Florida, some of the early exit poll results show that the electorate has gotten more non-white. It's gone up from 33%, and if these numbers hold, to 39%. That shows the changing demographics in the state of Florida. Much of this was predicted, and that's going to be something that, of course, we have to keep a lookout on in Nevada, states like North Carolina, where immigration is very important, and Georgia. The non-college educated, older white vote, at least so far, seems to be going for Trump. That's not something that we didn't predict. That's something we did predict. But if we're going to see a real move for Trump, it's going to have to exist in a state like Michigan. I completely agree that that's a breakout state for him. And if we see real movement there, that blue collar, vote that people like Rick Santorum and others tapped into, that's going to be the place where Trump makes a stand. But another interesting exit poll result we saw earlier was that 46% said they wanted the next president to be more conservative in policies. Interesting. And again, we'll see how that plays out. Some people don't think Trump's, a conservative. I understand that. But that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Those are 2 metrics that I looked at early on. But again, we have to remind everyone, these shift, and they've been wildly inaccurate in previous elections. So I always take some of them with a grain of salt.
The exit polls, that's a very good point. Back in 2004, they were predicting a John Kerry win, and it didn't work out so well for him.
Exactly.
Steve, earlier this evening, Kellyanne Conway was on another network suggesting that, she said, the things that worry me, I guess, is that we didn't have the full support of the Republican infrastructure. She just said it would be too bad if we win narrowly and it's just because of the Democrats or this or that or the other, suggesting we didn't have even the support of former GOP presidents behind us. Do you think that's a valid complaint, that they didn't have the support, given what we're seeing so far, at least in the exit polls, on Trump consolidating the Republican base?
Yeah, I mean, it looks from the exit polls that he did consolidate most of the Republican base, and that the Republicans who didn't end up supporting Donald Trump weren't a decisive factor. But you would expect this kind of thing. I think what people have taken her comments to mean is maybe starting to cast early blame. I think it's way too early for that. I agree with Laura. I mean, these early exit polls, remember in the Wisconsin recall, at the end of the exit polls, it was tied. Scott Walker ended up winning by 7 points. So I think it's pretty early. If I can just pick up on a point that Laura made about demographics, one of the things that we've been talking about a lot on Special Report is the white vote, the share of the white vote. And in 2012, Mitt Romney won the white vote 59-39, and it was 72% of the overall electorate. In this first wave of exit polls, it looks like it's 55-38 for Donald Trump, which means he has a lower percentage of the white vote, which is a lower percentage of the overall vote, which would be problematic if these numbers are accurate, depending on how that white vote is distributed.
Dennis, what are your thoughts about the Democratic Party coming home as well? The split in the primary with Bernie Sanders obviously was real, but it seems on the Democratic side there was a coming home as well.
Well, if you look at the work that Bernie Sanders did both during the convention and afterwards, going out and campaigning for the ticket, I think what he was able to do was to encourage a younger voter to come out. We're seeing that in the exit polls, that they have gone pretty heavily for Clinton. I also think that the immigration issue had a backlash side to it, which was felt by people of color who have come out overwhelmingly for Hillary Clinton. And so we'll see tonight whether or not the Democratic Party really has a homecoming. I would tell you, though, that the split that we saw reflected in the primary, I think, could continue after the election.
Panel, thank you very much. By the way, Megyn, to your question, Chad Pergram is all over it. He says that Virginia Governor McAuliffe would appoint a successor if this goes down, and that it would likely be Representative Bobby Scott, Democrat from Virginia. There would be a special election to fill that seat in 2017, so it wouldn't be like you would have a lot of time before you had to deal with that seat.
Right. You fill it with a Democrat, obviously, given what Tim Kaine is. So it's 6:34. And we are getting closer and closer and closer. Less than an hour from now, two of the most crucial battleground states of the night will close, and that is North Carolina and Ohio. Those are huge. Both states could play a key role in deciding the president and the balance of power in the Senate. Happening now, anchor John Scott is live for us in Columbus, Ohio tonight, where 18 electoral votes are up for grabs, and the state's own Republican governor, John Kasich, says he did not vote for Donald Trump. John?
Megyn, as you have heard many times, no Republican has ever won the White House without winning Ohio. We're in Franklin County, Columbus, the state capital, and some of the fractures that still bedevil the Republican Party are on display here. I'm at Rob Portman's victory celebration in waiting. He expects to beat his challenger, Ted Strickland. More on that in a minute. But Donald Trump is having his own party across town, and the state party, the apparatus of which is controlled by the sitting governor, John Kasich, who was bested for the Republican nomination. They're having their own party about a block away. So Republicans have three parties from which to choose. Now, if Donald Trump wins Ohio, he may have Senator Portman to thank for it. Portman's people knocked on something like 6 million doors, contacted 6 million voters this campaign around. There were only about 5.2 million votes cast the last time around. So essentially they contacted every voter in Ohio. In the first 16 months of this race, Portman never came out in any of the polls as being ahead, but now well ahead in the Real Clear Politics average of the polling that we have seen up until today. As for the Republican Party overall, they're pointing to numbers in Ohio that suggest early voting in Cuyahoga County, Cleveland area, where President Obama won significantly last time around. Early voting is down there. In the meantime, early voting is up in Warren County, where Mitt Romney won that county 4 years ago. Back to you, Megyn.
John Scott, thank you.
23 minutes to go. Of course, Ohio, huge for both candidates. No Republicans ever won the White House without Ohio. I'm up here at the data deck with our friend Bill Hemmer. It's good to be here.
You're going to love it up here, man.
I mean, it's very
like
nice.
The mezzanine level.
It's a new spot.
And we got some graphics that we think can tell a pretty interesting story throughout the night.
Okay.
So let's get it going here. And this would be at the moment with official polls closing in about 23 minutes. This is the current marker where we begin the night, okay? Trump's at 164 electoral votes over there, needs to get to 270 to win the White House. If we, like we discussed over the weekend, if we were to give Trump all the states that Romney won 4 years ago, you go Arizona, you would go Georgia, you would go North Carolina, and then you start to put the map in the play and figure out what they need to win. It would be Iowa, it would be Ohio, and it would be Florida. And that's not easy. And even that is 259. So if you go there, Brett, you're still looking at these states up here. Is it a Pennsylvania or is it a Michigan? Is it a Wisconsin? That would get him to 269 based on this scenario here. There's a big but in all this, and that's Hillary Clinton has a vote in this. And if you want to come on over here.
So I have a question. What if Hillary Clinton, as they're talking about, we just talked to Christina Shockey, and she said they're really optimistic about Florida. Okay, so let's give Florida to Hillary Clinton. Okay, now it's these states. I mean, we could give her Virginia. We can probably give her Wisconsin, Colorado, and then he has to pick up Pennsylvania and Michigan, right? Or one of the two.
When you do the math there and you take Florida out of his scenario, it gets very difficult.
He's got to run the table.
You just punched up to 270, so how'd you get there?
I got New Hampshire, but I gave him Michigan and Pennsylvania. And if you give Nevada out west, to Hillary Clinton.
Takes it to 258.
And then you have, I mean, he has to run the table. He can do it, but it's a hard slog.
So we call it the data deck, right? So come on over here.
Okay.
I'll show you a little more of that. On the mezzanine level, look who it is.
Hey, I tell you
fancy
what.
meeting you here.
Who would have thought? Dana Perino and Chris Starr, you guys just hanging out, right?
Everybody's gossiping over here.
That was like Fred and Ginger over there.
I mean, I almost.
It's kind of like Fred and Fred.
Almost
You
lost.
guys have mad math skills.
Starwalt, you start. On that map, you see what?
Well, I mean, the thing we always have to remember is, yeah, you can do the math a lot of different ways, but generally speaking, we talk about filling the bathtub. As you start to come in, some states are more Republican than other states. As you all were talking about earlier, the weakest links in the chain for the Democrats are those northern tier Rust Belt states. It is Michigan, it is Pennsylvania, it is Wisconsin, and that's why Trump was smart to spend as much time as he did at the end. But I'll say this. If Hillary Clinton's won Florida decisively, she probably has won a lot of other stuff. So the trend is your friend. Wait and see how it's rolling.
Right, exactly, because the demographics here seem to be shifting. And if the Latino Hispanic vote is huge in Florida, it could be huge in Nevada, it could be huge in North Carolina and other places.
And I'm reminded of a friend of ours, Whit Ayers, a Republican strategist and consultant who in 2012, after the loss that Romney had, helped participate in this autopsy that the Republican National Committee does. And what do they find? They find that the Republican Party must diversify or it will die. That it has to try to figure out a way to reach out to more Latino voters, that it needed to find a way to reach out to younger voters, and that these are demographic changes in the country that are not going to change at all. They're not going to be reversed at any time soon. So Republicans have to find more voters in those states if they hope to win a national election.
Well, but if I may, there was another idea that wasn't preserved in that autopsy, which was that the way forward for Republicans was to maximize their share of the white vote. So the white vote goes from 72% to get 70%. But if they can still get 2/3, if they can jack up their numbers with the white vote. So what we're seeing tonight, what we will see tonight, are the results of the opposite. So there was the autopsy report that said, go for Hispanic voters, go for younger voters. We're going to see the other thing that was tried.
Just getting started.
Pretty interesting. I'll watch out for the cameras.
Fred,
thanks for having
There's
me.
a lot of moving parts up here.
Come on back.
Megan, down to you.
That was a fun little field trip. I can't wait to take one myself. So cybersecurity has been a major concern this election season, with the feds assisting state officials to protect the democratic process from hackers. You may have heard a bit or, thing or two about hacking this election season. Ed Henry is live in Washington with more on that. Hi, Ed.
Megan, good to see you. A stark warning tonight from those cybersecurity experts. They tell us a crisis could come as early as the middle of the night after the voting is done, because they say hackers are actually more interested in our bank accounts tomorrow than our vote tonight. Let me explain. The public obviously already on edge because the results are coming in amid this backdrop of all the WikiLeaks document dumps and Donald Trump declaring that the system is rigged. Plus, the FBI has been investigating allegations of Russian hackers going into several state election systems. But the Department of Homeland Security tonight tells us they've mobilized a specific division to swoop in and defend the systems of all 50 states. Their bigger fear, they say, is that once Trump or Hillary Clinton wins, hackers hostile to the victor will send their own political message by unleashing attacks that could affect every one of our viewers. Watch.
I am very much far more concerned about what will happen tonight while we sleep in cyberspace as a reaction, a digital reaction to the election. The infrastructures of the United States, from finance to energy to transportation to high tech to media, are all vulnerable to cyber attack.
So, for example, he said if Trump wins, Anonymous, who's a hacker that promotes liberal ideas, will come after campaign donors of big corporations tied to the GOP. If Clinton wins, we might see Russian hackers unleash their fury at high-tech companies like Facebook that are friendly to Clinton, plus Wall Street institutions like Goldman Sachs and various banks where we have our money. Megan?
Ed, thank you.
Well, one of the big prizes, as we talked about on the electoral map, Florida, 29 electoral votes.
We're going to speak with some old colleagues who know how important the Sunshine State can be. Mark McKinnon and Karl Rove. Here they are in earlier times. Join us live in just a minute.
More from Fox News election headquarters as we count down to the top of the hour and the first poll closings of the night.
From from Academy Award-winning director Mel Gibson. Critics are raving Hacksaw Ridge is remarkable and inspiring.
You'll have to trust me.
It's a movie you don't want to miss.
I'm gonna get you out.
Hacksaw Ridge, rated R, now playing.
Hard to believe, but we're leading the world in oil and natural gas production. That means lower energy costs, more growth, more security for Americans. More energy means more opportunity. We just need the right policies to make it happen. I'm Chris, and I'm an energy voter.
Is it a force of nature or a sales event? The Season of Audi sales event is here. Audi will cover your first month's lease payment on select models during the Season of Audi sales event.
Big day? The usual. Moved some new cars. Hauled a bunch of steel. Kept the supermarket shelves stocked. Made sure everyone got their latest gadgets. What's up for the next shift?
Nothing much. Just keeping the lights on.
Nice.
Doing the big things that move an economy.
See you tomorrow, Maggie.
See you tomorrow, Sam.
Just another day at Norfolk Southern.
Our eyes. They have a 200-degree range of sight, which is good for me. Hey! And bad for the Barkley twins.
Take care of all your most important parts with Centrum, with our most vitamin D3 ever.
It's simple supply and demand. More abundant energy means more affordable energy. Producing more American oil and natural gas will help keep energy bills in check. Who doesn't want that? I'm Rick, and I'm an energy voter.
We are just minutes away from 7 p.m. Eastern when 6 states close: Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. And just to tell you how close this might be, the Clinton campaign manager, Robbie Mook, predicts that North Carolina may not be called on election night. We'll see if that holds true. But first to another huge state, and that is Florida, one of the biggest prizes of the night. Steve Harrigan is live in Miami tonight. Steve?
Brett, we're seeing a very strong turnout across the state tonight, especially in some key cities, and record early voting. More than 6.5 million people voted early, and the state of Florida has 700,000 new voters this time around. Of those new voters, more than 40% are Hispanic. This could be a key demographic in this vote because they are voting, and they are voting in huge numbers. More Hispanics voted early this time around than voted in the entire election in 2012. Another race to keep an eye on here, Marco Rubio, the Republican senator, in his re-election bid. He's been in a tough fight so far with Representative Patrick Murphy. The two have really gone at it. Murphy has tried throughout the campaign to link Rubio to Donald Trump. Rubio has said while he is voting for Donald Trump, he said he considers both presidential candidates a horrifying choice for America. Brett, back to you.
Steve Harrigan in Miami. Steve, thanks.
Joining me now with more, Mark McKinnon and Karl Rove. Both worked on President George W. Bush's 2000 campaign, when it all famously came down to Florida. And then 2004 brought more fun for you. Great to see you guys both. So let's go back to exit. Let's just talk about exit polling in general. Mark, let me start with you on that and how reliable your experience is with it.
Well, I have bad flashbacks about 2004. I remember we campaigned on Air Force One the last day of the campaign.
You two guys were both there with George W. Bush.
And I remember landing, and as soon as we landed, we got the exit polls, and that's when Carl had to go give the news to the boss, and I felt the oxygen get sucked out of the plane.
It was bad.
Actually,
it was horrible.
We got it on final approach to Andrews, and so as we're landing, I have to walk forward to the cabin before we land to tell the president, and we're literally 50 feet off the ground, and I'm walking down the hallway, not concerned at all about what was going to happen to me if we crashed, but concerned about if I made it all the way into the office and told him.
And did you, at that point, now we have the lesson of 2004 to say, whoa, be cautious, because exit polling has been very, very wrong. Did you have that caution back then? And was it a big surprise to see it turn? And he won.
Yeah, look, this is the second time it happened. You may remember in 2000, the exit polls pointed towards Florida being an Al Gore state, and that was then compounded by some reporting mistakes in the actual vote. And we literally had to go on the air. I remember going on CNN and basically telling them they had miscalled Florida, which they had at 8:10. Yeah. So, and they were wrong. And but no, look,
by the time we got to the White House, by the time we got up to the third floor, to the second floor of the White House, I had a stack about this tall of the exit polls and started going through them. They were completely wrong. 74% of the electorate in Minnesota were women. 76% in Florida, in North Carolina were women. We were losing white men in Florida. It hadn't happened since 1964. Mississippi was too close to call. And I called Ken Melman, the campaign manager, and he was going through it at the same time, coming to the same conclusion. We divvied up all the major players in the media and began calling them. Mark was calling them. I was calling some of them, Melman, others at the campaign, and we couldn't get them to turn it around. All of them, it colored the coverage until the actual vote.
Before Carl got those numbers, I thought it was over. I mean, I was looking for sharp objects, drinking heavily. They had to pull me out of a coma at 10.
You're always doing that. Don't blame that on the exit polling. Mark, let me ask you. Wait. I want to ask you because it broke today that George W. Bush, former president, and former First Lady Laura Bush have confirmed that they did not vote for Donald Trump today. They also say they did not vote for Hillary Clinton, and they didn't specify what that means, who they did vote for, or if they did a write-in. And that, I think that, among other things, has led Kellyanne Conway to come out and say we could have used more support from top Republicans like the former presidents. Does she have a point, Mark?
Well, this is not just one president, it's all the former presidents. I mean, didn't have support, so that says something about what they think about this candidacy and the campaign and the messaging. I mean, the thing that drew me to then Governor Bush as a former Democrat was a message of compassionate conservatism, to expand the base on immigration reform, education reform. Those are the kinds of issues. And by the way, as we talk about the Hispanic vote, I remember early on we said we have to win at least 40% of that vote in 2000. We got 41, and what are the numbers we're looking at now?
We'll see. Look, there's a reason that she may have brought it up, but you'll notice Donald Trump has not brought this up since May. He's not been talking about getting the President Bushes. I met with him at the end of May, and he brought this up to me personally. And I said to him, in essence, do you really want to pursue this issue? You called for the impeachment of President George W. Bush. Mm-hmm. You voted for John Kerry in 2004. You said that George W. Bush deliberately lied about the presence of WMD in Iraq in order to provoke a war. You said that he had advanced knowledge of the 9/11 attacks and allowed 3,000 Americans to die deliberately. And do you really want to? Do you really expect him to say nice things about you? But the implicit thing was, do you want to have these issues litigated? I mean, imagine what would happen. Somebody would say, President Bush, what do you have to say about him believing that you should have been impeached? Donald Trump, do you think he still should have been impeached? Mm-hmm. Do you think your vote for John Kerry was justified? I said, this is a loser for you. Most Republicans are unaware that you've said these things. Let it lie. And he did. He let it lie for the rest of the campaign. When one of his surrogates stepped forward and said in an article, I think Bush's ought to come out and endorse him, I called that surrogate and said, I had this conversation with your principal, and he had this, and this was his response. And the surrogate said, you know what? I didn't know that he'd said those things. You're right. We ought to drop this. So the President Bush, I think, has handled this in the appropriate way by simply staying on the sidelines. Donald Trump did not want to have an argument with the American people about whether or not he was justified in saying Bush should have been impeached. John Kerry should have been elected. Mm-hmm. Bush lied about WMD, and Bush.
Not to mention, Trump and Jeb didn't get along that well. That was not the highlight of the campaign for some. Great to see you both, and much more. Thanks, Mark and Carl.
Something about energy or something. Shannon Bream is keeping an eye on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook tonight. Shannon?
Hey, Brett. Well, we are going to be here all night monitoring everything social media and this cool digital chandelier, including Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We want to know what folks at home are talking about and online. So first, let's take a look at some brand new Facebook data that's just coming out. The number of people talking about each candidate. Over the past 24 hours, more than 28.8 million people talking about Donald Trump. More than 27.5 million talking about Hillary Clinton. Now, this is cool data. Take a look at the minute-by-minute conversation on Facebook right now. More than 111,000 people talking about Trump every minute, and just over 95,000 people per minute talking about Clinton. And how about some of your tweets? Amy Hale tweeting, our daughter will never forget her first time voting. By the way, if we can show that photo, you got to check out her dad's shorts when we get to that. They're pretty sweet. And Clutch King tweeted in a photo with no caption, but based on the shirt he's wearing about Trump, we're pretty sure that's who he's voting for. And on Instagram, Shoot and Fish posted a family photo. A lot of folks gathered up saying, on our way to voting, use the hashtag, the family that votes together stays together. We want you to be a part of our coverage tonight. We've gotten tons of photos. Check this out. This is just a fraction of photos we've gotten from people using the hashtag Fox News 2016. It is not too late. We're going to be here for hours tonight. So keep them coming in. Use the hashtag Fox News 2016 on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You might see yourself right here as we follow tonight's breaking news. Guys, back to you.
Shannon, thank you.
So we are now just minutes away from the very first returns in election 2016. Who will take the first states of the night? This is it. We're getting real results in moments.
We boarded the Avalon with a destination. 120 years hibernation means we'll wake up in a new century, on a new planet, but in the blink of an eye. Everything changed. Do you know what's going on?
We woke up 90 years too soon.
There's something they didn't tell us.
There's a reason we woke up early.
Rated PG-13.
If you're looking for an affordable Medicare prescription drug plan, here's good news. Humana and Walmart have once again teamed up to bring you a plan that costs just $17 a month. That's one of the lowest national plan premiums, less than 57 cents a day. Plus, if you live near a Walmart and fill your prescriptions there, your in-store co-payments may be as low as $1. And there's no deductible for most covered generic drugs. Call 1-866-945-4378 to get Medicare prescription drug coverage from a trusted partner working to make healthcare simpler. The Humana Walmart Prescription Drug Plan. With one of the lowest national plan premiums, in-store co-payments as low as $1 at pharmacies that offer preferred cost sharing, plus no deductible for most covered generic drugs, the savings could really add up. Call Humana now at 1-866-945-4378.
Your paycheck. Your family depends on it. But if something happened to you, you need life insurance. And chances are SelectQuote can get it for you for under $1 a day. SelectQuote found Alec, 38, a $500,000 policy for under $23 a month. SelectQuote found Kenesha, 39, a $350,000 policy for under $14 a month. SelectQuote's secret? They impartially shop a select group of highly rated companies like these for your best rates. Give your family the security it needs at a price you can afford.
Since 1985, SelectQuote has saved over 1 million families millions of dollars on life insurance. Call now or go to SelectQuote.com. Discover what over 1 million families know. We shop, you save.
1-800-350-0100.
6:56 here in the East, folks, almost 6:57, and we are awaiting the very first poll closings in 6 states. So finally, we're actually going to have real results after about 4 years of campaigning.
Joined at the desk by Brit Hume and Chris Wallace again. You know, we were talking at the beginning, Chris, 597 days ago, Ted Cruz got in the race. We've had a long, strange ride since then.
It has indeed been a long, strange ride, and the three of us were together for that first debate on August 6th of 2015, but who's counting? Can I talk about one state that's going to come up at 7 o'clock that we haven't talked about much, and that's Georgia. Georgia is a reliably Republican state. It has gone for the Republican every time since Ronald Reagan went for re-election in 1984, except 1992 when Bill Clinton won it. Every other time it's gone Republican. There are indications from our exit polls tonight it's surprisingly close. And here's the point. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. It's got as many electoral votes as Michigan has got. So, we are all talking about if Trump could flip Michigan and get the 16 votes in a traditionally blue state? What if Hillary Clinton flipped Georgia and got the 16 electoral votes in a traditionally red state? I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's something to watch tonight.
Be getting a lot of attention because that was part of her mission the past 2 weeks, is to shore up her existing states, but also to play a little offense in states that might turn from red to blue.
Yeah, she did. And it was an interesting discussion because when she started going back into places like Michigan, which, you know, one might have thought she would have had wrapped up when she started going in there, there are two ways to look at it. One is she's just trying to play it safe, try to head him off at the pass, and he's trying to go in there. Or the other was that she was worried, truly worried, that a state like Michigan would flip. I don't recall her going to anywhere like Georgia toward the end, but who knows on this strange year.
Some of the reporting was that they were worried in Michigan.
Well, the early exit polling
really
indicated that Texas was closer than expected. I don't think anybody thinks that Hillary Clinton's going to win Texas, but it goes to Chris's point that there are places on the map which we haven't really been talking about, which may provide a big surprise tonight and could throw either candidate's plans into a cocked hat.
There you go. I mean,
I never understood that expression.
I mean,
what's a cocked hat and what do you throw into it?
It was definitely not the prompter.
Wow. Okay, we have 52 seconds counting down to the poll close. The first polls closing tonight. We have Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Virginia, could be close. They played for Virginia. Donald Trump visited there once, and obviously Senator Tim Kaine.
Well, that was another state that he started to target after the Comey announcement about 2 weeks ago that suddenly he thought might be in play. That was much to the delight of Team Trump. And they went down there and started to work your home state, Brett.
It is my home. It is my home state. It's where I live. And one county there. There's a bunch of counties around the country which are certified bellwether counties because they've gone for the winner in each of the last, I don't know how many elections. The last four, Loudoun County, Virginia, north and west of Washington, D.C., has gone for the winner the last four times around. So it's one to keep an eye on because it might tell us a lot, not just about Virginia, but about the country as a whole.
And it is 7 o'clock on the East Coast, which means polls have just closed in half a dozen states, and the Fox News decision desk can, at long last, begin to call winners and losers in the 2016 presidential race. Our first projection is in Vermont, where Hillary Clinton will easily win that state's 3 electoral votes, according to Fox News exit polls.
Next, we go to Kentucky, where Fox News can project that Donald Trump will prevail, picking up 8 electoral votes. Trump will also win Indiana, where his running mate, Mike Pence, of course, serves as governor, based on the Fox exit polls and the early returns.
In Virginia, where Hillary Clinton's running mate, Tim Kaine, serves as that state's junior senator, she has a lead right now over Trump, although it is too early to project a winner there.
It's also too early to say who will win Georgia, to Chris Wallace's point, and South Carolina, 2 tightly contested states that Trump must clinch if he's to have a plausible path to the White House. And if you look at some of these states, the reason why we can call a lot of them early is because so many people have voted early in 39 states around the country. So basically, these states push a button, you get the early raw vote total, and then you get the exit polls, and our decision desk can kind of extrapolate from both of those.
Does it mean anything that states like South Carolina and Georgia are too close to call right now?
I'm astonished, particularly about South Carolina. Georgia, we had a little bit of a suspicion this might not be as easy a Republican win as usual. But this speaks, Megan, to a larger issue, and that there's the possibility, and it's very early in the night, obviously, but there is the possibility that we're going to see the electoral map change, and that with more Hispanics, more African Americans voting, the white population, a smaller percentage of the total electorate, that you could see states that were traditionally red in the South and Southwest starting to go Democrat, or at least beginning to go that way. And conversely, some of the Rust Belt states, like Ohio, like Michigan, like Pennsylvania, that have been, well, not Ohio, but Michigan and Pennsylvania that have been reliably blue. Maybe not this time, but maybe Trump is the forerunner for the idea of Republicans flipping and breaking the blue wall.
Turning now to Senate races, Fox News can project that Vermont's Patrick Leahy, the longest-serving Democrat in the Senate, will win an 8th term, vanquishing Republican businessman Scott Milne. Fox also projects that Republican Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina will beat Democratic challenger Thomas Dixon.
I love vanquishing.
I mean, they just get the best words, don't they?
From the decision desk. We are also ready to project that Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, who dropped his own bid for the GOP presidential nomination in February, will win by beating Democratic challenger Jim Gray, based on our Fox News exit polls and early vote tallies. In Georgia, Republican Senator Johnny Isakson is ahead of his Democratic challenger Jim Barksdale, but he must garner more than 50% of this vote to avoid a runoff, as required by Georgia law. And so far, we're not ready to make a projection in that race.
And that may not bode well for getting above the 50%. The runoff is January 10th, so imagine that it's so close that you have to go.
Stop.
Finally.
Stop that. We don't want to hear anything about
Okay,
run.
all
We don't
right,
want to hear about the election extending beyond this evening.
Let's not talk about it. Finally, we do not yet know whether Indiana Democrat Evan Bayh, who retired from the Senate 6 years ago, will be able to win back his old seat by defeating Republican Congressman Todd Young, who currently is ahead in the early vote tallies. The seat currently held by Republican Dan Coats, who's retiring. So Bayh victory would obviously give Democrats an important pickup there. They thought this was going to be the pickup that was going to enable them to get on a path to taking control of the Senate. And Britt, I tell you what, this race turned very quickly. They started painting Evan Bayh as a lobbyist,
which he
was out, which he was,
and then there's
out of the state,
right, out of the state, didn't really have a home there. And that hurts. That can really hurt you with people if they think you're a faker. Evan Bayh is a very well qualified guy, though. He was the senator earlier, and he was governor, and his father was the same. So he obviously had a leg up in that state, but it's a pretty red state. So it's all along seemed to me to a state that the Republicans could hold.
Who's watching this? I think this race is Joe Donnelly, who's up in 2 years. Right. He's the other Democrat senator from Indiana. If Evan Bayh, with the biggest name ever in Indiana, can't win on an election year, midterms are going to be tough for Joe Donnelly.
Well, yeah, and of course, as we've talked about in this coming midterm, it's 25 Democratic seats up, only 8 Republicans. So it's basically the reverse of what we have now, the flip of what we have now.
Now, I don't follow sports, but doesn't that Hoosiers coach have the biggest name in Indiana?
Former.
There we go. Former. Right? Isn't he number one? Okay. So we're going to go over to Bill Hummer now, who's standing by with Chris Stirewalt and Karl Rove on the data deck, Bill.
Ongoing elections are not a bad thing. I first met Bret Baier 16 years ago in Tallahassee, Florida.
That's right.
So imagine the relationships that can come out of a night like tonight. Back here with Karl Rove and Chris Stirewalt up here in the data deck, and we can chew on the numbers we're getting in right now, but I look toward North Carolina and Ohio at 7:30, coming up in 20 minutes, and I look to the big one, Karl, Florida. At 8 o'clock. The early voting tells us what about the Sunshine State?
Well, here's what it does tell us. In 2012, the Democrats there were about 4.5 million early and absentee votes. The Democrats came out of that with about 167,000 more Democrats voting than Republicans in early voting. And on Election Day, of course, Obama carried the state by 74,000. This year, there's
about 85,000 votes there.
Right. This year, in 2016, there are about 6.4 million early and absentee ballots. The Democrat advantage has been shrunk by half to 88,000. And if you work that, what that might point to is a 39,000 vote Trump lead if everything breaks on Election Day like it broke back then.
Can I show you something real quick? Over here on the board, if you look at Florida from 4 years ago, exactly what you're saying, Karl, to your point, when Obama defeated Romney by 80,000 votes.
74.
All right, 74,000 was the total. This is Broward County alone in southeastern Florida. That's a margin of more than 250,000 in that county in southeastern Florida. You get about 26% of the overall vote down there in Florida. Does Trump offset that advantage in central and northern Florida toward the Panhandle?
I would expect his numbers in North Florida would be substantially better than Mitt Romney's were, because Trump is doing better with the working class white voters. Now, the problem that Donald Trump's going to run into in Florida is that it looks like Hispanic turnout is gigundous. It looks like we have high Hispanic turnout. And the other thing I would say about early vote is people are early voting more and more. More Republicans are voting early. Older voters are voting. It's just happening all over. So it's harder. It gets harder and harder to extrapolate results out of early.
To that point, you don't know who's a new voter and who is just taking advantage of the
right.
Well, the campaigns know, because the campaigns are collecting every day the voter certificate numbers of whoever's voting and running against the voter file, so they know exactly what low propensity voters are in there. And the Democrats say the following about this early vote. Take a look there. There's 1,391,000 votes cast by unaffiliated voters. What they're saying is that hidden in there are a lot of new Hispanic voters. Perhaps as many as 1 out of every 5 Hispanics who's voting has never voted before. And what they're doing is they're saying those Hispanics didn't register as Democrats. They're unaffiliated and they're showing up there. Now we'll see later tonight when the votes could start to come in.
All right, gentlemen.
But the Democrats do have a closer run here in Florida.
North Carolina and Ohio.
The 3 states.
Big fish.
Big fish.
Back downstairs, guys.
I believe that the studio cost $30 million.
I mean, there's 50 feet of digital walls.
$30 million. That's all we needed.
A whiteboard?
We could have done it for $12.
Can we get a digital whiteboard? Like a digital Sharpie?
Look at he's proud.
$30 million?
We got a few more things that we haven't taken the wrapping off just yet.
We secretly love it. We love it.
All right, I have one more thing. North Carolina is extending voting in 2 counties. Just getting word about that. That's a big deal, and that means that voting will continue. Let's get over to Martha MacCallum now, who is breaking down the latest on the exit poll data. Martha.
Do not separate Karl Rove from his whiteboard. It is not a good idea. So let's take a look at some more of these exit poll numbers. Temperament, of course, has been such a big issue throughout the course of this campaign. Did Donald Trump have the right temperament to be president of the United States? 64% say no. This is an argument that Hillary Clinton made very forcefully, and it looks like voters went along with her on that. However, if you're in the camp and you're the 1 in 4 voters who say, you know what, I want someone who's angry like I am, those people, Donald Trump is resonating with in a big way. 75% of them went with Donald Trump. Now, we're all talking about the first-time voters and the notion that the Trump campaign was bringing out people who have not come out before or who had not voted in a very, very long time. But interestingly, take a look at this number. People who say they are first-time voters in this election, breaking for Hillary Clinton, 55% to 37%. So, I mean, it is not bearing out in terms of that. And, you know, there were so many personal issues that also were discussed through the course of this campaign, and those are coming up tonight as well.
And emails, too. Yeah. I mean, her emails proved to be such an issue for her in the course of the campaign. How about tonight?
We spent so much time reporting on this story, and it's been a question all along. Do people care? Are they worried about the email issue? Did it matter to them? 62% said yes. The email story bothers me, regardless of the fact that Jim Comey went back and forth on this issue. 62% of those voters say they were not happy about the way Hillary Clinton handled her email. And as far as Donald Trump, you know, he's had his issues as well.
Yeah, the women issue. How did that?
The women issue. Does Trump's treatment of women bother you? And this is an even bigger number than we saw with the email number. 71% say that it did have an impact on how they voted today, and that they were not happy with Donald Trump's treatment of women. So, you know, you look back at the tape, the Access Hollywood moment, all of that, and you can see that is having an impact tonight, you guys.
Martha, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
So joining us now is Jason Miller. He's the senior communications advisor for the Trump campaign. Jason, great to see you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me on.
So you're the guy that Karl Rove was just talking about, the campaign guy who has access to presumably better numbers than the exit pollsters do. What are you seeing? What states concern you, and what states are you excited about right now?
Well, let me tell you, first of all, why we're excited about Florida. We think that Florida is going to be, Mr. Trump will ultimately win. Going into Election Day, usually Republicans are down behind Democrats on early and absentee voting. Our ticket is already doing 81,000 votes better. Republicans are doing 81,000 votes better than the ticket was 4 years ago. 4 counties I want to point out. As we talk about Duval in northeastern Florida, and we talk about Hillsborough, where Tampa is, Republicans are overperforming their percentage of the electorate by 6 points. Democrats are underperforming their percentage by 4 points. 2 big counties.
Versus 4 years ago? Versus how many Democrats are in that county?
Yes, versus how many are right there. As we look at Broward, which is the big guy, one of the big guys down in South Florida. Yep. Republicans are overperforming by 6%, and Democrats are underperforming by 6%.
Well, let me ask you about Broward County, because the news that came out earlier was that Broward has broken the record for most votes ever. with less than 1 hour left to go. That was at 6 o'clock tonight, something like 827,000. And that this is a county where Barack Obama beat Mitt Romney handily by like 67% to 32%. So if they're overperforming there, the conventional wisdom is that would be good for the Democrats.
Well, we have a lot more Republicans who are showing up. And then also, as we talk about Collier County over in southwest Florida, it's about 3.5% higher for Republicans, about 3.5% lower for Democrats. So when we look at some of these key indicators, we're still very optimistic that we're going to win Florida, obviously one of the core battleground states. But we feel good there. We feel good about North Carolina, especially in Ohio. We're seeing lower Democratic numbers. Democratic votes are going to be off by about 3 to 5% in Cuyahoga County, where Cleveland is.
And
so as we're seeing these
turnout there is down in some of the Democratic districts. But the question to you is, so you feel good about Ohio and Florida. Those are two must wins for Donald Trump. So what about, and obviously he's looking somewhat better than he would have anticipated a couple of weeks ago in states like Pennsylvania and Michigan. What about North Carolina? Do you think we're going to be able to call that tonight?
We feel good about North Carolina. We think we'll be able to call it for Mr. Trump. How soon that's going to be, we don't know. But
Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania's going to be close. I think we have a real shot there. I think we have a real shot in Michigan.
How about Wisconsin?
Wisconsin's going to be tough. We're still finding it out, and who knows? We'll see what the numbers look like.
What's the number one state you want to hear from tonight? The number one you're going to keep your eyes on?
All of them. I love all of them. If you haven't voted, get out and vote. It's important. We've got to stop Hillary Clinton and elect Mr. Trump.
Great to have you here.
Thanks, Megan.
Thanks, Jason.
For the Clinton campaign reaction, Brian Fallon is the press secretary for Hillary Clinton for America. He joins us live from Clinton headquarters tonight. Brian, your thoughts. You just heard that. What state are you looking to, and where do you feel most confident and most perhaps vulnerable for Secretary Clinton tonight?
Well, I think one state that we've been watching closely throughout this campaign, one state that you have seen Secretary Clinton travel to again and again, is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a state that Donald Trump really needs. It's hard to imagine a path for him if he doesn't win Pennsylvania. And right now, if you look at areas in Philadelphia, we're hearing reports from city officials there suggesting that they think they're on pace to break the standard from 2012, where you saw almost 70% of registered voters turn out in the city of Philadelphia. We look good in Philadelphia in the city limits. We also like what we're seeing in terms of the outer ring suburbs outside of Philadelphia, based on Secretary Clinton's appeal with suburban women especially. So that's a state I think that probably has the Trump campaign nervous tonight.
But you know what? Pennsylvania is always a state that Republicans think they can get. It's like Lucy in the football. I mean, it always seems to be taken away. So isn't it really that the fact that Secretary Clinton had to go there with a big event, that you all are concerned that it's very, very tight tonight?
Well, look, it's definitely been a battleground state throughout this campaign, but I think back in the spring it was a state that the Trump campaign targeted. They've certainly spent a lot of time there. But look, we're not just limiting ourselves to any one path. Let's take a look at a state like Florida. You just heard Megan talk about it. If you look at Democratic counties like Broward County, home of Fort Lauderdale, big county along with Miami-Dade, where you're seeing a record-setting turnout already, even before the polls closed, you saw them set a record based on early vote turnout and the turnout today. If you look at Hillsborough County, another area that they just talked about, Tampa area, another place where Barack Obama won 53% of the vote, I think, in 2012. Turnout seems to be up there, too. And if you looked at the early vote patterns coming into today, you were seeing record turnout. And I still think that the story of the night tonight is going to be the surge in the Hispanic vote. In a state like Florida, you've seen Hispanics turn out during the early voting phase in Florida, more than 1 million Hispanic voters. That was more than double 2012. I think that you're seeing a rejection of Donald Trump's anti-immigrant rhetoric, and you've seen the fruits of a strategy that has targeted those voters. Secretary Clinton has had a kinship with that community dating back to her time in the early 1970s registering Hispanic voters in Texas. It was one of the earliest steps in the campaign back in May when she went to Nevada and talked about how she wanted to expand on President Obama's executive actions there, and I think that you're seeing that they're responding to that.
Yeah, clearly the demographics are shifting, and we're noticing that in the exit polls. Talk to me quickly about Ohio and, that state where it looked like the Trump campaign was well positioned going into tonight. It seems pretty tight if you go into looking at who might be coming out according to the exit polls.
Right. Well, I think that going into tonight, the Trump campaign probably viewed Ohio as a must-have. They have to view it that way. We have multiple pathways. We have fought very hard in Ohio, and I think that there were some promising signs during the day today in places like Hamilton County, Franklin County. We're going to have to watch and see what the results are tonight. The reality is we have multiple paths, And the Trump campaign basically needs to draw an inside straight at this point. They need to win Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, and steal a state like Michigan if they're really going to have a chance at 270 electoral votes.
A lot of those states are tight as we sit here. Brian, we appreciate your time.
We are approaching a critical moment tonight, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The polls will close in 3 more states, and they include 2 big ones. Very crucial battlegrounds, North Carolina and Ohio. You just heard it discussed. Either one of these states could decide the entire race tonight, and the balance of power in Congress as well. We are live on the ground in 13 minutes with that.
And will the Tar Heel state, North Carolina, come down to a turnout from minority voters? The gang from the 5 will join us to talk about that. They were just outside earlier, and we're live in Times Square, the crossroads of the world, in the Marriott marquee sign. Hey, there we are.
That's beautiful.
As Fox News Live coverage of Election Night 2016 continues.
Mind making a run?
I got it.
The 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport, with available all-wheel control and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, starting at $19,795.
Hey, almost home.
It's ready for any adventure you can imagine. Get up to $3,000 cash back on select models during the Mitsubishi Motors Holiday Sales Event.
Our eyes. They have a 200-degree range of sight, which is good for me. Hey! And bad for the Barclay twins.
Take care of all your most important parts with Centrum, with our most vitamin D3 ever.
Many people clean their dentures with toothpaste or plain water. And even though their dentures look clean, in reality, they're not. If a denture were to be put under a microscope, we can see all the bacteria that still exist on the denture. And that bacteria multiplies very rapidly. That's why dentists recommend cleaning with Polident every day. Polident's unique microclean formula works in just 3 minutes, killing 99.99% of odor-causing bacteria. For a cleaner, fresher, brighter denture every day.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you.
I am totally blind. I lost my sight in Afghanistan.
If you're totally blind, you may also be struggling with Non-24. Call 844-844-2424 or visit my24info.com.
Afoot and lighthearted, I take to the open road. Healthy, free, the world before me, the long brown path before me leading wherever I choose. The East and the West are mine. The North and the South are mine. All seems beautiful to me.
$7:20 here in the East, and we are now just moments away from polls closing in some of the biggest prizes of the night. West Virginia and 2 battlegrounds, Ohio and North Carolina. Jenna Lee is live in Raleigh, North Carolina tonight. Jenna?
The polls were supposed to close at 7:30 for the entire state of North Carolina, Megan, but that is not the case now. I just got off a phone call with the State Board of Elections, and there will be extensions at certain precincts in Durham County, a key county here. So in certain precincts, you will be able to vote up until 8:30 tonight. Why is that a big deal, and what happened? What happened for some voters is when they showed up to cast their ballot, they weren't able to check in. So it was like showing up at the airport, trying to get on your flight, but you weren't able to check in at the desk. So you couldn't go through security, you couldn't get on your plane. That's what happened to some voters, and that's what led to the extension. Now you say, is that any big deal in a big state like North Carolina? It is. In 2008, President Obama won by such a small margin. It came down to the difference of 2 voters per precinct in the state in 2008. So if 2 voters voted for the other side, Barack Obama would not have won this state. That's how tight the race here is in North Carolina. The same was almost true for Mitt Romney. If 17 voters per precinct swung in another direction, he wouldn't have won. So that's why this is a key ruling by the State Board of Elections. We'll continue to watch the results in Durham County and otherwise, but a lot of breaking news here in North Carolina. We'll keep an eye on it for you.
Jenna, thanks.
By the way, we're just getting word that Dover, New Hampshire is also extending polling until 8 p.m. So you have some issues in some key states there. Minority voter turnout in the battleground state of North Carolina could be a deciding factor tonight. Clinton's campaign has been putting in some extra work into that state, as we just heard. President Obama visited North Carolina 4 times campaigning for Hillary Clinton. And since the Democratic convention, Clinton has made 7 trips to the state for 9 rallies. Let's bring in the hosts of the 5, Kimberly Guilfoyle, Juan Williams, Eric Bolling, Dana Perino, and Greg Gutfeld. Dana, let's start with you. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's one of those nights where I remember about 6 months ago during a primary, you asked me what's going to happen, and I made this really just amazing call where I said it's either going to be a total landslide or too close to call at the end of the night. And I think we have a little bit more clarity of what's going to happen. One statistic that has stuck out to me, especially in Florida, Latino voters in Florida have doubled since 2008, and Democrats have out-registered the Republicans by 600,000 to 50,000 registered voters in Florida. And I think you're seeing that in some of those early returns that we saw. And also, I think for some of these people that are out there voting and waiting, and one of the reasons that Jenna Lee just reported what she did is that turnout is really big all across the country. People were waiting in lines for hours in order to get their vote.
Eric Bolling, what do you make of that? What Dana's point on the Latino vote in Florida?
Massively important also. And if you break down Florida, the I-4 corridor, a lot of the increase in Latino vote is right in the central part of that, Orange County, Orlando area. High Puerto Rican vote, high Puerto Rican registration for votes. I think that's a very, very, for me, straight up, the I-4 corridor has been the indicator. Whoever wins the I-4 corridor may end up winning the whole election, because the state, as you know, down south it's all blue, up top and over the panhandle it's a lot of red. That I-4 corridor can flip Florida either way, and Trump needs Florida. We'll be calling it early if he doesn't win Florida.
Greg, I've been waiting for your analysis.
I know.
Tonight.
Finally, you and me. And Megan, we say, and Megan too, we say it's all about the ground game, and we know for a fact that the Democrats are amazing at the ground game. They even get the dead to vote. That's literally the ground game. 6 feet under, thereabouts. But we talk about the changing electorate. I want to talk about our changing tolerance of the past. So many things that we would think would have sunk a candidate over the past year didn't. I find this the most refreshing thing about this candidacy is that for terrible people like me, who have an awful past, I still might be able to run for office.
You have a chance.
I have a chance.
So
Very
you're
small
saying
chance.
there's a chance.
And you have a really crappy temperament.
Yes, exactly.
And so you've got that too.
I have everything wrong with a human being.
A lot of medical issues. Yeah.
But we love you anyway.
Yes.
Look, on the temperament numbers, Kimberly, Martha was reporting that 64% believe Trump does not have the temperament to be president. 34% believe he does. What do you make of that? Because it was something that did serve him. He was like a wrecking ball in that primary, and it served him very well, and people loved it. They want the wrecking ball to go to Washington. With the general electorate, maybe it doesn't play as well.
Yeah, definitely he got some momentum, especially in his campaign when he started using the drain the swamp phrase and talking about getting rid of corruption, taking government, giving it back to the people. So people like the fact that he's a disruptor, that he's an outsider. However, temperament has been something that Hillary Clinton has been hitting consistently in debates, in campaign ads, every stop that she's made across the country to suggest that he is someone that lacks the temperament, therefore the fitness to serve as commander-in-chief. When you see numbers like that, it suggests that it's something that resonates. Will it be enough to suppress some of the voters that might be turning out for him or to switch over for Hillary? That remains to be seen.
Juan, I was struck by Brian Fallon talking so much about Pennsylvania. Think about it. Pennsylvania, that should not even be a problem. But it looks like, again, the map may be changing.
I think the map is changing. That's demographics, and I think demographics are a key part of the story tonight. We just heard Eric just talking about the importance of the Latino vote and the fact that you see an increase in the number of Latinos voting in a state like Florida. But let's look more generally at the map. Talk about Pennsylvania, Michigan, part of the old Rust Belt, where again you have a large working class, white, male dominant population, and it's a surprise that Michigan would be in play, that Pennsylvania could be in play for Democrats, because historically, union-backed, union-driven voters have often been part of the Democratic machine. That may no longer be the case. Instead, you see the Democratic axis swinging toward the South. And here, this is what surprised me. I think this is part of the big story tonight when we talk about minority vote, what's going on in North Carolina, with questions about the court saying, hey, you can't change the rules right now. There's, as I understand it, questions about early voting procedures that have been changed in some counties, federal judges getting involved, and the importance, as we just talked about, keeping some of those polls opening late to try to compensate. And I imagine that the Trump side is going to be fighting back. But that now becomes a key part of the story if North Carolina is decisive in this
Although
election.
they wanted to keep some open in Nevada, they lost that with a judge. They've got now some
You're saying
open.
the Trump side
Yeah,
lost
the Trump did.
Yeah.
And they've got some open in New Hampshire, and now they've got 2 counties extended in North Carolina.
In Nevada, the Trump team argued that they were letting people show up to vote past the poll closings, and the Democrats argued no, they had been in line prior to the poll closings. They were just letting the long line of people vote, and they agreed to keep the records of those votes.
Right. So like in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, just to pick up on your point, Megan, in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, the early voting structure was such that it moved away from the black neighborhoods, and it was under explicit directions from Republicans in the state legislature.
But on the other side, Eric, we heard reports today in Pennsylvania of people complaining that they went in, you know how you fill out your ballot and then you feed it in, and they were saying it would come up, they'd vote Trump and it would come up Clinton. And now we're hearing from Pennsylvania authorities saying there have been problems, that they've identified the voting machines, that they've taken them out of commission, but there will be questions about that if that vote is at all close.
And there always are. I mean, every cycle we go through this, whichever side doesn't win says clearly there's a lot of voter fraud going on. Because this map is in my head, and I would put money against Stirewalt, I could do this state for state with him. You're going to have a fairly clear idea from Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, Florida right away. First polls that close. If Trump holds those 3 down, you have to look back at the map, and then you look at the next level. Then you go to, is there a Michigan? Pennsylvania, if he doesn't win Pennsylvania, then you go, is there a Michigan? If there's not a Michigan or Wisconsin, that's your next hour. Then you have to wait till the west, to the mountain states close, and see if he picks up Nevada, and then you have to look back and see if you got those 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. If you do, you can go hour by hour, and he just has to tick every single one of those off on the path. And if he doesn't, then there's basically the path closes.
Yeah, I think that's the short version of the story. He's got to sweep. And if he doesn't sweep...
No, he doesn't have to sweep. There are other paths. It can be Michigan or Wisconsin.
He could dust.
Yeah. Right.
Sounds like
He has to do very well.
It sounds like somebody trapped in a haunted house and can't get out. There's got to be a way out. There's got to be a way out.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a way out.
Stand by, Fivers.
There is now.
7:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have just closed in 3 more states, representing another 38 electoral votes. Fox News can project that Donald Trump will win West Virginia by a wide margin. Based on Fox exit polls, there's some cheering outside. Maybe some... Is that Chris Stirewalt's
Is that
family?
Stirewalt?
I don't know.
Okay. Fox News can also report that Hillary Clinton has a lead in North Carolina, although it is too early to declare a winner in this key swing state. It is also too early to declare a winner in the bellwether state of Ohio, where Trump had led Clinton in pre-election polls for the last 3 weeks.
Speaking of the Buckeye State, Fox News can project now that Ohio Senator Rob Portman, a Republican, will win re-election by defeating former Ohio Governor Ted Strickland, the Democrat. It's too early to project a winner in the North Carolina Senate race, where Richard Burr, the Republican, is trying to fend off a challenge from Democrat Deborah Ross. That race is very tight. Let me just talk for 1 second about Rob Portman, who ran in a race that Ohio was not the easiest race to run. He was running. He was not a big Trump supporter. He was pro-trade. This is a guy who ran a race in his own territory and managed to make it really stick. In fact, he was giving money to other campaigns around the country because he didn't need it. He was up 15 points or so going into the day.
Pundits are saying he might win for #1 best race run. So congrats to him. I want to go now to Karl Rove for some analysis. Karl, interesting. Too close to call in North Carolina and Ohio at this hour. Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think these states are going to keep us up late tonight. North Carolina, we have the same situation we had in Florida in the early vote. Republicans cut the margin of the Democrats. There are 122,000 more Republicans this year voting early, 22,000 fewer Democrats than voted 4 years ago. Remember, this is a state where Mitt Romney won, and the Republicans have gained an advantage of 144,000. But there are 273,000, nearly 274,000 more unaffiliated voters, people who don't identify with either party. And both parties have been fighting for their share of this. In the big cities, it's likely to be Clinton. In the rural parts of the state, more likely to be Republican. But this is where the race is going to be settled tonight, and it's going to keep us up, I suspect, very late. If you look at the early vote in North Carolina, Republicans increased their early vote raw numbers in every one of the state's 67 counties except one, Halifax County, and the Democrats saw their absolute early vote total decline in 58 of the 67 counties in the state. So it's going to be a long night, and we're going to be counting them by the onesies and twosies late into the evening in North Carolina, and potentially the same in Ohio, where we've gotten conflicting results out of early voting. The Democrats had a fantastic weekend where they bumped up their numbers pretty dramatically in Cuyahoga, especially in Franklin and in Hamilton County, Cincinnati. But again, it's going to be very late in the night, I suspect, before we're going to be able to see the pattern emerge decisively in Ohio.
You know, the other thing we should point out is the governor's race in North Carolina is very tight. We can't call that. It's too close to call. That is Pat McCrory and Roy Cooper. And that was seen as another race, Carl, where that state really comes to play. Remember the bathroom law, the transgender HB2 law that said that you had to go to the bathroom of your birth certificate. That became an issue not only of the governor's race, but the Senate race there with Richard Burr and the presidential race, frankly.
What's interesting is that this was not a priority of Pat McCrory, the governor. He was a business-friendly former mayor of Charlotte and a business executive himself, and so this was not on his agenda. It was forced largely through the state Senate president, a fellow named Phil Berger, put it on the agenda of the legislature. They drove it through in an election year, and it immediately caused the entire Republican brand in the state to be engulfed in controversy. Ironically, McCrory has fought his way back because of a hurricane. The hurricane that hit the East Coast turned the people's attention to what was going on, what was the state doing to help the people who were flooded or lost their homes, and McCrory performed admirably, dominated the media, made his call back. We'll see how close it is tonight, but ironically enough, if it were not for a bad storm, it might be a big margin, and the storm and his handling of it closed up the race pretty smartly.
All right, Carl, we'll check in just a bit. Let's bring in our panel. Britt Hume, Chris Wallace, Tucker Carlson, Monica Crowley, Guy Benson, and Nomiki Konst. Nomiki, let me start with you. Your thoughts on how this is all shaping up?
Perfectly. It's a great night for Democrats. Hillary has run an impeccable campaign. She has the Obama institution. She has all of the progressive base for the most part. She has the Hillary supporters, and she's running against a man who did not work well with the Republican Party. He doesn't have the ground game. He doesn't have the messaging. He's been unable to stay on course to win this election, and she already had a map that worked in her favor. So we think this is going to be a very good night. There are only a few scenarios with very, very small chances where she won't do well, and it really just comes down to the Senate.
And yet, Guy, if you look at the numbers so far, the Republicans did, in the end, get behind Donald Trump. So if Nomiki is right at all, that it's going to be a good night for Democrats, is that because of independence? Is that because there are more Democrats in the map than we've seen for Republicans over the past years?
A combination of those factors, I would say, and it would mean that someone who has a disapproval rating around 60% is going to lose an election. I mean, if that's the case, that should not be much of a shocker. So I'm looking at some of the numbers. Florida's going to be close, but Hillsborough County is a very important county there. In the early vote, Trump's down 10 points to Mrs. Clinton. So I think that's probably a red flag in that state. On the positive side for the GOP, looking at some of these Senate races, we haven't called them yet, but Marco Rubio's looking pretty good down in Florida, outpacing Trump by a long shot down there. And also Indiana. The Democrats really had high hopes, and you talked about Evan Bayh, that huge war chest, that name recognition. He looks like he is in very serious trouble tonight.
Chris Wallace, what strikes you tonight?
Well, I have to say I'm still a little bit shocked at the idea that Hillary Clinton has run an impeccable campaign because I think a lot of people feel that Donald Trump has run her pretty much to a standstill. She may win, but he's put up a heck of a fight. And Donald Trump really had some tremendous headwinds, did not have support in the party, is historically unpopular, terrible numbers in the exit polls on temperament, on experience, knowledge of the issues. So look, if Clinton wins, she's the president, she's a genius, and all the people around her are geniuses, but I don't know that I would say that she's run an impeccable campaign.
One of the things we're seeing in all these waves of exit polls, Monica, is the gender gap, which we've seen throughout this election, and a significant gender gap when it comes to women and men. And the women tend to be favoring Hillary Clinton by big margins. And this was a problem that was, identifiable and has dogged Donald Trump for a long time.
This is a very interesting dynamic happening tonight, Megyn, because you're right. I mean, Democrats have always enjoyed a traditionally large gender gap going into any race, but particularly a presidential. Donald Trump heading into this race had even a greater, more yawning gender gap because he was an alpha male candidate and he had said these indelicate things about women in the past, and that really dogged him. What we saw in the closing days of this campaign, though, in terms of the polling, was that he was able to make up some ground among women. So about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, he was running about a 20-point gender gap. In the more recent polling, we saw it was 12 points, which is still a pretty yawning gap, but he had managed to make up some ground among women. The problem for him, though, is that it's still large enough that it's making a real difference here in terms of benefiting Mrs. Clinton.
That chandelier scares me.
The circle of doom is coming down.
I was listening, Monica. I really was. I mean,
That's okay, Brett.
Brett, your thoughts?
Let me just pick up on what Monica was talking about. Nationally, in the latest wave of the exit polls, this could change. Hillary Clinton is winning women by, 14 points?
Yeah.
Well, Donald Trump's winning men by 9 points. That tells you most of what you may need to know tonight, because there are, first of all, they're likely to be, as they were the last time out, more women in the electorate, fewer men, and if you win them by 9 and the other party wins the women, the larger group, by 14, it's not too hard to figure this out. So that's where this is likely to be. In some states, South Carolina, for example, it's much closer. But if you're wondering why Georgia may be in play tonight, that's where you see a genuine gender gap, in which Hillary Clinton, let me see if I have it here. I think I do. Yeah, Georgia. She's winning by 13. He's winning by 19. But in a state like Georgia, that can tell you why it's fairly close. He's winning by 19 among men. She's winning by 13.
What in particular, Brett? I mean, give us the history on the Republicans and white college-educated women. It's those typically go Republican.
They have in the past.
Yeah,
but
in the past.
What we've seen in the early rounds of the exit polling tonight is that they're not, and going for the Republican candidate, and consequently he's had a lot of ground to make up there, because right off the bat he was not the kind of candidate that could appeal to both blue-collar men and some blue-collar women and the more educated demographic.
Tucker, we're 19 minutes plus away from our next polls, including Florida. And we've spent a lot of time, both campaigns, actually talking about Florida. It's really interesting.
Well, of course. And about the demographic shifts in Florida, the big number of Puerto Rican voters fleeing the collapse of the economy of that island to the state of Florida, how they might affect the outcome. And that we'll find out. I'm amazed by some of the numbers relative to earlier races, just because they don't match what we expected, really what I expected. So Trump is doing better, apparently, according to the first wave of exit polling, better among black voters than Mitt Romney did 4 years ago. He's doubling the number of black votes by percentage that Romney got 8 years ago. He's getting exactly the same percentage of Hispanic votes that Romney got 4 years ago, 27, despite all that's all we've talked about. Doesn't mean he's going to win. By the way, he's doing better, according to this, among voters under 30 than Romney did. Again, I'm not saying he's going to win, but I am saying maybe something wrong with some of the assumptions that some of us have had going into this. I wouldn't be surprised if we miscalled a lot of this. I certainly have. But we may be missing a story here if these numbers turn out to be true.
And a point I think I was just asking some of the experts backstage about that. So the numbers we've been talking about, the huge Latino turnout, we're talking about Florida. But on a national basis, it's looking only 1 percentage point higher than it was 4 years ago. I mean, that was what Martha reported, that you got an 11% Hispanic vote. It was 10% 4 years ago.
Yeah, but can I just butt in a little bit on this question? Yes, he may be doing no worse than Romney, but Romney did terribly. George W. Bush in 2004 got, and when he ran for re-election, got over 40% of the Hispanic vote. So getting 27% of a growing block of voters is not very good.
Well, he's still at about the same white vote as Romney, roughly the same.
But it's also 2% less of the total electorate than it was 2 years ago.
But consider what we've talked about, though, for the last year, which, I mean, I think you make a totally solid point. There's no disputing that, and they need to do better if they're going to succeed long term. But the whole year has been dominated by the idea that there's not a single Hispanic voter that will even, shake hands with Donald Trump. He's so horrible. If he's getting the same number as Romney, I'm not saying that's a great number. I am saying that, there are other factors that we haven't taken into account.
It's not losing by 30 plus points. It's not a good performance.
I'm not saying it is, but it's much better than you would have expected if you believe the analysis, which has been wrong, if this is true.
Now you feel how they felt on the debate stage.
Right.
Mr. Trump,
2 minutes.
Secretary Clinton.
He never lets up. He knew he had you.
Hey, Chris, I agree with Tucker.
Thank you, Britt. I've got a friend in Britt. I appreciate that.
I agree with Chris.
All right, now we are approaching the biggest haul of the evening. Polls in 16 states plus D.C. close at 8 p.m. Eastern. Among those include two of the biggest battlegrounds of this election, Pennsylvania and Florida.
We think we know how D.C. will go, but we'll see. Plus, the balance of power. Which party will control the new look Congress? And you didn't just vote today. You also shared some of your thoughts and pictures with us, some of the best from social media. Straight ahead.
They're calling that thing Shandy, the chandelier, Shandy
we
for
have a
short.
name for it.
Crystal Cruises continues to be the world's most awarded luxury cruise line for over 22 years, and not just a one-hit wonder. We've crafted an all-inclusive, truly exclusive travel experience that's in a class by itself. With ships that are more luxurious than the world's most upscale hotels, featuring elegant suites with butler service, glorious spas, open spaces, fabulous casinos, and exceptional dining. Iconic itineraries with overnight stays curated as only Crystal Cruises can, and unique tours ashore tailored to your personal style. Crystal shows you and your family the world with voyages ranging from 5 nights to 128 nights to all 7 continents. Take your next journey with Crystal Cruises, where all-inclusive is all-exclusive.
Is it a force of nature or a sales event? The Season of Audi sales event is here. Audi will cover your first month's lease payment on select models during the Season of Audi sales event.
No matter how the markets change, at T. Rowe Price, our disciplined approach remains. Global markets may be uncertain, but you can feel confident in our investment experience around the world. Call us or your advisor. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Want longer-lasting heartburn relief? Try Duo Fusion. Duo Fusion goes to work in seconds and lasts up to 12 hours. Tums only lasts up to 3. For longer-lasting relief in one chewable tablet, try Duo Fusion from the makers of Zantac.
We are quickly approaching. I'm sorry.
Well, that didn't go
the
well.
Shandy got in the way. I couldn't read.
This is how Brett and I are starting the blocks for the Shandies there.
We're down there. We're quickly approaching the biggest moments of the entire night.
Using a new style of experience, voice over.
Yes. Okay.
Voice over the Shandy.
Okay. All right. Polls close in a whopping 16 states, plus the District of Columbia at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Among them, battlegrounds, Florida, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire. Rick Leventhal is standing by live in Pennsylvania. Molly Lyons in New Hampshire. We'll start with Molly. Molly? I think we lost Molly. Can we start with Rick, maybe?
Why not?
Okay, Rick, why don't we go to you? It was the shandy. Nope, there's Molly. Molly, go ahead, Molly. Sorry, we're ready.
Hi, Brett. Sorry. In speaking with both sides from the political aisles here in New Hampshire, they both have a certain confidence that things will turn out well for them here in the state, looking at turnout numbers. So this is still a nail-biter of a race. Of course, there are just 4 electoral votes at stake here in the state, but both sides on this White House run have taken it very seriously, with appearances from both of the major candidates in the last 48 hours. Hillary Clinton here on Sunday, Donald Trump here on Monday. Major surrogates also making appearances here, like President Barack Obama, Joe Biden, both vice presidential nominees as well. This race is all about getting the turnout, of course, and what they need is what happened back in February with 22% loss by Hillary Clinton to Bernie Sanders. She wants those Sanders voters to turn up for her today. We're just waiting to see how the numbers turn out on that. And Donald Trump, who got his first big win back in February in the primary season, needs those voters to come out as well. Another thing to watch here, the Senate race. The Republican incumbent Senator Kelly Ayotte facing a very tough challenge from the Democratic governor here, Maggie Hassan. Both women have strong name recognition, strong resumes. These are 2 strong females facing off in really a mega race in which it could go either way. A tremendous amount of spending here, over $100 million spent in this small state. Just about 1.3 million people live here. So a lot of money going into the possibility of the balance of the Senate being at stake. Brett?
Molly Lyon in New Hampshire. Molly, thank you.
Now to Pennsylvania, one of the more hotly contested states leading up to tonight. There are 20 electoral votes up for grabs in the Keystone State. Rick Leventhal's live for us near Allentown, Pennsylvania. Rick?
And with a bit of news, Megan, for the past few months, Republican Senator Pat Toomey has refused to endorse Donald Trump. Well, Senator Toomey voted roughly an hour ago, and he told reporters that he did, in fact, vote for Donald Trump. He said it was a tough call for me, that he wrestled with this, but that it was easy not to vote for Hillary Clinton. We expect Senator Toomey here at this hotel ballroom around 8 o'clock when the polls close. He's supposed to watch returns in a hotel room and then come down here to address his supporters. His Democratic opponent, Katie McGinty, voted this morning with her husband and 3 daughters. She criticized Toomey for not coming out sooner to endorse Trump or say who he would be voting for. This, by the way, a race too close to call as of yesterday. Also, the most expensive U.S. Senate race in the nation, with roughly $160 million spent in total on this very important seat. We can tell you the voter turnout was very heavy here in Pennsylvania, and certainly in the Lehigh Valley. We were at the Bethany United Methodist Church this morning, the busiest polling place in Lehigh Valley. They had well over 400 voters in the first hour and some 1,700 people casting their ballots by midday. The Secretary of State said he expects some 80% of Pennsylvania's nearly 9 million voters to show up at the polls before they close just a few minutes from now, guys.
Wow. Rick, thanks.
Okay, we can make a call, we're told. We can call South Carolina for Donald Trump right now. The decision desk calling South Carolina for Donald Trump. And that puts it into his column as well. Let's check in now with our reporters covering the major stories of the night. Carl Cameron is with the Republican nominee at Trump Tower. Jennifer Griffin's at Clinton headquarters here in New York. James Rosen is in Washington monitoring the big Senate and House races. Carl, let me go to you. What's the feeling there at Trump Tower or Trump campaign, I should say, and where they stand?
Well, they've been saying all afternoon that they're cautiously, nervously, hopefully optimistic. And there was an interesting moment just a short while ago where the Trump campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, essentially said that it was unfortunate that the Republican National Committee's infrastructure wasn't fully applied as best it could have been for Mr. Trump, as if to point out the deficiencies of the overall organization of the RNC's end. With that said, they're seeing very strong turnout in the I-4 corridor of Florida. They think in North Carolina, separate from Raleigh area, a big Democratic bastion, they think they're doing pretty well, getting reasonable turnout there. And the polls haven't closed yet, so the Trump campaign looking to keep the momentum going. As Mr. Trump likes to say, he saw a spirit in the last few days, and clearly the polls were tightening. The question will be whether or not he has the capacity to come up with enough working-class whites to overcome what appears to be a problem with the Clinton campaign's success with African-American and Latino voters. So when the campaign manager starts to blame the RNC, it's not necessarily a good sign of where their mood might be later in the evening. Brett?
Throughout the night, we'll be adding up the electoral votes. Right now, it's 33 for Donald Trump and Clinton 3, but obviously it's early in the night, and we're making these calls as they come. Jennifer Griffin, we talked to Brian Fallon earlier. It was interesting to hear him talk about Pennsylvania and, how they're really working to see how that state goes. Pennsylvania, Michigan, these Rust Belt states that they have concerns about.
I think they have the biggest concern, Brett, according to the officials I've spoken to, with Cuyahoga County, and they have not had the turnout there that they would need in order to win Ohio. But what has been a surprise today is you saw that last-minute effort in Michigan. It seems to be paying off. They seem to be doing well in Michigan. There were long lines this morning in Detroit. That rarely happens, I'm told. And there were a record number of mail-in ballots, absentee ballots in the Detroit area. So they feel very good about Michigan tonight. I think if you look broader than that, they're still a little concerned about Pennsylvania, but the turnout in the northwest part of Philadelphia seems to be extremely high. The get out the vote efforts there with the large number of people who turned out last night to see President and Mrs. Obama in front of Independence Hall seems to have helped them in the Philadelphia area, Brett.
James, we're watching a few Senate races, and obviously, again, the Senate turns with a net gain of 5 seats for the Democrats, 4 plus the White House if they win the White House. One of them we're watching is obviously North Carolina's Senate seat with Richard Burr and Deborah Ross down there, and also Indiana, where we have Evan Bayh against Representative Todd Young.
That's right. There's a number of different states we're watching closely. Missouri, where the incumbent Republican Roy Blunt is trying to fend off a very strong challenge from the Democratic Secretary of State there, Jason Kander. So far, of the Senate races that were thought to be in play and not necessarily safe seats, Fox News has only called one of those races, and that is in the state of Ohio, where the incumbent Republican, Rob Portman, as you were noting earlier, has finished strong, and Fox News has called the election for him. The former Democratic governor of Ohio, Ted Strickland, the candidate running against Portman, has called to congratulate him. But we have just a few other results that we can report to you, but none of these were really thought to be in doubt. Rand Paul retaining his seat, the Republican in Kentucky retaining his seat, Tim Scott in South Carolina, Pat Leahy, the Democrat, up in Vermont. So far, this is just too close to call, Brett, and we're expecting that it's going to be quite a long time before we know, at least several hours, whether the Republicans will retain control of the Senate. The House, not in doubt.
James and Jen and Carl, thank you very much.
I want to go back now to Shannon Bream. She's watching Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Shannon, what are you seeing?
All right, on our digital chandelier, you have now dubbed the Shandy. Let's get some new data that we're coming in from Facebook. They're talking about the top 5 policy issues people are chatting about today. Number 1, government ethics, no doubt driven in part by the FBI investigation into Hillary Clinton's private email server. Number 2, religion. Number 3, race issues. We've seen this ranked near the top on Facebook chatter all over the summer, now into the fall. Number 4, crime and criminal justice. And at number 5, the economy. That's consistently been there. Now let's look at some of your posts from home. Michael tweeting this: we are all on board the Trump train. By the way, tickets are still available. Morgan Annette posting, I took my dog to the polls. Check this out. Super cute. Annette and her dog clearly are Georgia voters. You see the Georgia peach there. And you're going to love this. Our Trump embed producer, Chris Snyder, and many others tweeting about this Donald Trump cake. It was just wheeled into the election watch party at the Hilton Hotel. We're told it was made by Melissa Alt. The face is modeled chocolate. The body is made of cake. We're told it took 50 hours to make this. Now, if you want to be in our digital chandelier, all you got to do this, alongside the cakes from Donald Trump, just snap a pic. Send it our way by using the hashtag Fox News 2016. And we'll see you right here along with everybody else across America who sent in their photos. All right, Shannon from the Shandy. Megan, back to you.
At the Shandy.
Wow.
Great to see you, Shannon.
I do want to show you one other thing here in the studio, and that is our Tower of Closings. I think that's what we're naming it. The Tower of Closings.
Tower of Power.
And you can see when a state is called, it goes to the color: Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont. And there you see the 8 p.m. closings. The list is huge, and we have all the closings listed there. And when they're called, they go to the color. We are 4 minutes away from polls closing in 16 more states, plus Washington, D.C. More results coming up as Fox News coverage of Election Night 2016 continues.
I spy something and starts with M. Mickey. something with F. It's fire truck.
Wait, that's 2 words. It doesn't count.
Yes, it does.
The 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander, one of America's safest crossovers, well equipped for under $24,000. Get up to $3,000 cash back on select models during the Mitsubishi Motors Holiday Sales Event.
Welcome to the party at Yankee Stadium. Thursday, AT&T presents a once-in-a-lifetime event. Garth Brooks, Yankee Stadium, live. It's gonna be like this all night long. A 2-hour concert special, shot in stunning 4K. Garth Brooks, Yankee Stadium, live. Catch a sneak peek now on the DirecTV app before it premieres on DirecTV 4K Channel 106 and on Audience.
You have a vision. It's behind everything you do. Even when you least expect it, it comes through. You know what you want, and we can help make it real. You need choices? We've got all kinds, including special finishes and papers. And they're all absolutely guaranteed. Because you have a vision, and we have your card. 500 start at just $9.99 when you enter BC500 at Vistaprint.com.
Are you living with slow internet at home? Or maybe no internet at all? Then you need HughesNet Gen 4, high-speed satellite internet. Whether you live out of town or way out of town, HughesNet is available wherever you call home. So you can live where you love and enjoy a great internet connection too. HughesNet features smart technologies to make your online experience better than ever. So go ahead, shop for deals. Learn new things. Share little moments. And stay in touch. Connect to what matters most with HughesNet.
Right now is the perfect time to finally get high-speed internet where you live. HughesNet, America's #1 choice for satellite internet. Call now. For a limited time, standard installation is free. For special offers only in your area, text SPEED to 35,000.
We are only moments away from the largest number of poll closings of the night. Voting wrapped up in 16 states, plus the District of Columbia. 172 electoral votes up for grabs in this historic presidential race. Welcome back to Fox News Election Headquarters. I'm Brett Baer.
Hi, everybody, and I'm Megyn Kelly. We'll start getting some results from major Senate races as Republicans fight to keep their majority now. The Democrats need to pick up 5 seats, a total of net 5, tonight to take control. Polls closing shortly in places like Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Florida, and Illinois, where Republican incumbents faced heated re-election campaigns. So they'll be watching not only the top line item tonight, but these Republican numbers very closely to see who's going to have the power in the Senate to get their confirmations through, depending on who wins the White House.
And you're talking about a lot of tight races there. New Hampshire with Kelly Ayotte and the sitting governor, Maggie Hassan. You're talking about Illinois that looks like heading into Election Day that Mark Kirk was going to lose. In just about 10 seconds, we will find out as we count down to the next poll closings, the biggest of the night, 172 electoral votes. It's 8 o'clock in the East. Fox News can now project that Republican Donald Trump will win Missouri based on exit polls. He will also win Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, according to the Fox News decision team.
You can hear the people in the crowd outside of the Fox News channel cheering at some of these results. Meantime, Democrat Hillary Clinton will easily win her home state of Illinois, according to exit polls. Mrs. Clinton is also performing strongly on the East Coast, where Fox projects she will win New Jersey, Massachusetts, Maryland, Delaware, and the District of Columbia.
In Maine, one of the 2 states that does not use a winner-take-all system of awarding electoral votes, Fox can now project that Clinton is ahead, although it's too early to make a projection in that state. Based on Fox exit polls, it's too early to project the winner. Also in Pennsylvania, although Clinton is said to be leading there.
Watching that one very closely. Polls have also closed in 2 other important states that we are not yet ready to call, Florida and New Hampshire. The Sunshine State represents a whopping 29 electoral votes, while the Granite State represents just 4. And yet both are crucial to these candidates, especially Donald Trump.
Now, just remember that you're looking at these numbers and the percentages, and that is the raw early vote that we have right at the beginning when the polls close. And we are also looking at these states with the exit polls as well. So when you look at the percentages, that's not really where they stand now overall.
But the importance of Florida cannot be overstated, that is a critical must-have state to Donald Trump. Any path to the White House that Donald Trump has requires Florida. That's just period, end of report. You can try to do it without other states, but you cannot try to do it without Florida. So we're all watching that one extremely carefully. And they've both been making a big play for New Hampshire in the past couple of weeks.
Now let's go to a big batch of Senate races. Fox News can project that Democratic Congresswoman Tammy Duckworth, I mentioned her, of Illinois, will unseat Republican Senator Mark Kirk, giving Democrats a key pickup tonight. Remember, Democrats need 4 with the White House, 5 without, to take over the Senate, depending on who's elected president.
That one was not a surprise in Illinois. Fox News can also project that Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal, a Democrat, will win a second term by defeating Republican Dan Carter. And in Maryland, Democrat Chris Van Hollen will beat Republican Congresswoman Kathy Saliga in the race to succeed retiring Democratic Senator Barbara Mikulski.
In Oklahoma, Republican Senator James Lankford will win re-election, beating Democratic challenger Mike Workman.
I want to turn now to Delaware, where Fox News can now project that Democrat John Carney, a former aide to Vice President Joe Biden, will defeat Republican Colin Bonini to become the state's next governor, according to exit polls and partial vote returns.
Okay, let's bring in our panel really quickly. Britt, your thoughts as we get this data? I mean, no surprises there. Mark Kirk obviously was a vulnerable senator from the beginning.
And he gives you an idea of what the political atmosphere is like in the U.S. Congress. Mark Kirk is basically a moderate Republican. Can't survive. You can't survive as a moderate in these parties these days, which is why there's no real center in either the House or the Senate, which is why it's so hard to get things done. So Mark Kirk loses. He came out. He was never for Trump from the beginning. He's been very critical of Trump. He did everything he could to run a campaign that would make him acceptable again to his home state of Illinois, and he's gone. And that's the atmosphere in which we operate. So,
although he didn't have a great debate performance when he challenged Tammy Duckworth's heritage.
Never a good idea.
Yeah.
No, she's an Iraq
senators.
war veteran.
War veteran.
Lost,
he didn't run a perfect campaign, but I think what beat him was basically his profile. Mm-hmm. Republican in a blue state. Just let me add one more thing. Looking at the percentage of the vote in state after state where we're getting exit polls, we see this almost uniform percentage of women versus men. It's about 54% women, 47% men in state after state after state. And we see Hillary Clinton rolling up big margins with women and Donald Trump rolling up big but smaller margins among men, which kind of tells you where we may be headed.
Mm-hmm. How about it? What do you make of the fact that New Hampshire is too close to call tonight, Chris? I mean, a state that I don't know that they were seriously considering it in play prior to the Comey announcement, but it certainly came back into play, and Donald Trump made a hard push there the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely, and he did campaign there hard, and he seemed to think, and it's a funny thing that we talk about New Hampshire as a Democratic state because it has been a rock rib Republican state so long. I just want to say one thing about these Senate races, and the class of 2010, in other words, they run every 6 years, so the people that are running the Republicans for re-election and now were elected in 2010. 2010 was not a presidential election year. It was a midterm election. It was the Obamacare election. It was the election of huge victories by Republicans. The problem is, midterm election, you get a much smaller electorate. About 90 million people voted in 2010. 130 million people voted in 2012, and we assume again tonight. So it's a much bigger and different election. These people were elected in a small, very Republican, very aggressively anti-Obama 2010, and a lot of them won in blue states like Illinois, like Wisconsin, like New Hampshire, and now they're trying to defend in a completely different atmosphere in 2016, and that's going to be a problem for them.
Just to give the viewers some perspective, they're predicting, the Democrats could take control of the Senate tonight, not Fox News decision desk, but just coming into tonight, analysts were saying, okay, so watch for the Democrats to likely take control of the Senate, and they were saying they could win between 4 and best case scenario, dream scenario for the Democrats would be 7. So 4 would not be unexpected in an in a year where the Republicans are defending 20 seats? 24 seats. The Democrats only 10. And it'll be the reverse in a couple of years from now on the next election. And so, that's likely to switch back and forth.
Exactly. We can make another call. The Fox News decision desk can call the state of Rhode Island for Hillary Clinton. And as you see on your screen, the electoral votes will tick up throughout the night. We're going to move those electoral votes right now 68 to 67. And it's also obviously on the bottom of your screen. Rhode Island, not a shocker, because that's expected to be a Democratic stronghold.
Mm-hmm. And 270 is the magic number. People may know that by now, but they may have forgotten. 270 is what they need to get to become president. A lot of these that we've called so far have been baked in, and we haven't had any surprises in the Electoral College so far on either side, but the night is still young.
The night is young. Bill Hemmer is upstairs at the data deck with Karl Rove.
Hey guys, good evening again. Just ticking through some of these states right now in Ohio, just looking here at Franklin County, that's Columbus. It's early, but Clinton at the moment is outperforming, at least on a percentage basis, the vote that Barack Obama got in the same county 4 years ago. We could pop down here to North Carolina, just kind of get a measure of what's happening here in the Tar Heel State. This is Wake County. That's Raleigh. They were both there yesterday, and just watching this, early returns in, she's a tick below 60%. Obama was right about 56% 4 years ago. Just show you down here in Florida real quick, and starting to see some of the strength down here in the southeast. This is just north of Palm Beach County, and Trump is doing better than, say, Mitt Romney did 4 years ago. But again, we're just watching this as the returns come in early. I want to swing around here real quick and bring in Karl Rove and all this. We promised you guys we would bring you up to speed in 2016 with a modern-day whiteboard.
Yeah, they made fun of our little whiteboard. Make fun of this one.
They did.
Big electronic whiteboard.
What do you want us to focus on?
Well, first of all, you've talked about 3 states. We're going to keep coming back to these states all night because these 3 states, Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, 3 big swing states, are absolutely critical, as has been said before, to Donald Trump winning the presidency. And you just pointed out an important thing. All 3 of these states have early voting, and all these 3 states tend to report at the beginning of the night, when their first returns come in, those votes. And like in Florida, we're talking 6.5 million votes come in, bang, right at the beginning. Right. So we tend to see a Democratic advantage, and the question is, can that Democratic advantage last through the night? So we're a long way, even though, as you pointed out accurately, she's ahead in these early votes in these states. This thing is going to tighten up as we go through the election day.
This is your swinging trio.
We're going to keep coming back and back. Well,
what is this?
If Trump takes these states, if he loses Florida, the election's over. But if he starts to take some of these states, we're then going to be concerned about what is the hole in the blue wall, the 242 electoral votes in 18 states that the Democrats have won the last 6 times. These are the states where he's been focused in the last couple of days. Pennsylvania the biggest, Michigan the second, Wisconsin and Minnesota. He's got to break into the big blue wall. The bigger the number, the bigger the state he takes, the better his chances.
Now, this is upper Midwest. It has not been contended
Great Lakes. Great Lakes.
This is 1988?
Well, the Republicans haven't won these states since at least 1972
in Minnesota.
But look, they've contested. Bush came within 2.5 points in Pennsylvania. Wisconsin. In 2000, Bush came within 5,500 votes of carrying the state, and about, I think, 11,000 in 2004. So there have been efforts to take them, but they haven't been successful. And the question is, can he pull a brick out of the blue wall, preferably with a large number of electoral votes?
Thank you, Karl, very much. We'll get an electronic eraser up here in a moment. Show you something fancy. See? The magic of Rove.
At least we're stepping it up away from the Sharpie.
I kind of like it. Joining us now, former New York City mayor and senior advisor to Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani. Mr. Mayor, great to see you tonight. Thanks for being here with us. So let's just talk about Florida first off the bat. And what we're being told is, some pretty big numbers in terms of the Latino turnout, which the conventional wisdom is this would not be good for Donald Trump. Your take on it?
Well, my take on it is it's a little bit different than the Latino turnout in some other states because you have to include in that a Cuban vote. I realize there's kind of a split in the Cuban community between the younger Cubans and the older Cubans, but it isn't the same, wouldn't be the same thing, let's say, as the Latino or Hispanic vote in New York or in California. So it isn't going to be as dominantly pro-Obama. I know the Cuban community in Little Havana. I happen to spend a lot of time there for a totally irrelevant reason, the fact that I love cigars. and I know all those families. I know all those families very well. The Padron family, Don Pepin Garcia.
Oh wow!
They're big.
You're taking a walk down memory lane.
They're big Trump supporters. So that vote's not going to be quite as monolithic as it looks. And I don't think the Jewish vote is going to be as monolithic as it sometimes always is.
You still predicting a Trump victory in Florida?
No. I'm telling you, I don't know. Look, it's going to be close. Florida, I would never predict Florida. Carl should never predict Florida either. He knows what happened in 2000. My goodness, Florida is not a predictable state. But I think it's still a very, very viable state for Donald Trump. I think he can still win Florida.
Mr. Mayor, Florida has changed since you ran for president and had a Florida strategy. The demographics have changed, not only in that I-4 corridor, but also throughout the state. It's a higher population. There were more early votes cast in Florida than were cast in the 2000 election. So it's a different state.
It is a different state. But that doesn't mean it isn't necessarily a state in which there aren't an awful lot of Trump supporters. I've been up and down Florida. I guess I must have spent a total of a week and a half there. The support for Donald Trump in the northern part of the state is overwhelming. The support in Tampa is very strong. I'll admit it was a little bit weaker in Orlando than I expected it to be. And I think basically the Palm Beach down to Miami vote, it's going to be Democratic, but I don't think it's going to be as strongly Democratic as it used to be.
Mr. Mayor, we've been looking at the gender gap tonight and the fact that women are not coming out for Donald Trump, but traditionally Republican women, married suburban Republican women, are not apparently coming out for Donald Trump. And this has been an issue for him in the earlier polling. Should he have done anything differently in your mind to get that group behind him?
I'll tell you that in 2 days. It'll take me about 2 days to figure out, or maybe 3, or maybe longer, to figure out if something different had to be done. If he wins, sometimes when you win, you don't think anything different had to be done, and if you lose, you think everything different had to be done. It's hard to analyze in the middle of an election. He's going to overperform with the white male vote. I think he may do a little bit better with the African-American vote, both in terms of the percentage that shows up and his percentage. He spent an awful lot of time going back to August in every speech talking about what he wanted to do for the African-American and the Hispanic communities. I think that's going to pay some dividends for him. This is the first Republican candidate that spent as much time on that as at least I remember. Only one I remember ever doing that was Jack Kemp.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We do have a call to make. The Fox News Decision Desk can make a call in the Florida Senate race. Marco Rubio will win the Florida Senate race against Patrick Murphy, the Democratic challenger representative. This was a lot tighter than people thought it was going to be, actually, heading into this race, and that could go to what we were just talking about, that breakdown of the Hispanic Latino vote. But it is possible also that vote split tickets, and it might be a factor. But Rubio wins this race. Remember, he ran for president, decided he was not going to run for Senate after he lost that primary battle, and then said, you know what? I think I am.
Well, and he was excoriated by Trump and others during that primary battle for missing so many days of work in the Senate while he was working on his presidential contest, and tried to run as an outsider when he was running for president by saying, this is a reason why I'm not returning to the Senate, because I hate the way Washington works, and I hate the gridlock, and I hate the system. And then when he lost the presidential bid, decided he didn't hate the Senate as much as he suggested that he did, but he's won there. Sometimes politicians say things that aren't true. I know, Chris, I hate to be the one to break it to you. So he's won there tonight, but it's interesting to watch because Rubio was just booed by a group down in South Florida who were calling him a traitor because he wound up saying he was going to vote for Donald Trump and that he would back Donald Trump. So there's a question about whether some of the Hispanic community in what are traditionally blue-leaning counties would come out for Rubio, even though they're not Republicans. They voted for him in the past because they liked him. Whether they did or they didn't, he had enough votes tonight to reclaim that seat.
I tell you who's happy. is Mitch McConnell, because this was a major win for his ability to possibly hold on to the Senate majority in the Senate. And if Patrick Murphy won this race, he had President Obama, he had Hillary Clinton, he had Vice President Biden, all campaigning down there, and it was closing. Now it seems that this is one race that the Senate is going to hold on to, and the other questions are in Missouri, New Hampshire, and others tonight.
Tight races. So they're almost finished voting in Arkansas, and we're keeping an eye on all the latest numbers for you as the 2016 election results continue to pour in.
Bill O'Reilly joins us coming up. We're recapping the biggest races so far and so much more live from Fox News election headquarters. That's all still ahead.
Now that FedEx has helped us simplify our e-commerce, we can focus on bigger issues like our passive-aggressive environment.
We're not passive-aggressive.
Hey, there are no bad suggestions here, no matter how lame they are.
Well said, Anne. I've always admired how you just say what's in your head without thinking. Very brave.
Good point, Ted. You're living proof that looks aren't everything.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So, FedEx helps simplify our e-commerce business, and this is not a passive-aggressive environment.
I just want to say you guys are doing a great job.
What's that supposed to mean?
FedEx, helping small business simplify e-commerce.
We asked people to write down the things they love to do most on these balloons.
Travel with my daughter.
Roller derby?
Now, give up half of them.
Do I have to?
This is the tough financial choice we could face when we retire. But if we start saving even just 1% more of our annual income, we could keep doing all the things we love.
Prudential, bring your challenges.
If you've been diagnosed with cancer, searching for answers like where to treat can feel overwhelming. So start your search with a specialist at Cancer Treatment Centers of America. Start with teams of cancer treatment experts under one roof, focused on the delivery of precision cancer treatment. Start at one of the Cancer Treatment Centers of America hospitals near you. The evolution of cancer care is here. Learn more at cancercenter.com/experts. Appointments available now.
If you have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, isn't it time to let the real you shine through? Introducing Otezla, Apremilast. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clearer skin is achievable after just 4 months, with reduced redness, thickness, and scaliness of plaques. And the Otezla prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't take Otezla if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Otezla may increase the risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Side effects may include diarrhea, nausea, upper respiratory tract infection, and headache. Tell your doctor about all the medicines you take and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Ask your dermatologist about Otezla today. Otezla. Show more of you.
Welcome back, everybody, to New York City, Times Square, the crossroads of the world. And there's our beautiful Fox News map up on the side of a big building.
This is
in New York City.
That's right. This is the national popular vote, and you can see the breakdown there. Right now, 50.2% for Donald Trump. 9,377,301 votes have been cast for him, and there you see Clinton at 46.3%. And you can see the different counties and precincts basically coloring in with the red or the blue throughout. And we will monitor this throughout the night.
Remember when Times Square used to be filled with exotic dancers and bars? Now it's electoral college results. What a shift.
This naked cowboy is there somewhere. Let's bring in Bill O'Reilly, who you normally see at this time as the host of the O'Reilly Factor. We're also joined by syndicated columnist, Fox News contributor, Dr. Charles Krauthammer. Bill, your take about where we are and what we're seeing.
Well, Trump's competing pretty well, I think, across the board. But the army of
people that his campaign expected to come out that were disassociated with polling and things like that. That hasn't materialized. But, you know, the Florida thing, he's got a chance to win Florida because of the panhandle vote. In Ohio, it's hard to tell because we don't know where the votes are coming from right now. North Carolina, a little dicier for Trump there. But he's competing in Virginia, although Northern Virginia usually comes in later, and then that'll sweep Hillary Clinton. But I think that at this point, it'd be foolish to make any kind of broad assessment of what the vote's going to turn out to be. It doesn't look like there's going to be any shocking upsets or shocking vote tallies anywhere. It's a slug out right now, and Trump needs it all to go in his favor. So Charles Krauthammer, dude, I make any mistakes? You're my guy, always trying to keep me on the straight and narrow. Did I say anything wrong?
So much error, so little time. So, look, at this point, I think the trends of the sort of the general analyses about favorable ratings would tend towards Clinton. She actually beats Trump in the exit polls on honest and trustworthy, which is a pretty odd finding, and it's at odds with the latest in the polls. I think what's really interesting is, I think it was noted a little earlier, is that Trump got 27, 28% of the Hispanic vote, which is almost exactly what Romney got. I think the big difference is there appears to have been an enormous increase in the registration of Hispanics. So they turned out, and it's the turnout in very high numbers, which I think is so damaging to Trump right now.
But you're not seeing any kind of sweep in Florida, for example, a heavy Hispanic state. And it's very, very possible.
But there just aren't
very
enough
possible
Hispanics.
Trump could win Florida.
But there just aren't enough Hispanics in Florida or elsewhere to turn a big advantage into a sweep of the state. We always knew it was going to be close. And right now, it's hard to say how it'll end up, but she's slightly ahead. And for her,
yeah, but I don't think
for her this is not a
I don't think Trump is underperforming. Right. See, I don't think Trump is underperforming. I don't think he's overperforming. And as Brit Hume pointed out, if he doesn't overperform in some place like Michigan or Pennsylvania, she'll win. He's got to overperform in one of those key states. But he's not underperforming, even though some of the exit polling is dubious on his behalf. Would you cede me that?
Look, Bill, underperforming in this election is not reaching 270. So that's the only underperformance that matters. You want to compare it to the latest exit polls or the latest polling that was done on the eve of the election, that's fine. But the fact is that he has to carry the big three swing states, Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio, and to penetrate the blue wall. Right now, that looks like a distant prospect.
Which state do you think that Hillary Clinton will take out of those three?
I think it's likely she'll take Florida, and it's a toss-up whether she takes North Carolina. Ohio, I think he has the edge, but again, she doesn't have to have all these states.
Well, where do you think her strength is going to come in Florida? It's pretty much a dead heat now. And then the northern counties in the central time zone are the ones that remain to be counted, and that's Trump territory. So how is she going to
I think it's a 2% lead now, and with over 80% of the vote in, that is not a dead heat. It's a substantial advantage.
Okay, I don't have that latest information. You know.
Yeah, well, it helps to have it.
Clinton is up by 2 in Florida right now as we speak?
I think it was 49 to 47, something like that. We can verify that.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, then the better odds are that she'll win. But remember, that is Trump territory up in the north in the central time zone. Okay. In the overall overarch of the vote, has anything surprised you?
What surprises me is the two main issues that propelled Trump's campaign, that won him the nomination, and that people were looking to say there's sort of an ideological revolution going on in the country, and that is immigration and trade. What is very striking about the exit polling is that on immigration, the country is roughly 3-1 for legalization, which you wouldn't have known by looking simply at the primaries. But even more interesting is the one where people think there was more of a national consensus to overturn the general consensus over the last 50 years on trade, and that is hostility to trade. The exit polling shows only a 3-point spread between those people who think that trade is costing us the jobs and those who are giving us jobs. And that, I think, sort of undermines the idea that the country as a whole has turned against it. If you look at it, it's basically 2-1 against trade on the Republican side, roughly 2-1 in favor on the Democratic side, which means we are not necessarily headed into a Brexit type, economic isolationist type a consensus in the country.
No, because it's not that
that's
stark.
very different from what
right.
we had thought. Trump wrote it in the primaries because he discerned it as the issue in his constituency, but it does not extend far beyond it. And those, I think, are the two most striking findings in the election.
So you're going to make a prediction that Clinton's the next president?
If you force me, I'll take it.
All right, Charles Krauthammer. Now we throw it back to our election guys, and we appreciate you having us in. Thank you.
All right, Bill, thank you. I didn't get the prediction. What did you decide?
Looks like she's winning.
All right, we're going to call now the Fox News Decision Desk. Indiana Senate for Representative Todd Young. This is a big win against Senator Evan Bayh, former senator from Indiana, a big name there in Indiana. And then when this race started, Evan Bayh was up double digits. Todd Young fought his way back. He's 44 years old, currently a congressman. He's a Marine, and he had a lot of support from the Republican Party. This is a major hold. This is the retiring Dan Coats seat for the Republicans, and one in which really does paint a better picture now with Rubio holding in Florida and Young winning in Indiana, that perhaps if Republicans shoot the gap, they can hold on to control of the United States Senate. A lot of races still yet to call, including New Hampshire, Missouri, Wisconsin, and others. Megan, let's set it up to you.
Brett, so we're hearing now that Marco Rubio will make some remarks at around 8:40 or so, 8:45 this evening. So we'll stay tuned to hear what he has to say as he manages to secure a victory. And the conventional wisdom is that he's probably looking forward again to 4 years from now to set himself up. So because while he was defeated in the primary season, even his greatest detractors thought he might have more hope on the national scale presidential race the next time around. So he's managed to eke out a victory tonight. Now there's a lot of speculation about if the rest of these Senate races come down as they were predicted to come down, given what we've seen tonight with Indiana and Florida, that the Republicans possibly could hold the Democratic wins to the place where they have a 50-50 Senate. Now, if Hillary wins the presidency, then the Democrats have control of that chamber, and they'll have sort of divided government in the Senate, where the Democrats, if history's any guide, would control the committees, and they'll have to work together. They'll have to work across the aisle. But if the Democrats do retain control or gain control of that Senate, and she becomes the next president, she's going to get her Supreme Court nominations confirmed and other nominations confirmed. So we'll wait to see. It's 8:29 and 20 seconds here in the East Coast, and we are waiting now for another race call. We've got several states that are too close to call, as you can see from the bottom of your screen: Pennsylvania, Florida, New Hampshire, North Carolina. All of those, it's not a mystery. We're not completely shocked that those are too close to call. In particular, Florida. And by the way, we're hearing it's very tight in Florida right now, very tight in Florida, and that's a state where you have to have a mandatory recount if it's too close. So we may not know the answer in Florida before the end of this evening, and we'll find out whether that even matters as these states continue to come in. So now we're 4 seconds away from our next race call, and we are prepared to make that one for you. Now, it's 8:30 p.m. here in New York City. The polls have now closed in the state of Arkansas, and it is too early for the Fox News Decision Desk to project whether Donald Trump will win Arkansas where Hillary Clinton served as first lady for 12 years. Of course, the Clintons have a long history in that state. Also, Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win Alabama's 9 electoral votes, according to our Fox News exit polls and partial vote returns. Again, I want to take you back to Florida because this is an important state right now. We were just looking at the latest, the Bureau of Elections down there posts the results as they're seeing it, and it is razor thin. This is just according to a few minutes ago, but it changes by the second, showing Trump slightly ahead in Florida with 3,990,000 votes, 300, so that's, call it 3.99, and Hillary just behind him by about 4,000, 3,986,000. So you're talking about a 4,000 vote difference there as of a few moments ago, but that, I mean, anything can happen there. They are counting as we speak. So let's figure out what all this means and whether they can foretell anything from this. Not me. I don't know. These guys know, though. Yeah, they're the experts. Carl, you see anything you object to so far?
Well, things change really fast. State Board of Elections now says the tech count in Florida is 4,266,000 for Trump to 4,172,000 for Hillary Clinton. The panhandle of Florida, Okaloosa, Escambia, Bay, Walton, these very heavily Republican precincts on the western side of the panhandle are starting to come in, and he's now opened up a...
That's good for Trump. That's supposed to be Trump territory.
Yeah, he's now opened up a 1.1% lead. And this will change again within the next 2 or 3 minutes because the central time zone is now coming in, and those counties are overwhelmingly Republican.
So if you're advising Trump tonight, how do you like these numbers? How do you like the way it stands at this point, given what counties they've counted?
I'd be interested in what Starwald says, so I'll speak first and he can correct me.
No one's ever said that. No, just kidding.
Tough crowd.
I say it every night.
Man. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at the Southeast, and I would have thought that he would run slightly ahead of what Mitt Romney did because he's the homeboy. He's got Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, right.
He's not. In Broward and Palm Beach, he's not running ahead of where Romney is. And that's not a good sign for him. Now he's also trailing in Hillsborough, which Hillsborough is a bellwether county. It is voted for the winner 19 out of the last 20 elections. Wow. It's voted for the national winner, and right now it's for Hillary Clinton. Again,
what part of the state is that?
That's in the western edge of the I-4 corridor in the central part of Tampa. And I'd say this. I'd say that we got to take this all with a grain of salt because so many votes were cast early. And those get counted first and get reported first.
So those are in these numbers we're looking at. Those are in these 4 million
numbers we're looking at. And then as the evening goes on, the question is, how much better does somebody do on Election Day than they did in the early vote?
Chris?
Well, look, the issue here, as we always know, is the I-4 corridor, which is from Orange County. Well, it goes all the way to the coast, both coasts, but it's from Orange County, which is Orlando, and then Tampa and St. Petersburg on the other side. Republicans have been doing worse in the Tampa-St. Pete area because it's gotten younger and it's gotten more diverse. Now, the problem is up in Orlando, that was good country for Obama. I was expecting to see that Clinton would not do as well in Metro Orlando as Obama did. I expected her to underperform, and so far that's not the case. So far she's holding her own with these voters.
Yeah, I expected her actually to do worse because this is an area where there has been significantly, for Trump to do worse, and her to do better. This has been an area of a large amount of the middle class of Puerto Rico has fled to Central Florida and is now living in Orange County, waiting for the economy back home to get better, and they've registered to vote. And Democrats say in Orange and the surrounding counties, Orlando and the surrounding area, this is where the Puerto Ricans are registering as, and Central Americans registering as independents, not Democrats.
Now stand by. I want to get to Dana, but first I want to go over to Bill Hemmer at the Billboard so we can drill down a little bit deeper into what we're seeing in these Florida
I think it's fascinating what we're seeing these developments here and just some of what Carl was talking about there. And you look at the total vote number. This is the panhandle that you guys were just discussing here. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's almost like, you've got a weight up here and a counterweight down here. And I was just ticking through this I-4 corridor. Let me go back in here for a moment here. This is, Tampa to the west. It's Orlando in the middle. It's Daytona Beach up to the north. And let's clear that off here. This is Hillsborough County, okay? So she's got about a 6 foot. Look at the percentage on this. At 6%. 4 years ago, Obama was at 53%. Okay, so you examine that and you store that data point away. Then you come up the I-4 corridor. This is Orlando, Orange County. At the moment, she's at 60% to his 35%, which is a pretty decent number, outperforming a little bit percentage-wise from Obama 4 years ago. This is Seminole County. County, largely Republican. Mitt Romney had 76% of the vote in that county alone 4 years ago. So how's Trump doing on the margins right now? He's a little bit below that, about 73%. The Trump team had talked a lot about Daytona Beach for some time leading up. This is one of the two counties that Romney flipped 4 years ago. And so in Volusia County, Daytona Beach, Trump is right about 55% comparison to 4 years ago. So he's well outperforming the margin there. Up here in Flagler, another county that Romney flipped 4 years ago, it was 53.7. And at the moment, it's 59%. So now you start to look at the raw numbers, Carl, and you look at perhaps 35,000 votes in this county, perhaps 20,000 in another, and it's, as they say, it's real money after a while, and that's what you're starting to see just a little bit. This is Palm Beach down here. Trump has Mar-a-Lago. She's just under 58%, and Obama last year was right about that number, 58.6% compared to Romney. So you can fish and feel and find a lot of what adds up to just a super tight race between Clinton and Trump, 4.2 to 4.1. 4 years ago, the raw numbers were, this is 75,000 votes 4 years ago in a state where you had 8.5 million cast. I think, Carl, we were talking over the weekend that you typically get, what, about a 20 to 25% increase?
Well,
and new votes over a 4 year period? Well, does that apply to this?
Well, that's what happened between 2000 and 2004 was a 25% increase. This was expected to be a year in which there's not going to be a dramatic increase, and we are having a significant increase in a lot of states. I would say something. Bill has put his finger on something. I used to have a place, excuse me, in the Panhandle. Mm-hmm.
I can cover for you for a moment.
I used to have a place in the Panhandle. It's got more in tune with southern Alabama than it does with southern Florida. And
is that Escambia? What was that?
Well, I was in Walton, man.
Here.
And they used to call it the Redneck Riviera. But affectionately, right. You also look though at the eastern part of the I-4 corridor, Volusia and Flagler, and that's Daytona Beach. They have NASCAR. That is more blue collar. That's more working class. That's more sort of middle America than the increasingly diverse Tampa, St. Pete. And so they share something in common, those two parts of Florida, and that may be a reason why Trump is doing a little bit better than Romney was.
So wait, I want to get to Dana, but I have to ask you, Chris, as somebody who can actually has been part of the team actually making these calls and trying to figure out what counties have yet to come in. Yeah. What do the numbers we have so far tell us from the counties that we've already gotten? Can you tell anything? I mean, with Trump slightly ahead, is it just the Panhandle now we're waiting for, which is heavily Republican, or do you believe there's a trove of Democratic votes still out there to come in?
Yeah, and I tell you what I'd do. I'd get that 2000 video ready. I'd get those hanging Chad videos.
Oh, come on.
I'd get those queued up. Well, it couldn't be any daggone closer, could it? I mean, this is about as tight as it gets. Yes, there's going to be more vote count that comes in from the Panhandle. Yes, it's going to be overwhelmingly Republican. But if you look at how can we see Jacksonville?
Sure can. It's Duval County up here in the Northeast. For this year, you're at 49 to 47.
And show Mr. and Mrs. America what it was last time.
All right, 2012.
So I thought Trump would be doing better there. I thought that it would be better for him there. Where are these blue-collar white voters that need to storm to the polling places for him? He needs them to show up. And who is going to show up, and apparently who is showing up, are a lot of first-time Hispanic voters. Mm-hmm. And I think it's going to be tight.
Let's go back to Volusia or one of the Panhandle counties. This is where the supporters are showing up who didn't show up.
Santa Rosa, where Huckabee's hanging out tonight.
I saw him in the green room.
I was going to say, I think he's downstairs.
He looks tan, though.
He has a very large house on the beach. Let's go down there. I've seen it.
Can you be more specific where?
I tell you, when I think back about elections past, and I think about 2000 to 2004, what we were doing when you were running Bush's campaign in 2004, Carl, is that we were watching the I-4 corridor because we wanted to see what was happening and the difference in the percentage of the vote between Bush and Kerry over that 4 year period. Did it go up or did it go down? Did it go higher or did it go lower? And we come back to 2004, and it's how we won the state. And I remember the night you were on the air saying that we've won Florida. And the Democrats were on the air saying, no, we've won Florida. And we look at the numbers and we run up from Hillsborough County here in Tampa, where he was a 6-7 point winner in Tampa. And we followed that line up into Polk County, then eventually Orlando, where you look at the margin then. It was about a point. And that's when I was working at another shop then, but we were able to make the call and say, you're wrong. Bush has won Florida, and now we move to Ohio to watch the outcome.
Well, if Trump manages to pull off a victory in Florida, I mean, it's absolutely critical to him. He cannot win without Florida, and that could open up everything for him. And if there's any position where the networks have to call Florida for Hillary Clinton, Trump knows he's done. If he retains Florida in the win column, it's a totally different ballgame because there's no other state that he must have that has even been called yet, right? That there's nothing in the questionable category that's gone toward her, unlike some of these Senate races. But if he loses in Florida, thanks to, in part, a large Hispanic turnout, Dana, it's fascinating because so many Latino voters who have been reacting negatively to Trump felt like this would be their day where they could come and seek their revenge, if you will. And maybe that hasn't happened on a national basis thus far. We don't have the evidence for that yet. But if it happens in the singular state of Florida, that's enough.
Florida, and also I think that you've seen a lot of focus from the Democrats in Nevada. So those are two states where you would have more Latino voters. I also want to see in Florida if Trump's enthusiasm, which he had a ton of, can beat her organization. And it really comes down to that. Earlier on in the campaign, Donald Trump said that organization is overrated. He might be right. If you have that kind of enthusiasm that you can get people in like the Daytona Beach, as they were talking about, or in that Panhandle, you saw his rallies there. They were amazing.
20,000 people in some circumstances.
So he's got the enthusiasm. Those people probably did come out and vote. But then quietly, the Democrats were registering, I said earlier tonight, 600,000 new Latino voters since 2008 to the Republicans registering 50,000.
Wow. What a story this is going to be with all eyes on Florida right now, a must-have state for Donald Trump. And we continue to look at Ohio, to look at North Carolina, to look at Pennsylvania, all of which are too close to call at this hour, 8:42 here in the East. Brett, it's getting exciting.
It's getting very exciting. Just back to Florida very quickly, a couple of quick points in the exit polls. If Cuban Americans, 53-41, Donald Trump. Other Hispanic, 70-25, Hillary Clinton. And I just want to point out as we go to break, when I was in Tallahassee for that recount, we were in the back of a Ryder truck covering those things, and Bill Hemmer was at another network with a big spread and a lot of buffet food. It was much better, but we got through. And as we come back, we'll have
but now you have the shandy.
The shandy is ours. And as we take a live look at Times Square tonight, the fair and balanced analysis from our Fox News election headquarters continues. This is getting interesting, folks.
This season, start a new tradition. Experience the power of Infinity now with leases starting at $319 a month. Infinity. Empower the drive.
You may know us for our quality fuels. You might know we're the world's largest independent refiner, or even that we're in the Fortune 500 top 20. But did you know we've given over $100 million for children's charities, delivered more than 45,000 Meals on Wheels, and given over $10 million for higher education? To appreciate a company's true value, you have to understand the heart of its people.
I have asthma, one of many pieces in my life. So when my asthma symptoms kept coming back on my long-term control medicine, I talked to my doctor and found a missing piece in my asthma treatment with Brio.
Once daily Brio prevents asthma symptoms. Brio's for adults with asthma not well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Brio won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Brio opens up airways to help improve breathing for a full 24 hours. Brio contains a type of medicine that increases the risk of death from asthma problems and may increase the risk of hospitalization in children and adolescents. Brio is not for people whose asthma is well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Once your asthma is well controlled, your doctor will decide if you can stop Brio and prescribe a different asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Do not take Brio more than prescribed. See your doctor if your asthma does not improve or gets worse.
Ask your doctor if 24-hour Brio could be a missing piece for you. See if you're eligible for 12 months free at mybrio.com.
Welcome back to America's Election Headquarters. We are watching tight races on the presidential level. Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, too close to call. We do have a House call out of Florida, and this is interesting. It's Florida 26. We can call Representative Carlos Curbelo. The Republican will win against former Representative Joe Garcia, the Democrat. Now, why this is important is that this is a quintessential battleground district in a swing state in Florida. This has a heavy Latino presence. The fact that the Republican can pick up this race is significant. It includes Miami suburbs, all of the Florida Keys. You have a situation where Curbelo holds on to this seat, and it tells you a little bit, perhaps, about how the presidential race is that tight. It is the swingiest district of a swing state.
Swingiest. I like that.
Okay.
No, we're seeing a lot of signs now that this race is tightening and that this thing's far from over. And we want to talk about it now with our panel. Dana Lash is here, Mike Huckabee, former governor, Richard Fowler, and Mark Thiessen. Great to see you all. So let me start with Governor Huckabee, who's right over here. Yeah, not in Florida. He's here in the region.
Thank you.
I tell you, I thought I was invisible there for a while.
And what do you make of the razor-thin margin now? But Trump, according to the latest number I just saw, was up 102,000 in Florida.
Well, look, we're all hanging by Chad, and I think, it may be that way all night long. But I do think the panhandle vote is going to be over 80% for Donald Trump. It's going to be overwhelming. But one of the things that I take note of is that the people who ran with Trump are doing well and winning. The people who ran from Trump, the Republicans, they're getting hurt tonight. And I think that says a whole lot about where this election is going to go.
Dana, what do you think?
Well, I hope it's not too close to call. I don't want to see another 2000 take place, but I do think it's interesting, the turnout as well. I heard a lot about enthusiasm. I think some of what plays into that enthusiasm is just no other better way to put it, hatred for Hillary Clinton. There are a lot of people who really dislike her. And that's a great motivator for a lot of people who normally...
They're cheering you outside. They agree with your point.
Well, I mean, when we talk about enthusiasm, and I hate saying it, but is hate, it sounds so bad, but hatred kind of a candidate's policies, let me put it like that, of a candidate's policies, that really is a good motivator to get people out to change that and to put a stop to it.
Mark Thiessen, we've got Florida. Trump is up right now, according to these numbers. Ohio, still too close to call, but Trump's looking pretty good in Ohio, or has been coming into today at least. We have not been able to make a call in Virginia. No call in Virginia, which she was supposed to be running away with up until, basically the Comey announcement about, 11 days ago. No call in Pennsylvania. Same story there. She was supposed to run away with that. This race could be turning right now.
It could be very much so. And that, Virginia, remember, the same thing happened with Eddie Gillespie in the last election, where everybody thought that Virginia was going to go very easily to the Democrat, and he came within a hair of winning that state.
The point is the pre-election day vote polls in Virginia are a little
exactly. But there's an interesting pattern in two states that you mentioned that's emerging, in Ohio and Florida, which are must-win states for Donald Trump, is that in both of those states, the Republican Senate candidate has run way ahead of Donald Trump. I mean, Rob Portman has run the best campaign of anyone on any ballot in this election. He was predicted to go 18 points ahead of his rival. What did he do in Ohio to do that? He reached out to Democrats and labor unions and independents. He ran a positive, optimistic campaign. He reached out to women voters and tried to expand beyond the Republican base. And he had a fantastic ground game, 6 million voter contacts in a state that only had 5 million votes the previous year. And now it's too close to call for Donald Trump. He's won. Florida, Marco Rubio's won. We still don't know what's happening with Donald Trump. So there's something that these Senate candidates are doing in these same states that Donald Trump is not doing on a national level, and they are way ahead of him as a result because they're campaigning on a hopeful, optimistic agenda. And it's good for conservatives to learn from this night that message still sells. That's what still sells in the Republican Party.
Okay, Mark, but Donald Trump's doing pretty well. He's hanging tough in all of these states. And Richard, tonight, aren't Democrats a little worried as they look at this map?
We always thought this was going to be a close election.
Not this close.
True. But what I will say is this. I think what you're going to see tonight is the difference between enthusiasm and a turnout machine. I talked to the campaign before I came over here, and the numbers that they gave me there is that in Florida, the early voting among Latinos, they have 1 million Latinos have early voted, 2 times what it was in 2012. So while Donald Trump might have some enthusiasm on his side, what the Democrats have in Ohio, in Hamilton County, Ohio, which I think this is what that race is going to come down to, is they have a ground game. They are literally going to homes and saying, we are taking you to the polls, and the Trump campaign doesn't have that.
Right. But you're talking about the early vote in Florida. That's already in. It's in this batch. So we have this vote already in. So now you're looking at a Florida that is changing by the minute.
4 counties, Miami-Dade County, Broward County, Palm Beach County, and Hillsborough County. Hillary Clinton's up in all 4 of those. And there's still more votes to come in. I'm from Broward County. You can win the state right there. In 1992, Bill Clinton ran up the numbers in Broward County, and Hillary can do it again tonight.
But Richard, I think one of the things you've got to realize is that, yes, you've got a great ground game. You've given people a sandwich, a shot of whiskey, and a ride to the polls. But I'm telling you, Donald Trump's people are going to the polls and voting for him, and they didn't have to do anything other than being told it's election day. Let's get out there and go for it.
That's fair, but I think what you also
they're swimming at flood tide to go vote for him.
What you also see is that this race is a demographic shift in this country, right? Donald Trump is depending upon a group of voters that are sort of the Hispanic. There's a larger Hispanic population, a larger African American population. People doubted the African American community would come out, and yes, we're not seeing 2008 and 2012 numbers, but those elections, I would argue, are an anomaly because we had a black person at the top of the ticket. In this race, Hillary Clinton is performing better amongst African Americans than John Kerry is, which is the same with liked race, which is why I think she'll win Florida pretty handedly after all the votes come out.
Dana, let me just say one thing. The RNC would push back hard with what Richard is saying. They would say that the RNC had a pretty organized ground game, even though the Trump campaign didn't. The RNC made up for what was lacking in the Trump campaign's on-the-ground effort.
No, I think that's a good point. And the Trump campaign did lack a ground game in a number of states. I mean, that's pretty indisputable. But the point is that, as you just mentioned, the RNC was able to make up for that. But for all the talk of the amazing ground game that we've heard from Hillary Clinton, and I have to say, I grew up hearing the Clintons have a fantastic ground game. Would we not see greater disparity in some of these early results coming in from states like Florida, which that went blue last couple of times? I mean, Florida, this was something that Hillary Clinton, I think, felt Michigan? Confident, exactly. And yet, look at the results coming in.
Well, let me make one
look at the new voter registrants coming in as well.
Let me make one point on that. So what the Clinton campaign is depending upon is high population counties, which we know historically take a longer time to come in because there's more votes to be counted. So Broward County is going to take longer to come in than the Panhandle just based on population. So you have to wait for these votes to come in. I guarantee you at 11 o'clock, this map's going to look a lot different.
So you think we're going to get right down to the wire and then boom, all these are going to go blue? Is that what we're going to see?
Well, that's what we saw in 2012.
I'll give you credit if that happens. If that happens,
you're going to see big.
All right, guys, stand by. Joining us now with more, Bill Burton, former Deputy White House Press Secretary for President Obama. Bill, great to see you. So let's just start with Virginia right now.
Happy Election Day.
Yeah, and to you. Let's just start with Virginia, where right now they're saying that Trump is actually running up the score in the rural southwest of that state, and he's performing well in the Commonwealth of Virginia tonight. Now she's still waiting for that vote on Northern Virginia, which tends to be more Democratic. But you tell me whether that's a surprise to Democrats and Hillary Clinton's campaign.
No, not at all. I think that if you look at the geography and the demography of Virginia, of course those votes are going to be for Trump, but the massive migration of people has been to Northern Virginia, Arlington, Fairfax County, those counties in there. That's where the largest share of the vote is. That's where Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine are running strong, and that's fundamentally why she's going to win the state.
What about Florida?
I think that there's a lot more drama to this state, but there's still kind of votes. Florida, I mean, Broward County is barely counted yet. The numbers right now, I think, are predominantly from areas that are strong for Republicans. Not totally, but it's missing a lot of key counties that Democrats do well in. So in Florida, once again, Trump needs to win Florida in order for us to even keep paying attention to this race tonight. And it's not obvious that he's going to.
Well, he's up right now by 100,000 there, according to the latest poll. But you've got a situation where Trump's up 100.
Without votes being counted in Democratic strongholds, sure.
Well, some haven't been counted, but some have. And it seems, according to our election analysts, that state is very much in flux. And they can't say that, oh, yeah, all the outstanding vote is from Democratic counties, so, you know, it's done, or he's going to go down. They're not saying that at all. They're saying this is a dog race, and that we might be be looking at another 2,000, another 2,000 when we had the hanging chads and the U.S. Supreme Court had to decide what a nightmare that would be. We only have 8 justices. We need 9. But go ahead, Bill.
Well, unfortunately for Donald Trump, he would need to win a lot more than Florida or be tied in Florida for it to even matter for which way Florida goes.
But he hasn't been ruled out in any of his key states yet, Bill. He hasn't been ruled out in any not in Florida, not in North Carolina, not in Ohio, not in Pennsylvania, not in Michigan, not in Virginia.
Not yet, but it's early and they're still counting votes and the Democratic strongholds have not been counted yet. I'm feeling very confident about how things look in the whole country. In Florida, yeah, it looks like a tie right now. And Donald Trump has more votes on the board. But even if Hillary Clinton loses there, she's in great shape over the course of the rest of the night.
Hey, real quick, Bill, for Senate race, how do you think it looks right now? And was it poor recruiting with Patrick Murphy and Evan Bayh if they couldn't pull off those wins?
Well, you know what? Patrick Murphy and Evan Bayh ran very good campaigns. Evan Bayh was against a pretty strong tailwind of Mike Pence being at the top of the ticket in Indiana. And in Florida, for Patrick Murphy to have to run against the popular incumbent Senator Marco Rubio, who ran far ahead of where Donald Trump is in the state, it was very difficult. I don't think it was a matter of bad recruiting. I think that Republicans did the best that they could in states that are used to electing Republican senators, and that's what you saw happen tonight. But Pence at the top of the ticket in Indiana was a very hard thing to overcome there.
Bill, we appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
I don't know what he said. That was exciting. I wanted to find out. More than 150 electoral votes at stake at the top of the hour in just moments from now.
Polls close in 14 more states. Just 3 minutes, 20 seconds from now. Results as they come in. And guess what? It's pretty tight. Hi out there. This is a tight race outside Fox News election headquarters.
From Academy Award-winning director Mel Gibson, Hacksaw Ridge is one of the best reviewed films of the year. And Rolling Stone raves, it's a movie you don't want to miss.
Go get you home.
Hacksaw Ridge, rated R, now playing.
Do you own mutual funds? You may be paying fees and costs of up to 5% and not even know it. Fisher Investments isn't a mutual fund, and we don't have hidden fees. Do you own an annuity? Your broker may have made a commission of 8% or more when he sold it to you. Are you sure he had your best interests in mind? At Fisher Investments, we're not brokers, and we don't earn commissions on trades or by selling you products. With our model, as your portfolio grows, we grow.
Call now to learn why company founder and Forbes columnist Ken Fisher hates annuities and thinks you should too. We'll send you our free report, Annuity Insights. Find out the disadvantages of many annuities, how they can complicate your tax situation and may tie up your wealth, and what to do if you want out. Read our free report, Annuity Insights. It can help save you from financial heartache. Call Fisher Investments today. 1-800-890-4411. That's 1-800-890-4411.
This is Peloton, the indoor cycling experience designed to happen in your home. Only Peloton allows you to take high-energy live and on-demand studio cycling classes without having to go anywhere. Ride live with some of the best studio cycling instructors in the country. Ride flexible with thousands of on-demand rides. Ride connected alongside riders from all around the world. This is fitness evolved. This is Peloton.
At Fjallraven, we've always believed in your right to roam, to venture deeper, go further, and to take that next step. Since 1960, we have stayed true to our mission of developing timeless, functional, and sustainable outdoor equipment for any journey. We want you to discover life outdoors. Designed in Sweden and worn around the world, explore your right to roam at fjallraven.us or a specialty retailer near you.
We are just moments away now from the next set of poll closings. 14 states on the line and 156 electoral votes. Among the critical states, Arizona, Colorado, and Michigan. All three have been contested by both candidates. The Republicans typically win Arizona, but it's been somewhat in play this season, and both candidates are going for Colorado and Michigan, which was a late introduction into the dogfight category. And it is 9 o'clock here in New York, and polls have just closed in 14 more states, representing another 156 electoral votes. Fox News can now project that Hillary Clinton will win her adopted home state of New York based on Fox exit polls. Fox can also project that Donald Trump will win the states of Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, and Wyoming.
In Nebraska, one of just 2 states, along with Maine, that does not use a winner-take-all system of awarding delegates, Fox News can project that Donald Trump will win 4 electoral votes. It's too early to say who will win Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, which represents that state's 5th and final electoral vote. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton is ahead in New Mexico, although we don't yet know whether she will prevail there, which is really interesting because Donald Trump visited New Mexico in the final days of this campaign, a blue state.
Clearly, they saw something in their internal polling that the rest of us may not have seen in the public polling. It's also too early to project winners in perhaps the 2 most important battleground states of the hour, Arizona and Colorado. Trump has been counting on Arizona's 11 electoral votes to keep his presidential prospects alive. That was part of the Romney coalition. While Mrs. Clinton hopes that Colorado's 9 electoral votes will help cement her path to the White House.
And just now, a Colorado judge has rejected extending voting after a computer glitch there. So we're following that. Fox News can now project that Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer of New York will win a 4th term by easily beating Republican challenger Wendy Long, according to Fox exit polls. Schumer is widely viewed as the new leader of the Democratic caucus, and he would be the majority leader if the Democrats take over the majority. Obviously, Nevada Senator Harry Reid retiring.
And our decision desk can now project that the following 4 incumbent Republican senators will be reelected. Arizona's John McCain, who secures a 6th term by defeating Democrat Ann Kirkpatrick. Jerry Moran of Kansas, who wins a 2nd term by beating the Democrat there. John Hoeven of North Dakota, who gets a 2nd term by turning back a challenge from the Democrat Elliot Glassheim. And John Thune of South Dakota, who wins a 3rd term by beating Democrat Jay Williams tonight.
It is too early to project whether Democrat Russ Feingold of Wisconsin will take back his old Senate seat from Republican incumbent Ron Johnson, who took that seat from Feingold 6 years ago. A Feingold comeback would be an important pickup for the Democrats, as we've talked about, trying to retake the Senate. They need 5 net gain, 4 plus the White House. In Louisiana, where the so-called jungle primary is making it difficult to project who will replace retiring Senator David Vitter, a Republican, there are numerous candidates from both parties on the ballot, and the winner must get more than 50% of the vote to preclude a runoff, which would be December 10th.
And this just in, ready to make another call now. The Fox News decision desk is projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Arkansas in the presidential contest. This, of course, a state of which Bill Clinton was governor for a number of years. First Lady Hillary Clinton out of Arkansas for 12 years as well. And this state typically votes Republican and has done so again tonight with Donald Trump.
So as you look at our electoral votes, they'll be tallying up throughout the night on the bottom of your screen as well as throughout. We'll be ticking to 270. That's what you need to win the presidency of the United States. And there you see it, 97 to 139 for Donald Trump. Let's bring back Britt Hume and Chris Wallace. I know you're straining to see the big wall.
And now it's gone.
All right, there it's gone. Your thoughts? What does this look like?
I've just been checking in on some of these guys who do these forecasts and projections, and they model it. I'm talking about Nate Silver of the 538 blog, which has been so successful. He now has it, Clinton with almost a almost a 75% chance of winning the election, but that's been coming down in his number. And he says by 69% chance that Republicans hold the Senate, which I think is kind of interesting. Because
Stunning.
That's a big headline.
That's a huge headline.
Yeah, interesting.
And about Florida, there's also
well, he says it looks like a slightly better than even chance that Trump wins Florida.
But the question is, what else? But things right now, Chris Wallace, are looking much tighter than I think the Clinton camp may have expected. Now, there's still a lot of outstanding vote to be counted, but we haven't made calls in Virginia, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania. Colorado, Arizona on his side, but a lot of those blue states that we thought were going to be blue that we haven't been able to call.
I think we're all, at least I'm coming to the conclusion tonight, conclusion's the wrong word, to open to the possibility Donald Trump could be the next president of the United States.
The crowd.
I just said it's a possibility. They're cheering at her. No, look, Florida, I believed as we sat down here at 6 o'clock tonight that Hillary Clinton was going to take it. I think a lot of us bought into the idea the Hispanics were going to be the difference, big surge. Now we're counting votes. I mean, now we're down to single votes. This could go either way. North Carolina could go either way. Ohio could go either way. New Hampshire could go either way. Look, I think you'd still rather be in Clinton's position than Trump's as we sit here right now. But you can certainly write a scenario. He has not lost any state that he must have. He's competitive and within the margin of error in a lot of states that I think we thought she was going to put away. He could be our next president.
I will say that talking to Republicans over text and reaching out, they don't believe the Virginia vote, the lead, is going to hold up there. They think the Northern Virginia vote is just going to overwhelm and shrink that lead. But the fact that we haven't called it for Hillary Clinton is a big deal. And then, Britt, you get into the Rust Belt states, and you get into Pennsylvania, and you get into Michigan. You even get into Minnesota.
And what appears to be happening is that Clinton is doing well in all the places where we thought she would, and Donald Trump is doing very well, and perhaps even better than expected, in the rural areas, in the blue-collar areas where we thought he would do well. And we're now at a point in this where, yeah, you look at the advantages, you look at the map, and you say, yes, Hillary Clinton still has an advantage, but he's in this. I mean, he is in this.
Absolutely.
At this hour.
Just according to the latest numbers, it looks like Trump is up 140,000 votes down in Florida, and the heavily favored Democratic counties are Broward, Miami-Dade are substantially in.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know that there is a whole treasure trove of Hillary Clinton votes waiting out there.
And I think, you have to, we need to keep a real eye on Broward, because the minority population is sufficient there that if it comes in at the end for her, that could.
And apparently some of those precincts in Broward have not come in yet.
Right.
So that's still open. Look, to flip to the other side, if all of these states that are too close to call now flip her way, she could win a landslide victory. But as you said, Brett, he is still in this right now. I'm not sure a lot of us thought he would be at this hour.
Yeah, let me make a call here on the House side, and that is for the Democrats. Florida 7, Democrat Stephanie Murphy, who is a 38-year-old college instructor. She will defeat 12-term incumbent Republican Representative John Mica, and it's a newly drawn district. This district was seen as most competitive for Democrats in Florida, split for Obama and Romney in 2012. But this goes to the Democrats, and it takes out a 12-term incumbent Republican.
Did you say she's a fitness instructor?
No, she's a college instructor. She's a former Pentagon defense.
College instructor.
Yeah.
Not a collagen instructor.
I got confused.
Collagen? No, Pentagon defense specialist. She's a college instructor.
There we go.
38 years old.
That makes more sense.
Takes out a 12-term Republican incumbent. But we saw one House race in Florida called for the Republicans in a very swing district. This one called for the Democrats in another one.
Which leads us knowing absolutely nothing.
Zero.
Other than Florida is a tight state and could go either way. But right now, I mean, to what you've been saying, right now in Florida, you'd rather be Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, right now, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he's ahead by 100,000 votes.
In that state, in that must-have state. And of course, they all went down there, I mean, repeatedly. And of course, what we also saw with the campaigns over the last couple of days was the Obamas went to Pennsylvania. They went to Michigan. Hillary Clinton had all of her best surrogates in Pennsylvania and Michigan over the past couple of days, and both of those states are too close to call. We saw a serious erosion of her numbers in the latest polls after the Jim Comey announcement a couple of weeks ago. And then they had said that there may have been some leveling off in advance of the actual vote. So how is that playing out tonight as the voters are actually showing up at the polling stations? We don't know yet. It's 9:09 here in the East. I want to check in on the campaign headquarters tonight and find out what's happening there. Let's start with campaign Carl Cameron. Carl?
Hi, Megyn. Well, there is a palpable increase of enthusiasm here. The audience has begun to grow at Trump headquarters at the Hilton, right in Midtown Manhattan. And you can begin to see why it's been predicted for months that this race would come down to the wire. Polls showing in the battleground states, polls showing nationally prior to this election day that it was within the margin and it could have been either candidate's race. And now, as we begin to get a little bit later into the evening, it's clear that those principally important battleground states, Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, are just as close as the polls had suggested. In several hours, perhaps things will begin to break differently, but it's not at all clear that this might not be the kind of thing where the margins are so small that we may not get victory speeches or concession speeches from either candidates tonight and find ourselves pulling an all-nighter until we can get more accurate full counts from some of these last-minute precincts, where either Hillary Clinton's going to have a big minority pull out or Donald Trump's going to find in Hillsborough County and elsewhere in Florida and the like that those working-class white voters are coming out in droves for him tonight. Megan?
Carl, thank you.
Next, let's go over to Jennifer Griffin at Clinton campaign headquarters and get the sights and sounds over there. Jen?
Hi, Brett. Well, there may be a good reason now that they decided to call off those fireworks over the Hudson. The Clinton campaign has all along said that Hillary Clinton is superstitious and she is not counting on anything until the votes come in. We now know the run of show here at the Javits Center. We know that she will be joined by several members of what they call Mothers of the Movement, members of the Black Lives Matters movement. Sabrina Fulton, who was Trayvon Martin's mother. She was also be joined by Katy Perry. Katy Perry has sung for the crowd here outside. She has been a longtime supporter of Hillary Clinton. She comes from a Republican family, and she got out. She has 75 million Twitter followers, and she got out the vote for Hillary Clinton early on with millennials. She also will be joined by Gold Star father Khizr Khan, who, of course, joined her in New Hampshire on the eve of the elections. They were hoping to appeal to Muslim American voters in Michigan when they were seeing their poll numbers falling in Michigan. He will be here tonight speaking with Hillary Clinton. Back to you.
Interesting,
Brett.
as the first states were called, Hillary Clinton was watching Jen in the peninsula, which is only 1 block away from Trump Tower. That is quite the proximity if you look at this race coming down to 1 block here in New York City.
Absolutely, Brett. In fact, we're here that she is surrounded by her family there. Her granddaughter, in fact, is wearing a little dress with an H on it, we're told.
And let me just ask you one more thing. Is there a sense, Jen, that that they are really worried about what they're seeing? I mean, do you get a palpable nervousness about possibly losing this race?
Well, if there is that feeling, they're not letting on, but I will say that they also are not walking around spiking the football. I would say that if you look at the phone calls she placed this morning, she did telephone interviews with radio stations in key states where they have been concerned, North Carolina, Detroit, as well as into New Hampshire. Brett?
Okay, Jennifer Griffin, who's done an amazing job covering the Clinton campaign for us. As you look at the electoral votes on the wall, 139 to 97, and the states that we're ticking for both Republicans and Democrats. We're back here with the panel, including Chris Stirewalt and Karl Rove, who've run down from the data deck to give us a download. So what do we think here, gentlemen?
Not a single swing state has been called. Every one of these states that is on that map, red and blue, is what we anticipated at the beginning of the evening. And we have several states, North Carolina, Florida, and Ohio, that are seesawing back and forth, and in some instances showing some real surprises. 150,000 vote margin now in Florida, and over 130
for Donald Trump.
For Donald Trump, and 130,000 actually 100,000 in North Carolina, though that one is going to change rapidly as Charlotte comes in.
Does that typically come in late?
It varies. The early vote comes in first. Again, like all these states, a significant amount of the vote in North Carolina is early and absentee, so that gets reported early. So even if you've got a small number of precincts being reported in Mecklenburg County, you got a large amount of the vote in, but there's still more precincts to go.
Stirewalt, why? So, I mean, some of the online projectors, other news organizations that crunch the numbers and have been poll watchers are suggesting Trump's got over an 85% chance right now of winning Florida. So what is it going to take for our decision desk? No pressure, guys, but just wondering, what's it going to take? What are they waiting for?
When that's right.
It'll be right when it's right.
I'm asking what are the ingredients?
I wish Nate Silver every good thing, and I hope he and all of those guys have a wonderful time with their projection models. But when we call it, it'll be called and it'll stay called.
Okay. Well, I mean, Megan's going to walk over there if you don't want to.
It's closer now. She doesn't have to go as far.
Look, a large part of Broward and Palm Beach are still out. These are Democratic counties. And the question is how much of the panhandle, which is heavily Republican, has actually come in. And these are our decision desk is among the best out there. Let them do their work. And
among? What are you talking about?
Well, I've tried to rein you in tonight, man. If I said you're the best, you'd be insufferable upstairs on the data deck.
Exactly.
Right here?
I think it's the best.
Oh, that's all you had?
Yeah.
But he's right. I think that's the most salient point of the evening so far.
Well, we love the decision desk.
You know what? We might also be.
Gut side, Carl, who's going to win Florida?
I think it's going to be narrow either way. It's not going to be as close as 2000, God forbid. But my gut tells me that it might be him.
Let me ask this question. Will we know tonight who the president is?
We may not because of North Carolina and Nevada and some other states. We may not know until tomorrow morning, meeting after midnight tonight.
We're going to get a flop here pretty soon on these states with the northern tier states on which Donald Trump's banking, about Pennsylvania, about Michigan, about Wisconsin, Minnesota. We're going to get a flop here pretty soon. What
does that mean?
A lot of data is going to come in.
The next round of exit polling plus raw vote.
Enough raw vote, and we're going to start to see whether or not what look to be unusually close races in this northern tier, whether or not this is going to flop his way or is it going to flop her way.
Yeah, go ahead, Brett.
There's two quick points here. There are a couple of counties. You and I were talking about this earlier, Chris. Loudoun County, Virginia being one, Hillsborough County and Florida being another that have been bellwether counties. So far tonight in Loudoun County, as far as we know, Hillary Clinton is doing very well indeed.
Yes.
But the race in the state of Virginia is still way too close to call, correct?
We're not calling it yet.
Okay.
Northern Virginia hasn't come in, and that's the bottom line. That there's going to be a ton of vote in Northern Virginia.
And in Hillsborough County, Florida, the early results we had were that she was doing great there, and yet she's trailing in the state. So what may happen in this election is it may be that some of these counties that have been great bellwethers in the past because of their makeup may turn out not to be this time. They may have a whole new set of bellwether counties.
But remember, we've got to be careful about reading too much into partial results in Florida because, again, the early vote comes in. It's counted first. It's reported early, and the vote on election day is oftentimes different than the vote in an early vote.
But
one more quick thing. We have those three states, Ohio, North Carolina, and Florida. If he wins all those three, remember, in order to get to the presidency, he needs to break the blue wall. And that's why Chris's point about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota is so critical.
Right.
He's got to break in there, even if he carries these other states.
He's in play in all of them tonight at 9:17. It hasn't lost a single state that he needs to win the presidency. That's where things stand.
Speaking
at almost 9:20 in the Eastern.
Not losing states, Republicans are winning states in the Senate. Senator Johnny Isakson of Georgia will defeat his Democratic challenger and will get over 50% of the vote there, precluding a runoff January 10th. So, there's that one.
That's how they're feeling.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want this election to go on.
That's what I mean.
Any longer than it has been a joy. It's been a pleasure for all of us. I know
I was taking this personally. I wanted to come back on December 10th.
You may be here all night into tomorrow. You're going to have to settle for that.
We need to pay off this fancy new studio.
You know, tomorrow I'm going over just for some fun to co-host Live with Kelly Ripa. And I thought I'd have no problem.
You may not make it.
I'm starting to worry whether I'm going to make my hit.
Is she talking about North Carolina?
They're a big politics show, so I'm sure they're probably looking at the counties tonight.
Well, they better bring the show over here, I think.
She'd probably love it.
We are awaiting calls in several big battleground states coming up at any minute, actually. The flop so mentioned.
Meantime, the House Speaker Paul Ryan getting ready to speak in Wisconsin. We'll keep our eyes on that. Stay with us, everybody, as the big night gets bigger right here at Fox News Election Headquarters.
The successful millionaire.
Howard Hughes.
Billionaire, not millionaire.
And what the hell happened to the close-up of me in the cockpit?
From Academy Award-winning director Warren Beatty.
Hi, I'm Frank.
Hi.
If anybody working for me wants to strike up a relationship with one of our actresses, I have to fire her.
Warren Beatty, Lily Collins, Alden Ehrenreich, Annette Bening, Matthew Broderick, and Alec Baldwin.
You do know why Baptists think sex is bad? Because it might lead to dancing.
Rules don't apply. Rated PG-13. In theaters November 23rd.
What makes a great custom suit? Fabric sourced from the finest Italian mills, details handpicked by you, and made right here in America in just 3 weeks. I'm Joseph Aboud. This is my custom suit. Now available at Men's Warehouse.
Delilah won't go without a fight. She outfoxed me and I never saw it coming. But I was Corvo before I was the royal protector. I don't know what grand scheme you got underway, Delilah. But I'm coming to put you in your grave.
So it begins.
Rated M for mature.
I've got some friends I want to introduce you to.
Okay.
They're in this bar right here. One of them is the queen of first dates, and the other one wants to get engaged tonight. Can I interest you in either of my friends?
No.
No, why not? What are you looking for?
Something in between that, I'd say. You know, not just a first date and gone, maybe a second date.
Match leads to more second dates than any other app.
I'll have to join Match, I guess.
Match. Start for free today.
You are looking live, Times Square, crossroads of the world, and there you see the national popular vote as it stands right now. It will continue to fill in throughout the night. The electoral vote stands at 139 for Donald Trump and 97 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton. We are going to be seeing a lot change shortly, we believe, with some big states coming in. And we want to check in with some of our reporters in battleground states. Let's start with Steve Harrigan in Florida. Steve?
Brett, if you told Hillary Clinton's campaign that they'd be ahead by 200,000 votes in Miami-Dade County and another 200,000 votes plus in Broward County, they'd be very happy with those results. Keep in mind, these southern Democratic-leaning counties were the counties that gave President Obama a narrow win 4 years ago with just a 200,000 vote surplus. But apparently that is not enough. The only explanation would be extremely strong, passionate Trump support in other parts of the state. So the normal route to Democratic victory in Florida, run up big margins in the South and hang on. Well, they are running up big margins in the South, the Democrats are, but apparently not enough to hang on so far. Brett, back to you.
Okay, Steve, thanks. We have another call to make. The Fox News Decision Desk can call the Connecticut presidential race for Hillary Clinton tonight. Not a surprise there, but Hillary Clinton picks up those 7 electoral votes, so that adds to her column now at 104 to 139.
We're keeping our eyes on so many critical swing states tonight that we are not yet able to call, including Ohio. I want to get to John Scott, who's live for us in Columbus tonight. John?
Megan, we're at the headquarters for the Rob Portman Senate campaign. He accepted victory earlier. The National Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee is going to be beating a path to his door to see how you run a race, because he started this one 10 points down, won big tonight over a popular former governor, Ted Strickland. Now, he kept Donald Trump at something of arm's length during this race. Trump is having a separate party. Trump's campaign is having a separate party here in Columbus, but there is the feeling that Rob Portman's efforts here may have helped Trump mightily in this state. The last returns, of course, showed Trump about 3 points ahead here in Ohio, but still, as you know, too close to call. We'll be here to continue to watch the race results here in Ohio. Megan.
John, thank you.
Jenna Lee in Raleigh, North Carolina. Jenna, over to you.
Brett, during the American Revolution, the British referred to the state of North Carolina as a hornet's nest of rebels. And you can see the rebellious spirit tonight in the state of North Carolina. Sure, you have 2 million Democrats, you have 2 million registered Republicans, but you also have 2 million unaffiliated voters. And this is where the mystery remains tonight. Who are these unaffiliated voters? During the primaries, they broke for Donald Trump. But who are they tonight is going to be a big deal. Are they the millennials? Are they the women? Are they the rural voters? No one knows at this point, and we still have a ton of precincts yet to report, so we're keeping an eye on all the results as they come in. Back to you.
Jenna, thank you. Now let's head over to a top Hillary Clinton surrogate and supporter. Missouri Democratic Senator Clara McCaskill sits on the Armed Services and Homeland Security Committees. Senator, thanks for being here. I want to get your thoughts about what's happening tonight, what we're seeing, what you're feeling.
Well, I mean, we always knew this was going to be a close race, and it is close. It's still too early to know exactly how we're going to get the path to victory, but we're still confident that Hillary Clinton will be elected tonight.
Senator, you're one of 25 Democratic senators up next time around. As you look at the Senate landscape, in the wake of this presidential race that seems very tight, what do you think about your colleagues possibly taking control of the U.S. Senate?
Well, I think we will take control of the U.S. Senate tonight. I think we've already picked up one seat, and I think that there has not been any surprises so far tonight in the Senate races, but it's still going to be very close. And I'll tell you what we all need to realize, no matter who controls the U.S. Senate, we got to work together and get something done. This cynicism people have about their government, the way we fix that is by compromise and working together. So whether the Republicans are in control or the Democrats are in control, we've got to figure out a way to get things done through compromise.
Senator, I mean, you say there's no surprises, but we have not, it's very tight in Pennsylvania. It's still tight in Virginia. It is tight in Michigan. It is tight, there's tight in a lot of places that we didn't think it was going to be tight. I mean, isn't that a surprise?
I'm not sure about that. I think we saw a lot of polling. I mean, there's a reason why Donald Trump was going to some of those states, because he saw the polls tighten. So I think we're used to close elections in the United States. We're a divided country. That's why I hope more and more Americans realize we got to quit standing on opposite sides of the room and screaming at each other, and we've got to figure out how to compromise and get things done, or the cynicism and negativity about our government is just going to get worse.
Senator Megyn Kelly here. Originally, as we came into this night, folks like the New York Times number cruncher was projecting that Hillary had an 80% chance of winning Florida. Now it's down to 58%. Do you fear that Florida is lost?
Oh, it's obviously going to be very close. I mean, there's still votes to be counted. I don't know that anybody in America ever remembers when Florida hasn't been close. So I think it's going to be another close one in Florida, but we still are waiting for votes. When those votes come in, they'll tell the tale.
Senator, thank you for being here.
You bet.
The night is getting exciting, and it is far from over. Want to get check back in now with our panel. Karl Rove is here, Chris Stirewalt still, Joe Trippi joins the panel, and Dana Perino, which has got Chris Wallace feeling a little nostalgic for the campaign cowboys. But you're over here now, Chris. You're over here. Welcome to the party.
I can't quit you guys.
You'll always be our trail boss.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
So anyway, let me start with you, Joe, on what your take on what we're seeing with these, what appear to be pretty tight races in some pretty important states.
It's going to be tight. Florida always is. I mean, it just always is. I mean, going back, to hanging chads and everything else is going to do it again.
But Michigan and Pennsylvania and Virginia and possibly Minnesota are not always tight.
That's right, but there's no, at this point, none of those have been called, and I don't think they will for some time, and she's got leads there, so we'll see. The state I'm interested in is New Hampshire, because that's the state that if Al Gore had won in 2000, he would have been president, and it was only by a few thousand votes, and now you look at this state, if the blue wall holds and she wins New Hampshire, it's still very tough, even with Trump winning Florida, North Carolina, Ohio. He can't get there from here.
But how are you feeling right now? Because as Chris Wallace points out, you got the early exit poll results, and people were thinking, well, it doesn't look that good for him. And now it seems like there's been a shift.
Look, I'm not at all worried yet, and I don't know of any Democrat who is. I mean, Florida.
I know a couple. I mean, we just talked to a few that mentioned some things.
Yeah, no, but I mean, Florida was a state that I really believed was going to be 50,000 votes one way or the other.
But they were talking a big game going in. I mean, the early vote, the Hispanic vote, the Latino vote down south. It was a lot of confidence for Democrats.
She may still win. She may still win Florida. I'm not saying to count on it, but it's going to be a squeaker either way. I think that the real question is, what does happen? Does she hold Pennsylvania, which I think she will? Does she hold Michigan?
But based on what? You think she will based on what?
Based on the votes that we're seeing that are coming in
today. So you're talking about
although
data
I also
you're
trust
I
do think our decision desk is the best out there, and if they're not calling it, there's a reason for that. So I'll say that out front. But they haven't called Florida either.
Yeah, Dana, the latest wave in exit polls has on the gender gap, Hillary Clinton 54, Donald Trump 48 in female vote, and on the male vote, Donald Trump 50, Hillary Clinton 41. I mean, for all the beginning of the night where we saw the gender gap, this huge divide, it's closing.
Just the other night we were talking about gender politics, and the number sort of for women that you need to win as a Republican is 45. George W. Bush was able to do that in 2004. Romney and McCain were not. They came just short of that. And so if Donald Trump, if these numbers hold, then obviously he has closed the gender gap. But I do think that the Democrats overestimated the power of the voting for the first woman president. I think that the Republicans sort of underestimated how powerful that might be, but those numbers might turn out to be similar to what McCain, Romney, or even possibly George W. Bush in 2004.
The polls show us that the importance of the fact that she is a woman was very, very low.
Very low.
And people just, it was like, that's nice, but we don't care.
It just washed right over them.
Yeah, the gender gap existed because of, things Trump did and said. It wasn't the fact that he's a man and she's a woman. And the question all along has been, could he generate enough support among men, in particular Republican men and white working class men, possibly Democrat or Republican, to overcome the deficit that he has had with women in this race. And Starwell, so far, I mean, at least in Florida, it appears, according to the latest exit polling, he's doing all right there.
He's doing fine there. And the other thing we should remember is it's early. It is early in this evening. It is early on election nights. Elections don't get called usually until well after 11 o'clock or well after when they do get called. We have had zero total surprises on this map. Now, Florida, if Trump comes in with a win in Florida, that's not a surprise, but it is very good news for him. Would be very good news for him, a race that's been tied. He's led in the polls in Ohio. Him winning both of those states would not be a surprise. Then we get down to the nitty gritty. We get to North Carolina, we get to New Hampshire, we get to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So we are still not in the home stretch yet, and nothing weird has happened yet.
Okay, I want to touch on an issue that may be touchy, Carl. Ohio. Warren County, Ohio. Looks like Donald Trump is underperforming Mitt Romney by roughly 6%. And you had, back in 2004, Bush down, roughly 7% from that. What are these counties telling you in Ohio about Trump being able to pull that state off?
Well, two things. First, I don't want to pass over something that Chris has alluded to. Think about this. Donald Trump could win Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio and still lose the election. Oh, yeah. Because he has to find a big brick in the blue wall and pull it and grab it away. Ohio, I've been looking at these numbers. If I were Trump, I'd be a little concerned because he is not getting what he needs to get in some of these traditional Republican suburban areas.
Like Warren County.
Like Warren County. On the other hand, take a look along the Ohio River, and he is at or above where previous Republican candidates have been. The question is there enough in the sort of the old coal country that starts on the eastern edge near Mahoning County and Youngstown Steel Country and then literally runs across along the Ohio River border? Are there enough votes there to make up what he's coming up short of where he should be? He's winning Warren, he's winning Claremont, but is he winning them by the margins that others have won them before? The answer is no.
Which serves him well on Western PA as well. I mean, it's the same group of voters.
That's right. And the question all along has been, to some extent, whether there are enough of these voters out there
You know, these white working class voters we knew were strongly for Trump. The question always has been, were there enough of them? Because he was at such a disadvantage with majorities. We knew he was not going to win the women's vote and might lose it by a very large margin. So could he make it up in that category, and would that category turn out to be big enough? And would that then establish what there's been so much argument about since 2012, which was whether there were missing Republicans, missing conservatives in the electorate that year? I came more or less to the conclusion that there were not. But perhaps I was wrong.
Well, the exit polls do suggest to us that a large number of the people who are voting Republican this year have always voted in previous elections. May not have always voted Republican, but they voted before.
Yeah.
And look, it's not just Warren. If I was picking out one county that I'd be watching and worrying about if I were Donald Trump in the state, it would be Delaware County, the big suburban stronghold right north of Columbus. That's the one I'd be worried about, because it is professionals, college-educated, white professionals with a lot of soft Republicans among them.
We're talking, Carl, about Trump and Trump counties. What about Clinton? How is she doing in Cuyahoga? How is she doing in the big Democratic counties as compared to how Barack Obama did in 2012?
Again, I'd want to defer to Chris on this, but I get the sense of looking at Cuyahoga and Franklin that there's something missing out of that coalition. And my gut tells me if we get in to look at the precinct level data, it's going to be African-American turnout.
I think there is some turnout weakness. The early going shows some turnout weakness in those places. But the big question here is, and I think Britt alluded to it very effectively before, the two counties on either side of the county that I grew up in, one in Pennsylvania and one in Ohio, Belmont County, Ohio, and Washington County, Pennsylvania. This is coal country. This is steel country. This is post-industrial. These are places that used to have a lot of Democrats. That's where Donald Trump can make it all up. If there is a deficiency in Franklin County among the Republicans there, if there is a deficiency in suburban Philadelphia, that's where he's got to score enormously.
But how much of this, Joe, is attributable to the fact that we're talking about 90% of Republicans who backed Donald Trump today? I mean, just after the, Access Hollywood bus incident, it was down to, I think, 83%. And so over the past 4 weeks, he's managed to get those Republicans back into the fold. And so it comes down to the independents. She's got 90% of the Dems. He's got 90% of the Republicans. So it comes down to those critical independent voters.
Yeah, and what definitely happened is Republicans came home. I mean,
Mike Pence.
They did. And exactly. It said come home, and they heard it. I think the interesting thing is that I came into the night expecting Clinton to have a lead in Florida, hold it, and win it. I also thought that Trump would take a lead in Ohio, hold it, and win it. What could happen tonight, and I wouldn't bet against this, is it flips. It's the opposite of what I thought. I was wrong. And then
we got the flip from Trippy.
Yeah, no, and we had talked about this, whether we were going to see. We started the evening, I think, talking about whether we were going to see a sort of realignment where the Rust Belt was starting to move Republican, and some of these, Florida, North Carolina, the southern
and
states,
Georgia. We haven't called Georgia yet.
Yeah, would start moving to the Democratic fold, and what's fascinating so far about the night is we may have it may materialize the other way. It's all holding.
All right. Dana, I want to talk about the balance of power quickly, and that is this confidence now that the GOP might hold on to the U.S. Senate. Just moments ago, U.S. Senator, a Democrat from West Virginia, Joe Manchin, said he's not committed to staying a Democrat if it's a 50-50 Senate.
Oh, well. Isn't that interesting? He's tired of being in the minority, I suppose. I think that the unsung heroes of this election for the Republicans has been the National Republican Senatorial Committee. They are the ones, they've done some excellent work. They had support for their incumbents early on. They were able to deal with primary challengers very effectively. They spent money early on in those states to shore them up. You look at Rob Portman in Ohio, considered to have run the best race in the entire country, and people will be modeling that race in the future. You also look at Todd Young, just won in Indiana, and I won $100 from Juan Williams, because I called that 6 weeks ago. Ron Johnson up in Wisconsin, not sure if that's going to be able to work out for him, but I do think that the Republicans, because Rubio was able to come back, he ate a little humble pie, the presidential doesn't work out, he ran a great race, and now he will be the Florida senator again. I do think that the other thing that the NRSC did that the Democrats did not do as well is they focused on, and Carl, I think that you'll agree with this, they focused on early voting in the states where they had big opportunity to do so. So Florida being one of those, perhaps in North Carolina as well for Burr to get him across the finish line.
You know,
and we haven't called that race yet.
We may be getting ahead of our skis here, but if we wind up, Carl, tonight with a President Donald Trump and a Senate that remains in the control of the Republicans, which virtually nobody thought was going to happen. They thought that the Republicans were definitely going to lose control. The
These
crowd
people
loves
back
that
here
prospect.
thought so.
They love that prospect.
They thought so.
What does that mean for the Republican Party, which was so averse to Trump and Trumpism, if you will?
Well, it'll be interesting. First of all, it'll make it easier for him. Dana and I were in an administration that had a Democratic Senate at the beginning of our term, and getting your appointments filled and getting your policies through a little bit more difficult.
And the end, which was all about investigations.
Yeah,
completely.
So it'll make his life easier. But I also think we might see an interesting thing, which is the energy behind legislative initiatives will be coming from the House and the Senate more than it comes from the administration. Donald Trump he wants to repeal and replace Obamacare, but he is hard pressed to describe what the detail of that means. There are people on the Hill ready to write that legislation for him, so that'd be interesting.
But remember, we do have a long night to go.
Well, we got a terrible night. I do want to second.
All of this is a little long down.
Terribly long night, man. Terribly long night. I want to second what Dana said, though. Senator Roger Wicker is a pal of mine from college days, did a terrific job, and he's got a Marine named Ward Baker, and this guy has played his hand brilliantly, and she put her finger on it. They took whatever money they had and shoved it onto the field in August and September to keep their guys in the game.
Just want to stand you by, Carl, because we are able to make an important call tonight, and that is the Fox News Decision Desk is now projecting that Hillary Clinton has won the state of New Mexico over Donald Trump.
It's 5 electoral votes, but Donald Trump, we can project, wins the state of Louisiana. And it's 8 electoral votes. So our tally goes to 147 for Trump and 109 for Hillary Clinton.
There was a little play in New Mexico. It wasn't completely a foregone conclusion.
He was there.
Am I right that so far we haven't called a single swing state even now?
That's right.
That's the first one.
If you want to count New Mexico,
New Mexico is a swing state. I mean, if you want to call that.
Yeah, but it wasn't really in play.
He visited there, but you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, we're approaching 10 o'clock on the East Coast, and the shandy is coming down.
The shandy.
And polls are about to close in 4 more states, Utah, Montana, and 2 battleground states of Iowa and Nevada. These are key. Iowa was looking good for Donald Trump heading in, and we'll see what Nevada looks like.
Maybe we'll go back and harass the decision desk about what's taking so long in these states. I know it's not taking long. I know, Steyer. Well, we want answers. That's all.
I sense a walk coming.
It's like when my husband wants to go out for dinner and I'm taking too long, and he just sort of visits the bathroom like, hey, you got your makeup on yet? Your hair done yet? Sometimes if you visit, it can speed along the process.
Doesn't work for me.
Me neither.
We're going to bring you the results and the projections as they come in from Fox News, broadcasting in the crossroads of the world, Times Square. Don't go away.
When's the last time you did something stressful?
Does now count?
Arrival has an incredible 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
What do the aliens want?
We need to talk to them. It's their language.
It's more than a film, it's an experience.
The president has declared a state of emergency.
We could be facing global war.
It's the best movie so far this year.
Are you dreaming in their language?
With a genuinely shocking ending.
What the hell is she doing?
Arrival, rated PG-13, in theaters Friday.
Republican, Democrat, Independent. Shouldn't matter. Energy isn't a partisan issue. Producing more oil and natural gas here means more opportunity, more growth, more security for America. Who can't get behind that? I'm Kim, and I'm an energy voter.
Cartels, militias, terrorist groups, they all need a place to park their cash and churn us their dirty little piggy bank.
We're going to insert into the country while nobody is looking.
We're going to steal their money, sir?
No, we are going to destroy it.
We're gonna finish this mission. Anything we find is ours.
You want to trust a bunch of Blackwater hooks? I mean, the rush? I never felt anything like it.
If we stay here, we're gonna die! And we die!
The season of adventure sales event is happening now. Land Rover, above and beyond.
We're producing record amounts of oil and natural gas. We've got to move it, store it, transport it safely. With smart policies, we'll get it where it needs to go and create a whole lot of jobs and opportunity right here. I'm John, and I'm an energy voter.
We're looking live at Trump headquarters and Clinton headquarters as we await for some big battleground states to close pretty soon. It's getting interesting here, folks. We are waiting on a number of big states. We are waiting on some key swing states. We are waiting on some key Senate races. We're waiting.
You can feel the anticipation, right? As you look at the headquarters in particular, like look at these folks who are just they're dying for information and for
there
results.
We are.
Oh, there we go. So aren't you dying for information and results, people at Trump headquarters and also at Hillary headquarters, where I'm sure we are also on?
Fair and balanced.
As we get closer and closer and closer to actual results and decisions, and a night that has a lot more promise for Donald Trump than many ever thought he might have. I want to go over to Bill Hemmer, who's on the data deck. That's what we're after, all. Data.
Yeah,
drilling down on the numbers. Go ahead,
right.
Bill.
Megan, Brett, you interrupt me. Go ahead. Whatever you want, okay? If Rove and Starwald have a thought, just go ahead and chime in. I want to show you what's happening in Ohio that is emblematic of the entire Trump campaign. You see up here in the northeastern part of the state, all right, this is about as blue as you get in a regular election year. It's blue collar, it's steel, it's coal, it's loss of manufacturing jobs. It's about Trump's message. Now, this is Trumbull County, okay? At the moment, now listen, it's 70,000 votes, probably another 30,000 to come in still. He has an edge here by more than 2 points. Show you what Barack Obama did in 2012. Same county. Obama was at 61%. 2008, 61%. 2004, John Kerry, almost 62%. This is a big part of his message that he campaigned on. Another idea here in the center part of the state, Carl, you had mentioned Delaware County a moment ago. This is suburban, it's white, it's affluent, it's highly educated. Right now, in 2004, Bush was doing 66% of the vote. 4 years ago, Mitt Romney, 62%. Pretty good. What is Trump doing in that county right now? He's off about 10 points. More votes to come in, but about 10 percentage points. Down here in Columbus, Ohio, which is Franklin, Hillary Clinton is running up the numbers on him at 64% of the vote. That's to be expected a little bit. Talk about millennial voters. You want to find a county where you can find millennial voters? This is Athens County, Ohio. That's Ohio University. Right now, they're at 56% for Clinton. Look what it was for Barack Obama 4 years ago, 68%. Yeah. You go back 2008, it was 68%. And right now she's underperforming among these kind of voters, which is telling us a very interesting story. Come out here to the Southwest, okay? This is Hamilton County, it's the city of Cincinnati. You mentioned Warren County a moment ago. Trump's doing all right, okay? But this is deep ruby red Republican part of the country. What did Romney do on a percentage basis? He was up about 5 points from where Trump is right now. So you're starting to see, as this vote comes in, a bit of a shift, perhaps in the state. But, I look at this up and down the Ohio River. I mean, that is all red. This is kind of like primary numbers that Trump was doing when he was going head to head with John Kasich, the governor there. And I know Starwalt was talking about Belmont County. Trump's got 2/3 of the vote there right now. Yeah, okay, it's 20,000 vote total, but you start to pick up on these rural areas and you see where his message sticks and where it doesn't. And I think Ohio right now tells us a very interesting story about where this campaign, this election is right now. Quick rough count, about 3.1 million total votes cast or tallied so far. The total 4 years ago was 5 million plus. So you've got some more votes to come in, but based on what we're seeing right now, Ohio looks like a decent state for Donald Trump at the moment.
Yeah, it's
back
really
downstairs to you guys.
It's truly amazing. Let's bring back our panel: Karl Rove, Chris Starwalt, Joe Trippi, and we had Tucker Carlson. Of course, we got Chris Wallace and Britt Hume still here. I do want to mention, Tucker, right now, Dow futures are down 464 points. As of right now, they don't like uncertainty.
No, they don't.
And this is uncertain, apparently.
Well, and it's also a shock. I mean, this is, among other things, kind of a rebuke to our business, the prognosticators among us who got it wrong, who turned out to, we don't know the outcome, of course, but this is not what we expected at all. Because we imagined from day one this was all about Trump, and the coverage has been all about Trump, but there's another side to it. And if you're like a voter who is ambivalent about Trump the man, you also have to weigh that against a couple of unpopular wars, a financial crisis that seemed to benefit a few and hurt you, a bank bailout that nobody outside New York or Washington support. There's a lot of things that Hillary Clinton and the people around her and her apologists on both sides are identified with that you deeply resent. So you say, well, I don't know what Trump's going to do, but I kind of know what they did, and you go with him. And I think a lot of, including me, kind of missed that calculation.
What about that, Joe? I mean, if these states wind up going Trump, these swing states that we're still waiting on, a significant number of them, I mean, you tell me whether the polling industry is effectively done. I mean, whether they are over, because they did not predict that at all.
I don't know. The polling industry's taken a whack for 2 or 3 cycles now, and I don't think it's going to be do anything better after this.
What are you talking about? Are you taking gas? The midterms weren't great. Midterm pollsters in 2014 didn't have a good outing. They blew a couple of calls.
The last cycle was bad. This one.
Yeah, but if there is a Trump victory tonight, Chris, the pollsters are dead wrong. Their predictions weren't worth the paper that they were printed on.
So far, nothing has happened that
we
was
understand
not
that.
predicted.
We understand that, but we are talking about the reality right now, which is this race is a lot tighter than many predicted it would be. I mean, people thought that
is this race a national +3 for Clinton as you're looking at these states come in? It doesn't seem like it matches that poll.
Sure, I think. Look, the polls had. I mean, the polls had Florida being pretty much a dead heat.
Right.
The polls had Ohio being a Trump lead, but pretty much a dead heat.
What about Pennsylvania?
Had him ahead in North Carolina. Had it tighter in Michigan, but with her with a lead.
We don't know what's going to happen in Michigan.
Could this night turn out to be a 3-point Clinton victory? Sure. Could it turn out to be a 1-point Trump victory? Sure. That's all within the range. Look, when a race gets this close, there are no magic beans. We do not have some magic way to tell you how it all turns out no matter what, because in the end, the people are going to vote.
No, but can I say, I mean, let's be honest, there's no one I know who thought this 3 hours ago. I mean, is everyone on the set getting texts from people saying, holy smokes? Yeah, I mean, everyone is.
Yeah.
But remember, we're not calling some of these because, for example, in Pennsylvania and Michigan and so forth, our standard is 5 or 6 points.
We like a healthier cut of bacon.
Yes, we want a healthier. And look, it was 2.5 points in 2004, and I can bet you a dime to a dollar the networks were calling Pennsylvania quicker for Kerry than we're willing to call it for anybody.
So given that, Carl, what would be? Let's say she manages to pull out a victory in Pennsylvania, right? Let's give Florida to Trump for this purposes of this discussion. Maybe give Ohio to Trump. Could go the other way, as you point out, but right now he's doing fine in Ohio. Let's give him Ohio. Let's give him Florida. Let's give him North Carolina, and let's give her Pennsylvania. Of the states that are still out there right now, what would be the most likely route to victory for him?
Well, he's got to take one of the big blue states. He's got to take Michigan or Wisconsin or Minnesota or 2 of those states.
Or Pennsylvania.
Well, she said Pennsylvania.
In this scenario, they're
so,
not.
but look, think about what she needs to get to. She's at 242 if she's got Pennsylvania and loses Ohio, Florida, and North Carolina. She adds 13 if she takes West Virginia. Or excuse me, if she takes Virginia, not West.
West Virginia.
Yeah, if she takes Virginia, that puts her at 255. If she takes Colorado, she's at 264. She takes New Mexico, she's at 269. All she needs to do is take the 2nd District of Nebraska or any other swing state.
She took New Mexico.
Or New Hampshire.
New Hampshire's where I want to. That's the state I want to. I mean, I'm really interested in, because in the end, if she wins New Hampshire, I know this sounds crazy, but it's the facts. If you start looking at give him North Carolina, give him Florida, give him Ohio. If she holds the blue wall up there in the Midwest, and picks up New Hampshire, this thing, she's
we have this thing called What If on the map up there, and Bill Hemmer will get it fired up really quickly, and we will do the whole little dance around, and you'll see. Go ahead, Chris.
What if, is it possible that she could win the popular vote and he could win the electoral vote?
Sure.
Yeah. Sure. Happened 4 times in our history. Can happen
You know
again.
it well?
You may be familiar.
But I mean,
hard to do. Hard to do. It takes a special expertise to arrive at that, but it can be done.
Tough to get there.
You really got to thread the needle.
You got to thread the needle. If you want to do it, you can do it, but it's really hard to do.
The triple Lindy of electoral outcomes. Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to get our stuff together. We're going to see what we can call. We're going to see where we are on Senate races and states we have yet to call. And we want to check in with what's happening on social media. Shannon Bream has been following Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. I'm sure it's busy, Shannon.
It is. And guys, we want to show you what just came in from Ivanka Trump. She tweeted this out. She says, watching the votes come in at headquarters. You can see her dad there, the candidate, of course, Tiffany, Governor Mike Pence, Donald Jr., and others. We were there inside. They gave us an exclusive look at the war room today. That wall they're looking at is a bank of screens. Prominently, Fox News was there, but all the other networks as well. It's pretty amazing. And you can only imagine the tension probably in that room right now. Now, let's go to Florida, where you're all watching. It is too close to call. But one thing we do know about Florida voters, get this, they are psyched that the medical marijuana amendment passed. Tons of posts on Facebook about how the measure formally legalizes medical marijuana. So they're focused on that while we're waiting for the presidential vote as well. Now to viewer photos, Callan Edick posting on Instagram, Florida Panhandle voters, what's better than a man in uniform? A man in uniform who exercises his right to vote. Alessandri CPAs tweeting, Rocky watching Fox TV. America's election for Trump. Win in Florida. Hillsborough County not helping. Of course, that's the Tampa area, that I-4 corridor. They use the hashtag dog race for this one. Airs Jake 2500 tweeting, working hard to get Mr. Trump, the state of Florida. They look like they're having a really good time there. It is the Sunshine State. They got their suits on. All right, keep the photos and tweets coming in. Just use the hashtag Fox News 2016. We'll keep an eye on Florida and all the other states in the balance as well. Back to you guys.
Shannon, thank you.
By the way, a couple of calls. West Virginia governor goes to the Democrat, Jim Justice, and Indiana governor goes to the Republican, who's following up in Governor Mike Pence's spot, the Lieutenant Governor, Jim Holcomb.
Lost to Mike Pence last time around. We are counting down the moments now until the polls close at 10 p.m. Eastern. We're about 5 minutes away, folks, from polls closing in 4 big states: Iowa, Nevada, Montana, and Utah, which has also been somewhat in play this election. We are still waiting on huge states like Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan. Pretty much all of them, other than New Mexico, have not been called. Stay with us on an exciting night.
The winner plots one step ahead of the opposition.
You're fighting the richest group on the Hill.
So who's with me?
How the hell did she manage that?
Start an inquisition. Get ready to be crucified.
Who's controlling you?
You are blackmailing a United States senator.
You crossed the line. We're not gonna lose.
You're a piece of work, Elizabeth.
I was hired to win, and there will only ever be one winner.
Miss Sloan, rated R.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you.
Where should you start when you're told you have cancer? Start with a specialist. Start where you'll find advanced technology, precision treatment options, and truly compassionate care. Start here with a team of experts who treat only cancer. Every stage, every day. It's not one thing we do. It's the only thing we do. Start at Cancer Treatment Centers of America. The evolution of cancer care is here. Learn more at cancercenter.com/experts. Appointments available now.
I am totally blind. I lost my sight in Afghanistan.
If you're totally blind, you may also be struggling with Non-24. Call 844-844-2424 or visit my24info.com.
We're downtown to see if guys can tell the difference between a Joseph A. Bank suit and more expensive designer brands. Which one is the Armani suit? The polka dot tie. Please reveal. Oh my goodness. Do they all say Joseph A. Bank? Very impressive. Joseph A. Bank, the new tradition since 1905.
The Fox News Decision Desk can make a call now in the state of Virginia. We can call Virginia for Hillary Clinton now. We couldn't for some time, but tonight we can say that the Commonwealth, I should say, of Virginia will go to Hillary Clinton. Again, that Northern Virginia area where there are a lot of Democratic votes coming in late here, and now Hillary Clinton gets the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth rather, and now she has 122 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 147.
That's got to come as a huge relief, Britt Hume, to
I would think so. Although, I mean, when you look at where he traveled at the end and the states he was trying to put in play, there wasn't a big effort in Virginia. I think Virginia had been thought to be gone for some weeks now.
After Comey, he went back down there.
Yeah, he did. He made one foray, but this is not. I don't think any of our decision desk people would count this as a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Especially.
It's important,
Senator
though.
Tim Kaine, it's his home
think.
state, and he's got
reasonably popular there too.
It would be embarrassing to lose it.
It would be. It'd be like Mike Pence losing Indiana.
Well, and New York is the home state for Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, at least right now, and one of them had to win it. Same.
Virginia's former governors tend to be popular. And a lot of people think it's because they only serve one term, but constitutionally they can only serve one term, and they tend to remain popular, which I think it's always been kind of an interesting phenomenon. John Warner once told me, he said, Virginians love their governors. Now, he, of course, has been in the Senate, and who knows what may have happened to his popularity then, but it's a fact of life in that state's politics.
It was just another route, perhaps, for Trump to get those necessary extra votes. If he gets the Romney states that he needs to get, and then that gets him to about, I think it's 253, he needs to add 17 electoral votes to that, and Virginia would have been a nice way to do it, but not going to happen for him tonight. As, again, we've only called 2 swing states, New Mexico and Virginia. They've both been called for Hillary Clinton. Those are not big surprises. We're still waiting on the biggest questions of the night at 9:59 Eastern Time, and we're waiting on a couple more states to call. We expect to have a couple more race calls for you.
This next batch of polls include Iowa, which is a state that had been trending towards Donald Trump, also Nevada, which is a huge swing state, and Utah, that became a big state with independent candidate Evan McMullin factoring in there as well as the top 2 party candidates.
Nevada has been hard fought, heavy Latino population, but also white working class. And so that one's been in contention for some time, with both candidates paying a lot of attention and a real question about whether Trump can woo enough voters in that state over his side to make the difference. Let's check it out.
It is 10 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have now closed in 4 more states, including several of the most important battlegrounds in the nation. But first, let's start with Montana, where Fox News can project that Donald Trump will win that state's 3 electoral votes. Trump is also ahead in Utah, that we just mentioned, although it's too early to project whether he will beat not just Hillary Clinton, but also, as we mentioned, independent candidate Evan McMullin, a conservative Mormon whose best and perhaps only prospect for winning a state tonight is in Utah. By the way, the last time a presidential candidate who was not from a major party won an electoral vote was 1968. When George Wallace carried 5 southern states.
But the real battlegrounds at this hour are in the absolutely crucial states of Iowa and Nevada, each of which represent 6 electoral votes. Although Donald Trump enjoyed small leads in both states and the Real Clear Politics average of pre-election polls, it's still too early to project whether that will translate into Trump victories tonight in these 2 states. Iowa and Nevada, too close to call.
He traveled to both of them a number of times, and it's going to be interesting to see how the Latino population in Nevada plays out in a state that seemed to be trending towards Hillary Clinton. Chris Wallace, your thoughts on that?
Well, this is interesting because if Trump doesn't win Pennsylvania, let's say he wins all of the Romney states, which includes North Carolina, plus he wins Ohio, plus he wins Florida, that gets him to 253. He's 17 shy of the 270. Now, if he wins Pennsylvania, that puts him over the top right there because there's 18 electoral votes. But if he didn't, and then there's the question of how could you cobble together some states? Nevada, 6 electoral votes. Iowa, 6 electoral votes. That now gets him into the 260s. So, you can begin to see, then you get 1 vote in the 2nd district in Maine. You could begin to cobble. There's a sort of small way of going rather than flipping one big blue state. So those are important. Those could be the difference between him being elected or not elected.
Mm-hmm. And, Iowa, as we pointed out, Britt, Trump has been expected to pull out a victory there. Yeah. Still too close to call, which doesn't tell us much, but he's still defending some turf, including Georgia as well tonight. Yeah,
that we haven't called that. And of course we haven't called North Carolina, which, that's a state that could be a flip the other way, which would put a real, as we've talked about, a real dent in his hopes. So we obviously will wait that one with interest. And Brett, you got Senate races coming up?
I do. Time now for some Senate race calls. Fox News can project, this is not a shocker, Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah will easily win a 2nd term, defeating Democratic challenger Misty Snow, the first openly transgender person to be a major party nominee for U.S. Senate. Fox News can also project that Republican Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa will win a 7th term by handily beating Democrat Patty Judge, according to Fox exit polls. And it's interesting that this race at the beginning of this cycle was seen by Democrats as one that they thought that they could pick off, along with John McCain, which also didn't seem like it materialized.
No, it did not. But the most important Senate race of the hour is in Nevada, where Republican Joe Heck is competing with Democrat Catherine Cortez Masto to replace retiring Democratic Senator Harry Reid, who also serves as Senate Majority Leader right now. The Republicans once saw this race as their best opportunity for a Senate pickup. Keep in mind that the map for them this year looks very bad. They have to defend way more seats than the Democrats do. So they liked the seat in Nevada for a GOP pickup. But the polls have tightened, and now this race could go either way. We can't call it right now.
By the way, just remember the net gain. Democrats need +5 net gain to take over control. That's 4 plus the White House. And then on the House side, they need +30, which it does not look like they will get. Joining us now from Donald Trump's headquarters tonight is Trump campaign manager Kellyanne Conway. Kellyanne, thanks for being here. What's your take right now?
Well, we're up in the war room watching returns with Mr. Trump, and we're feeling buoyant about what's still left to calculate. And a lot of our internal polls reflected what you see tonight, which is why we put Mr. Trump and Governor Pence in some of these states, trying to flip a blue state or two into red, and trying to protect our core four: Ohio, Iowa, Florida, and North Carolina. That's been our strategy for the last several months. And we're just really happy about the transition that we've seen from those exit polls earlier on, for what that's worth. When those start to fade into view and when the actual returns come due, you see a big difference. And we're really excited that all these crowds that came out to support Mr. Trump, record crowds, actually meant something. Many people dismiss them as being unimportant, but it turns out that if you stand in line for 4 or 5 hours to go to a Trump rally, you're going to stand in line for 1 or 2 hours to vote for him.
Kellyanne, the white working class in this country has long been sort of a forgotten voting group in many ways. And Mr. Trump has energized them from the beginning. And tonight we are seeing them come out in droves for him. Speak to the effect that's happening, that their vote is having tonight, and what that's like for Donald Trump, who's been speaking to them from the beginning.
Megan, you basically just encapsulated the core of the Trump candidacy. And when I travel around with him, and frankly, when I look at data, I see the same thing, which is that he's been able to energize the forgotten man and forgotten woman and take my party, the Republican Party, away from veering dangerously close to becoming the party of the elites, which is what it was doing, and becoming more the party of the working man and working woman. They just want a voice. You know, I travel with him. I was raised in a very blue-collar household and non-college educated area, and I see in these people, wherever we go, the same type of just essential goodness like the people I grew up with, but also people who feel frustrated. They want somebody to look out for them. They do think the system is rigged against them. They feel like all they want is a fair opportunity and a break. And, you know, I have to say, Donald Trump, Megan, elevating issues that were in the bottom of the issues basement, like trade and immigration, and even patriotism, you know, never really reflected in the survey polling, is pretty remarkable. And as you know, the first day he did this all the way up to last night in Manchester, New Hampshire, Grand Rapids, Michigan, overflow crowds. People are so excited to be there. They're not complaining. They're buoyant. They're energized. And they rarely say to him, "May I have your autograph?" or "I loved you on The Apprentice." They always say to him, "Can you bring jobs back to this part of my state?" or "Thank you so much for running and for loving America." So it's been incredible. And you know, we know we're going to win tonight, but come what may, he built a movement, and people feel like they're truly part of it.
Kellyanne, you still have to win part of the blue wall that they talk about. What is the state that you are going to pick off, the Trump campaign is going to pick off, that you think you're best positioned at this moment to take? You've just lost Virginia. We just called Virginia. And there are questions about where you are in Michigan and Minnesota and other places.
So it could be any of those. It could be Colorado, Nevada, Pennsylvania is still out there, Michigan, New Hampshire. I think the point is, when I'm watching your coverage tonight, when you look at the 8 or 9 states that Fox News and others are calling, quote, too close to call, all but one are states that President Obama carried twice. These should be in Hillary Clinton's column. She should comfortably have these states already. And here we are at 10 p.m. Eastern saying they're too close to call. And this has been our strategy. Don't just wait around for her to go from the 248 protected blue wall and find those 22 electoral votes. Let's go dip into her 248. But right now, Brett, I can see it being one or two of the following of Colorado or Michigan or Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Nevada. But they're all reaches only because they really do belong in the Democratic column. We've just been trying to get over there and sneak a grab on one or two of them.
Kellyanne, great to see you tonight. Thank you very much for being here. I want to get back now to Karl Rove, Chris Stirewalt, Juan Williams, Steve Hayes, and Tucker Carlson, all of whom are with us. Steve, let me start with you because you haven't weighed in on what we've seen so far tonight.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. I mean, remember back in 2012, there was the one candidate quality that jumped off the page, and it was that people felt that Barack Obama cared for people like them more than Mitt Romney did, and the gap was like 82-13 or something. Well, there's a similar result tonight, and I think we've talked about it a little bit earlier. Nearly 4 in 10 Americans said the most important candidate quality is can bring needed change. They voted for Donald Trump 82-13. I think when we look at the results tonight, we look at what we're seeing and what seems to be this trend. And as Tucker was saying earlier, maybe a miss by some pollsters. That's the number that's going to jump out. I think that's the number that could tell us maybe more about anything than any other number that we see tonight.
And Juan, what do you think? I mean, there are now a number of different sites that have shifted their percentages. Obviously, we determine our percentages on the decision desk, but this is a huge call right now. We're just getting told that North Carolina Senate can be called. Fox News projects that incumbent Republican Richard Burr will win that close race against the Democrat Deborah Ross. This was nip and tuck in a state that was not sure how it was going to go. We still haven't called the governor's race here, but this is the sitting incumbent Republican senator who's the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He was in a tough race down there. It was believed at one point he was trailing, and then they threw a lot of money into this race. And Deborah Ross, who's a lawyer for the ACLU, was not a perfect fit for this candidate, this nominee at the beginning, but Democrats suddenly thought that they had a real chance to pick this off. The fact that the Republicans have won the Senate seat in North Carolina now seems like it is more likely that they will hold on to the U.S. the majority in the U.S. Senate, which would mean that Mitch McConnell would stay the majority leader, and that would be a big deal. Juan, your reaction to that, because this is a big race.
So, to me, I already lost money tonight to Dana Perino. I know. So, I mean, I don't know why you picked on me, but I got to think that when you look now to Missouri, to what's going on there with Roy Blunt, that just becomes so critical. We know Joe Heck, again, the Republican in Nevada, trying to take on that seat from Harry Reid. Again, another critical step. But as I said, Todd Young managed to beat Evan Bayh in Indiana. And we know, of course, that the Ron Johnson seat is still sitting there. And Pat Toomey in Pennsylvania. So these are some outstanding. I think, though, the odds, I thought going in was about a little bit of a Democratic lean in terms of Senate majority tonight. Now I think with this seat there, I think it's back to coin flip totally.
I want to talk about New Hampshire, which is still one of the many states too close to call at this hour. And what we're getting from our reporter on the ground there is that the party GOP in New Hampshire is feeling cautiously optimistic. They say there are a number of Republican strongholds that have yet to come in. Counties there are Merrimack, Salem, Derry. And feeling pretty good about the top of the ticket and the results outstanding in New Hampshire, which, was Joe Trippy's favorite state. He's not here to discuss it right now.
but in spirit.
But that would be significant for Donald Trump, and he's very much in play there tonight.
This was one of Trump's best states in the polls. The polls are predicted a Trump win here, or at least a very close race. I would expect him to do well in New Hampshire. It fits his blueprint well. You have a lot of blue-collar voters. It's in the Northeast. And apparently Tom Brady likes him, so that should be good with the Pats fans. So that's in keeping with what we would expect to see. And now we're looking for these other pieces. So if New Hampshire comes in for Trump, that would be be an expected outcome. Virginia's come in for Clinton. That's an expected outcome. Georgia would be expected for Trump. Now we're getting down to the state that keeps not filling in. These 2 states on the East Coast that keep not filling in, North Carolina and Pennsylvania, are going to tell us so much, and we're getting close.
But doesn't this tell us something?
What's that?
The Burr win in a tight race that was probably tied or 1 point.
Well, so over history, candidates generally outperform, Senate candidates generally outperform presidential candidates, averages something like 8 points. So you can read something into it that the Republicans have something to be happy about there, but in terms of what it means in the race, we probably tap the brakes for a second.
Okay, so if she wins North Carolina, it is a major blow to his chance to get to 270.
This is the bloodiest, hardest ground of this race is found in North Carolina, and it is found in basically the corridor that runs from Raleigh down to Charlotte. We're talking about this center part of the state, and the fighting has been bitter and brutal there, and it could decide this election.
But back to the Senate. Does this actually mean that the Republicans are likely to keep control? There's several outstanding at this point. We're still waiting on Pennsylvania.
There's still 4 balls in the hopper.
No, but it could be 50-50. It's more likely now that it is 50-50 than it's not. They're only +1.
Well, it's more likely that it's going to be 50-50 because they just held on to a seat. But the question is, does it actually make it 51% more likely that they could retain control than not?
I don't think so. And first of all, full disclosure, I'm involved in a super PAC that just spent $22 million in North Carolina. And if you thought that was a big sum, we spent $32 million in New Hampshire. So let me just say, each one of these, we should have cut a deal with every voter, decisive voter, and cash on the barrelhead.
Bitter party of one.
Yeah. But look, these are each one of these races doesn't signify the victory in North Carolina doesn't signify a victory in Missouri or New Hampshire or Pennsylvania. These are all individual races, idiosyncratic.
Okay,
driven
but just do the math. I mean, they're +1, and then you give them all 3 of those. That's +4.
Yeah.
They're not going to pick up. Let's say they hold Nevada. That's still +4, and then they have to win the White House to take control. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, look, I look at it a different way. Easier way to do it is there are 11 seats that really are going to decide control of the House, of the upper house, and one is a Democrat seat in Nevada. The other 10 are incumbent Republicans. The Republicans need to keep 7 of those. They've got Arizona, Ohio, Florida, now North Carolina, and Indiana. That's 5. They got to pick up 2 more out of the remaining ones: New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Missouri, and Nevada.
Wisconsin.
And Wisconsin.
One more thing. Our colleagues, John Stossel and his producer, Maxim Lott, run a website in which they track the betting odds. It updates every minute. At the moment, you're not going to believe this, at the moment, it rates Donald Trump with a 75.1% chance of winning the election as opposed to a 24.6% chance.
We got a lot of people with money on this.
Just put down a bet.
In addition to that, the stock futures have been plunging on the news that Mr. Trump is doing better. You may recall that we had a big rally when it appeared in recent days that she was pulling ahead and pulling away. So those are the odds now. And John Stossel can make a very convincing and interesting case that this is a better way to look at it.
I'd be careful as to how many bettors were influencing those
anybody over at that
odds.
desk who's lost any money tonight might not want to put their money on Mr. Trump because the odds are in his favor. You won't get a very good return.
Look, we need to leaven this just a little bit. Just remember, she's got the lead. She's got the leading hand in 18 states in the District of Columbia that they've won 6 elections in a row. That's 242. She's now taken Virginia, a swing state. That gets her to 255. She's taken New Mexico. That gives her 260. All she's got to do is win 2 out of 3 states.
Right.
Either New Hampshire, Colorado, Nevada, pick 2 of the 3, and she's at 270 plus.
But isn't that assuming that she holds on to Minnesota and Michigan?
Yeah, and it also assumes, though, she loses Ohio, North Carolina, and Florida.
And the 538 blog, which has had her up 75% likely to win, has got it down to 60%.
But if you're, imagine.
I love the scientific precision.
I know. But it's easy to understand. It's easy to understand.
It must be said of those guys that they've done pretty well in the past.
Yeah.
They've done very well in the past.
They got to carry
538 did terribly in the GOP primary.
2 points past the decimal for it to be
538 blew the Republican primary badly.
But have you ever seen Brit Hume work an iPhone? I mean, he can get from blog to blog really quick coming on.
I just think the betting odds thing is just hilarious.
Go ahead, Tucker Carlson.
If you're a Democrat and you're at an election watch party in my neighborhood in Northwest D.C., you are horrified right now because you consider Thank you, a Democrat confirming. You consider Trump not just a buffoon, but evil, a monster. He's a moron and he's stupid in your view. And you're behind the single best financed campaign in the history of democracy going back to the Roman Republic. Like, no one's ever had more money. And so you're wondering, like, how did this happen? And I have to say, maybe the lesson is not even connected to either candidate, but populist economics may be undergirding some of this. And that's just not her. Does anybody doubt if Elizabeth Warren was the nominee? If Democrats had gotten a nominee they actually kind of identified with on an ideological level, and it's not Hillary. A lot of Democrats, probably the majority of Democrats, think the big banks are part of the problem with the country right now, and she is the unanimous supporter of the big banks. Yeah. So if they had a candidate, well, she does, actually. And if you had a candidate who aligned with you ideologically, maybe she'd be doing a lot better than she is now.
What about Obamacare? We haven't even discussed that tonight, and it's, implosion to some extent as we approached Election Day, and these premium hikes going up 50% in many places, and Trump trying to run on a promise of repeal and replace, although without specifics, as you point out. But that law is actually having a real impact on people's lives.
I think it is. I mean, I think there is an ideological component here. I just don't think it's the one that you're identifying. If you look at the trade numbers that we were talking about earlier, they're pretty evenly split, as Charles pointed out. But if you look at other numbers, you talk about what kind of change people want, that's a question that was asked in the exit polls. Continue Barack Obama's policies, 28%. Change to more conservative policies, 46%. Change to more liberal policies, 18%. So I think we are getting a sense that the voters, at least the voters who are supporting Donald Trump, have said enough. I mean, President Obama came into office in 2008 and announced that he was going to be an activist liberal president. He won in 2012, I would say, despite having been an activist liberal president, if you look at the exit poll questions in 2012. And what we're seeing now with the unpopularity of Obamacare, the failure of Obama economic policies, I would argue, I mean, $1 trillion in stimulus, still have the slowest recovery since 1949, and skepticism about the Iran deal. I think you have people saying, enough.
But the flip side of that is, you were talking earlier about the fact that they ask about candidate qualities. One is bring needed change, and he kills her in that. On the other hand, there are also questions about has the right experience and has the right temperament, and she kills him in that. So one could argue that ideologically he's got the right message, and that the problem, if he loses, will be he wasn't the right messenger.
I think that's exactly right.
Yeah, and I think the other side of this is you say, gosh, if he had changed, if he wasn't Donald Trump, if he didn't have the baggage that's attached to him in terms of women, in terms of racial minorities, in terms of the temperament leadership issue that Chris is talking about, gosh, how much would be talking about a Republican route tonight, right?
And I think we always have to remember the first rule of politics: every election is a character election. Every election is a trust election. Ideology takes a backseat to the character of the individual, and they're all trust questions. And in this case, the Democrats chose to nominate a person who was overwhelmingly untrusted by the American electorate in poll after poll after poll.
Both candidates were overwhelmingly untrustworthy.
But these numbers can change. I mean, we have in virtually every poll, 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4 Americans say they think the country's off on the wrong track. And yet, what was it? 40% said that was the most important quality. These things change, and the untrustworthiness of the candidates and the questions about each other's character raised the percentage that were concerned about character and temperament, and concerns about change affected similarly the number of those that wanted a change agent as their number one priority. These things change over the course of the campaign. What's interesting to me is change became less important over the course of the campaign.
Just one other point, just to posit another view on Trump and the temperament issue, which is dogged him, and you can see that in the polls. The flip side of that, right, even though they think he's got a bad temperament to be president, the flip side of that is, how did he get all this support from the white working class? Yes, it was in part policy, right, and trade and the things that he was saying. But that messaging that he sent, the willingness to offend, to not raise his hand when we asked him, are you going to support the Republican Party, to take on major media figures and pretty much all the media, that was very appealing to large sections of the electorate, not because they hate all members of the media, not because they hate the Republican Party. They hate the inability to get anything done, and they wanted somebody who didn't play by the rules, who was willing to go in there and bust things up and be a different kind of candidate.
I totally agree with you. I mean, I think if you look at the way that people see Washington, they see what's happened in Washington over the past 40 years. That's what they say. Well, we don't like his temperament. It wouldn't be the temperament we'd choose in a commander-in-chief necessarily. However, we've elected people with good temperaments before, and they haven't gotten that kind of change.
Also, he doesn't hate them, and everyone else does hate them.
We have a long night ahead that we're going to talk about a lot of things, and we've got to hit a quick break here. By the way, one last point. Joe Manchin, that was the other thing I forgot, that he might not stay as a Democrat.
The
which
flipper.
would be a more likely scenario for a Republican Senate, but we shall see.
Betting odds are now up to 80% for Trump.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Brett, can I get some money down? Here we go.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get to our wallets, and we're going to come over here and get some odds from Britt as we come up on a break.
Just a few states left undecided, like Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. You might want to stay tuned.
Plus 5 more states set to close at 11 Eastern, including California. And as we mentioned, Dow futures. They're now plunging 600 points. You got anything on that, Britt?
Well, it's all about money. The people with money who have money at stake are speaking, and they're speaking through the futures, and they're speaking through the betting odds. They think he's got this.
And we'll be right back.
As I went walking, I saw a sign. And on the sign it said, "No trespassing." But on the other side, it said nothing. That side was made for you and me. I've roamed and rambled, and I followed my footsteps to the sparkling sands of her diamond deserts. And all around me, a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. Esta tierra es mía. This land was made for you and me.
Welcome to the Empire State. Stand up. I'm a BK brother. Old Madison Square, catch you at the fight. Conor McGregor! Sensational. From New York City, right, Cam? Big shot, Tyron Woodley! Wow! What a night, ladies and gentlemen! New York City!
30 years and still number one.
This house is not for sale.
Bon Jovi. Back with a brand new album, This House Is Not For Sale. Plus, see Bon Jovi live on tour in 2017. This House Is Not For Sale. Available now.
If you own authentic luxury handbags, Rebag.com wants to pay you for them. Just choose your designer, upload a few pictures, and receive a free quote within a day. And get paid in just 2 days. Visit Rebag.com or download the free app today. Refer a friend and get $50.
This is the Fox News Election Alert. We have a big call to make tonight, and that is that the Fox News decision desk is projecting Hillary Clinton will win the swing state of Colorado tonight. Colorado going blue, according to the Fox News decision desk. That's significant, as both campaigns had worked hard for Colorado voters, but Hillary Clinton managing to pull out a win in that state as we continue to await so many of the other critical swing states.
As you were talking, a critical swing state has been called by the Fox News decision desk. Ohio will be Donald Trump's category. A victory for Donald Trump in Ohio can be called by the Fox News decision desk at this point. That is 18 electoral votes. No Republican has won the White House without winning the state of Ohio. Donald Trump, the GOP nominee, has just won the state of Ohio. So now you have the electoral votes at 168 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 131 for Hillary Clinton. He still has some work to do, as we mentioned, about winning blue states in that blue wall, but he is on his way. We have not called Florida yet.
Need 270 to win, so he's got to get another 102 states.
Step right up, folks.
Right? Oh, what?
This is the 538 blog that had Clinton ahead all night.
Yeah.
55% chance Trump wins the presidency.
Well, that's been changing all night. That update's by the minute.
Yeah, more importantly, Ohio has picked the president the last 13 elections in a row. So, I mean, everybody always talks about Republicans can't win without it. They have picked the president 13 elections in a row. This is a big deal.
This is a huge deal. And these changes we're seeing with betting markets and financial markets, and all these are meaningful. These are people who got a lot on the line.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first time this particular prognosticator, the 538 blog, extremely well regarded as such things go, has thought that Trump was going to win.
We just want to point out that Brit Hume is not getting paid by the 538 blog. He is still employed by the Fox News channel.
Right, that's right.
But let's
just
check
trying to
in.
keep you all on the straight and narrow.
All right,
here.
all right. With both the Trump and Clinton campaigns, let's begin with Chief Political Correspondent Carl Cameron, live at Trump headquarters. Carl, I mean, this has to be huge, earth-shattering news there.
Absolutely. Big reaction here. The crowd whooping it up. They're watching Fox News Channel very, very carefully. Winning Ohio keeps the Trump plan in place. It's a really simple strategy. Win all the Romney states, pierce that blue wall, and they can do it. We know now that there's about 95% of the vote in Florida, and it's very, very tight, just a couple of points. North Carolina, 83% of the vote in, and still very close. Michigan's only got 30% of the vote in, and it is a long way for the Michigan vote to get full. And that means if Trump can hold on to all the Romney states, which included Ohio, if he can defend North Carolina and pull off a victory in Michigan, that would get him to 275 electoral college votes if he holds all of the Romney red states. So lots of reason for real enthusiasm and a renewed optimism here at Trump headquarters tonight, Brad.
Carl, do they see optimism in Michigan, Minnesota? Where is the blue state?
The state is where Donald Trump was last night at midnight for his final rally. There were a lot of questions about whether him going to Minnesota and Michigan was going to have a payoff, and now Michigan would be able to put him over the top if he can, with the 70% of the vote that's still not counted, pull off a victory and steal a blue state there. That would make the difference, assuming he can hold all the Romney states. In Michigan, it was huge crowds. Wherever Trump went, he got big crowds. And they're turning out there. I mean, he spent a tremendous amount of time in Macomb County, the suburbs around Detroit, where that is the birthplace of Reagan Democrats. That is blue-collar, working-class white Americans, and they were in big numbers coming out, and the Trump campaign said all along that it was the spirit of his supporters and the momentum that came along with it that ultimately could propel a last-minute upset victory here.
Carl Cameron at Trump campaign headquarters. Carl, thank you.
I want to bring you an important update now on the balance of power before we get to Jennifer Griffin, and that is that Fox News decision desk is now projecting that the Republicans will hold control of the U.S. House. This is not a huge surprise. We understood that would happen. They've lost some seats. They currently enjoy a 59-seat advantage over the Democrats in the House, which means the Democrats would have had to net 30, a gain of 30 seats. They have not managed to do it, and they will not manage to do it. They're projecting that they'll probably gain between 10 and 20 seats, falling short of majority control. So the Republicans have control of the lower chamber going forward. We know that. I want to check back in, meantime, with Jennifer Griffin, who's at Clinton headquarters tonight. Jennifer?
Megan, well, what's notable here at headquarters is that, in fact, it's been a really subdued crowd for most of the night. And what we noticed is that they turned away from watching news channels. They're not watching Fox News over here at Democratic headquarters. But there was a lag effect where only recently did this crowd learn that Virginia had been called for Clinton. There was a little bit of applause at that moment. But right now we're hearing speeches from outside. Governor Andrew Cuomo is speaking, but they've gone to some videos, including that song, Fight Song, that has been her popular mantra going on to stage, and a lot of Hollywood stars coming out and speaking. They pulled Katy Perry out to speak to the crowd, but it was very subdued as they were watching the returns coming in on rival news channels. And again, only just now did they learn that Virginia has gone to Hillary Clinton. Megan?
Jennifer, thank you.
Let's bring in our panel, Martha MacCallum, George Will, Maria Bartiromo, and Guy Benson. Maria, I want to start with you. These Dow futures down 700 right now. Give us a lowdown. What's happening?
The market is selling off because obviously this was unexpected from Wall Street's perspective. The market wants to see certainty. So investors are going to be buying on a Hillary win and selling on a Donald win. And the bottom line is because he's the unknown. You know, Hillary Clinton, we know, would build on many of President Obama's policies. The fact that Donald Trump is talking about ripping up NAFTA, talking about repealing and replacing Obamacare, these are all unknown. So that's one reason that the market is selling off. I would predict to you, Brett, that this ultimately will be a huge buying opportunity because when you look at both candidates' economic plans, on the Trump side, he wants to lower taxes and roll back regulations. Regulation has been the one barrier for small business and large business, by the way, in terms of growth. Economic growth is the priority. That's what this country needs right now. That's what will be positive for the markets. And I think ultimately people will view this major sell-off tomorrow as a huge buying opportunity because of his policies. Hillary Clinton wants to raise taxes. She wants to raise wages. That's going to make it much more expensive for business. They will likely sit on cash, not increase hiring, not increase investing. Pretty much more of the same of what we've been seeing over the last 8 years.
So we should be careful. I mean, obviously, he has not gotten to the 270, and he still has a path that he has to get some big states to do that. You're saying if he wins the presidency, what the markets would do?
Well, the markets are indicated to be down sharply because the market is seeing this result, what we're seeing tonight, as the potential that Donald Trump may win, and that's why the markets are selling off right now.
George Will, you are not a Trump fan. I think it's safe to say.
Detected this.
And your reaction now, as you see the results coming in tonight, are you surprised? And what's your feeling?
I am surprised. And one thing to note is one of the most powerful predictors of presidential outcomes over the years has been the job approval of the president. That is, when an incumbent president is not running for re-election, if his job approval is over 50%, it's a strong likelihood that the candidate of his party will win the presidency. Mr. Obama is in the mid-50s now, which is a very powerful pull that's not working on behalf of Mrs. Clinton. Second, you mentioned a moment ago it's expected and was expected that the Republicans would hold the House. What that means, however, is that if Mrs. Clinton becomes president, she will be the first president since Grover Cleveland, first Democratic president since Grover Cleveland in 1885 to take the presidency without controlling both houses of Congress. On the other hand, it is possible from what we're seeing tonight that if Mr. Trump becomes president, he will have both the House and the Senate. The American people constantly complain about gridlock in Washington and more often than not produce the prerequisite for gridlock, which is divided government. So unified government has been, since the Second World War, the exception rather than the rule, but it could be produced tonight.
But just a quick follow-up. What message do you take from it? Donald Trump hasn't won yet, but he's certainly doing better than a lot of people thought he might in many states. What message do you take from that? As somebody who was a lifelong Republican, a conservative, who you say the party has left you, what message are you receiving from these voters?
If you look at the enormous millions of votes who are voting for both Mrs. Clinton and Mr. Trump, the country is not the center-right country that the Republicans have assumed all along. A country clamoring for small government, clamoring for the rule of law, clamoring for a strong, assertive, often interventionist foreign policy. It's not the sort of center-right country that the Republicans have presupposed.
Martha, you've been looking at the exit polls all night. We talked earlier about the gender gap closing in those exit polls, but there are other things inside the exit polls about that feeling of kind of kicking over the table and Washington doesn't work.
Yeah. I mean, covering exit polls tonight has been tricky business because it looked like they were leaning in one way, and now we're seeing kind of a different picture. So it makes you question what's in these numbers to some extent. However, they do still indicate that it's tight, that it will be close when you look at how these numbers break down. And when you look at Ohio, there's some really interesting things in this Ohio win. One is the question of whether or not trade takes away jobs. 64% said that was important to them, and they believe that trade takes away jobs. Take a look at the union vote. They went for President Obama 60% in the union vote. 37% of union voters went for Mitt Romney. Trump's got 50% of them. This is the audience that he has spoken to so powerfully in Ohio and in places like Michigan and Wisconsin as well. It's that Midwest Rust Belt that he is trying to put together, and it indicates that it's working for him in the numbers in Ohio. Also look at the fact that as slim as it is in terms of the black vote, he's at 6%. Mitt Romney was at 3%. He's one of the few Republican candidates who's tried with this group. He went out there and said, look, you've tried everything else. Why not give me a try? And it seems to be moving the needle a little bit. And he condemned Mitt Romney over and over for choking and for not going far enough and for not being able to, push the needle further with all these groups. In incremental ways, he has pushed the needle with some of these groups and expanded that area a little bit for Republicans, and it's quite interesting to see how all this is playing out.
And just one point on exit polls, and you mentioned at the beginning, the fact that we caution at the very beginning that these things can be wrong.
Yes.
And that's why we do that, because we've seen it before, and we were even warned today that it seemed like in some states in particular, Democrats would answer the polling and Republicans wouldn't. So that's the caution we always start with.
And we still don't know. I mean, when you look at these numbers, and we've got a ways to go, 102 electoral votes still to be tallied for Donald Trump. But these indicators are really interesting in terms of how the electorate may be moving. And this Midwest Rust Belt is clearly something to watch very closely.
Guy, as much as we see, you have to feel that the Trump supporters out there who have been such fervent supporters of him are feeling uplifted and excited and heard right now.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And heard. There's obviously half the country or some faction on the other half that's terrified of him. And that would be feeling downright frightened, perhaps, if he were to win tonight. And that's a real sentiment in the country as well.
Yeah, and I've spoken to a number of plugged-in Democrats over the course of the evening. At the beginning of the night, they were confident. I would say supremely confident. Then a few hours later, queasy. Okay, but queasy. Now, I'm not going to say full-blown panic, but borderline panic in Democrat world. And there's another thing to think about here. If you're Hillary Clinton right now, man, you have to be looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, America is rendering a verdict regardless of whether or not she pulls this out, and now it's looking more likely for him than anyone ever thought to actually win the presidency. She is a surreally, historically loathed political character. The fact that she is in real danger of losing the presidency to someone whose disapproval rating's 60%. And once again, Donald Trump is defying expectations totally. Again, when will we learn?
Think about that, Maria. From the moment he took that escalator ride down in Trump Tower and announced his presidency, to the moment that he ran against 16 other people, to the moment nobody thought he had a chance, and then when he gets in this race, and here we are.
Yeah. And I think the reason is his message resonates with the working man and woman out there. And we have a recovery that is underway in the economy from the massive upset back in 2008. But most American families are not really feeling that recovery. We're seeing these economic numbers month after month that seem to be showing improvement. And yet people's wages are the same as they have been 20 years ago. And yet people cannot find a job that they have the skill set for. So you have an economy that is growing about 1.5–2%. We had a pretty good GDP number, better than expected the last reading, but you're still averaging slow economic growth, and people are worried about opportunities for themselves. He resonated with that population, and that's why he's doing as well as he is.
And just to follow up on a point we were getting to earlier, Obamacare. We haven't spent a lot of time discussing it, but that is one of those issues in the way that gas prices affect your actual pocketbook and grocery store prices affects your actual pocketbook. Obamacare has begun. The maybe implosion is too strong, but certainly brush fires in many, many states has begun in earnest.
Megan, you're absolutely right. That is the number one issue in terms of the regulatory story that businesses and individuals are upset about. You're talking about these increases in 2017. That was not good timing for Hillary Clinton to see that we're going to see 116% increase in Arizona, for example, for Obamacare. This is the one issue that keeps coming up when I'm speaking with managers of businesses and CEOs, the reason that they don't hire more workers, the reason that they're not investing in their businesses, and that resonates. So Obamacare is the number one regulation that his supporters want to see repealed and replaced.
Okay, we just have one quick update before we hit a break. Brit Hume.
Okay, this is the New York Times live presidential forecast. The New York Times. This is not the betting odds. This is what the New York Times, which is no friend of Donald Trump, says. Chances of Trump winning the presidency, 91%.
Wow.
I mean, it updates all the time. It sees, huh?
I say, where did they get that?
Well, they're just projecting based on, whatever data we have, the states that have been called, and I mean, I don't know what goes into their black. All these projections that these guys do, and some of them have been very good, some of them have failed at times. They go into some kind of a digital black box, and out comes a projection.
All right, so
I don't know that they all know what all's in it.
Nobody hacked into your iPhone, right?
I showed it to you, Brett. You can see it. There it is. It's all to see.
Well, we have to check in. All right, polls closing in 5 states at the top of the hour, including California.
Plus, we are still waiting to hear what is going to happen in Pennsylvania, in Florida, and North Carolina. One of the biggest prizes, Ohio, already gone to Donald Trump. Stay tuned.
I'd like to send 50 pizzas to France. Oh, hey, I'm just keeping the seat warm, but not for the president, for you. You can be president of whatever you want. Like president of your own salon. I look good. Or your kid's little league team. Foul ball! The president of your own We're president of whatever this is. Get the domains, websites, and 24/7 personal support to be awesome online. Get your .com domain at GoDaddy.com. Hey, POTUS!
I am so proud that I served my country. I can't imagine not having Wounded Warrior Project in my life. We need Wounded Warrior Project to help us in our ongoing recovery. My family learned that they weren't in this by themselves. Wounded Warrior Project definitely saves lives. I am living proof that this organization works.
Okay, Google, show me Korean restaurants in Boulder.
I found a few places.
The new Pixel, phone by Google, exclusively on Verizon, the only next-gen network that lets you get the most out of it.
How is this possible?
Because Verizon LTE Advanced delivers 50% faster peak speeds in 450 cities coast to coast. Buy a Pixel and get up to $400 back. And get 20 gigs of data with no surprise overages. And 4 lines for only $40 each. Why settle when you can have it all on Verizon?
Simulation initiated.
Take on any galaxy with a car that could stop for you.
Simulation complete.
The new Nissan Rogue. Rogue One, a Star Wars story. In theaters December 16th.
Fox News election alert for you now. We are waiting on several critical states. We have already called Ohio for Donald Trump, as we brought to you moments ago. We are about to make a major call. Fox News Decision Desk is now projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina. And that is huge for Donald Trump. This is exactly what he needed to do. Win Ohio, win North Carolina. Florida's part of it, and then pick off a blue. That's what he's trying to do. That's what he's hoping to do. We're waiting on Florida. We're waiting on several states, including Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota. But right now, if you're in the Trump camp, with the exception of Colorado and New Mexico, which have gone for Hillary Clinton, you've got to say this night is going directly according to plan. We're taking a look at Trump headquarters here in New York City, which is at the Hilton Hotel here on 6th Avenue, steps away from where the Fox News channel is, and you can feel the enthusiasm, and the reports have come back that the enthusiasm there has picked up as the mood over at Clinton campaign headquarters, which is also here in New York City at a big convention center, has changed dramatically as they begin to realize their plan. It could still come out the way they want. Don't get me wrong. but they would much rather have seen Trump lose one of these critical states. I want to toss it up to Brett, who's upstairs at our data desk. Brett?
Wow. I mean, this is pretty amazing. Bill Hemmer, we're working the map, and now that North Carolina win for Donald Trump, you look at the map, it's starting to line up.
We filled these pieces in what? For
a million times?
A million times.
Remember, 270 is what you need
the two of us
to win the presidency, 270 electoral votes.
Let me just go ahead and tick through this, and you just watch Trump and Clinton's numbers change. And this, by the way, it's not far-fetched at all. It's quite rational. If you look at the vote tallies right now, he's got a lead in Florida. He's got a lead in Georgia. We just called it for North Carolina. The Des Moines Register poll over the weekend had him up 7 points in Iowa. All right, so you see the numbers shifting here. He's going to probably win Idaho. Would you grant me that? Likely Utah. For the sake of this argument, let's give him Arizona, even though it's been contested, okay? I would give her California. I'd give her Oregon and Washington State. What happens in Alaska? Does he win there? Likely. Does she win Maine? Probably most of them, and so now we're at 258 to 209. I think for the sake of this argument, Brett, go ahead and get her Nevada based on the early voting, and give her Pennsylvania.
Okay, and so then you're at 258, 235.
235. I'd give her Minnesota, and she's at 245, and then I would come back to him, and I'd put my focus on Michigan. And if that happens, he's the president of the United States now at 274.
Aren't we now shifting? Aren't we talking now about what is her path to get to 270? We have spent weeks and weeks talking about what's his path to get to 270. We are now shifting to talk about what's her path to 270.
So let's go ahead and take away Arizona and give that to Hillary Clinton. Bump up to 256. Let's say he doesn't win Michigan. Maybe she wins Michigan.
And there she is.
She's at 272.
272.
We have talked repeatedly, Brett, about his path being so difficult. Number of ways to get there, certainly, the number of different combinations, and her path being a lot easier. It is still a lot easier. I would point to New Hampshire because we're not quite sure which way that's going to go as well. But you know, she's got the easier run at it right now. But at the moment, he is pulling the inside straight that we've been debating now for months.
If Florida is very close, what are the chances that Hillary Clinton is the one that says this race is not over and we are sending lawyers down to Florida and you and I are back looking at Chads like we were in
butterfly
2000.
ballots, right? I'll tell you right now in Florida, this is the breakdown. You know, Trump has a lead of about 135,000 votes. That's the state of that race at the moment.
Just dip in there real quick.
Yeah, I show you Michigan. Look at all the red counties here in Michigan as they fill in. Now, a lot of the vote to come in. I will go to Wisconsin too and just show you quickly. Look at all the red counties that they're filling in for Trump. And then this, you know, they're still adding them up. And I would also make the case this, and perhaps this is the story of the night. Trump came out and said, they're ripping you off, folks. They're taking your jobs. They're shipping them overseas. And he talked about Western New York and Western Pennsylvania and Ohio up into Wisconsin and Michigan and also North Carolina. North Carolina's lost 250,000 textile jobs in the past 20 years. This was his message. And right now, if you tick through these states and you look at them, well, you know, it's working for him.
Which is why he made those stops.
Look at Northern Ohio. Look at all the red counties here. And 4 years ago, it was all blue. It's all been transformed tonight before our eyes as we watch it.
It's a completely different map. And we are now, Megyn, talking about what is her path to 270. Back down to you.
And we have big news here as well, Brett and Bill. Want to make a projection now in Wisconsin, where Fox News is now projecting that Senator Ron Johnson will beat back a challenge from Democrat Russ Feingold in a hard-fought battle. Ron Johnson will win that state. This was one that was not at all certain and that the decision desk had been waiting on, but Russ Feingold occupied the seat until he was ousted by Johnson in 2010, and now this will stay in Republican control. This is one of the seats that the Democrats had very much been hoping to pick off as as in their what they hoped would be march to control of the upper chamber, which has so far not materialized tonight. Want to bring in now Dr. Charles Krauthammer, who's back with us, along with Karl Rove, Mo Alithi, Monica Crowley, and David Wohl. Let me just start with you on the Ron Johnson call, Karl, and the significance of that.
Huge. He'd been behind most of the campaign. Something happened in the last 3 or 4 weeks. Everybody piled into the race. Spent millions of dollars here in the last couple of weeks, but I think people spent it not thinking he was going to be able to win, but hoping he would, and he did. Mm-hmm. And it says something about him because he was written out by all of the sort of powers that be in Wisconsin. He's a really decent guy, a good member of the Senate, but not well known. And he has clawed his way back into a second term of the Senate.
Mo Alithi, your reaction now as a Democrat who's worked for the Clintons on what we're seeing tonight on Clinton's electoral plans and the Democrats' plans for the Senate, which have not been materializing.
Yeah, I think the Senate is becoming increasingly tough. Not outside the realm of possibility, but certainly not as optimistic as maybe coming into the night. And that Ron Johnson is a pretty big blow. I will say I've been getting lots of texts from friends tonight asking me if I'm freaking out yet. I'm nervous, but I'm not freaking out yet. Trump needed to win the big three. He needed to win Ohio, North Carolina, Florida. If he had lost any of those, it would be game over. He's still in it. And, if current trajectory holds, he'll hold on to Florida. Michigan, though, still is very, very much in play for Clinton. Wisconsin is still very, very much in play for Clinton. She's already won Virginia and Colorado. Nevada, people on the ground are feeling cautiously optimistic. New Hampshire could be one of the make or break states at the end of the night. So there's reason to be nervous, but there's always been reason to be nervous.
We're hearing a little bit more about Nevada, though, that some had been projecting that's done. It's over for Trump. And now tonight, they're saying maybe they were out ahead of their skis, that maybe the early vote, while it was very heavily favored to Clinton, may be outweighed by the voting day response from pro-Trump voters based in part on what we're seeing in other states.
Yeah, and that's the big question, right? I think a lot of people got out ahead of their skis in a lot of places heading into tonight. And I don't think there's any question that there's some sort of phenomenon going out there, and there's going to be a lot of deconstruction, no matter who wins tonight, about what actually happened, and whomever the next president is, trying to bring us all back together.
Are you starting to feel that Hillary Clinton might lose this thing?
I'm nervous, but I'm not in freak out mode yet. I still think the path is a little bit easier for her than it is for Donald Trump. He still has to run the table in a lot more states, but it's going to be a late night.
Charles, your thoughts on what we're seeing here?
I think we're seeing, if the current trends continue, and I would make one prediction, there's 100% certainty that Brit Hume is going to cite the betting odds before the evening is out again. If it continues and Trump wins, this is an ideological and electoral revolution of the kind we haven't seen since Reagan. What this means ideologically is that the Republican Party has become a populist party, and the country is going to be without a classically conservative party. What Trump has done is not just to awaken the white working class, but to win it back. These were the Reagan Democrats. They drifted away, and he brings them back. Now, what's interesting is he brings them back on issues he says of the cause of their misery is immigration and trade, which you don't see getting a lot of support. I think the reason he got them back is he simply said, I'm your voice. I hear what you're saying. And what this is part of a worldwide, the Brexit revolution of these countries in the West understanding that globalization and the advances that we get from this new economy, the information economy, have brought tremendous benefits, but no one has addressed the needs of those who are the net losers. Net globalization trade is always a positive, but net means there are winners and losers. Right. And Trump is a guy who understood that. He's spoken to those who've lost out. He said, I speak for you. I don't know whether his remedies are going to work, but certainly what we're seeing is an ideological shift, speaking for the white working class, and also the non-white working class. And it's going to be an electoral shift because that means that the old Rust Belt is now in play permanently for Republicans. And on the other hand, with the rise of Hispanic registration, Hispanic voting, the classically safe southern states for Republicans are no longer that classically safe.
Still have several states that should be safe for Republicans right now that are also too close to call. I want to get to our panel, including Monica and David Wohl, in just a minute, but first got to take a quick break because we've got another round of poll closings coming up in just moments. It's 3.5 minutes from the top of the hour. North Carolina, Ohio already in for Donald Trump. Pennsylvania and Florida still up in the air. Our special election coverage live from Fox News World Headquarters in New York City continues in a moment. Don't go away.
From Academy Award-winning director Mel Gibson, critics are raving Hacksaw Ridge is remarkable and inspiring.
You'll have to trust me.
It's a movie you don't want to miss.
I'm gonna get you home.
Hacksaw Ridge, rated R, now playing.
What powers the digital world? Communication, like CenturyLink's broadband network that gives 35,000 fans a cutting-edge game experience. Or the network that keeps a leading hotel chain's guests connected at work and at play. Or the IT platform that powers millions of e-cards every day for one of the largest greeting card companies. Businesses count on communication, and communication counts on CenturyLink. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Afoot and lighthearted, I take to the open road. Healthy, free, the world before me, the long brown path before me leading wherever I choose. The east and the west are mine. The north and the south are mine. All seems beautiful to me.
Liberty Mutual stood with me when I was too busy with the kids to get a repair estimate.
Liberty did what?
Yeah, with Liberty Mutual, all I needed to do to get an estimate was snap a photo of the damage and voila.
Voila. I wish my insurance company had that. Wait, hold it, boys. There's supposed to be 3 of you. Where's your brother? Where's your brother? Hey, where's Charlie? Charlie?
You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moments away now from another round of poll closings, just about a minute out from being able to make some calls, this time in 5 states with 82 electoral votes up for grabs. And the biggest prize of all is California with 55. It hasn't really been in contention. This is, Trump and Clinton had both said they were going to win places like California and New York and New Jersey and so on. They never really moved out of the presumed Democrat column, but we also have a big call to make now.
A big call right now. Donald Trump will win the state of Florida. According to the Fox News decision desk, he will win the 29 electoral votes in Florida. A very tight race, but he is pulling that off. As you can see, the crowds outside here cheering. 49% to 47% right now, but we can project that he is going to win Florida. That means he has won Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio. This is the triple states that he needed to win to make the path possible. And as you just saw, Megan, upstairs, it's very possible as of this moment.
If you need the inside straight, he is well on his way, although it's not yet over. It is 11 o'clock here in New York City. Polls have just closed in 5 more states, representing another 82 electoral votes, most of which will go to Hillary Clinton. Fox News can now project that Clinton will win California's 55 electoral votes, the largest single batch in the country. Our Fox Decision desk also projects that Mrs. Clinton will win the states of Washington and Hawaii, which collectively represent another 16 electoral votes.
On the Republican side, Donald Trump will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes based on Fox News exit polls. That leaves Oregon, which votes entirely by mail. So we'll have to wait a bit longer to determine who will win that state's 7 electoral votes, but we can probably project that it heads towards Hillary Clinton's way.
Nice cliffhanger, Oregon. Fox News can now project that Republican Senator Mike Crapo of Idaho will win a fourth term by defeating Democratic challenger Jerry Sturgill, according to the exit polls. And the Fox News Decision Desk can also project that a trio of Democratic senators will win re-election by defeating their Republican challengers in the following states: Washington, where Patty Murray has prevailed over her challenger; Oregon, where Ron Wyden will beat his challenger, Mark Callahan; and Hawaii, where Brian Schatz defeats John Carroll.
In California, Fox News can now project that Kamala Harris will replace fellow Democrat Barbara Boxer as the next U.S. Senator from the Golden State. Harris will defeat Loretta Sanchez, another Democrat, according to the Fox exit polls. And it's interesting, in California, you have the system by which the top two finishers go on to run in the general election. This time it was two Democrats, so there was no Republican challenger in the U.S. Senate race. That makes it a little bit tougher for the House races out there, trying to gin up support for some of those Republican House races.
I want to go to our panel now. Britt Hume, Chris Wallace, Katie Pavlich, Mo Alithi, and Monica Crowley. I don't know where Chris
Wallace is.
He's actually not here. He's blown us off.
No.
He's.
Okay, we're not going to go to the office.
No. I want to get Monica Crowley. I want to get Monica Crowley's reaction because I promised to go to her before the last break. And as somebody who's been a Donald Trump supporter, believer, I guess is a good way to put it from the beginning. What does this feel like for you right now?
Well, I have to tell you, 3 weeks after Donald Trump announced for president, back probably early July of last year, I came on Fox News and I said, stop laughing. Do not underestimate him. He can win the whole thing. At the start of our coverage tonight, Megyn, I told you that tonight has the potential to be a totally realigning kind of election, that there are so many cross currents at play that the reliably predictive models that we've used in the past and that pollsters have been using in the weeks leading up to this election may in fact not hold true and steady. And I think that's what we're seeing tonight. For a very long time, 70% plus of the American people have told us that they are unhappy with the direction of the country, that this will in fact be a changed election. And what we have seen from the exit polling coming out tonight, and what we're hearing from voters across the country, is that they wanted a strong leader and somebody who is going to be a change agent, reverse a lot of what President Obama has done over the last 8 years. That is, I think, the primary reason why you're seeing Donald Trump do so well. He is a movement candidate. He has said often that he is leading a movement, and what you're seeing now happening across the country, in previously blue states as well, is that movement taking hold.
Mo, we're just getting word from our producer, Serafin Gomez, from Hillary Clinton campaign headquarters. Speaking to several Hillary Clinton campaign aides, they tell me that they are, quote, expecting a long night, adding nothing has ever come easier for her, and she has had to fight for everything her entire life, close quote.
Yeah, I think this election has proven that. And I think that's true. I think it is going to be a long night. There are a lot of states that are still out, and a lot of them are looking really close. I think to something that Monica said, though, look, I'm a Democrat. I'm a Clinton guy. I've worked for both Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine, and it wasn't that long into the Trump candidacy that I was saying, stop laughing, take this guy seriously. He could win the whole thing. And I do think that there is a big realignment happening here in the country right now. I think the paradigm of left versus right is blown up. I don't think that's the conversation that the American people are having anymore, even though the political class is. It's now much more of an up versus down, people versus the establishment paradigm. And that's something, again, no matter who wins tonight, we're going to all have to address, right. Democrats and Republicans.
Does this match, as Donald Trump said in the final days, the Brexit vote? A lot of people said, this is going to be the Brexit, that Great Britain just voted for to exit the European Union. Is that, in your mind, what we're seeing tonight?
Look, I'm reluctant to draw too many comparisons to Brexit because they were very different in a lot of ways. But I do think that what we're talking about is not just a U.S. phenomenon. I think this is a global phenomenon right now, where the old paradigm is blown up, and we are talking about a global populist movement. There's a reason why during the primaries, Bernie Sanders supporters and Donald Trump supporters hated Washington and Wall Street equally. Right? They both hated both of them. There is a realignment, and I think both parties are going to have to struggle to figure it out. Even if Donald Trump wins tonight, the Republican Party is going to have a major internal fight to try to figure that out.
One of the other questions will be, if she doesn't manage to win tonight, how soon do the Democrats call for the head of Jim Comey? And I mean, already.
I don't think they're waiting.
But you know that they will try to attribute this to Jim Comey as opposed to her flaws, to her decisions with respect to her own email, which we saw in the WikiLeaks releases. Her own team thought were terrible and really poorly advised. And then you got an FBI director who was praised by both sides prior to any of this as a straight shooter, as somebody we could trust, who's really taken it on the chin. Your thoughts, Katie?
Look, as Mo said, we don't have to wait for that. But the reason why Hillary Clinton was even addressed by Jim Comey 10 days before the election is because she made a decision to set up a private, unsecured email server and to put her convenience under the priority of the national security of the country. And based on the exit polling that we're seeing, people across the board found her email situation troubling, including Democrats. Her own staffers, as we've seen in emails, were concerned about the fact that she had used a private server while she was at the State Department. And I think going back to the point of things changing in the country to respond to what the Clinton campaign is saying, if Hillary Clinton loses tonight, it's not going to be because she's a woman, first of all. We've heard that argument. And second of all, it's going to be because she's a corrupt representation of the past. And we've seen this election with Donald Trump as the candidate be a natural progression of the 2010 historic turnover of the House and the historic turnover of the Senate as well. Those were both similar elections. We didn't have the candidate with Mitt Romney, and Donald Trump came along, and I think is a natural extension of that kind of attitude towards the Washington establishment.
I should point out that Donald Trump is now 64 electoral votes away from becoming the next president of the United States.
54. Right?
Yeah. What did I say?
You said 64.
Oh, I said 64. I meant 54. I'm sorry. 54 electoral votes. They told me there'd be no math. 216 to 202. I was an English and poli-sci major. Chris, your take of where we are. Well, this is bigger, it seems, than any one moment. It is a combination of things.
You know, it's funny. Just at a personal level, I wasn't covering politics in 2000. I always regretted that I didn't get this. This could be our 2000. This could be one of these elections that takes on a life of its own on election night and is just an inflection moment in the history of this country. We don't know. Look, Hillary Clinton could still very much win this election. I mean, this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. But to get back to Katie's point, I don't think that Comey/private emails is separate from the Brexit thing. It's all part of the ins versus the outs, the establishment versus the populace, the people. And I think that just shows that there is and which we didn't fully detect, but we had an inkling of it, that people are just, a lot of people, millions of people, are fed up with politics and politicians as usual, and they just, even if they're not sure about Donald Trump, they figure, it isn't, let me just say that it isn't working, let's just throw them all out, we'll put him in, and if he doesn't work, we'll fire him in 4 years.
Just want to stand by 1 second, because we have a call to make, Britt. Fox News is ready to make a projection on the state of Utah, projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Utah, which has been very contested. Evan McMullin, a third party, a Mormon in Utah, gave Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton a run for their money out there. And that was very much in question, whereas it's almost always gone Republican. But this year around, there was a question about it, and Utah has now gone for Trump.
6 electoral votes puts us up to 222.
48.
I got you. I'm there. I have the calculator now.
Back,
all right, thank you.
For what it's worth, that is all still part of the base plan of getting the Romney states, plus getting Ohio, getting Florida, and getting 253, and then adding Utah, 17 somehow after that.
Just to pick up on Chris's excellent point, which is one person, the outsider, was the one who saw this political reality, and it was Donald Trump. Ted Cruz had the same insight, but he fell by the wayside because he was too much of an insider in part, I think. Donald Trump had the insight. He understood that there was this tremendous force in the electorate, this sentiment, and he capitalized on it and got himself nominated, and now he may well have got himself elected. And that owes something to one other thing, which is when it got down to the end and the things began to turn his way, all of the stuff he had been doing all along stopped. There was no picking fights with people smaller than himself. There was none of that. He campaigned in the most disciplined fashion.
Campaign took the Twitter feed away.
The campaign actually took his Twitter feed away, and he obviously allowed that to happen. But his disciplined campaigning at the end, and he summoned the self-discipline to do that, I think is something goes a long way tonight to explaining how he was able to get this to the posture it's in right now.
If this continues going in this way, I'll ask you this, Tucker. Do you think people like John Podhoretz tonight are suggesting that Barack Obama will have effectively presided over the collapse of the Democratic Party? Now, we've seen every time we do one of these elections, whoever loses, the other side says, they collapsed, they're dead, they'll never come back, right? But if she doesn't win this tonight and the Democrats don't win control of the Senate, as almost everybody projected they would do, it's a colossal failure for them.
That's for sure. And it doesn't even, I mean, look, it's a precarious coalition. It's the rich and the poor don't actually have a huge union set of shared interests, is the truth. And I think the Bernie phenomenon kind of laid that bare. But I think the truth is, of course, voters are mad at Washington, but I don't think they can match the contempt that Washington has for them. I mean, what's the message? Every time you turn on the television, it's not just that Trump is a buffoon, it's that his voters are worse. They're disgusting. There's no sympathy from the ruling class for the people over whom they preside. I mean, that's just true. I live in that world. And I have to say, you have a huge population in the middle of the country whose life expectancy is declining. That has never happened. And no one says anything about it. If the life expectancy of Syrian refugees were going down, we would have a primetime address from the president. That would be a huge deal.
Well, that's why the basket of deplorables was such a
because it was so real. I mean, they really feel that way. This is a revolt against the elites. The Democrats put up an elitist and a populist year. What do you think's going to happen? Even if she wins, you can kind of see the lesson has been learned, one would hope, finally.
Let's be clear. If Donald Trump wins, which, again, I would say is still a big if, but if Donald Trump wins, to John Podhoretz's point, I would say he's presiding over a collapse of the Republican Party as well. There is a complete and total realignment of the Republican Party.
Mo, if you're a Bernie Sanders supporter tonight and you're looking at these numbers and you look at this and say, see? Don't you?
I think this what is happening out there, if Hillary Clinton wins tonight, this is something she's going to have to tomorrow hit the ground running to address. That what is happening out there right now is bigger than any candidate. Donald Trump is a flawed messenger of this message. He is a flawed messenger of this message. Exit polls are showing that a lot of his voters don't like him.
He did pretty well for a flawed messenger.
That doesn't mean look, his history has lots of flawed messengers who go on to win, right?
Well, look at it this way also, Mo. I mean, look out across the country. How are Republicans doing at state level races? How are they doing in the state houses tonight? They've swept the state houses once more. How are they doing in the House of Representatives? They're going to retain control of the House. How are they doing in the Senate? They're going to. It looks like now they're going to retain control of the Senate.
But there will likely be a more narrower majority in both the House and the Senate.
If you're facing 24-10 odds,
right now,
you're likely to lose.
But the point is, Democrats are picking up some of those seats, right? I do not think. I think we all make a mistake. Democrats and Republicans alike make a mistake if we continue to look at this election through the prism of D versus R, left versus right. This is different. The Republican Party has
a
major
I think that's a very good point, and I don't disagree with it. But I would say that if you look at the structure of the offices held across the country, the Republican Party looks to be in pretty good shape.
Can we just look at this national popular vote really quickly? Donald Trump, 43,038,272. To Hillary Clinton, 40,965,265, and it's just changing now. Carl, back to the digging in. What is Hillary Clinton's path to getting to 270?
Well, her path is Nevada, New Hampshire, Colorado. Well, she's won Colorado, so either Nevada or New Hampshire, plus hold the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, if she loses.
But she now has to run.
She now has to run the table. I want to go back to a point that Mo and Tucker have been talking about. Look, both parties are being roiled by populism. This happened twice before in American politics, the 1880s and the 1890s, culminating in the 1896 election, and then in the 1920s and 30s. And it's happening across the world. And it's happening in both parties. Let's be honest about that. Donald Trump is a populist of the right, of the conservative, of not the conservative variety, on the right. And he got 44% of the vote in the Republican primaries. an obscure backbencher from Vermont who has no accomplishments to his name, ran as a populist to the left and got 47% in the Democratic Party against the most formidable machine inside the Democratic Party, Hillary and Bill Clinton, backed by the sitting president of the United States and backed by the money powers within the Democratic Party. So both parties are being roiled by this, and how they resolve this is going to determine the next state of American politics, no matter who wins or loses tonight. The other point that I'd make is both parties succeeded in nominating the only candidate that the other party's candidate could beat. These are two deeply flawed individuals, and yeah, we're going to end up with one of them has to win. But that doesn't mean that the American people have risen to their cause. A lot of this, particularly the energy behind Trump, is being driven by a deep concern about what President Obama is doing to this country and an anger over the transformation of the country in front of their lives without their say. If the president doesn't get something through Congress, he does it by executive action and rubs their noses in it.
Go ahead, Kate. The American people are sick and tired of being told what to do. That's the reason why they want smaller government at the state level. We see it with Republican governors across the country. It's the reason why we saw Scott Walker so successful in taking on the labor unions, which were telling people what they had to do with their own money. We've seen it at the state legislature level. We've seen now this as a reflection on Washington, D.C. We saw it in Brexit. People off in Brussels telling them how much they could use in electricity and when they could plug their toaster in at nighttime. I mean, this is a reflection of big government and a referendum on President Obama, quite frankly, and all of the big government over the last years, and really controlling how people make their decisions that impact their lives, whether it's their Obamacare premiums or whether it's the EPA implementing insane regulations on small businesses out in the country where we're seeing Trump voters come to the polls today.
This is a revolt of the unprotected class against the protected elite class, because the unprotected class, the people on the ground, have to live with the consequences of legislation and executive orders and everything else that the protected class has inflicted on them. Donald Trump went out there every single day when he stayed on message and was speaking directly to those voters about the issues that directly affect their livelihoods: economic growth, wage stagnation, job creation, illegal immigration, building the wall, the existential threat of Islamic terror. He spoke directly to those people who feel their economic security threatened, the national security threatened, and he was able to, by doing so, he was able to forge an emotional bond with these voters, which is something that money cannot buy. Just ask Mrs. Clinton.
But here's one interesting question for you. One thing about Trump that we don't really know is how he would govern. Right? He's smart enough to say what he needed to say in the primary to get the nomination, and smart enough to say what he needed to say in the general to at least give her a hell of a run for her money, if not win this outright tonight. If he gets into office, do we really know? I mean, given the number of positions he's had and the fact that he was a Democrat for most of his life, Tucker, do we really know?
No, we don't know. We don't know.
We'd be getting.
I mean, that's the gamble. We know pretty much what Hillary's going to do. Right? I mean, she telegraphed it. She's going to go hard on climate, et cetera. We don't know Trump. We know that one of his great passions is trade. Does that mean he's going to erect a 35% trade, tariff? Probably not. Does it mean he's going to push for enforcement of existing trade agreements? Yeah, probably. I mean, that is a real focus for him. It's totally sincere. It's genuine. You've talked to him about it. Immigration, border security, another. But beyond that, no, we don't. We know he's pretty liberal on the social issues, actually. Mm-hmm. He's not at all a conventional Republican. We know he's pretty anti-war. That's the other thing. I mean, for all the talk about how he's going to, blow up Russia or blow up, do the bidding of Russia, he's actually like the most articulate anti-war candidate the Republicans have ever nominated in my lifetime anyway. But we don't really know. That's true.
Let's take a look at the Trump headquarters and the Clinton headquarters quickly. I mean, they're not cheering at the Trump headquarters. I think they're on pins and needles. But look at the Clinton headquarters. It's like they're
motionless.
They're
doing the mannequin challenge.
Are they doing the mannequin?
Like a wake.
There are
those people.
That's pins and needles. Pins and needles right there.
Because you know what? Because this is not what they expected. This is not what they expected. They thought she was going to run away with this. And, she's been talking in recent days about basically measuring the drapes. And the Trump campaign had lost a bit of momentum coming into these last couple of days. The reports were that she had stabilized the precipitous fall she suffered after Comey came out a couple of weeks ago. And the American voters appear to have had something very different in mind from what the pollsters had been projecting, or at least that's how it looks so
This is
far.
precisely the moment, 11 o'clock at night, when we projected that Barack Obama was going to win in 2008, and around 11:15, 11:20, that Barack Obama was going to beat Mitt Romney. And I think a lot of us thought this night was going to be over in this half hour, and we're a long way from it being over. I just want to go back to one point you asked when you said, do we know how Trump's going to govern? Do you think Trump knows how Trump's going to govern? I mean, a number of people who talked to Donald Trump after he won the nomination, he admitted to them, I never thought I was going to win the nomination. I never thought I was going to get here. And my guess is that deep in his heart of hearts, I'm not sure as he sits there tonight that he really thought that he was going to be the next president of the United States.
And you look at the extravagance of some of his promises about how he was going to do these things and it was going to be easy and it wouldn't take long and all that. Well, none of those things is going to be easy.
Right.
But it'll be a lot easier than it would have been if it doesn't look as it appears now, if the Republicans hadn't kept control
But do you
of the
think,
Senate and the House.
I mean, we all saw the movie The Candidate with Robert Redford back in the 70s. Do you think Trump might be sitting in the Trump Tower right now saying,
what am I going to do now?
What do we do now?
Right.
Well, we've got to run to a break, and we have more to come, more calls to come. We are watching. Donald Trump has the momentum right now. He's had North Carolina, Florida, and Ohio, all going to the Republican nominee.
But a few big states are still up in the air, including Michigan and Pennsylvania. Stay with us live from Fox News World Headquarters on an unbelievable night.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle overnight relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and stool softeners for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
I spy something that starts with M. Mickey!
The 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander, one of America's safest crossovers, well equipped for under $24,000. Get up to $3,000 cash back on select models during the Mitsubishi Motors Holiday Sales Event.
If you own land, Mahindra wants you to know you may qualify for year-end tax savings. Plus, you'll also get the industry's best limited powertrain warranties. Stop by your Mahindra dealer and learn how to say goodbye to the tax man and hello to year-end tax savings. And get up to $7,900 more in special discounts. Care for the land you love with the toughest tractors and utility vehicles on earth. From the world's #1 selling tractor, Mahindra.
We needed to hire someone, but it was really tough finding people that had the right experience.
I was spending half my day just reading resumes.
To hire great people, go to ZipRecruiter.com and post to over 100 of the web's leading job boards with one click. Then easily select the best candidates from one list.
I'm seeing a lot more candidates with the right experience.
We have gotten consistently better results from ZipRecruiter than anywhere else.
Over 1 million businesses have already used ZipRecruiter. Try it for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/DirectTV.
When you stole the throne, witch, you took away my strongest ally, my father. But you didn't know me. You never thought I'd fight back. You don't know me. But you will.
So it begins.
Rated M for mature.
Welcome back. Now a call from the Fox News decision desk. Hillary Clinton will win the state of Oregon. Not a surprise there, but it goes to the Democrats' column, and that adds to her electoral votes. They finally got those mail-in ballots in, I think.
All the drama's gone.
The drama's gone.
The drama's not gone, however, in the overall race, and it's certainly not gone at Trump headquarters and Clinton headquarters. Just take a look at the situations there. We're going to check in first with Carl Cameron, who's live at Trump HQ. What's the mood there in that room, Carl?
Hi, Megan. I just got a call from a senior Trump official who was clearly very optimistic, clearly pumped up about what they're watching, and keenly interested in what's going on in Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, New Hampshire, Iowa, all these states where they are seeing the possibility of accumulating what they need to get to 270. The biggest target here is Michigan. The Trump campaign, Donald Trump and Mike Pence, campaigned there into Election Day as the last campaign event of their entire pre-Election Day campaign last night. They were able to say when the clock struck midnight that, hey, it's now Election Day, everybody go get ready to vote. There was such symbolism in that, and frankly, a lot of skepticism. They were leaving Ohio and Florida and other states to go up into the industrial Midwest, to go to Michigan that hasn't voted Republican since Ronald Reagan. It was back in the 80s that the Reagan Democrats in Michigan were invented, and now it looks like if he can pull off a victory there, they will be Trump Democrats, Trump moderates, Trump independents coming out of Michigan that has the potential to put him over the top. It's still going to be a nail biter. It's still going to be a late night, but they've got lots of real estate where they can pick up the necessary electors to get over the top tonight. Megan, Brett?
Carl, thanks.
222 to 209. Let's go over to Jen Griffin at Clinton campaign headquarters. Jen, we looked in there and it was very still.
Absolutely. It is subdued. There are moments where you could hear a pin drop. We have not seen any top campaign aides for several hours now. So they are not coming out. We are told from sources on the campaign that they are very nervous right now. They do say, however, that nothing Hillary Clinton has ever gotten in her life has ever come easily. So they are not ruling out that she could still pull this out. But I would say this is a nail biter here. It is not what they expected. We did hear all along earlier today that she was preparing 2 speeches because she is superstitious, and she did not want to only prepare an acceptance speech. So she's in her hotel room. We've seen one tweet from her recently saying, no matter what happens tonight, she had a great team, and the team did a great job, which was an ominous tweet just about 2 hours ago. Brett?
Okay, Jen, just to point out that we have not called Alaska, Arizona, Georgia, Iowa, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. That's a lot of real estate.
Wow. Anything could happen. I want to bring back now the co-hosts of The Five, Kimberly Guilfoyle, Juan Williams, Eric Bolling, Dana Perino, and Greg Gutfeld. Like, unbelievable. Right?
You said it.
Let me start with you, Juan, as the Democrat. I mean, what's the truth there at Clinton headquarters? They have to be in full-on panic mode now, no?
I think so. I don't think there's anybody watching tonight who's a Democrat who is not just bewildered, but sick to their stomach. I mean, like, how does this make sense? It's just out of the blue. It's not only that it doesn't comport with what we have seen in terms of the polls, and the polls say they don't think he's qualified, he doesn't have the temperament. It doesn't comport with the strategy, we're going to turn out more white working class voters than Mitt Romney. They really haven't. They got a little higher percentage in terms of the vote for Donald Trump than Mitt Romney did from that cohort. But overall, you just have to say, what is the heart of this? Now, I've heard people say, the independents, the undecideds, clearly went strongly for Trump in all of these states. So people who were late deciders, people who were coming to the table, shifted towards Trump in this last few minutes. Does that come back to something that you two were talking about earlier, which is Comey and the FBI? I don't know. But something has happened. And it is just, to people who work in Washington, to people who know the political structure in this country, it is revolutionary.
Can I address what Juan just said? I think the mistake here was portraying this as insider versus outsider. This is culture versus culture. When you're in a small town and Katy Perry and Lady Gaga and Funny or Die and Miley Cyrus mocks you for your unhappiness and for your beliefs, you now see millions of people saying, I've had enough of that culture. I don't need you anymore. This was the FU to popular culture. Hillary is less liked than the flu, but it's more than that. It's about the people that assumed that she had this to begin with, that she was entitled. Very rare will I give a mea culpa, but I got to give it to Michael Moore. You had him on.
Absolutely.
He was the most correct person on this because he was on the left and he saw what was happening. He saw a wide swath of people that were unhappy and were ignored by the left and the right. I have to buy him his favorite pie because he nailed this. Lastly, the one thing about Trump, Ideology is dead. He killed it.
Hold on.
Stand by.
There's a big old call to make right now, and that is Fox News is projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin. Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, and there goes her blue wall. That's 10 electoral votes. That brings Trump up to 232, and he has officially pierced the blue wall that she needed to hold on to, which is momentous. Wisconsin was barely in play.
Once we saw Ron Johnson win that Senate race, we knew Wisconsin was going to be a different picture. But Donald Trump, at 232 electoral votes, is now 38 electoral votes away from winning the presidency of the United States of America.
Do we have Dana's mic on? She's trying to make a point.
Trying to make a point? Oh, can you hear me now? Okay, so Scott Walker, the governor of Wisconsin, he has fought back 2 recounts of him. He has won re-election. He came out for Trump after being very reluctant, came back for him in a really big way, crisscrossed that state with Paul Ryan, and they were able to get Ron Johnson and Donald Trump, all those voters to turn out for him. I think that is absolutely momentous, and a big revolution is underway.
Just to pick up on what Greg was saying before the break, and Michael Moore, who knows white working class voters, has made movies about them, grew up in Michigan. This is basically what he said. Now, he's not a Trump fan. He basically said, you're going to blow up the system and you're going to be sorry about it. But the point he was making before he got to the end was, I actually have the quote here, Joe Blow, Steve Blow, Bob Blow, all the Blows get to go and blow up the whole G-damn system, because that's your right. Trump's election is going to be the biggest FU ever recorded in human history.
Right.
And it will feel good. And then he said, for a day, and he predicted doom and gloom after that. But he understands this group of people, this group of voters, Kimberly.
Yes.
And had been saying all along to the Democrats, dismiss him at your own peril.
You're right, and he started saying on your show as well.
Oh, stand by.
Okay, we get another one?
Fox News can now project that Iowa will go to Donald Trump. 6 electoral votes for Donald Trump. Iowa, the state of Iowa. He has turned the state of Iowa to Donald Trump. This is...
Can I tell you what this is? This is, if Donald Trump holds the rest of the Romney states and he's projected to win, that's 269, which gives him the victory, assuming the House votes for him versus Hillary Clinton. He needed 16 between Michigan or Wisconsin, plus Iowa. Iowa's 6, Michigan and Wisconsin are 10 each. There's your 16, folks. I mean, you're watching history being made. And let me just add, I think the country is speaking. I think what we didn't see, we didn't. It's unpollable. For months, we've talked about people who would not admit that they were going to vote for Donald Trump. They would poll, I'm either not going to vote or I'm going to vote for Hillary Clinton. And then when they got in there, they ended up voting for Donald Trump.
But what you just said is really important on the numbers. If you presumed that Trump was going to keep the Romney states in the Republican column and was going to also have Florida and Ohio, that would get him to 253. And the question all along has been, how is he going to get that extra 17? You know, his best defenders could get him to 253, but they couldn't get him the extra 17. He's just won Iowa, which is 6, and Wisconsin, which is 10. That's 16. This is assuming he wins all of Romney's states, which he hasn't yet done, but it's assuming. So that puts him at 269, 1 electoral vote away from winning the presidency.
No, that's it.
Well, if there's a tie, your point
it has to be a tie then, because there's only 538, so it has to be 269, and then the House votes and hands it to him.
Yet the House is not going to vote to take it away.
You're right. He doesn't.
It doesn't have to be a tie. No, he could still win outright.
Of course, I'm saying, but at the very minimum, if he just holds the rest of the Romney states where he's leading, he's got the presidency as we sit right here. You don't even need to call Pennsylvania. That's it. There it is. You don't need to bat it.
I want to get back to Kimberly, but just some color for you now. Hillary Clinton's team and campaign event tonight is at the Javits Center here in New York City, this big convention center. And the report from our producer on the field is that some people are crying in the audience, and some are beginning to leave because they are feeling something very different from what the folks at Trump campaign headquarters are feeling and from what the people outside of this window right here. It's a momentous night, but we don't often have, throngs of people standing outside of the Fox News channel at 11:30 p.m. waiting on every result. Kimberly, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Trump definitely exceeded all expectations. People always said he's a closer, don't count him out. We saw that in the primaries where he defeated some incredibly capable and talented, qualified people that really would have made fine presidents. But he spoke to people, he connected to them as if they felt he was sitting at their table having dinner with them, talking to them about their paychecks, talking to them about their families, talking about drain the swamp, about turning politics and ideology on its head. It's in fact, in many ways, a repudiation of politics the way we knew it in this country before today.
Let me add,
with this turnout, and look at the popular vote already. I mean, a lot of people came out for him, and the polls were in large measure not accurate in terms of what they predicted for Hillary Clinton.
Dana, also, Mike Pence, Governor Mike Pence from Indiana, went around the country and said Republicans have to come home.
Right.
They have to come home. And they did come home.
Oh, and
9 out of 10 supported him, according to the polls tonight.
There's no need to blame Never Trumpers for Donald Trump's performance tonight, because he was able to get 90% of the Republican vote. Maybe they came in late in terms of the deciding factor of the last 10 days, especially possibly from Hillary Clinton's email problems, because you saw in the exit polls that Martha McCallum has been reporting on that was it 64% of people said that the email story bothered them a lot. About Mike Pence, too, very close friends with Paul Ryan, the Speaker of the House. So if you go back to, I think it was August, it was Mike Pence that was able to go to Paul Ryan and say, let's try to work together. We can do this. And that's when you saw Paul Ryan say, all right, I'm on board. He's sort of been shakily on board, but on board enough, especially to deliver that very important state of Wisconsin.
What is the reaction to this going to be tomorrow, Juan, from Democrats who not only believed he had no chance, but feared him? I mean, this hasn't been your average election where it's like, I don't love Mitt Romney, but I could live with him, right? This has been very different.
I think it's very different, and I think people still do not think this is real. I mean, it's like, oh my God, is this a movie?
This is how real it is. If Trump wins Maine's 2nd congressional district, Michigan, Pennsylvania, or New Hampshire, he's the president.
Yeah. Right. No, I'm saying that's real. I can read the numbers. I don't know what happens in Nevada. We'll see. But to my mind, you asked about tomorrow morning and how people feel when they pick up the paper, when they hear Fox News Channel. And I still think among Democrats and even some Republicans, there's going to be a huge sense of disbelief.
You know what it is? Imagine for the Democrats, this is not a hangover. It's the hangover after a 3-day bachelor party bender where you wake up and your clothes are missing and half your bank account is gone.
That happens every weekend.
I know. That's how I can tell. No, this is it'll be a shock to the system. It will take time for them to get over it. The interesting thing about Trump is that people, when he talked about the rigged system, all he did was steal from Obama's playbook. Obama said that the disadvantaged were rigged. America was rigged against the disadvantaged. He just replaced disadvantaged with patriot, nationalist. He just replaced it.
But let's just look at the possibility tonight that Donald Trump could win the presidency, Republicans could hold the Senate, and Republicans can hold the House.
And guess what?
What does that mean for the country? What does that mean for the U.S.?
I think in the first 100 days, I think you do repeal and replace Obamacare with something that would be more palatable to business and small business. I think that would be number one. The second thing I think that you'll see, definitely Supreme Court. I mean, that's just huge. It's huge for Republicans. The other thing is border security. That he made a promise early on. He'll definitely keep it.
Stand by. We have another call to make. Fox News Decision Desk is now projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Georgia, which is also important. It wasn't. This again is part of the Romney coalition, so he needed to win this. This is part of the assumption to that 253, but an important one to him, and it has gone red. And
it did take a long time to get there, but she did not flip it.
Okay, sorry. You were saying.
Those first 100 days will be very important. Kimberly makes a great point about the Supreme Court. They also have so many appointments that will have to be made, and it's very interesting to find somebody who is not a Washington insider who do you choose? Like, who is your circle that you're going to put in to run the government?
Eric Bolling, do you think he still means that Sarah Palin is going to be part of the cabinet, as he promised a while back?
I don't know if he does, but I will tell you, the man said...
Juan does not support that notion.
The man did say he was going to build a wall and Mexico is going to pay for it. I will tell you, that is the only true shovel-ready job in America.
But
much more shovel-ready than Barack Obama's $1 trillion spending spree.
He still says he's going to build the wall, but he says we're going to pay for it, and then he's going to sort of seek reimbursement.
Very quickly, Brexit.
The peso drops. I don't know if Brexit doesn't be able to pay for it.
The Cubs, Donald Trump, all underdogs. No one saw it coming. I called all three of those. I had history in all three of those. Look,
can we also bring up the ones you didn't call?
What?
Can we bring up the ones you didn't call?
Greg, I've been here since day one, my friend. I called every single one of these through the primaries all the way through.
It's not about you.
It is not about me. You're 100% right. However, it's about the country. The country has spoken. And I do push back on the insider versus the outsider. I think he is the outsider, and that's what they're ready for.
Well, let me just say, as a different voice, the idea that you would say, oh, I'm going to have Mayor Giuliani as my attorney general. I'm going to have Newt Gingrich as my Secretary of State. And Dana's talking about, well, where do you find qualified people? Where are Republicans who, let's say, have been in the last Republican administration, who are now willing to come on board? I think this is a shock to people that goes beyond the immediate glee that Republicans or Trump people may be feeling at this moment.
But you know what, Kimberly? There is concern in Republican circles as well, especially from a national security point of view. There are a number of Republicans who never signed on to Donald Trump's campaign because they were concerned. They were concerned about national security vision. They weren't ready to give Hillary Clinton the nod, but they were concerned.
Before you answer that, Kimberly, just look at the screen. Look how remarkable this is. Look at the faces of the people at Clinton campaign headquarters. You can feel the concern. Look at the furrowed brows.
It's somber.
It's very somber. They understand exactly what is happening, and there is shock on the faces of her supporters. Sorry, Kim, go ahead.
Obviously there's a serious concern for them tonight because the pathway that they thought was going to lead to the Oval has not proven to be true thus far.
Looks like a Coldplay concert.
As it relates for Chris Martin, as it relates to national security, that is one of the issues actually that resonated and showed in the early exit polling from Fox News throughout the primaries that even women cared about, and the economy, food on the table, money in the wallet, borders secure here at home by also making sure that we control ISIS and other forces that would do us ill harm. In terms of that, I think that he's going to have to say at this point, if he wins the presidency, listen to people, have everybody come forward, have an open mind about national security, and get the best and brightest to come forward. He has to build bridges at this point.
Let me tell you this. At this hour, there are ambassadors in Washington who are calling to try to figure out what Donald Trump will do as president of the United States if they don't know already, because there is concern you can feel from, and Hillary Clinton talked about it, from around the world about how this is going to go down.
I think that will settle down.
And that is the point that some of these Republicans are
I think that will settle down, and I also think that that there will be a significant number of Republicans in Washington who either worked for Reagan, George H.W. Bush, or George W. Bush, who will be willing to come back in and be a part of that team if Donald Trump wants them to be a part of it.
That's what I was going to say.
They will be ready, willing, and able to serve.
That should be his first 100 days to reach those people, the people who were never Trumpers, even say, look, I still need you. Mm-hmm. We still need you as a party. This is still the Republican Party. And if he can do that, if he can bridge that, boy,
he can assemble something resembling a team of rivals.
So this is like an emotional blah, right? So everybody just went, but I'm just telling you, I'm not sure this is good for America. That's what I'm just saying. I mean, everybody may feel, I can't, I'm so glad that Donald Trump
they don't like
did
that
it. But I got to tell you something. You got to wonder, Dana says the rest of the world is going to adjust to this quickly. I do not think so.
Well, not quickly. I said it will settle down, and I think that the question of what Donald Trump will or will not do in terms of foreign policy, he's not going to make any sudden moves. I think that he will be measured in that.
But guess what? He just built a great big tent for America and for the Republican Party that included populist movement. And I'd like to see, as a Puerto Rican woman, what the end numbers end up being with Latinos, with Puerto Ricans, with Hispanics, and with women, so that we can learn and also try to heal and move together as a country. And I think he's going to be interested in doing that because he's going to want to be a successful president, and he has to do that in order to achieve those goals.
All right, guys, stand by, because it's 11:44 here in the East. We still have not called the presidency, but boy, we're getting a better feel for where this race is going. Right now, the night looks very good for Donald Trump. He has won Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, Iowa, and Wisconsin.
We are waiting on Pennsylvania and Michigan. Fox News live coverage of a pretty amazing election night when you think about all the scenarios from the very beginning. 2016 continues next.
The successful millionaire Howard Hughes.
Billionaire, not millionaire. And what the hell happened to the close-up of me in the cockpit?
From Academy Award-winning director Warren Beatty.
Hi, I'm Frank.
Hi.
If anybody working for me wants to strike up a relationship with one of our actresses, I have to fire her.
Warren Beatty, Lily Collins, Alden Ehrenreich, Annette Bening, Matthew Broderick, and Alec Baldwin.
You do know why Baptists think sex is bad? Because it might lead to dancing.
Rules don't apply. Rated PG-13. In theaters November 23rd.
The pursuit of healthier. It begins from the second we're born. Because healthier doesn't happen all by itself. It needs to be earned every day. Using wellness to keep away illness. And believing a single life can be made better by millions of others. As a health services and innovation company, Optum powers modern healthcare by connecting every part of it. So while the world keeps searching for healthier, we're here to make healthier happen. Optum. Healthier is here.
Hey, Jesse.
Who are you?
I'm Vern, the Orange Money Retirement Rabbit from Voya.
Vern from Voya?
Yep, Vern from Voya.
Why are you orange? That's a little weird.
Really? That's the weird part in the scenario? Look, Orange Money represents the money you put away for retirement. Save a little here and there, and over time, your money could multiply. See?
Oh, okay.
So, why are you orange?
Funny.
See how Voya can help you get organized at Voya.com.
This season, start a new tradition. Experience the power of Infinity now with leases starting at $319 a month. Infinity. Empower the drive.
Donald Trump, 254 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 209. He is on the verge, potentially, of winning the presidency of the United States. Sean Hannity joins us now by phone. Sean, your thoughts on this night?
Hey, guys, how are you? By the way, you got to get Juan Williams off that ledge he's on right now. We got to help him. Look, Brett, what everybody has missed here is Donald Trump has had to go against a Republican establishment, a Democratic establishment, a media establishment, a globalist establishment. And fundamentally, the main thing that they've been missing in all of this is very basic, and that is we have 13 million more Americans in poverty. 13 million more Americans on food stamps, 8 million more in poverty, the lowest labor participation rate since the 70s, the lowest home ownership rate in 51 years, the worst recovery in 40 years. And if you look abroad, I heard you talking about this earlier, how's the world going to react to Donald Trump being president? I think there's going to be a healthy bit of fear, which, by the way, I don't think they would have had with either Hillary or Barack Obama. Fear in a good sense. That America is going to rebuild its military and probably not get involved in foreign conflicts. To me, this was predictable, but on the other hand, this is a modern-day political miracle you're witnessing before your eyes right now. And that is to go up against everybody and all the pundits and all the pollsters and all the prognosticators out there and defy all the odds. And it's the American people that have said enough is enough. They're tired of the corruption, the cesspool, draining the swamp. All of these things were resonating. When you look at a state like Wisconsin, what are they saying? They want their jobs back. They want the labor participation rate to be lower. In other words, more people having jobs. They want America to be energy independent. They're tired of a horrible educational system. They're tired of Obamacare rates going through the roof. This is not complicated. What's happening now is not working. And these guys, and Donald Trump has gone out there and he outworked Hillary Clinton and he put forward a much better agenda. And America said enough is enough with failed policies. That's what this election was about.
Sean, it's Megan here. Question for you. Just a couple of weeks ago, you were walking into the studio, right as my hour was ending, you were coming in, and it was the night of the Comey announcement, and you were relieved and were feeling like it was a game changer, like it was going to restart momentum. Do you feel like that was the moment, that was the tipping point that switched things back after what had been a hideous month for Trump? Or was it something else? What was it?
You know, I think it's all the things I just mentioned, Megan, and I remember the night well. I put my hands up in the air and I said, we're back in the game. We're back in the game. But, you know, fundamentally, you know, what drives elections? Peace and prosperity. America's not prosperous. America's not working. Hillary lied about her emails, lied about Benghazi. She's corrupt. She's so dishonest. Look at the exit polls tonight. And at the end of the day, you know, is Donald Trump like every other person? Are we all flawed? Have we all sinned and fallen short? Yeah. And maybe he wasn't spending his entire life running for president, which is why he probably went on the Howard Stern show. If my plan is to run for president, I probably wouldn't go on Howard's show. And with that said, Americans saw through that, and they saw a guy that was really successful and really had a dream that America could be a lot better. Look, we have nearly 50 million Americans in poverty, nearly 50 million Americans on food stamps, 95 million Americans out of the labor force. These are millions of our fellow citizens that are suffering. Things are getting worse. This president's taken on more debt than every other president before him combined. And Americans are looking at their children and grandchildren and say, this is immoral. This has to stop. And that is the reason why I felt confident coming into tonight that he had a very good chance, although a difficult path, as we've been following the news all night. And he was able to pull it off because the American people, deep down inside, they cut through the clutter, they cut through the noise, they cut through all the spin, and they said, we're not on the right path.
Sean,
and that's what drove tonight's election.
Yeah, go ahead, Brett.
Is this a country that has changed its demographics? Is it a country that is now, as you say, ready to kick the table over and say Washington doesn't work? Where do you see this? Where do you see the state of the country right now?
I think the state of the country is simple, Brett. You know, look, it's not that complicated if you really think about it. For example, is it really that hard to get away from NEA, top-down education, run from Washington, Common Core standards, or better to give it back to states and local municipalities? You know, when Washington promises keep your doctor, keep your plan, and save $2,500 per family a year, and people lose their doctor's plans and are paying, on average, $4,100 a year more, and then they're seeing increases next year of 100%, you know what? They begin to realize they've been lied to. When they see a foreign policy where there's 600 requests before the Benghazi attack, and our government did nothing, they say government's failing. When brave men and women fight, bleed, and die in Mosul, Ramadi, Fallujah, and Tikrit, and Baghdad, and then we pull out and create an opening for ISIS, they say that's a failure. When you give $150 billion to the number one state sponsor of terror, that is a failure. And on every objective measure, you know, thank God the American people, this is about one thing. They see that Washington is broken. And by the way, Republicans are just as guilty. Paul Ryan is not going to be the Speaker of the House in January. I was going to save that for my program tomorrow. He's not going to be the Speaker. His state went for Donald Trump tonight. I mean, it's an amazing turn of events because the establishment on both sides, Republican and Democrat, have lost touch with the real lives of real Americans that are really suffering. And Donald Trump has now opened the door and said, we're going to fix it and we're going to turn that table over. And you know what? I wish him all the best because it's not going to be easy because all the same people that opposed him in the lead up to tonight are going to be opposing him tomorrow.
Sean, have you spoken with him tonight at all?
About 3 times, yes.
What did he say? What's the mood? If whatever you can share.
You know, he's kind of superstitious. Like I've talked to him nights before he'd do debates and stuff. I don't want to talk about it. You know, so he's kind of been, just holding his breath like the rest of us and waiting and watching. And I think he's very sober about it. And I think, he's a guy that loves a big challenge. I mean, when you think of, it's not something I do, although I worked in the building industry, hanging wallpaper and painting and framing and laying tile. But if you take a piece of land and you say, all right, I'm going to build 150 stories and go straight up, it's a pretty ambitious project. And I think he views this the same way.
Do you think he had an understanding that he might win this thing tonight? I mean, of course, you always hope and you think, but realistically, because some of the messaging we got out of the team, the Trump team early in the evening was like, we wish we had more support, but it didn't seem like even they expected this.
I told him yesterday and I told him tonight, do not believe the exit polls. No matter what happens, don't buy it. And, when the exit polls came in, sure enough, I mean, you guys were both on the call, it didn't sound good for Donald Trump early on. And I just felt that, like what we have seen in Great Britain. Look, I'm going to tell you other issues that are resonating. The fact that our borders are wide open and you have 95 million Americans out of the labor force, and then you have 11 million people that didn't follow the law and the rule of law, competing for jobs and driving down wages. To the average person that's out of work, that's a big deal. To look at ISIS and Al-Qaeda and the threat that they pose to this country, and we see what happened in Chattanooga and Orlando and San Bernardino and what's happening in Europe, the fact that we have open borders seems really dumb to the average person. The idea that Hillary, behind closed doors, according to WikiLeaks, says we can't vet refugees, but she's going to increase the number of refugees by 650%. The average American saying, maybe Donald Trump's right. We can take care of people and be compassionate with safe zones in Syria and provide military support and food and water and blankets and medicine and supplies and baby formula. But maybe if you come from a culture that says you can tell women how to dress and you can tell women they can't drive and a man can tell women whether or not they get to go to school or work, maybe that's too big a conflict for a constitutional republic that we live under. And how do we ascertain what's in somebody's heart as to whether or not they're coming to America because they want the aspiration of freedom and the opportunity that we provide, or do they want to proselytize, indoctrinate, and advance a caliphate? You can't determine what's in someone's heart.
Sean, it looks like tonight that the U.S. Senate will be in Republican control. Thin majority, but looks like a Republican control. The U.S. House of Representatives will be obviously in Republican control. If it is a President-elect Trump, what would you tell him about working with a Republican House and a Republican Senate?
I'd actually tell the Senate and the House to work with him. I think he's laid out a vision and an agenda for the country on borders, on refugees, on education, on Obamacare, healthcare savings accounts, trying not to be as interventionist as perhaps we've been in the past, especially after the pullout in Iraq, which I think was a major mistake. And, I think his agenda on energy is so important. We can create millions of jobs in the energy sector. I think the idea of lowering tax rates for corporations and allowing trillions to be repatriated, I think there's a huge model here that represents the Reagan model and the Kennedy model that led to in the case of Reagan, up to that point, the longest period of peacetime economic growth in history. So I think if he follows that agenda, I would think the only issue he might have with some Republicans in the Senate and the House may be over trade, but I'm a free trader, but I also believe in fair trade. And some of these deals have been, look at Wisconsin and Michigan, so detrimental to those people. If we can bring trillions of dollars from the energy sector and big corporations that are tired of paying the rates this country charges, one of the highest in the industrialized world, reverse it to one of the lowest, will incentivize them to build factories, bring back trillions, and manufacturing centers here. It'll be amazing.
Sean Hannity. There were not a lot of people at the beginning who believed you when you talked about this. It looks like tonight.
By the way, Brett, there were people ready to rip my head off at the end of tonight. Trust me, I'm well aware of that.
Sean, we're watching history tonight, no matter what happens.
Sir. We are, indeed.
Thank you for the phone call. Megan, back up to you.
Thanks, guys. All right, so I'm over here with Bill Hemmer at the Data Deck, and the point right now, at this point in the evening, is what's her possible path?
Yeah, wow. It's amazing how it's flipped, hasn't it?
Yeah.
On the what if scenario, he's 16 votes away from getting the magic number. At this point, if he wins Michigan,
it's done.
It's done. He's there. I'll show you Michigan in a moment, but since you asked, we'll go ahead and go work through her scenario here. If she's at 209, Megan, if you give her Pennsylvania, let's say, okay, she runs the table. Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, state of Maine, New Hampshire, doesn't get her there.
Oh, boy.
Arizona would, however. I put her 276.
She's got to win everything.
Yes.
Every remaining state.
At the moment in Michigan, so he's up 1.5 points. Quick math, 3 million votes tallied so far. 4 years ago, it was 4.6 million. So there's still votes coming in. But this is a state. Whoa, see.
Did I do that?
Hey,
I'm not allowed to touch that. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Technology.
We'll get it back. So we're going to Iowa. Coming back to Michigan here in a moment here. And look what this state is doing at the moment compared to 4 years ago, right? You see the blue fill in? It's all Trump.
Different story. It's a different story.
And the same thing up here in Wisconsin, too. You know, we've been messing with these maps all night. Watch down here 4 years ago, Megan. Right over here.
Yep.
All the blue counties. And Trump's message has worked in that part of the country. And this is what the map looked like in 2012. And we've been asking for months now, what's it going to look like now in 2016? And so far, this is the way it's filling in. Can she win? She certainly can.
But just to reiterate, she has to win everything to win at this point? Is that how it's looking?
She could lose in New Hampshire, perhaps. She could lose the state of Maine. She could lose Alaska. But everything else, I mean, back on this thread, as it stands right now, it's all Michigan.
It's incredible.
That would do it.
I'm not going to touch it, but those numbers in Michigan, where they made a last-minute play there. Again, a couple weeks ago after Comey, suddenly we saw Trump going back to Michigan and going back to Virginia, which they realized were both very much in play, and Team Clinton was very aware of it too, and sending Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, and you name it.
Just yesterday, this is where Hillary Clinton had a rally. Ottawa County. All right, this is a Republican part of the state. I mean, Romney got 67% of the vote in this county. This is Grand Rapids area, which is just to the east here. This is Gerald Ford Presidential Library territory. This is Republican part of the state. I mean, I was making the case yesterday. I could see if she went down here just west of Detroit, because that's Ann Arbor, and that's where Barack Obama was.
Turn up the base, turn up the turnout.
And you wonder now, I mean, were they seeing something that we did not, that we missed?
Listen, what do I know? But my own belief, having listened to the messaging, is the Clinton campaign came into today very confident, and the Trump campaign was a little questioning. Just listen to the messaging we got out of both camps up until tonight while we were on the air. You know, I mean, she was projecting, this is how I would govern. We have to bring the country together. We have to remember the Trump voters. And he was saying, whatever's happened, you know, it was a great run and we've changed the country. It's completely flipped now.
On Friday afternoon, I met with 3 of the leading members in the Trump campaign, and they were adamant that they were winning North Carolina and they were going to win North Carolina.
But they always say that.
I understand. And they were arguing that their internal numbers show them that they're up 100,000 votes, whatever it is. I can pull up the number and see where you are. But the point is that they were debating why we still had it as a toss-up. They said at a minimum it's lean Republican. And they also felt very good about Florida, too. And we got in these debates back and forth, and that's when the whole Michigan conversation came up. I agree with you. I think in the past week to 10 days, that's when the question about Michigan was even discussed.
Because prior to that, he had been hemorrhaging in the polls, right? We had the Access Hollywood. We had all the female accusers come out. Prior to that, it was the Alicia Machado thing, and there was just all sorts of traps, so the debates didn't help him. The numbers were not on his side, but there was a shift a couple of weeks before this election night, and from the look of it, she never recovered.
Yeah, I would just add, you mentioned Michael Moore about 30 minutes ago. He was on another network the other day, and he said, I'm warning you, I know the people who live in my state, and I know how they think, and I know what their concerns are. And I remind you that Hillary Clinton in the pre-polling in the primary against Bernie Sanders was up 8 to 12 points across the board, and he stunned her in that state.
And Michigan's notorious for bad polling, for polling that's bad.
Depending on how this turns out, the Clinton team may agree with that.
And they will start their own recriminations probably in about 30 seconds. Hammer, thanks.
You bet.
Brett?
There are some sad faces at the Hillary Clinton campaign headquarters. Some people crying, stone-faced. They can't believe it. And we're back with our panel: Brit Hume, Chris Wallace, Karl Rove, Chris Stirewalt, Joe Trippi, and Tucker Carlson. Chris, we were talking about Michigan upstairs, but frankly, Minnesota's.
Well, she's got to draw to the inside straight. And I mean, this is basically every election, you play the game. We'll click this, we'll flip that. Well, what if he did this? Well, what if he did that? And it's 270 this and 270 that. This is the craziest inside straight path that she would have to draw at this point. She's got to run the whole northern tier. She's got to get Arizona. She's got to do it all. Now, she can do it, but right now, Minnesota looks really hard for her. And we identified Minnesota early on in this campaign as a place that could be good for Trump if he could get these independents. This is Jesse Ventura country. If he can get these blue-collar white voters to come in for him, Minnesota could be good, and it's looking good for him.
Joe Trippi, she has to win in Michigan and New Hampshire, both places she lost in the primary.
Yeah, no, Chris is right. You look at this, Minnesota, Michigan might come back. Trump's ahead there right now. But Minnesota's looking at that may be the tougher thing for her to pull off.
Mondale's revenge.
There. And then I've been talking about New Hampshire all night long. I thought she's going to have to win there to do this.
So what is your thought right now? I mean, what you came into the night pretty confident.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised, and yeah, you know, never. I thought.
Are heads exploding with people you're talking to, or what's happening?
No, I think most people. It wasn't that they thought that she was going to blow him out or anything, but they thought there was no path or very tough for him to get to 270, and that was her protection. You know, with all the flaws and everything else, they thought that was going. I thought too.
She's now where we thought he was.
Right, exactly. It's totally flipped. That's the shock. Is it's not that she doesn't have a path to 270, but she's now the one that has to thread the needle. And when you look at the states and you look at these counties that are out, and you look at what's going on. Particularly Minnesota, that may be the place that if she doesn't make it, it may be because of Minnesota, actually.
Oh yeah.
Karl Rove.
I came into tonight thinking that he could sweep, but probably wouldn't sweep Ohio, North Carolina, and Florida. But in Wisconsin, we made a run at that state twice. Came within 5,500 votes in 2000.
Talk about that. Talk about that for a second. The lack of what was perceived as a lack of a ground game with the Trump campaign. The RNC had a ground game in a lot of these states. Hold on.
Yeah.
And he was criticized by a lot of people, a lot of election experts who said, this is a nothing campaign. He's not spending enough money. He's not running ads, but he was doing free media, bouncing around the country, and he ran the inside straight.
Well, if he winning Wisconsin, he ought to thank two people: Governor Scott Walker and Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, because they have built in that state a political machine through Walker's races that extends from the top to the bottom and is better organized than probably any state in the country. They have every precinct covered. They have all the people. They have all the technology. They have all the enthusiasm and all the leadership, and they've executed. If I were Sean Hannity, I would not be recommending that if Donald Trump wins the presidency, the first thing he does is pick a fight with the House of Representatives and try and get Paul Ryan out. Paul Ryan is probably one of the big reasons why he carried Wisconsin tonight. And not only that, but a newly elected president does not need to start by opening up a civil war with the legislative branch of his party.
Did the did that machine, because we know that in Wisconsin, he got a terrible shellacking in the primaries from Ted Cruz, and all of that machine was working against him in the primaries, and talk radio was working against him. Did they all fall in line and work full out for him?
No, look, talk radio was, to put that aside, because that's not under the control of the party leaders. But yeah, absolutely, because they understood two things.
Paul Ryan didn't even campaign with him.
Exactly. No. Wait, let me finish. Yeah, he did. He spent. What do you think he spent? Let me finish. Last weekend, where do you think Paul Ryan was? He was stumping the state in a bus tour, saying, "Vote for the Republican ticket." Donald Trump, Ron Johnson, Mike Gallagher.
But he did refuse to.
Carl, you got to
interfere with Donald Trump.
Look. Sure, he didn't campaign with him. He campaigned on behalf of the House of Representatives around the country, raised $50 million.
All right, but hold on, Carl. Look, I'm not arguing against Paul Ryan. I think he's in a very tough spot. I think he's an honorable guy, and I think he'll do his best to accommodate this new world. But it is a grotesque overstatement to say he is responsible for Donald Trump's winning Wisconsin. I mean, that's just
the ground
he was
game was
mocking
essential.
Trump. He was making the point very clearly, crystal clear, that he thought that Trump was kind of morally indefensible, which is, that's a real point. But I'm just saying you can't say he's responsible. This happened in spite of the wishes.
You think the Access Hollywood tape is morally defensible?
I'm not saying that at all. You're losing perspective. I'm just saying.
Hold on.
And despite that, Republicans are winning tonight.
And despite that,
I want to go back to the
Paul Ryan put his shoulder to the wheel.
Hey, can I get a flag? Something?
Let's be honest.
Hold on.
Trump won in spite of the desires
Joe
of
Trippi.
people who hold office.
The reason why we're here is, one, Donald Trump hit a chord with people who were fed up with Washington.
Absolutely.
Two, Hillary Clinton did not mobilize the President Obama's coalition. She underperformed in African Americans. Can we say that tonight?
Well, that's definitely true, but the other side of that
where
was
is this
they
Latino
were never
vote
going,
that was supposed to be?
They were never going to the African Americans were never going to turn out at the rate they turned out for the first African American president in history. That wasn't going to happen. It's clearly, look, there's two things actually, I'll tell you what really interested me in the exit poll. There's a question in there that asked do you want to continue President Obama's policies? Do you want to undo all of his policies, or do you think the country should go in a more liberal direction than Obama? You know what fascinated me? It was a majority chose continue his policies or get more liberal, and 22% of the people who said get more liberal voted for Trump. Right. That's an amazing.
There's the Bernie Sanders vote that we never thought was going to vote for Donald Trump.
Right.
But
so that's my take. It may not be that Latinos are trying to make, we're turning out higher and and building a gap. But when you look at the exit numbers, the fascinating thing is, did progressives were there those people who actually voted for Trump? And I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying that's a number I'd like to get into.
Last word, really quickly.
Really quickly, it's pretty clear what happened, or what's happening, which is there were two models for this electorate. One of them included a lot of downscale white voters, a lot of blue-collar white voters who were going to storm to the polls and do it. They did it.
I have one disagreement with this. We got two candidates here who together are 95% of the electorate. We have the highest percentage of third-party votes that we have had since 1996.
She loses Michigan, she can call Jill Stein.
And what's happening is we are having
a great point.
We are having some white voters who might otherwise be found in the camp of the Democrat or the Republican who are saying a pox on both of their houses. I'm moving in to the third party.
And you can see that in that answer.
Mm-hmm. All right, we are now at 254 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 209 for Hillary Clinton. We are monitoring both campaign headquarters, and we are watching the results from some key states after this.
Lobbying is about foresight, about anticipating your opponent's moves and devising countermeasures.
How does she manage that?
Our system is rotten, and I will fight to change it.
You can't possibly win this! Start an inquisition.
I use whatever resource I have. You cross the line.
You know the word annihilate? It means reduce to nothing.
It's about making sure you surprise them, and they don't surprise you.
Miss Sloan, rated R.
I spy something that starts with M. Mickey!
The 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander, one of America's safest crossovers, well equipped for under $24,000. Get up to $3,000 cash back on select models during the Mitsubishi Motors holiday sales event.
Our eyes, they have a 200-degree range of sight, which is good for me. Hey! And bad for the Barclay twins.
Take care of all your most important parts with Centrum, with our most vitamin D3 ever.
As I went walking, I saw a sign. And on the sign it said, "No trespassing." But on the other side, it said nothing. That side was made for you and me. I've roamed and rambled, and I followed my footsteps to the sparkling sands of her diamond deserts. And all around me, a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. Esta tierra es mía. This land was made for you and me.
My fellow Americans, in this election, GoDaddy's record is very clear. When it comes to getting a domain name or building an awesome website, there is no other candidate that's more affordable or worthy of your hard-earned trust. So come on, America, give that huge idea of yours a piece of the online American dream today with GoDaddy.
Get your .com domain for just 99 cents for the first year. GoDaddy.com.
Welcome back, everybody, here to America's election headquarters. Fox News in the center of the world, just down the street from another part of the world. Trump HQ, which is at the Hilton, steps from here. Hillary Clinton's headquarters for the night, which is at the Javits Center further downtown. And we are told that Donald Trump is now on his way over to the Trump headquarters, which will come as great news to the people who've been standing there all night and seeing the mood shift from concerned, a little worried, to downright jubilant, and of course exactly the opposite over at Clinton campaign headquarters. Just a little bit of color for you. David Plouffe, who helped get Barack Obama elected twice, has been saying all along that he really felt that the Electoral College advantage for her would ensure her victory tonight. And of course, he wasn't the only one saying that. But he just tweeted out something interesting saying, "Never been as wrong on anything in my life. Still a beating heart in Wisconsin and the 2 congressional districts." Presumably,
That's before we call.
presumably he means, either Michigan or this was before.
Nebraska.
But it was at 12:02 a.m. But sobriety about what happened tonight is essential. Sobriety about what happened tonight is essential. And we're hearing that more and more already from commentators about how people need to get real about the projections and the misreading of the electorate.
Let's bring in our panel. Britt Hume, Chris Wallace, Karl Rove, Chris Stirewalt, Joe Trippi, Tucker Carlson, and we welcome Martha MacCallum. Chris, perhaps the person who is most unhappy about this moment and this Electoral College vote total that we see now is on the second floor of the White House. The legacy of President Obama, the Affordable Care Act that will be repealed and replaced, the Iran nuclear deal that essentially was an executive deal that can be torn up, the legacy of the 44th president of the United States is truly at 254 electoral votes in jeopardy.
Oh, absolutely. And, we saw both Barack and Michelle Obama campaigning so fiercely for Hillary Clinton over the last couple of months, and especially in the last week, And yes, I'm sure he's made his peace with Hillary Clinton, but he was campaigning for himself because he knew the only way to preserve the legacy, all the things you talk about that are now up for grabs, trade, the Iran deal, the whole foreign policy, Obamacare, climate change, all of those issues Trump was diametrically opposed to the Obama policy. There's another thing here, and I would love to ask Karl about it because he'll have the historical fact. 8 years ago, when Obama was elected, he got a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate and a huge majority in the House. He had all of Washington under his control. Now it looks like if he's the president, if he's elected president, and this is what I'm going to ask Carl. When was the last time, because it didn't happen under Reagan, didn't happen under either of the Bushes, when's the last time that a Republican president had a both House Republican Congress?
1928.
1928?
Wow.
So Eisenhower never had it either? Wow.
That's incredible.
Never
Think
had the
about
House.
that.
He had the Senate.
You know, picking up, though, on Brett's point, the executive orders, Brett, one after the other, and the seizing of executive power.
If you add up all the executive orders and all the regulations that were imposed that were simply done by executive authority.
By pens and phones.
Exactly, by his pen and by his phone. It is an enormous amount. And Trump has promised to just pull them all back. That could have as much of an impact as anything he can do, particularly early on, because these are things that can be done with the stroke of a pen.
And on the flip side, though, Britt, on the flip side, these Democrats who defended it and had no problem with a strong executive wielding his pen and his phone in that way may feel very differently about it when it's Donald Trump's pen and phone.
Of course they will. And one other thing that might be worth pointing out tonight is you got two Republican Senate candidates who moved away from Trump conspicuously. Joe Heck in Nevada and Kelly Ayotte in New Hampshire. They're both in trouble. It didn't end up helping them in those cases. And I think that's an interesting point.
We've also got the Supreme Court. It's a 4-4 tie, and we thought that, you had the Merrick Garland nomination.
Yeah, that's gone.
Well, that's right. And now you've got not only the one that will determine the balance of the court, but you've got some older Democrats like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who I suspect probably thought, well, I can wait, and during Hillary Clinton's term, I can retire, and Stephen Breyer, and, this could become a dramatically different Supreme Court.
Martha, we want to bring you in. Bill Burton, by the way, on his Twitter account, my country is a different place than I thought it was when I woke up this morning.
You're going to hear a lot of that. This is a stunning, stunning night, if indeed it looks like the outcome is what it appears to be. And let me just point out a couple of interesting small exit poll details that we haven't looked at yet that I think are revealing. So for people who said neither one of these presidential candidates is qualified to serve in this office, for that sliver, they went for Trump 69%. Okay, so for people who were disgusted with their options, 69% of them went for Donald Trump. How about this one? Neither presidential candidate has a temperament to serve in the White House. Neither one. Of that sliver who said that, 70% of them went for Donald Trump. And 11% went for Hillary Clinton. So for the people who, and there were a fair amount of them, didn't like either candidate, and they had to pull the trigger, and they had to make a choice, they went for Donald Trump. And, you think about Donald Trump standing on that stage saying, why not give it a try?
You got nothing to lose.
You got nothing to lose, right? And when you think about, and I'll bring it up again, the Mitt Romney model or John McCain model of the other Republicans who have run and lost, he outdid those voters with working class whites, with black voters, with Hispanic voters. And a few more people identify as Republicans.
Tucker, he also did it with evangelicals.
That's right.
I think we're going to see more evangelical vote, I think, that we've seen since back in 2004.
I think sure. I'm struck by the division. So of people who voted for Hillary Clinton, according to the first poll we got tonight, 97% said that a Trump win would be, quote, scary. 97%. So it's not just Hillary who's in mourning tonight. It's the entire Democratic Party. It's virtually every corporate CEO. It's every director of every big bank. It's every hedge fund manager. It's almost every elected official in Washington. It's every lobbyist. It's every pollster. It's the entire, I'm serious. It's the entire world that we live in. Every person's looking up and saying, what is this? They didn't understand the country they presided over. Will they accept him as a legitimate president? I think that's a real question if he wins.
And a serious question about that is, as you can see with these popular vote totals, as Joe and I were talking about before, so the conversation for a long time was, would Donald Trump accept the result of the election? Would he say it was rigged? Well, there's a good question that's cooking up for Hillary Clinton supporters tonight,
exactly,
which is if Donald Trump wins an electoral majority but has a popular defeat, Are Democrats going to be cool and the gang when it comes to talking about?
Well, let's just look at those numbers as you point that out. It's what 52 million, 51,000 to 5939.
But what's happening is, I'll make a bold prediction here. As the West Coast comes in, she's going to go surging by Trump in the popular vote. And so she's going to win. Regardless of what happens in these states now that we're waiting on, I'm pretty sure Hillary Clinton's going to have a popular vote win. And we talked about this earlier, and I think we kind of laughed at Chris for asking somebody. I think was sort of like, oh, it happens, and it's going to be, but it never happens. Well, I think it's going to happen tonight, where she's going to win the popular vote, and if he picks up Minnesota or Michigan, wins the electoral college.
Just want to interrupt you. We have a call to make. The Fox News decision desk is now ready to call Nevada. They are calling Nevada for Hillary Clinton, and its 6 electoral votes will go in the Clinton category. Not a huge surprise, but that was a swing state for which they had both played. And want to tell you this too, as we look at the markets. As of 12:08, which is the last we looked, the Dow was down 833 points. The Nasdaq and S&P 500 futures were down so low they halted them until the market opens tomorrow morning. Martha, you used to be a business reporter. What does that mean?
I mean, it's a double Brexit. I mean, this is the same kind of shock. And when the Brexit vote came down, I talked to people who were trading overseas, and they felt like it was all going their way. And over the course of the evening, they started to say, no, it's actually not. And every one of those markers started to flip. And you saw the peso going lower tonight. You saw the VIX, which is the volatility index, going higher. And all of that points to what you're seeing in the Dow Jones Industrials. It's just a tremendous amount of shock. And as Maria said before, it's uncertainty. However, I mean, you do have to wonder, with the House, with the Senate, with Donald Trump, if he does win this, he's going to peel back regulations on businesses. That's going to be very good for small business in this country. If he does peel back Obamacare to a certain extent, that also may have a positive effect on small business. So although there may be a bit of panic with this very surprising outcome, if indeed it happens, the day 2, day 3 story might be quite different.
Yeah,
but this is
a
more
buy signal, right?
This is more, Brit, than just panic. I mean, this is Brexit supercharged. This is the U.S., the biggest power in the world. Here's the French ambassador moments ago. After Brexit and this election, everything is now possible. A world is collapsing before our eyes. Dizziness. I mean, you know what I mean?
But look, Brexit has not turned into what they thought it was going to turn into.
Not getting it. Hashtag not getting it.
I mean, this country has made a decision. They're sick of it.
It has, and the fact that the French don't like it is rather good news to me. My view of that is that, first of all, as Martha points out, this is likely to be a business-friendly administration. Right, so the panic in the stock market seems like a buying opportunity, as Maria Bartiromo suggested. I think that's right. I think it's a sensible way to look at it. There's no accounting for the tastes of the people in Britain, but they, or at least in Europe in particular. I don't know how the British will respond to this, but my sense about this is that they'll be fine with it, and our allies will be fine with it as long as Donald Trump acts the way I think he can reasonably be expected to act, and we don't. He's so unpredictable. That's what this is about.
Do remember when he went out to Mexico? Remember, right. And he had the meeting.
Yeah, that's right.
People talked about afterwards that he had choked and not demanded the wall, but he was very respectful, very moderate, very contained in the meeting.
Very presidential.
The Mexican president. Right. Yes, he was.
He was. So
then he went back to Phoenix and burned the house down on immigration.
Well, all that may be so, but he shows he's capable of doing it, and I can't imagine he would do otherwise. And my sense about this, look, is that he's won. He's got his party behind him. If he gets this one last piece in place,
he gets Michigan.
If he gets Michigan, he's got it. It's hard for me.
Or Minnesota.
Either one, right? Either one will do it. So he's there, and it is a new reality, that's for sure. But look, people who get so wrought up about these things. This country was built to deal with such vicissitudes, such changes, such shocks. The Republic will endure no matter what. So, I think the worry is misplaced. And to the extent that it shakes up our body politics in both parties, that's probably a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And look, give this guy credit. He had guts, and he endured slings and arrows from people that were indisposed to like him, and he took criticism from the press on a level we've rarely seen, and it's going to continue. But in the end, he gutted it out, and I think he deserves all the credit that this election will give him.
The media in the primaries, they loved Donald Trump, and they pumped him up very much. But as soon as he secured the nomination, the tone shifted, and it was notable. And then any controversy that happened with Donald Trump, they could not get enough of it. Some of the accusers, some of the women who came forward, we don't know whether that's true or it's not true. That's up for the American people to decide. But we're given full hours on other channels to sit and tell their stories unrebutted, with no Donald Trump defender. And there is a question about, of course, Donald Trump's no fan of the media. And I think decided early on to try to disqualify the media as a group because he saw that coming. He knew about the Howard Stern interviews. He knew about the controversies in his past, and just decided to say, I've got to disqualify them as a group because I'm not going to be able to respond to each one of these individual attacks. And it was effective. It really worked.
And it certainly showed that the vaunted power of the media is not what it might once have been.
But put this in historical perspective. Compare it to Reagan in 80. The shock that people said, no, this Hollywood actor, he can't. He was a governor in California.
For 2 terms.
This is the first time, if this happens, as we expect it's going to happen, if he runs either Michigan or Minnesota, this is the first time that someone who's never been in office would be president of the United States.
Or served in the military.
Or served in the military, obviously.
No, I would defer to Carl, who has a much greater historical background than I do, but certainly in my lifetime, which goes back to the first Lincoln administration, it's the biggest shocker. I mean, people talk about Dewey Truman, but that was a governor of New York against a president. This is Donald Trump. This is, he somebody who had never served in the military, who wasn't a commanding general, who was a reality game show host, obviously a billionaire, very successful in business, that he is going to be likely the next president of the United States. Is there a bigger shock?
Not since P.T. Barnum considered running for president. He ultimately didn't make himself an official.
But has there ever been a president that was a bigger shock?
No, I think this is sui generis and absolutely unusual.
But can I just say one thing, Carl? Think about. To your point and to the thing we just discussed, New York Magazine right now is on stands all over the place with a Donald Trump close-up in a nasty-looking face and the words "loser" over the front of his face. That's what's on the stands right now.
He may hold that up like the Tribune.
That's a Dewey versus
Friday.
You talked to an editor.
Yes, who said, I was just in a meeting, we're putting this on the cover, and I said, though I'm a liberal, should we really do that? Like, maybe what if he wins? Like, should we really do that? And everyone in the room said, come on now.
Right.
You know what I mean? Get to the children's table. You're an idiot.
The George Stephanopoulos clip early on in the early Republican primaries where he was asking on ABC News, who do you think is going to win? And I think it was Ann Coulter at the time said, I think Donald Trump. And everyone burst out laughing. Now, granted, the odds were against him, but he was literally a joke to so many of these pundits.
He could have a Dewey moment. He could take that magazine cover and hold it up tonight if he wins.
One of the other things that happened was a view was taken by many in our trade that because Donald Trump was such an exotic character, that the normal neutrality that is the style and the method in which we cover campaigns was to be suspended, because to treat him and Hillary Clinton as on a par with each other was, quote, false equivalence. And so they didn't take the idea that they felt relieved of the obligation to cover him fairly, even after he got the nomination. And that has extended.
I think especially after he got the nomination.
Yes,
and the front page of the New York Times and the Washington Post should look to themselves. I know they have made comments about our network, but the outright bias and total lack of objectivity of the paper of record is a shame.
Well, I agree with that, and I would say, look, I wasn't a big Trump fan at all. But when I took this 2 months of this job as an anchor, I felt I was still under the obligation to try to treat him fairly. And I think too many people suspended that. And I think we at this channel did a pretty good job of playing it straight for him. And we had some people in our midst who were outright Trump backers. I'm just talking about those of us who cover news on a day-to-day basis.
All right, let's take a live look. Trump headquarters with the podium there and the signs "Make America Great Again," and a shocked Clinton campaign headquarters. as we have a moment of history that is happening. We are waiting for Michigan. We are waiting for Minnesota. We are waiting for New Hampshire. And we're waiting here on Fox News Channel, election coverage 2016.
I am so proud that I served my country. I can't imagine not having Wounded Warrior Project in my life. We need Wounded Warrior Project to help us in our ongoing recovery. My family learned that they weren't in this by themselves. Wounded Warrior Project definitely saves lives. I am living proof that this organization works.
We boarded the Avalon with a destination. 120 years hibernation means we'll wake up in a new century, on a new planet, but in a blink of an eye. Everything changed. Do you know what's going on?
We woke up 90 years too soon.
There's something they didn't tell us.
There's a reason we woke up early.
Rated PG-13.
New bikes aren't selling, guys.
What are you gonna do? How about we pump more into promotions?
Yeah, what else?
What if we hire more sales reps?
Yeah, what else?
What if we digitize the whole supply chain?
So people can customize their bike before they buy it.
That worked better than expected.
I'll dial it back.
Yeah, dial it back. Just a little.
Live business powered by SAP. When you run live, you run simple.
Every sip of Palm Wonderful Pure Pomegranate Juice unleashes powerful antioxidants. Humongous, hulking, free radical hammering antioxidants. Palm Wonderful. Crazy healthy.
With Nature's Bounty hair, skin, and nails, you'll enjoy lustrous hair, vibrant skin, and healthy nails. So no matter what happens, you'll still feel beautiful. Nature's Bounty hair, skin, and nails. Better off healthy.
Thanks for the ride around Norfolk. And I just wanted to say Geico is proud to have served the military for over 75 years.
Roger that. Captain's waiting to give you a tour of the Wisconsin now.
Could have parked a little bit closer. It's going to be dark by the time I get there.
Geico, proudly serving the military for over 75 years.
Welcome back to Fox News Election Headquarters. We have a Senate call for you. The Democrats will hold on to a Senate seat in Nevada. Catherine Cortez Masto, will win that seat against Joe Heck, the Republican congressman. This was a hard-fought battle for the seat of retiring Senate Minority Leader Harry Reid, and it was seen that she could get the machine of the Democrats in Nevada to work for her. It worked, and now they hold that seat. It was not a flip, so it's a Democratic seat. So far, they have picked up one as far as flipping seats on the net gain. They need a net gain of 5.
Doesn't look like it's going to happen tonight. Want to bring in Steve Hilton, former strategy director for UK Prime Minister David Cameron. Great to see you, Steve. So even though you were with David Cameron, then you flipped. You wanted Brexit, and we're a big proponent of it. And how do you see tonight's election in America relating to what we saw in the UK with Brexit?
Megyn, I think there are two really big similarities, and they really go to the heart of explaining what's happened tonight. I think the first is the way in which, during Brexit, you saw the political and media and business establishment really uniting in their contempt for voters who favoured Brexit, describing them as narrow-minded and bigoted and xenophobic and racist, and really painting them as just nasty people. And of course, we saw exactly that here, really typified most obviously with Hillary Clinton's basket of deplorables remark, but you saw it right across the board. And I think what that meant was that people didn't want to say that they were supporting Trump, just as they didn't want to say that they were supporting Brexit. And that really explains the shock that a lot of people are seeing tonight. But I think the deeper point, the real similarity that matters most, is in the underlying reason for the vote. And that is what's actually happened in the real lives of millions of people, thanks to globalization and technology and all these changes, which is that basically a lot of people have really suffered. I think for me, the most explanatory data point in this whole election here in America was published by the Census Bureau of all Americans earn less today than 17 years ago. They've had 8 years of Bush, 8 years of Obama, and their incomes are down. And it's no wonder that they look to someone, anyone, to try and make a difference in their lives.
Steve, it's Bret Baier. We talked back at the conventions, and you said there's a possibility that this is brewing. Donald Trump used that on the campaign trail and said this was going to be Brexit plus, plus, plus. Is it? And what about the world reaction? When we saw Brexit, they said everything is going to collapse originally. That is what we're starting to hear of concern around the world. What do you think of that?
Well, here I think there's a big difference with Brexit, and a really positive one for our viewers tonight and for America, which is that this is an actual election where you have a candidate standing there on a platform with actual policies that they want to implement if they win. With Brexit, there's a lot of uncertainty, as we're seeing being played out now, in terms of what this vote actually meant. Here, the likely outcome, if everything goes as we're seeing tonight, is that you have a Republican in the White House, a Republican control of both parts of Congress, and that means that you'll actually be able to see the implementation of a real economic agenda that I think, despite the overnight jitters that you might see in the markets, over time will reassure the business community and the financial community that at last we might get some serious economic growth going that will benefit those people that have been left behind and business generally. So I think that in the end, despite what you might see in the immediate short term, this is going to be very positive.
And so you think it's going to that people will be reassured as the days and weeks pass in a way that they might not be tomorrow. Obviously, half the country is going to be disappointed here either way, but this has been a particularly brutal battle between these two candidates, and people are going to be licking the wounds for a while now.
Yeah, Megan, I thought you captured it really well earlier when you were talking about this, and you were saying, yeah, half the people are going to be cheering, but the other half are going to be thinking this guy who they see as a monster, someone who's dangerous and evil, is now going to be in charge of leading the country. And of course, there's going to need to be some adjustment to that, and I think it's incredibly important. We'll see perhaps this evening how Trump actually responds to this moment. I think he's got a huge responsibility to do so in a way that starts to reassure those people that see him in the terms that you described as someone who really can not just get the economy going and do the specific policy things that he talked about, but really bring the country together at a time when it's going to be really anxious.
Steve Hilton in San Francisco. Steve, thank you very much for your perspective.
We continue to wait results in several states right now, including Michigan, Minnesota, New Hampshire, Arizona, Maine, Pennsylvania, and Alaska. A lot of electoral votes outstanding, but a very, very narrow path available for her right now.
Down ballot, Maine and Michigan tonight both approved minimum wage increases. And the economic impact, we talked about the markets, but gold is up more than 4% tonight, just so that everybody knows that.
And everyone's getting their mesothelioma medicine?
And the Dow is down
it's
more
a
than 700.
internal joke.
And I think the S&P 500 halted at 5% down, as you mentioned before. Let's bring back our panel. Dana, Juan, Monica, Chris, Carl, Britt, and Chris. Okay, Monica, your perspective on this.
I think what we're seeing unfold tonight is the most astonishing political story of our lifetimes. If you think about it this way, Donald Trump, who has never done this before, the ultimate outsider, essentially had very little money relative to Mrs. Clinton, who had about $2 billion at her disposal for this campaign, had an essentially skeletal campaign to this day, is pulling the entire thing off. We have never seen anything like this before, certainly in recent political history and maybe ever in the history of the Republic. And I think what it shows is the power of the people, that both the Republican conservative base as well as independents, disaffected Democrats, they have taken a look at the bipartisan ruling class and they have said, we've had it with all of y'all, and we're going to try something completely different.
By the way, the cheers you hear are the actual boards we're putting up as you're talking, and they have the vote totals underneath. And,
Much as they love Monica.
Right. Michigan, 17, there it goes. But basically, Donald Trump leading in Michigan, leading in Pennsylvania, and leading in New Hampshire.
This was sort of forecast. We talked to them about how unusual this is, but actually there was a very smart man in 1962 wrote a book called The Image, The History of the Pseudo-Event in American Politics. Daniel Boorstin, later the Librarian of Congress, famous American historian. And he said in 1962, after the Kennedy-Nixon election, that the changing nature of the American media, which he thought was corroding a lot of the traditional sources of authority in our society, and the weakening of the party structure meant that in the future we were less likely to nominate for office people who had demonstrated statecraft. They'd been a successful governor or mayor or senator or congressman. Instead, we would tend to begin to pick people who are famous simply because they were famous. And we've done that. We picked somebody who had never served in office, whether in the military or in the public office, and who basically used the media on his behalf to disrupt the existing political structure and the existing political system. It took a little bit of while for Daniel Boorstin's idea to come off, but it has come off in a splendidly amazing fashion tonight.
We talked about the numbers, and we talked about them all night, Chris, and we've been talking about them for months, and the pollsters and so on. One of the things we watched for months was this LA Times poll.
Yeah.
To see whether they were the only ones who had it right. They've had Trump ahead by 6 points for months.
Yep.
And they polled the same group of people. It was a huge group, but they kept going back to that same group over and over and over and over and over.
So he's up.
Does this validate that method of polling?
No. So he's up a point in the National Popular. Our final poll had her up 3 in the National Popular. The average of polls was 2.5, 3 points. It was the national polling had settled around her up by 3 points, 3 points. He's up by a point in the Popular, but as Joe was saying earlier, by the time we get done count and vote in California, it's going to be pretty close to a tie. The problem that we have as consumers of politics is that we don't see these numbers for what they are. These numbers are suggestions about a zone. This is a shotgun pattern, not a rifle shot. So you put up this scatter shot and you say it's over here. But him winning by 1 point, we were talking about this the other day. Him winning by 1 point or her winning by 4 points or 5 points was about as equally likely any of them inside that space.
And that's why we need to pay attention at all times to margins of error.
Yeah.
And these findings, this turns out the way you just outlined, Chris, that would be within the margin. Let me make a point about one other thing that I didn't notice. Maybe you all have mentioned it, but this election might mean the revival of the white vote, and white voters in this election behaved like a minority group. They stuck together to a great extent. And I didn't realize this, but white non-college graduates, we all expected Trump would do great. According to the exit polling, he won them 67-28. White college graduates, Trump wins by 4. So he won the white vote across the board.
They came home.
Less and more educated alike. They came home to him. They stuck with him. Yes, they're down to 70% of the electorate, but they're still by far the biggest complement of our electorate.
I'd say 2 things. One is, remember, he's going to be a minority president. In fact, he's reminiscent of, we've had a guy just like this before. James A. Garfield got elected nationwide, won the Electoral College, got a minority, won the plurality of the popular vote, and his nationwide majority was less than 2,000 votes. I mean, we're going to have a guy who comes into office who better have a little humility tonight. Sure, he's had an extraordinary victory, but he will enter office with less than 50% of the vote, and he may end up either with her in the popular vote or behind her in the popular vote.
Well, if he does, remember this, and I remember this was said about the man for whom you work, that he didn't get 50% of the vote, but he got 100% of the presidency.
That's right. And I hope to God the Republicans the Democrats who said those things about George W. Bush not being the legitimately elected president of the United States will not hurt our country by saying those things about him if he happens to win the Electoral College and
well,
come in.
You suggest, Britt, that he was able to bring the white vote together. I think he had a lot of sort of nationalist white appeal that has brought out some extreme elements in our society. I worry about that as part of this. And then you said, well, but he tomorrow could express some degree of humility, some grace, some willingness to reach out to Americans who are somewhat put off, if not in total shock at what has happened here tonight. But again, I just don't see any evidence of that in a man that I have watched very closely over the course of this campaign. I see him as someone who holds grudges, pursues those grudges, says I'm going to lock up my opponents, and that scares me. I'll tell you.
This is the moment we all ought to suspend judgment.
Yeah, exactly right.
Wait and see how he acts. Don't prejudge him. This country has survived elections before in which there were bitterness far beyond the measure of what we've seen in this election. But it all is incumbent upon us to give him a chance to succeed.
Yeah, remember Herb Bloch, the famous liberal cartoonist at the Washington Post, editorial cartoonist. When Richard Nixon was elected president, and he had savaged Nixon, and he always portrayed him with a deep, 5 o'clock shadow, and made him look very sinister. And he had a drawing in which he was sitting in the barber chair, and Herb Bloch gave him a clean shave. Let's hope the country is willing to give Donald Trump.
But when you hear about banning Muslims,
this is the very kind of thing, intolerance. Richard Nixon played very rough with people, accusations that they were communists and all that. Let the guy have a fresh start.
Here's the question, Dana. Is the Donald Trump we saw on the campaign trail, who got a lot of coverage and said a lot of controversial things, is he the Donald Trump we're going to see as possibly president-elect and the 45th president of the United States?
I think probably not, because while they will celebrate, it is also one of those moments that will definitely sober the mind, in that you will now be, if he wins, Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America. You are the leader of the free world. And that, to me, is a sobering moment, in that you realize the weight of that responsibility, that the buck stops there. I don't know all the other things in terms of the tweeting and such like that. I don't know what they're going to do. Technology has changed so much, even from when I was in the White House press office. I didn't even have a Twitter account until I left there. So the way by which they communicate is very interesting. I would say that when I was press secretary, I would try to split the job in two. 50% of my time was spent advocating and defending the President of the United States of America, and the other 50% was used to defend and advocate for access of members of the press to the government. And this has been a campaign that has really focused on the media, the so-called bias of it, questioning media, calling them out. And I hope that is one thing that he decides to really think about, is that our country survives based on the free press. And the press is going to have to figure out a way to cover him fairly if he were to take office.
But let's be honest. We don't have. You asked a very good question. Is the President Trump, if he is elected, if he gets these final 16 electoral votes, is he going to be different than candidate Trump? And the only answer you can really give is who the hell knows. And I don't know that he necessarily knows. But let's face it. He's a 70-year-old billionaire who pulled off the most improbable victory in the history of our country. I'm not sure that humility and a feeling of, gee, I got to change the way I do business is necessarily going to be at the top of his agenda. He may think, you know what? I'm smarter than all these guys.
It worked out okay for me.
You may be right, Chris, and you probably are, but I hope he doesn't think that way, because the man who got elected is less the man who campaigned up to and through October 22nd, and more the man who campaigned from October 23rd till today. October 22nd is when he goes to Gettysburg, makes a speech that's pretty good substantively, but opens with 14 minutes excoriating the women who had accused him of groping them. And that was the last day that he conducted himself like that. Since then, he's been a reasonably contained, disciplined candidate.
Stay cool, Donald. Stay cool.
And you know who told him that? Reince Priebus. Those words that he said on that podium, I have it on good authority, were the last words that Reince Priebus said to him before he left to go back to Washington for one day to change his clothes, get a new set of underwear, and go back on the campaign.
How many Hollywood stars?
Priebus's underwear. But we're not like. You mentioned the women who accused him, who Donald Trump says he's going to sue. And, we question this. Is a sitting president of the United States going to sue a bunch of women who presumably that threat dies if he wins the presidency? But something we haven't discussed is the number of groups who are likely feeling real fear right now.
Exactly.
In a way that perhaps they hated Hillary Clinton, they didn't want Hillary Clinton, but they weren't afraid of her. I mean, you've got Muslims who are maybe feeling that way tonight. You've got women. You've got women who, have seen him accused of groping women against their will, matters which have not been resolved in his favor or against him. They remain unresolved, and people can make up their own minds about it. Well, you've got a history of comments that Trump has made, which are sexist in nature. They may be booing, but this is true. You've got immigrants who have been threatened by Donald Trump with deportation.
Hispanics.
You call them thieves and rapists? I mean, I'm glad you're saying this because, everyone's saying give it a new start, let it go, take it easy. But I just remind you that even for Republicans, what you heard from Sean Hannity tonight about go after Paul Ryan, he won't be speaker. This suggests to me, this is about disruption of a political process. And on that level, I can appreciate disruption. But when it becomes so personal, you feel personally, wait a second. This is someone who has said, most white people in the country are killed by black people. Something that's an outright lie, not true, never taken it back. Someone who says that I can grab women as I please, never takes it back, never apologizes.
No,
Monica,
that's not true.
He apologized for the bus
He did
comment.
apologize that. Monica?
Yeah, may I? Look, Donald Trump, I think, understands the import of this moment. I also think he understands the importance of an inclusive message of change tonight and going forward. Britt mentioned President Nixon, for whom I worked during his last years. And I remember having a conversation with President Nixon about Election Day 1968. And I asked him, after you voted, Mr. President, how did you feel? What were you thinking? And he said, you know what, Monica, I wasn't thinking whether or not I was going to win that night. I was thinking as I drove around in my car, watching people line up to vote, how many of them did I reach? And I think tonight, Donald Trump is absorbing not just the job, which the job will change you, but the magnitude of the responsibility of that job. He has spoken repeatedly over the last several weeks in his closing argument about wanting to be a president for all of the people. And I think what you're going to start to hear from him starting tonight and going forward is this inclusive message of change, bringing the country together, what is at stake, why it matters, and how he is now uniquely positioned to make it happen.
Brit Hume could hardly have been more right when he said that every American, especially every American of faith, owes their prayers, good wishes, and support to Donald Trump if, in fact, he does become the president-elect tonight. That is the sacred duty and obligation of every American to hope that their leader is successful, is wise, and brings peace and prosperity to the country. But it is also incumbent on the supporters of that president-elect, and it is also incumbent on that president-elect to reach out to those individuals who do feel frightened, who do feel marginalized, to bind up those wounds in the other direction. If we're going to be burying hatchets, which we need to do a lot of in this country, a great deal of, both sides have earth to turn over.
I will just say that this looks like, at this moment, the highest evangelical vote we have seen in decades.
Which is unbelievable if you think about it. Somebody wrote an article earlier this week talking about how what does that do for the Republican Party on a go-forward basis? Because there had been an assumption that you had to be, strongly pro-life. You had to take certain positions when it comes to gay marriage or gay rights, abortion and so on. So what does this mean now?
Chris, what he said in that debate was a powerful message to evangelicals when it was the question you asked about abortion and the different policy from the two candidates. And I think perhaps that struck a chord in that final pitch.
Yeah, absolutely, and particularly when it got to the question of partial birth abortion. I mean, the interesting fact is that Trump is on social issues, particularly by Republican standards, very moderate. He, at one point, espoused the idea of allowing transgender people to use whichever bathroom they wanted. He
was once in favor of partial birth abortion. He said he wouldn't ban it.
Right. Okay.
But if your two choices are Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump,
right. No,
and
no,
you're an evangelical voter.
But I'm just saying that he's not your typical. I mean, when you think of George W. Bush or Ronald Reagan, he's not your typical evangelical Republican politician.
He's proven that you can get the Republican nomination, right? This is something for those moderate Republicans out there who aren't so keen on Donald Trump. He has proven that you can get the Republican nomination and you can win the presidency potentially, even if you don't subscribe to the more conservative social views, which, listen, he's sort of paid some lip service to it today, but he's had a lifelong history as a Democrat and as somebody who is more liberal socially. And he said a lot of the right things for the Republican once he secured the nomination and was running. But the truth is that doctrine has been busted up as well by Donald Trump.
We're coming up to the top of the hour, and we are waiting on a few states, the biggest, Michigan and Pennsylvania. Stay with Fox News Channel for continuing coverage of the 2016 presidential election.
We boarded the Avalon with a destination. 120-year hibernation means we'll wake up in a new century, on a new planet, but in the blink of an eye. Everything changed. Do you know what's going on?
We woke up 90 years too soon.
There's something they didn't tell us.
There's a reason we woke up early.
Rated PG-13.
By 2050, we'll need twice the food from the same acreage to feed the world. That's going to take serious innovation. I'm John, research agronomist at Coke. We're challenging ourselves to create more advanced fertilizers that deliver nutrients to our crops more efficiently while respecting our environment so farmers can apply less and grow more. We are Coke.
What's it like to be in good hands? Like finding new ways to be taken care of.
Home, car, life insurance, obviously.
But with added touches you can't get everywhere else, like claim-free rewards
or safe driving bonus checks. Oh, yes.
Even a claim satisfaction guarantee.
In means protection plus unique extras. Only from an expert Allstate agent.
It's good to be in good hands.
Today, it's complete fallout from our Election Day coverage. It all kicks off at 5 a.m. with a special Fox and Friends, followed by America's Newsroom and Happening Now.
Tomorrow.
Did you kill Hannah Dean?
One of the best TV dramas of all time.
Why would I ever believe anything you say?
Something's got to be the truth. Comes to an end.
Your anger frightens me.
It's all going to come out in the trial. One shot, one kill. I didn't think it would end this way.
Rectify, the powerful final season. New episode tomorrow at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific on Sundance TV Channel 557.
Delilah won't go without a fight. She outfoxed me and I never saw it coming. But I was Corvo before I was the royal protector. I don't know what grand scheme you've got underway, Delilah. But I'm coming to put you in your grave.
So it begins.
Rated F. More advanced fertilizers that deliver nutrients to our crops more efficiently while respecting our environment so farmers can apply less and grow more. We are Coke.
What's it like to be in good hands? Like finding new ways to be taken care of.
Home, car, life insurance, obviously.
But with added touches you can't get everywhere else, like claim-free rewards
or safe driving bonus checks. Oh, yes.
Even a claim satisfaction guarantee.
In means protection plus unique extras. Only from an expert Allstate agent.
It's good to be in good hands.
Today, it's complete fallout from our Election Day coverage. It all kicks off at 5 a.m. with a special Fox and Friends, followed by America's Newsroom and Happening Now.
tomorrow.
Did you kill Hannah D?
One of the best TV dramas of all time.
Why would I ever believe anything you say?
Something's got to be the truth.
Comes to an end.
Your anger frightens me.
It's all gonna come out in the trial. One shot, one kill. I didn't think it would end this way.
Rectify, the powerful final season. New episode tomorrow at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific on Sundance TV Channel 557.
Delilah won't go without a fight. She outfoxed me and I never saw it coming. But I was Corvo before I was the royal protector. I don't know what grand scheme you got underway, Delilah. But I'm coming to put you in your grave.
So it begins.
Rated M for mature.
Look at the crowd outside of the Fox News headquarters. Remember that time we said we thought we'd be able to make a call by 11 and the early exit polls looked like that call would probably go to Hillary Clinton? Not so much. We are watching right now states including Michigan, which has been too close to call, Pennsylvania, which has been too close to call, New Hampshire, Minnesota, Maine, Arizona. None of those has come in. And we started the evening saying Trump needed to pull an inside straight. Shoes on a very different foot now, mixing metaphors, but she needs an inside straight, and it should be, ideally it would be a flush as well, straight flush. It's going to be hard, is my point. And a new pair of shoes, which everyone always needs, no matter what. Going to toss it up to Brett, who's with Bill Hemmer at the data deck upstairs.
Yes, the data deck. And we are looking at some cards for Hillary Clinton that do not look like they're lining up for
I
her.
think I told you earlier today I'd see you at 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's true.
But I think we're supposed to be at the bar.
Yes, that's right. There are casinos in Michigan. Show us some Michigan.
Here's what I've been watching for the last 30 minutes, okay? 30 minutes ago, Trump's margin was about 34,000 in Michigan. And then it bumped up to 42,000. And then
So these are remaining counties.
Correct, yeah, northern Michigan. Then it bumped up to 59,000. My point is, every time you watch it, maybe it's 5,000, Brett, maybe it's 10, maybe it's 2,000.
But right now it's 50.
Correct. Yeah, 59. Did it change again?
No, 51.
Oh, boy. I mean, I gave up math when I got an iPhone.
There you go. Okay, 59.
So let me take you to Pennsylvania here. And this is what's happened over the last 30 minutes. At 12:30 East Coast time, he was up 26,000 votes. 15 minutes later, he was up 35,000 votes in Pennsylvania. And right now, based on that board, it's 52. Okay, it had been 59. It came down about 5,000. So you're at 52,000 vote margin there in the state of Pennsylvania.
So either one of those states obviously puts him over the top of 270 electoral votes to win. She has to find the votes there in Michigan or Pennsylvania. Otherwise, because Minnesota doesn't do it alone, Arizona is still out here, but it's a Republican-leaning state.
But let me show you that, too, by the way, in Arizona, because at the moment he's got about a 4-point lead right now. You go back 4 years ago and you see what the margin was between, Romney and Obama. It was much greater. She's closed the gap as a Democrat, but again, he still has the advantage. So we go back to the what if column yet again. And, okay, take Michigan out of the picture. Take Pennsylvania out. If he's at 254 right now confirmed, Arizona puts him at 265. New Hampshire is too close to call. Have you seen what's going on in that state? I mean, it is just so razor tight. I'll take you there right now. And we can see the margin here. I mean, this has gone 0.2% in his favor, 0.2% in her favor.
All right, let me do one thing.
Yeah.
Let me do one thing on this what if. What if, let's go back here, and what if she pulls out the miraculous win in Michigan.
And Pennsylvania.
She's at 251. Now, Minnesota looks like it's heading her way, 261. All right, you have to give Arizona to...
Likely.
likely to Donald Trump. So then you have Alaska that goes
It just
Republican.
it just closed a minute ago.
Okay, let's just say it goes Republican. 268. Then you have the presidency of the United States hanging on New Hampshire, which, by the way, is tight, right?
Very tight. Could go either way. And
right here? Well, let's see where it is. Right now, you have Clinton up in New Hampshire.
Yeah, that's Maine.
Oh, that would be why. That's why. See, that's why Bill does it and I don't do it.
Okay.
It's
do another shot
big
there.
Fingers.
Take two.
There we go. Okay. And you have, again, Clinton up in New Hampshire.
By about 1,000 votes. Click back to 2012 on the bottom right there.
I'm going to give you back control. My point is that it is conceivable that the entire presidency of the United States comes down to New Hampshire. The first in the nation primary
I only point this out there because it's 650,000 votes from 4 years ago. Okay, from 2016, we are well under that mark right now. So you've got 520,000 votes in right now. You're going to get more vote in, and whether or not, well, she just jumped up 0.7%. I mean, that's what we're debating right now, trying to figure this out. 0.7% of the entire vote for the states. But it's pretty simple this way, Brett. You win Michigan, boom, you're at the number.
That's it.
It's pretty easy this way. You win Pennsylvania, you're at the number. Right now, in both states, he has a lead. We'll see how long this lasts. But in our studio tonight is Mr. Butterfly Ballot.
Okay.
His name is John Bolton, and he will tell you that all these states have a law when you go into a mandatory recount. We're going to dive into that in a minute. We'll try and figure that out for you.
We are making a call now. The Fox News decision desk is calling Maine, the state of Maine, for Hillary Clinton. But this is 3 out of the 4 available electoral votes there. We have not called the 2nd congressional district in Maine. Maine is one of 2 states, along with Nebraska, that splits up its electoral votes. So now you have Maine plus 3 for Hillary Clinton, with 1 still remaining out there.
Yeah. To do the math on that, at the moment, with that factored in, if she were to take New Hampshire, run the table in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, she's at 268.
She has to win Arizona or Alaska?
Arizona or Alaska, according to this scenario at the moment.
Okay.
That's a big challenge right now. And you know they're breathing pretty heavy in Brooklyn at the moment.
All right, we're going to send it back down to you, Megan.
All right, guys, thank you. So why can't we call any of these states? Why is it hello, Michigan, hello, Minnesota, hello, Arizona, hello, Pennsylvania?
Out here rather than back there doing his work.
That's true. Steyerwalt is usually on the decision desk. We've yanked him out here tonight, and he's like, you can see, he's like sweating. He's like, get me back there. I don't like not knowing.
Well, I do like knowing more than not knowing, but I also know this. Pennsylvania is hard to call. Now, Carl and I were just talking about, there are some places in Pennsylvania that she has very obviously underperformed. But there is still a path for her, or at least there was as of about 3 minutes ago, a path for her in Pennsylvania to get this done. As far as, you know, we want to be careful about calls even when they look obvious. So something like Arizona, right? So you look at that and you say, well, gosh, that should be enough. But we would rather be, when it's this close, we'd rather be right than be early.
Just looking at so up here on the wall, you've got all the states we haven't called, right? I don't know if it's all of them, but it's a lot of them, the big ones. And look at that. So obviously Michigan is the best one because if he got 16, that's it. He wins the presidency. If we project Michigan for Donald Trump, he wins the presidency. Pennsylvania, same deal. All the others need a little bit of extra. Minnesota's 10. But you can see if he could add, 10 gets him to 264, and then he needs 6, so he can cobble together a couple more. Arizona, we haven't yet called. That's 11. If he could win Arizona and Minnesota, Arizona and one of the others,
Well, if he won Arizona and New Hampshire, that would get him to 269. It would mean the worst he could do is a tie, and he wins if it's a tie.
And if he got in Maine's second congressional district is still out. Arizona plus New Hampshire.
269.
Yeah.
I didn't.
You said 250.
Oh no, 269 would mean a tie, and he's president.
Okay.
So Arizona and New Hampshire would do it.
Oh, good. All right. So listen, we like to reminisce here. We love to go back down old memory lanes. So I'm actually going to take a walk to the decision desk and find out what's the deal with Michigan, what's the deal with Minnesota. It was so fun the last time, so we're just going to, but stakes are different this time.
Tell them I missed them.
We haven't called the election. We're actually just finding out why we haven't called the election, why we haven't called a couple of these key states. And it's a much shorter walk, thanks to our new studio. Here we are. Hey there. Here's all our guys. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Arne Mishkin, the man of the hour. How you doing?
Terrific, Megan. How are you?
We meet again.
Yes.
All right. So what's the deal? First of all, let's talk about Michigan. What's the deal with Michigan? Why can't you call it?
Right now, we're still waiting on some vote from Detroit and other places. And so even though clearly Trump has a lead, we're not prepared to call it yet.
Because Detroit is considered heavily Democratic.
Heavily Democratic area, yes.
So what do you need to see? What the turnout there was, or what?
We need to see the turnout, and most important, we need to understand what the absentee vote is, because the absentee vote tends to be counted in bizarre ways, county by county, and so we're waiting to see what that vote is like before we can make a call in Michigan.
Any idea what time that will be? It's 1:10 in the morning. Any idea, like, seriously, do they tell you what the timing would be?
What they tell us is soon, and soon could mean anything.
That's not helpful.
I know.
All right, forget Michigan. Let's move on to Minnesota. 10 electoral votes there. That could get them much closer. What's the deal there?
Minnesota, we're also waiting for a lot of vote in the Twin Cities area, which also tends to be Democratic. There does seem to be, Hillary seems to have a slight lead in Minnesota, but it's a very tenuous lead. And when we look at the models, it looks like it's going to be a very close night there.
Wow. Which, again, I mean, most people were not predicting. Minnesota was not supposed to be.
Not at all.
It wasn't considered a toss-up, really.
Not at all.
Okay, Arizona. Why haven't we called that?
Arizona has begun counting vote in a slightly different way. There's a lot of vote that doesn't get counted on Election Day. So it's not clear we're going to be able to make a call in Arizona tonight, but we're going to try.
Pennsylvania. That's the mother lode. If Trump gets that, he's got it.
That's right. Pennsylvania also looks like it's ending up going to be a very close night in Pennsylvania. I wouldn't be surprised if we're not able to call Pennsylvania tonight.
If we're not able to call it at all.
Very possible, yes.
How about Maine's congressional district, second congressional district? Man, they've gotten so much airtime this election.
That's exactly right. This is the district in outstate Maine, the northern part of Maine. Right now, Trump has a lead in the raw vote, but I think it's only about 50% of the vote has been counted there. And so we don't have a model for Maine CD2, but we do have it. It looks like Trump may get that one electoral vote, but we're not ready to call that
What
yet.
am I missing? Which one am I forgetting?
The most interesting one you're missing is Alaska. And
Really?
Precisely. Alaska has 3 electoral votes. Historically, Alaska has always gone Republican. Right now, we're looking at conflicting data from Alaska, and Alaska is another state that tends to count vote extremely slowly. And so that's another state that we could be hanging on for a couple of days.
How about New Hampshire and its 4 electoral votes?
New Hampshire.
Joe Trippi is obsessed with New Hampshire. He wants me to ask.
As he should be. New Hampshire is a state that we could very easily also not be calling tonight.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry.
Should we dock their pay? Is there all right, so let me ask you this. You guys they all sit back here, they crunch the numbers, they talk, they compare notes. What explains what we have seen tonight? Do you look at that? Do you look at any of the exit data, or is that all Dana Blanton? But can you help us understand what people misread?
That's a really good question. People are going to be poring over the data for months and possibly years to figure out what really happened. I think what basically happened was in the final polling, we saw that Clinton had roughly a 4-point lead in most of the polls. Mm-hmm. She was at about 48%, 49%. The question was, what happened to all the folks who were on what I call the movables, folks who said they were either for Johnson, Stein, or were purely undecided, and they ranged from 8 to 10 to 12%, depending on the poll you were looking at. And I think what happened was a lot of those people, they said they weren't for Hillary Clinton, and they weren't. And in the end, they decided to go for Trump. That's my hypothesis of what the polling. It was a misreading of the polling rather than a mistake of the polls.
I'm not going to hold you to this because I know you're crunching numbers in counties and raw vote and things like that now, but do you have a feel on the late deciders? Do you have a feel on whether it really was a late breaking vote for Trump or whether this was baked in, these late deciders, these people you're talking about, was it the last few days or when was it?
What we saw in the exit poll is that there was some late decided movement towards Trump, but I think what it is evidence that they were basically sort of decided, but they didn't want to say. And then in the end, they went for Trump.
So it is what you're saying that the shy Trump voter really was out there?
I guess so. Yep.
It doesn't seem possible that you can be a shy Trump voter, right? What we know of the Trump voters is they are not shy. They are not shy.
Exactly, and that's the big difference between this general election and what we were seeing all year in the primaries. All year in the primaries, the Trump number from the polling was exactly the Trump number that he got in the primary, and all the undecided went away from Trump. This time, we're seeing that a lot of that undecided, in fact, wound up being a Trump vote.
All right, last question. What of the states that are still out there?
Oh, and one more thing.
Yeah, go.
The other thing to note is that right now, Clinton is ahead in the popular vote, and that was something actually a lot of analysts understood, that in fact, a Democratic lead of 3 or 4% translated into an electoral college photo finish, which is what we're seeing right now, that basically Democrats run up the score in states like California, New York, Illinois, and roughly 3% of the vote is wasted by Democrats in those states. That's just the way the Continental Congress decided it, and it's wasted in those states. And so, even though you might have a 3% lead in the popular vote, that could translate into an electoral college photo finish.
All right, so I actually have two more questions. Number one is, does she have any chance left?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay, all right. I had to try. Number two is, what is the state you guys think you're most likely to call next? I realize you don't know. Which one are we most likely to get next?
We're looking at a number of states that we could possibly call very quick.
Does it begin with an M?
You're a very good interviewer.
You're not going to tell me?
No, not yet.
Arnon, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, all of you guys. You guys are unsung heroes here at Fox News and all the work you do. You too, Kath. All of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Honored to work with these guys. Back on over to the decision desk. Well, away from the decision desk and back to the anchor desk. Look, Karl Rove stayed seated. He didn't challenge anybody.
That's true.
And there's no bad blood between Karl and Arnon.
So
that's because we didn't call somebody with 911 votes separating the two candidates.
Were they right or weren't they?
Let's not relive it.
Were they right or were they right?
Relive it.
Woof.
It's a painful moment. It's okay. We do love them. It is wonderful to work with them, but we would really like to make some calls.
I think it begins with an M. He wouldn't say so, but you had to see it in his eyes.
It's possible. Carl Cameron is live at Trump headquarters with reaction there as we are waiting on M states to come in.
Hi, Brett. Impatient is probably the operative word of the night. There has not been a single person who has left the Trump Victory Night headquarters, is what they think it now is. The Trump family remains at Trump Tower, impatient to come over here. They're particularly interested in when Pennsylvania might get called, because after Hillary Clinton leading the polls, Donald Trump has moved into a slight lead in the actual vote count, but there's still more of the vote out to be counted. So Donald Trump and his campaign now have to start thinking about putting together a transition team. A couple of weeks ago, when the polls weren't looking all that favorable in some of the battleground states, Donald Trump instructed his transition chairman, Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey, to slow down on the transition work and pony up some of those people to help him actually win the race. He is on the precipice of doing exactly that, which means that the transition effort has probably fallen behind a little bit. Now he's got to deal with the acceptance speech and putting the transition on overdrive in order to start forming a government, assuming that M state, or maybe the P state of Pennsylvania, or perhaps Arizona and some combination of others, including Alaska, will put him over the top. They would like very much for our decision desk to make their decision so that they can come down here and make their speeches.
You know, on TV jargon, you have what's called Mix Plus, because we can hear the broadcast in the hall there. So you did an excellent job, Carl, talking through the reverberation.
Got to keep it interesting. You know, he's too good. You got to throw a few softballs or hardballs at him to see if he can still do it. And indeed, he can. Let's see what we can do to Jen Griffin. She's over at the Clinton campaign headquarters. I bet she can do it too, but we like her, so let's see. Hey, Jen.
Hi, Megan. Well, it's quite a different scene over here. There are campaign staff that we've seen in tears. The hall has emptied out quite a bit behind me. We just saw a very surreal scene where Cher walked in, turned around, looked at the board, and walked back out. We just saw Donna Shalala, who is the current head of the Clinton Clinton Foundation walking out. She had her coat on. We saw Ken Salazar, who is heading Clinton's transition team. He just walked through the crowd. He had a very somber look on his face. A very different mood over here at Clinton headquarters, Megyn.
Any sign of Huma or...
No, we have
Anybody?
not seen Huma. We've not seen the Hillary Clinton herself, but certainly the lower level staff who we've been traveling with on planes for the last few months, they are despondent, I would say.
Mm-hmm. And it's, it's always sad on these nights to see the side that's, in this case, likely to lose, and soon we'll know one side has lost, because they put so much effort into it, and you can feel their pain, and you can feel, how badly they want it to happen. But when you look at this result tonight, Chris Wallace, you tell me whether people are going to consider that Anthony Weiner, in a way, helped bring down Hillary Clinton tonight.
Sure.
It certainly didn't help.
They're going to look at around a lot of things, and clearly the Clinton camp isn't going to blame Hillary Clinton, right? They're not going to say, except for Neera Tanden, who seems to be the one truth teller in the group, who will say...
She's emerged as the MVP of the WikiLeaks emails.
Yeah, absolutely. That, we'll say, why did you not get this out 2 years ago? But clearly, to people who may not have followed it, because Anthony Weiner sexted, the FBI began an investigation, and they seized his laptop, and they looked at it and found all these emails, and that led James Comey, in what I personally think was a mistake, to announce that they were going to reopen the investigation. Looking back at it, and you're a lawyer, I think James Comey should have kept his mouth shut the entire time. Should not have said anything in July, should not have said anything in October, should not have said anything this weekend, just should have done what a prosecutor does. Said nothing.
I think you could justify him doing that, but I think you can also justify the way he did it now. I think probably the most controversial thing, in my view as a lawyer, that he did was the explanation of why he didn't bring the charges, where he really went after her and called her a liar and all that, which he didn't need to do, and I understood the controversy behind that. But as a lawyer, I had no problem with him announcing where he stood. It's not his job to manipulate the electoral process or protect her from it. It's just his job to keep Congress informed. And I do think that Hillary Clinton has only herself to blame for the email problems. I mean, she, as a lawyer, she pressed the limits, and she didn't do what she was supposed to do. And she's come out and admitted that now.
But the only thing I'd say in that regard is it is so freighted when you say something that we're going to reopen an investigation. Normally, the FBI doesn't announce they're reopening an investigation, and he wouldn't have had to announce it if he hadn't gone before Congress and said, here are the situation under which I will announce, reopen the investigation.
But what if he hadn't done it? What if he hadn't done it? And then in that treasure trove on Anthony Weiner's laptop were 650,000 documents that were classified, that did relate to national security.
Well, it turns out now they could have gone through them and found out and announced it before election.
If we could, take an update right now on the net gains of the House and Senate, because you have the Senate we are still waiting on Missouri, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania in the Senate. And Louisiana is heading to a runoff December 10th. The Senate, remember, had to have a net gain of 5 for Democrats to pick up control of the U.S. Senate. If they lose the White House, they needed all 5. Well, you're talking about Blunt in Missouri, Ayotte in New Hampshire, Toomey in Pennsylvania, and a Louisiana would be a red state holding on if they flipped it on December 10th, is the runoff scheduled. So you have 4 remaining. They would have to run the table on the remaining 4 to take control. And once we have one of these that comes in for Republicans, the control of the U.S. Senate will stick in the Republicans.
Our decision desk has not called it, but the Democratic candidate in Missouri has called the race, and he just conceded to Roy Blunt. Republicans have kept the Blunt seat. And
that's what being careful
Chris,
on the decision desk.
That's pretty good evidence that he's done.
I don't know, because I'm not back there. But
maybe you should take the walk.
if she can't get it out of him, you think I can? Lord, no. But if that's reported,
and there's a lot of, I'm seeing a lot of stuff that people say that Toomey's got it in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm getting emails from the state Republican Party chairman, Rob Gleason, telling me, why is Fox not calling it? We're up by 70,000 votes. And I told him,
here we go again.
Get a
lot of that.
Let's go now to Molly Line in Concord, New Hampshire. That state is still too close to call, and we have not called the Senate race there either. Molly.
Yeah, the votes are still being counted. The results are still coming in, and yet the party is pretty much over here at the headquarters in Concord. Just a few journalists straggling around. We're like the crumbs left on the plate here as things wrap up tonight. When this all got started, we knew it would be a nail biter. The campaigns acknowledged that, and that's why we saw Hillary Clinton here on Sunday. We saw Donald Trump here yesterday. They knew this would be down to the wire and that big investments would have to be made. And that's the same in the Senate race as well. The incumbent Republican Senator Kelly Ayotte was facing a very tough challenge from the governor here in the state, the Democratic governor Maggie Hassan, and that proved to be true. And here we are, well after midnight, still waiting for the final numbers and to find out who actually won this race. Everyone has essentially gone home at this point in time, and we'll be waiting to see as those results come in and to get the final count. I mean, this was a tough, hard-fought battle, particularly in the Senate race, where these two women faced off against each other. Long resumes, competent, well-liked, recognizable figures here in the state, so they were very evenly matched, and in the national race as well. You know, two figures coming here to the state and battling it out. There was a lot of retail politicking going on. That's what you have to do here in New Hampshire, and that's what we saw up to the last moment in the Senate race today. Both Kelly Ayotte and Maggie Hassan were out at the polls today asking for every last vote until the last second before they went to their respective headquarters and got ready to give the potential speeches. We did hear from Kelly Ayotte very briefly. She left the night on a high note, essentially saying that they were upbeat about where the race is, but they were going to do this the New Hampshire way and ensure that every vote was counted. Brett?
Molly Line in New Hampshire.
And this is a big race call for you now. We are ready to project that Pat Toomey has won the election in Pennsylvania. That's another Republican victory there, fending off his challenger, as you can see, by a decent margin, right? Yeah. Exactly, by a decent margin. So this means, if I'm not mistaken, this means that the Republicans will officially retain control of the upper chamber. That's it. So the Democrats are not going to be winning control of the Senate. The Democrats are not going to be winning control of the Congress. And at this rate, it certainly doesn't look like they're going to be winning control of the White House.
And if you're right, Carl, and we don't have a call as of yet, but if you're right about Missouri, you're starting to talk about 51-49. You have still Missouri.
Starwald, am I right about Missouri?
I got it right here. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch says that Jason Kander has conceded the race.
And there you have it. So Roy Blunt holds off the Democrat, Jason Kander, who was expected to have a win there in Missouri. So now you have Democrats held off in Missouri, in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, still waiting on New Hampshire, and also obviously that Louisiana runoff December 10th.
On top of that, we're just getting this in from Capitol Hill, where Speaker Paul Ryan called Donald Trump earlier this evening. The two had a very good conversation. The speaker congratulated Mr. Trump on his big night and also spoke with his good friend, Governor Mike Pence. And so a bit of an outreach already starting there. So perhaps we love Sean, but maybe it could be that they're on different pages. We'll see how Donald Trump reacts.
The new president is going to have plenty to say grace over without picking a fight with the Republican leadership. There'll come a time when...
But is that old school thinking? Let me just ask you, is that old school thinking? Because
you know what?
Trump is he's the destroyer, right? He's going to bust things up.
It may be old school thinking, but it's 220 years old school thinking. Traditionally, the House and Senate do not like to be dictated to by the sitting president of the United States, particularly when it comes to choosing their own leadership. I don't care whether you're Republican or Democrat, whenever a president has gotten a little bit too overboard on that, he's paid a price. We've seen it throughout history, and you know, better to leave them to choose their own leaders and work with their leaders than to try and influence it.
And a lot stands to depend also on who it is that Trump surrounds himself with. We don't. Yikes. We know Jeff Sessions is one of the people that he has his outreach to Congress. Will probably be his point man if he does, in fact, win one of those any of those three states up there that you see at the top of the nation. If he gets just one of those, Jeff Sessions is probably going to be a very influential human being on Capitol Hill. But who else rounds out his team? Who else rounds out that organization? That says a lot about how well he could get along with somebody like Paul Ryan.
That's the thing is we don't know, do we?
We don't really know.
We have no idea who would be in the Trump administration. Other than Sarah Palin, I've never heard him actually say who he would put in his cabinet, and I don't know that he fully meant that.
And what's Chris Christie doing tonight?
That's a good question.
Yeah, how about that? He's supposed to be leading the transition team. He had some other kind of transitions taking place in New Jersey, like former top aides being transitioned to felon status.
I've had businessmen actually tell me that the Trump transition team has been terrific. And that it's organized and they know what they're doing, and guys say they're very impressed with these people, and I guess Christie should get some credit for that since he was the leader of it.
And let me say this about Jeff Sessions. Jeff Sessions, if he wants to leave Congress and go into the Trump, again, we're all assuming that he's going to win a Trump administration, my guess is he could get any job he wants. He was the first and only senator to support Donald Trump, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. I would think he could get any job he wants. Trump owes him big time.
As long as we're throwing out names there, what about Kellyanne Conway and what a force for good
I think
she has been for the Trump campaign?
I think Kellyanne Conway was going to come out of this with her reputation enhanced, win or lose.
Yep.
Because everybody who watched this could see that the influence that she had on him was positive and smart, and she got him to do the right. And then at the end, of course, I think she deserves a lot of credit, and of course he does too, for the way he handled himself in the closing days when he was on message and effective as a candidate, and you could see it on the stump, you could see it, you could sense it. And so I think she comes out of this.
As long as we're throwing that praise around, Reince Priebus, who you were saying, one of you was saying, was the one who was saying to him, stay on message, stay calm. There's some thought Reince Priebus, who it had been thought was going to run again to be the Republican National Committee chair. There's now talk about as a possible chief of staff in the White House.
Let's assume that he does get to the number, Dana. I mean, it's a big job to go from tonight to the 73 days to the inauguration. All of the positions that you have to fill, the transition on different levels of a new administration. That's a huge job.
It's a huge deal, and that's why they start so early. So right after the conventions is when both candidates said, okay, I'm going to set up my transition team. If you go back to 2008, one of the things that George W. Bush told the senior staff was, we will have the most professional transition from our administration to whoever wins next. And one of the reasons he was so concerned about that was not because like W's were taken off of keyboards when he came in, but because it is a time of vulnerability for the country when it comes to national security. And you know that our enemies are out there. They're looking at this. They like to strike when there's a moment of like a transition period. And so the transition teams, I think if what Britt is saying is correct, bodes well for them. There's going to be a lot to do. They will be helped by the fact that for Senate confirmed positions, you have likely to the Republicans to keep the Senate majority. That will help and go a long way to helping getting a lot of people into their positions right away so that they're not held up in the nomination process by Democrats.
Now suddenly these Republicans look like geniuses for not confirming Merrick Garland, who is a pretty moderate.
And you know who led the charge on that was Senator Mitch McConnell, who said on the first day he said, we will not do this. And he withstood a lot of controversy, saying that how dare you not give the president a vote, and he never caved on that.
Democrats thought they were going to gain seats on that very issue, just that issue.
Let me just say that, okay, hypocrisy has a place here, because you can imagine that Democrats now will employ the same tactics to stop a Republican president from moving on a Supreme Court nomination. One of the things that I think we've overlooked here tonight is we are a divided country. So many of these races are decided by a point or two, or we talked about the shift in terms of the undecided voters who moved late. I don't know that it was, as has been suggested, that, oh my gosh, you know, Donald Trump just handled it so well at the end by not making controversial statements. It's not like people don't know who Donald Trump is or don't know his capacity for intemperate behavior. I think it was much more a statement about we, the American people, very divided, people who are discontented for one reason or another, and people who really feel like they've been forgotten and left behind.
How much does President Obama have to do with that feeling?
I think he has a great deal to do with it to some extent, but I think also the obstructionist policies pursued by Mitch McConnell and the Freedom Caucus in the House have, in fact, exaggerated the division.
But Juan, they
and the
gave him
anger in
back.
the
It looks
country.
like they gave him back control of the Senate. If they were so angry at Mitch McConnell, why wouldn't they give it to the Democrats?
I think you have a lot of incumbents here, and clearly that was a disadvantage for the GOP. They had incumbents running. So in a very tight race here, I think incumbents had the advantage. And I mean, you look at what happened in Nevada. Clearly, Harry Reid and that machine was almost as if an incumbent was running. But I think Pat Toomey, I think that what we've just seen in Missouri is evidence of the advantage of incumbency.
But you speak of the hypocrisy, Juan, and trust me, we covered it night after night. When Barack Obama was handing down executive orders like it was candy, I mean, he was handing them out. It was like night after night, immigration. People were standing up, people like law professor Jonathan Turley and many others saying, this is a slippery slope. And this is not somebody who had been known for defending a lot of Republicans. This is a slippery slope if we let the executive have this kind of power. And the Democrats said, it's fine, because they liked the Dreamers executive order. They liked the other, the attempted executive order on immigration, which was later struck down by the courts. And the warning was, if a Republican gets into this office, are these same people defending this action going to defend it this way? And you know that they will not.
Well, the thing is, it was a counter to the obstructionism that I was describing to you earlier. So I think among the Democrats, it was rationalized as a necessary
the system is designed to be obstructionist.
The system is designed to allow it.
That's the point of the system, is to obstruct. That's why it's there.
No, I think historically Americans have, in fact, sought to get something done and sought compromise. And what we've seen from Republicans under Obama was exactly the
They're going to get something done with the Republicans from the look of it.
I'm going to see compromise and head to a break. And when we come back, we'll continue our discussion about what looks like a momentous night, probably the biggest story any of us have covered.
Or will ever cover.
We'll be right back.
All right.
I love getting more for less. That's why this control enthusiast rents from National, where I can skip the counter and choose any car in the aisle. On average, 4 out of every 5 rentals at National is a free upgrade. Getting a full size and paying for a mid-size, as the boys from Loverboy so eloquently noted. I'm loving every minute of it. Go National. Go like a pro.
What? Is he gone? Finally. I thought he'd never leave.
Why are you texting my man at 2 a.m.?
If you want someone to leave you alone, you pretend like you're sleeping. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
Taking selfies in the kitchen does not make you a model. Okay.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease. I didn't think there was anything else to talk about. But then I realized there was. So I finally broke the silence with my doctor about what I was experiencing. He said Humira is for people like me who've tried other medications but still experience the symptoms of moderate to severe Crohn's disease. In clinical studies, the majority of patients on Humira saw significant symptom relief, and many achieved remission.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious, sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
If you're still just managing your symptoms, talk with your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
Welcome back to America's election headquarters. They're still hanging out outside. You know, Juan, Monica, Chris, and Carl, as you look at the national popular vote, Donald Trump has now taken the lead, 48.2% to 47.1%, 55,611,000 Americans have voted for Donald Trump as of right now. That is pretty amazing, Chris Stirewalt, if you think of where he was at the beginning of all of this and the primary, the Republican primary.
I'm doing some back of the brain math here. I think when it comes to turnout models, we may put some things to the test. And I think that the number of Democrats who stayed home may be part of the story here. And I think whatever combination of Democrats who didn't take Donald Trump seriously, who made the same mistake that Jeb Bush and other Republicans made when they said, oh, Trump, whatever, and didn't take him seriously, and those Democrats, how effective was WikiLeaks? Pretty daggone effective, I'd say. How many pry bars were they able to put in there against Hillary Clinton and other Democrats to foment those resentments?
Or do you think it was WikiLeaks or the Russians?
Comrade, I'm not going to weigh into all that exactly, but we know
Listen, though, Juan, even if the Russians were behind it, and that's not good, the Russians didn't make Donna Brazile give Hillary Clinton the debate questions.
No.
I mean, that behavior was exposed by the WikiLeaks revelation.
And let me ask you, was there a complimentary exposure of emails and calls on the Trump side?
Nope.
No, but there was a tape.
What? You mean the
Access Hollywood?
No, I'm talking
things
about,
happen in a campaign.
Which was
I'm
bigger?
talking about Karl Rove or me
sent
or you.
the Trump taxes to the New York Times.
That's not the same. Come on.
Why isn't it?
That's
you don't
journalism.
think that was stolen?
That's like
you don't think that was stolen, Juan?
I think it was leaked. There's a difference between a leak to a reporter.
What's the second name of Wiki? Wiki what?
That's you know what? That's not on target.
What's the difference between hacking email and stealing tax return?
The difference, Chris, is that you have to understand a foreign government seeking to intervene in American
I agree with you about the Russians.
That's what I'm saying.
AP's called it.
Monica.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about why Donald Trump may in fact win the presidency tonight, but we haven't spent a lot of time talking about why Mrs. Clinton may have lost tonight.
Right.
She had a corruption problem. She had an honesty and trustworthy problem. She had a likability problem. And perhaps more than anything else, she never offered voters a clear vision for where she wanted to take the country. And she also never offered a compelling reason to vote for her rather than against Donald Trump. And I think all of those factors came into play, in addition to the fact that sort of the unprotected people of the country are in a total revolt against the bipartisan ruling class. And in terms of a divided country, I understand a lot of these races are very tight. But when you take a look at that map, it looks pretty darn red to me. And if you think that Donald Trump is going to win the presidency and the Republicans are going to hold both the Senate and the House, this looks like a complete repudiation of President Obama and the status quo and the Democratic agenda.
Think about that. There have been pieces run. Frontline, I think, recently ran a piece talking about this moment at the 2011 White House Correspondents' Dinner, where President Obama got up there and just went after Trump, went after him. It was brutal. It was retribution for Trump's birtherism and for all that Trump had done on Barack Obama's birthplace and so on. And he embarrassed Trump in front of a room full of people. And the theory was this the moment that Donald Trump said to himself, I'm coming for you. You
coming for your
think I'm a
legacy.
joke? Yeah, I'm coming for your legacy. I'm coming for your job. You think I'm a joke? Stand by. And whether Barack Obama has himself to thank or blame, depending on your point of view, for what has happened tonight to his legacy and his predictions.
It was a pretty funny speech.
He deserved to throw
It was funny.
The Lion King part was really good.
That was
really
yeah.
good.
Dana, your thoughts on that?
Well, I have been thinking about what I think will be the inevitable result, that Donald Trump will win the presidency. So then I immediately start thinking about the transition and then how do you get from one administration to the next. It will be very interesting to see how President Obama decides to speak about this. Obviously, Hillary Clinton is going to have to speak first, but soon after that, you're going to want to hear from the President of the United States. He tweeted something today that no matter what happens tonight, the sun will come up tomorrow. Or now in like 4 hours. But whether he is able to set aside some of that personal disgust that he expressed through a humorous speech, but also then on the campaign trail. This is one of the first times in many, many decades that a president has actually gone out and campaigned. Partly that's because there was unpopularity problems, but also because he knew that it is so important to cement his legacy for him to have been followed by Hillary Clinton. And if that does not happen, that will be extremely
Obama
dangerous
has
for him.
held open a day later this week to meet with a new president.
Yep.
So imagine that shot, which we always see. We saw it with Bush and Obama. Imagine Donald Trump and Barack Obama, two men who can't stand each other, walking down the colonnade and the Rose Garden together.
But they can do it.
Listen, not to compare that situation to my own relationship with Donald Trump, but for the record, he and I had this dust up, as you know, you guys know, after the first debate. He was very unhappy with that question, as you may be familiar. And months later, he attacked me for months. I went to see him at Trump Tower, and he could not have been more gracious. He was kind. He was charming. He was quick to forget it all, as was I. And we did fine from that point forward. Again, I'm not comparing the two relationships. I'm saying that as much as we know him as a man who holds a grudge and won't forget, I don't know whether that is reality.
I'm frankly thinking less of Donald Trump than I am Barack Obama.
Right.
I mean, Donald Trump's going to be the winner. He's coming in. He's moving in.
It's all good.
Imagine Barack Obama with a man he has utter contempt for and turning over the keys to the White House.
But it's also important to remember that Barack Obama right now has a 55% approval rating. So
in part maybe because they looked at the other two candidates
well, I was about
and said,
to say, that could be.
This president's pretty
right.
Okay.
But in terms of what we're hearing tonight, in terms of some of the analysis, it says, well, this is a repudiation of Obama, Obamacare, the Obama economic, the Obama foreign policy, the Iran deal. I could go on. You got to stop and say, well, what is going on in America that you can get a 55% approval for a president at the end of his second term? Very unusual. And at the same time, have this very close, but it seems to me, I would agree that it looks as if we're going to have a President Trump.
Can we give the president some credit? Jen Psaki said the president's ready to hand the baton over. That's what she said. He's ready, whomever. Is it Trump? Is it Clinton? He's ready to do it. We heard the kind-hearted, patriotic remarks that Barack Obama made about a Trump protester who showed up at his rally.
Yep.
He said that man was a veteran who deserved our respect. Now, I believe that the presidency, people grow in office. I think people become more wise. They become more mature. We've heard divisive things from Barack Obama in the past. There is no question about it. But this is an opportunity for, as we would say back home, you have to give people the opportunity to do the right thing because sometimes they're going to surprise you. And this is an opportunity for both of these men and for this woman to do the right thing for the country and surprise us.
Let's talk about a couple of the people who helped him get there. Former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, who today said, what, Karl Rove, 2-to-1 chance that he becomes president of the United States?
He was on radio in North Dakota and said Trump's chances were 2 out of 3 of winning and hers were 1 out of 3.
Former mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani, who we talked to earlier, who was confident he was going to pull out Florida. Monica?
Yeah, I mean, these are people who held serious positions in the U.S. government, elected positions, mayor in the case of Rudy Giuliani, who put their serious reputations on the line very early to support Donald Trump. And I believe they'll be richly rewarded in any Trump administration.
And let's not sugarcoat it. Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham at this channel on her radio show.
And Coulter.
Among others.
And Coulter.
And Coulter's the happiest person in America tonight.
And Monica. And Monica, of course.
Don't forget Eric Bolling. Eric Bolling, Janine Pirro.
There were lots.
But what about Steve Bannon, Dana, who is the proprietor of Breitbart, which is described as alt-right, this alt-right website, who came into the campaign late and everyone said, Steve Bannon, but Trump did become more disciplined when Steve Bannon was in there. And Steve Bannon, he said some very controversial things, and he's a very controversial man. And the question
has been very quiet during the campaign, right? So, very behind the scenes. I don't know a lot about his management style, or even, and I don't know him at all. I don't know if he wants to.
He does not like Republicans.
No, that's true. But I don't know if he wants to serve in government. Setting that aside, I mean, a lot of people don't like Republicans or Democrats. But so now that if they win, they get to govern. And then governing is different than campaigning. And it's wonderful. It's very rewarding. I don't know if it's richly rewarding. That's probably not the best term to use. But in terms of your personal fulfillment or professional fulfillment, being able to serve your country, Yeah, that's a big deal. I don't know Steve Bannon if he wants to actually serve. Sometimes people work on campaigns and then they're like, okay, you take it from here because I'm going to go do something else.
What's going to happen to Trump TV now? Donald Trump's going to be busy running the country.
White House TV.
White House TV. Let's also talk about his businesses, which he's going to hand over, he says, to his family.
This is going to be a problem because they're going to have to be sensitive to the same kind of concerns that Hillary Clinton was asked to be sensitive to when she was given the position as Secretary of State. On January 13th, 2009, she appeared before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and both Democrats and Republicans cautioned her about the potential for conflicts of interest or even the appearance of conflicts of interest that the foundation could present. Same thing's going to happen when you got an international business operating both here and abroad.
But you know, we do have a model for this. Michael Bloomberg, who ran a multi-billion-dollar empire, was elected mayor of New York City, put a lot of his business interests into a trust, turned the business over to trusted aides, ran the city of New York, and then went back to his business.
John Podesta is said to be headed over to the Javits Center, and Secretary Clinton is not going with him.
What do you make of that?
I think they think it's over. I mean, there's this. Pennsylvania's been called, it's relevant to this story, by a number of news organizations, including the Associated Press and the New York Times. So obviously, the fact that we haven't called it may well be the right decision, but that may well be what's affecting the Clinton camp, and they're looking at this and saying there's no way.
Let's go to Jennifer Griffin at the Clinton camp to get the latest there. Jennifer?
Well, Brett, we've just learned that John Podesta, campaign chairman for Hillary Clinton, will be taking the stage shortly. He's on his way over here to the Javits Center. It's not clear at this point in time whether Hillary Clinton herself will be making her way over to the Javits Center tonight. What we've noticed is there are a few more people streaming in. They've put on the music that we've come to expect from the campaign, what we've heard on the campaign trail for months, a little bit more upbeat atmosphere, but but the looks on people's faces still very glum. We've seen a number of people in tears, and it's hard to know exactly what John Podesta is going to say, but that's what we can report at this moment.
Okay, Jennifer, thank you.
Wait, so Jennifer, so you're suggesting then that John Podesta is coming over there, he may speak, and we may not hear from Hillary Clinton at all tonight?
Well, there is certainly that possibility at this point, Megan. All we know at this point is that John Podesta is making his way over here, and he's expected to speak to the crowd.
Well, that is very interesting. If we are not seeing the candidate go there, I mean, it's reminiscent, Chris, of Nashville when we had Daley come out and speak to the crowd there in Nashville in 2000 instead of Al Gore. And I was there, and I flew from there to Tallahassee to start the recount.
You know, when I did the third debate and I asked Trump would he accept the results of the election, I didn't ask Hillary Clinton. I obviously made an oversight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because one would assume if she were going to concede that she would go over to do that in public. So the fact that she isn't going over, and if he does speak, he's either going to say it's a long night and we're not going to know anything.
That makes sense.
All right,
but when you're seeing, you know, and listen, we haven't called it yet either, right? But several other people are suggesting that not only might Trump win Pennsylvania, but he might win a few of these extra states. I mean, if that is the case, what good does she do herself by not coming out tonight? Is holding on for hope that she's somehow going to run the table on every single state that's still out there?
I think Jennifer is still out there. She asked this question about conceding, I think.
Well, Brett, actually, when we flew after the third debate, we flew on the plane with Hillary Clinton leaving Las Vegas, and it was the first question that I did ask Hillary Clinton after Chris had asked the question of Donald Trump on stage, and that had been the headline from the third debate. So I asked Clinton when she came back to talk to the press at the back of the plane, I said, will you accept the results? And people laughed it off at the time. She laughed it off at the time. She did not actually answer the question, and then she lambasted Donald Trump for what he had said at the podium, but she did not answer the question, and I did ask it of her.
You know, you look back at this race and how, and the campaign that she ran, and of course now it's 2020 hindsight, and she's going to be ripped to, you know, high heavens. But truly, Chris, the lack of access that she gave to the press, right? Trump spent the whole year beating up on the press, but at least he made himself available to most people. She was in the Presidential Protection Program. She had so many opportunities when Trump was down. You saw this time and time again, where she would surge ahead of him. He'd be down here. 2 weeks would pass. He'd be right back up there again. Again, she'd be up here. Same thing over and over and over again. She could never finish him. And remember in August, after the first debate, and he attacked the Khan family, and she went underground. She didn't speak to anybody. She barely had any campaign events. Even to the end, she was having so many fewer campaign events to him up until that last week when she saw trouble. And people believed she was a person who was secretive, who was hiding something, who was not accessible, who they couldn't trust.
No, that's right. I mean, if his flaw that he had for the entire campaign was lack of experience and temperament, hers was lack of character. It was that people continued to have grave doubts, and obviously the Comey investigation and the emails, and as you say, the fact that she, one, did it, and then two, lied about it for months. You look back at what she said in that original news conference at the United Nations in March of 2015, and when I finally did get an interview with her in July after the convention, just the contradictions. Forget whether what she did was right or wrong. What she told the American people and what Comey found were diametrically opposed. And in fact, in that interview, she said that they weren't. She said that Comey had cleared her, and then that became a whole issue. Mm-hmm. So over and over again, when there was a path to put it out.
Like Lanny Davis told her she should.
Mm-hmm. Right. She wouldn't do it. So, and that was, if she loses tonight, going to turn out to be the fatal.
We got to hit a break here, Britt. Kellyanne Conway just tweeted out, she said, things that were true: undercover Trump vote, at Mike Pence for VP, Hillary's floor and ceiling are same, rally crowds matter, we expanded the map. We are going to look at the map and waiting on these states after Fox News continues election coverage in an election we have not seen ever before. We'll be right back.
Ruth, she had a recipe for everything. Make big plans, but live spontaneously. Travel more. Live without regret. Take pictures. In 20 years, you'll be glad you did. And make your best memories on a 500-degree sizzling plate. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. This is how it's done.
The power of OxyClean is now in a laundry detergent. 1 cap beats 4 caps of the leading value brand to remove tough stains better for brilliant whites and vivid brights. Try OxyClean HD laundry detergent today. Save up to 20% versus the leading brand.
Your brain is an amazing thing. But as you get older, it naturally begins to change, causing a lack of sharpness or even trouble with recall. Thankfully, the breakthrough in Prevagen helps your brain and actually improves memory. The secret is an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle overnight relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and stool softeners for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
What's it like to be in good hands? Like finding new ways to be taken care of. Home, car, life insurance, obviously. But with added touches you can't get everywhere else, like claim-free rewards or safe driving bonus checks. Oh, yes. Even a claim satisfaction guarantee. In means protection plus unique extras. Only from an expert Allstate agent.
It's good to be in good hands.
Today I want to show you some internet videos.
This is Black Friday. That is insane. I would never do that.
At Chevy, you can avoid the chaos and get great deals on the most awarded lineup.
I like that.
Bam!
It's awesome.
Then I have to camp out the Chevy dealer 2 days in advance.
I love it.
Wow.
And you don't have to wait until Black Friday. Find your tag and get 20% cash back or get 0% financing for 72 months on select remaining 2016 Silverado double cabs in stock. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
out of the Clinton campaign headquarters. Let's head over to, and there's our crowd outside the Fox News headquarters. Let's head over to Jennifer Griffin. Jen?
Well, Brett, we've just learned that John Podesta is heading over here to the Javits Center from the Peninsula Hotel, where Hillary Clinton and her family have been waiting tonight. And we understand that Hillary Clinton will not be heading over to the Javits Center. So we are still waiting on John Podesta. We don't know what he will tell the crowd that is gathered here. It seems like the room has filled up a bit in the last few minutes, but we can now report that Hillary Clinton will not be coming to the Javits Center tonight.
Will not.
Will not.
So what do we take from that, Jen?
Well, I think what we take from that is it's not clear whether the campaign is prepared to concede. And so I think there are still a number of races that are very close. I think they feel that there are certain states, whether it's New Hampshire or others, that might be in recount territory.
Well, let's talk about the irony of this moment. The fact that there was that much concern from Democrats that Donald Trump said he would not concede the race. There was that much uproar in the Hillary Clinton campaign that he said, I'm going to have to wait and see what happens to Chris Wallace on that third debate. The fact that there was that much press about that comment, and yet here we are, and Hillary Clinton, it appears, is not going to concede tonight, even if Donald Trump gets over this magic number of 270.
Well, that's exactly right, Brett. In fact, we're trying to find that moment on board the plane where I asked her that very question, whether she would accept the results. But again, these last few states have not come in yet. Some of them are very close, and it is clear from their analytics that they feel that it's still very close.
Okay, Jen, we appreciate the info. If you get anything else, let us know. We want to head over to our decision desk, which has made some calls, and obviously some calls are still pending.
Here we are.
And Megan didn't walk there this time, but there she is.
Hello. We're here. Arden's here again. Arden, Michigan, great to see you. So, first of all, let's start with the Senate. Why haven't we called, I mean, we've sort of said the Republicans are going to retain the power in the Senate, but why haven't we officially called that?
There are several unknowns in the Senate now. The first is that there's a Louisiana runoff, which takes place in early December between a Democrat and a Republican. And while I think a lot of people say the Republican is advantaged in that runoff, we can't make a call for the Senate until we have an actual result from Louisiana.
So you're not going to make a call on the Senate tonight? We're never going to get the fancy graphic on the Senate tonight?
That is correct. It is theoretically possible that we could get the Democrats to 50, but that would require, to believe that they had the control of the Senate would require Hillary Clinton.
Let me stand you by, because John Podesta is taking the stage now at Hillary's headquarters. Let's listen.
Well, folks, I know you've been here a long time, and it's been a long night, and it's been a long campaign. But I could say we can wait a little longer, can't we? They're still counting votes, and every vote should count. Several states are too close to call, so we're not going to have anything more to say tonight. So listen to me. Everybody should head home. You should get some sleep. We'll have more to say tomorrow. I want you to know, I want every person in this hall to know, and I want every person across the country who supported Hillary to know that your voices and your enthusiasm means so much to her and to Tim and to all of us. We are so proud of you. And we are so proud of her. She's done an amazing job, and she is not done yet. So thank you for being with her. She has always been with you. I have to say this tonight. Good night. We will be back. We'll have more to say. Let's get those votes counted, and let's bring this home. Thank you so much for all of you have done. You are in all of our hearts. Thank you.
John Podesta, chairman of the Clinton campaign, with a message of head home and get some sleep. Certainly not what they expected to be delivering at campaign headquarters for Hillary Clinton tonight. Now the ball is in Donald Trump's court, as none of the television networks have called this race for him, nor have they called Pennsylvania for him. Some of the outstanding states we're waiting on. The Associated Press has made some different calls. We're here at our decision desk with Arnon Mishkin, who's the head of the desk, and I'm going to ask you about that. So first of all, where do we stand on Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania right now, Trump is in the lead. There are, however, a number of outstanding votes that have not yet been counted. And more important, there are a number of counties where we actually don't know how many votes are really outstanding, particularly absentee votes. And the thing about absentee votes is absentee votes tend to be different than election day votes. So until we see how many absentee votes are outstanding and get that number, it's going to be very difficult to make a call.
Do you agree that that state might not be called tonight?
That is very possible.
Wow. All right, what about, we're back in Michigan now. What's happening in Michigan?
In Michigan, we're waiting for a dump of absentee votes in a number of places, particularly in places where the Democrats tend to be very strong, such as Detroit. And until we see that, it's going to be, we won't be able to get to where we would like to be, which is 99.95% probability of a victory.
So you might not call Michigan tonight?
That is a possibility, although we'll be staying here late and seeing how the vote comes in.
Minnesota.
Minnesota is a very close state. Right now, I think Hillary Clinton is up, but it's nowhere near the place where you could be callable. The state would be callable.
Are we waiting on an additional vote or absentee? What's the problem there?
More vote to be counted, and similarly in New Hampshire, which is also looks like it's headed.
It's so small. How can we not have all the votes in New Hampshire?
That's a really good question.
What's the answer?
I don't know.
Do you think you're going to be able to call New Hampshire tonight?
I think New Hampshire tonight is potentially very doubtful.
Really?
Yes.
All right, so maybe we should start with what you think you might be able to call. What is outstanding that looks like a possibility?
We may be able to call Pennsylvania president, and we may be able to call Michigan president, but that would take within an hour or two before we can call that.
You'll know within the next 2 hours, you think?
I would suspect, yes.
Whether you can call it, not who's won necessarily.
I think actually those two answers will converge.
They're the same.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, do you agree with John Podesta's decision to come out there and tell everybody to go to sleep and go home, and her decision not to concede tonight?
Well, you guys pay me to count vote. But I will say that I would argue that one of the big mistakes Al Gore made in 2000 was appearing to be about to concede and then not to concede. So I think that what Podesta is doing today, or what the Clinton people are doing today, which is actually what the Nixon people kind of did in 1960 when they didn't concede, although in the case of 1960 he sort of appeared to concede and then didn't concede. I think what they're doing is probably very shrewd from their perspective.
Mm-hmm, because she doesn't. I mean, you tell me whether you believe she's thinking she's got a good shot of still winning this tonight, or whether she's just thinking there is some chance, so I'll wait to see whether that pans out.
I think it's the some chance, so I should wait to see how this pans out.
And now the decision is Donald Trump's. What would you do if you were Trump? Would you wait? If you've got all the networks refusing to actually call it because it is tight, it's tight, do you go out there and claim victory, or do you still go out there and give a uniting message and a standby for tomorrow? Brett?
We're looking live at the Javits Center where Democrats in the Hillary Clinton camp are leaving. They're kind of filing out of there after John Podesta said what he said. But to your question, Megan, what happens at Trump HQ? What's the decision over there? Carl Cameron is over there. And let's check in with Campaign Carl. What happened?
They're still sort of trying to assess what was meant by Podesta, and then we'll have more to say tomorrow. Obviously, the Trump campaign sees victory, and they're waiting for Fox to call Pennsylvania and some of our competitors to call some of the states that we've called that they have not. At this point, there are a variety of combinations. If all of the networks had done things simultaneously, where he would already be over the top. The Trump campaign is impatient. The Trump supporters are impatient. We've had chants of na 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 na, hey, goodbye. We've had chants of call it, call it, call it. They want this over with. They came in here apprehensive, saying that it was a very difficult time for them. They were cautiously, hopefully, thinking that they could be optimistic. And now there's a little bit of righteous indignation growing here. They're screaming again, call it, call it, call it. The Trump camp recognizes that they are about to take over. But when the numbers don't come out, and when Arnon Mishkin is saying we are going to be right, not first, they're just going to have to be patient.
That's exactly right, Carl. And I know how tough that is, again, when they're broadcasting our channel there in the hall. Nice job. Karl Rove, what do you do? You're campaign manager. What do you tell your candidate?
get a few hours sleep, polish the speech, and be prepared to speak to the country. We're all junkies. We're here in the studio, and we got a lot of people watching it. But America, a lot of it has now gone asleep. And better to do it in the next morning. You may remember this happened in 2004. President George W. Bush reelected, but it was a late night in large part because the exit polls had poisoned the media coverage so badly and nobody thought he was really going to win. And he decided, at 2 o'clock in the morning, I remember we were in the state dining room, which is the campaign headquarters that night, war room that night. And there was a discussion, should he go out then and declare? And he wisely made a decision, I'm going to wait until tomorrow morning, and showed up at the Reagan Center the next day, and the country was awake and paying attention.
But do you send your own person out, your own Podesta?
I'd send somebody out.
Kellyanne Conway?
I'd send somebody out. I'd send somebody,
We had Don Evans.
Yeah, Don Evans. We had the campaign chairman job. Yeah. So, Jeff Sessions is there, or Rudy Giuliani is there. Send him out and say the candidate is optimistic and upbeat, and we're going to wait until the rest of the votes come in. But we're so confident, and we're looking forward to seeing you here tomorrow morning.
Which is what shows confidence. You don't show if Trump shows up tonight and comes out and says, "I claim it for myself." This does not look confident. He's got everything is stacking up in his favor. He could hardly ask for a better map at this moment.
And nothing he says tonight's going to change the outcome.
Exactly.
So there's no point in doing it. And as to the question of calling races, I was sitting basically in a different studio where you are tonight, Brett, 16 years ago, when we called Florida for Bush, and then we had to take the call back. Mm-hmm. And it was sometime about 2 o'clock in the morning when we finally recalled it, thinking that was final. And 37 days later, it became final.
And that's when Bill Daley came out in Nashville and did the same exact speech that John Podesta said.
So I think everybody's behaving reasonably, although it's 2 o'clock in the morning and it may not feel that way. And I can certainly understand the Trump people are on the cusp of this thing that a lot of people never thought where they'd never get to.
For this moment.
And they thought it was going to happen tonight. And I certainly understand their impatience. But I think people are doing it.
Here's my advice. It'll be sweeter tomorrow morning. I can tell you from personal experience, heck of a lot better to enjoy it at 10 o'clock in the morning than do it in the middle of the
Carl, can you tell us behind the scenes when that advice was given to George W. Bush in 2004? Let's wait.
Actually, it was his advice. People said, what do you want to do? Should we go out? Should we go out? And he said,
just wait.
We're going to do it in the morning.
Mm-hmm. And did Kerry concede before he went out?
Yes, in the morning. In the morning, I believe.
And that's another thing. You don't want to claim victory before the other person concedes.
And you made the right point. You look strong. You look strong when you do that, and the country feels more confident.
Plus,
guess what? The speech also gets better.
But I also think that the winner would want the person conceding to go first.
Yeah, right.
I think that would be the greatest thing to do. If I were the Trump team, I would wait, let her figure this out, polish her speech, the second one that she wrote, and then let her deliver that, and then wait a couple of beats, and then come out and have your moment.
Well, I must say that even from my position, I would think I fully understand Trump supporters at this moment who just say, this is inevitable. This looks like it's a sure deal. Why can't people just call it for what it is? But I'm taken by what John Podesta said when he said, look, we're still counting votes. Every vote counts. And it triggered in my mind the thought that the Clinton campaign may be involved in legal action. They may be challenging some of these outcomes, some of the vote counts in some of these states that we have already called.
Yeah,
they may be taking this to another level.
If you don't think that's happening, I mean, it's happening.
That's what I think.
Look,
but we haven't heard that. That hasn't been reported.
No. I mean, they're prepared to have it happen.
They're prepared. But I would doubt that given, I mean,
they're not deploying lawyers.
No.
But if it gets to a margin,
wins Minnesota, or if he wins Michigan and he wins Pennsylvania, I mean, there's only so far her argument could go that it's tight enough. We need.
And can't fight for Minnesota.
There's a hypersensitivity. Each side since 2000 now deploys armies of lawyers. If there was anything going on right now, it'd be moving across the wires. If they were looking to lock up boxes and serve injunctions and begin the whole process of
well, earlier tonight we were talking about legal action, federal judges in North Carolina,
right?
Taking action in Colorado as well. So there has been action. It's just that when I heard Podesta speak a few moments ago, what it said to me was, oh, the Clinton campaign believes that their supporters are so aggrieved that they are now willing to fight and take steps that they had not previously taken.
May I make a motion for the House that we designate Juan to be the person who monitors this through the rest of the year? Leave your cell phone with him.
Oh,
you can text us if you find anything that's serious.
I lost $100 tonight, and now this.
The decision desk may be ready to make a call. It's for breakfast burritos. We're going to be here.
We're in favor of that. And we also love this Bikers for Trump sign because we're taking a super close-up of it. Listen, we've got a good guest here that I want to get to because he can answer a lot of our questions, and that is Jonathan Turley. You heard me mention him earlier. He's a constitutional law professor, and he joins us now. Great to see you, Professor. Let's just start where I left off with a mention of your name, not realizing you were here tonight, so that worked out well. But what extent do you think Barack Obama's executive overreaches may have played with the electorate here today? And what do you think the effect of the tolerance of it by those on the left will now have?
Well, I think that the strategy of President Obama did not turn out very well. His effort to act unilaterally actually produced very few real benefits. He lost repeatedly in court, and in doing so created some very negative precedent for not only his administration, but future administrations. So it didn't turn out all that well. But this bill has come due for Democrats. They supported the president when he said he would go it alone. And our system really doesn't have license for people to go it alone. But it's going to be difficult for the Democrats to object to a President Trump who wants to use the same powers. And in the hearings I testified before in Congress, I would remind members that President Obama would not be our last president. And I do think that now Democrats are going to have to do some soul searching if they object to those same powers being used by a President Trump. They risk being called hypocrites.
Walk us through, just remind us of some of the executive orders that Barack Obama tried. Obviously on immigration and Obamacare, those are the two biggies that come to mind.
Well, those are the big ones. The interesting thing about immigration is that the president sought the changes that he ultimately put through executive authority, and those changes were not accepted by Congress. And what was a very curious moment is he had a State of the Union address where he told Congress that because they would not give him the reforms that he had asked, he intended to circumvent that. And in one of the most curious moments, at least of my life as a constitutional scholar, half of Congress stood up and applauded the notion that they were going to be made obsolete. That's something I think James Madison would have been found quite curious. I mean, he didn't believe that type of moment would come to pass. But in various areas, everything from internet gambling to healthcare, as you mentioned, to No Child Left Behind, there's all of these areas the president decided that he would act unilaterally. And the thing about our system is the reason we don't have that option is you only have two choices as president. You either change Congress or you change their minds. Now, if you can't do either, not much gets done in a country that's divided. So I think that he did hurt his legacy, and I think that he alienated many people who felt that his acting unilaterally deprived them of some of their representational authority through Congress.
Hey, Jonathan, it's Bret Baier. I'm just wondering your thoughts on the decision by Mitch McConnell to hold up moving forward with Merrick Garland and any hearings for the Supreme Court. Politically, it seemed a risky move at the beginning. Now, after Governor Mike Pence on the trail talked a lot about the Supreme Court choices to come, and we see the numbers on evangelicals coming out, potentially because of SCOTUS picks down the road. Your thoughts on how that all played out?
Well, I expect that Judge Garland was watching tonight's developments with particular interest. It's not a good thing in Washington when everyone says nice things about you. And I think that's been the situation with Judge Garland. He is a very well-respected jurist. He is not likely to be renominated, obviously, by President Trump if that comes about. He might not even be renominated by a President Clinton. So the question now as we go forward, you have one vacancy, but there's also 3 justices who are in their advanced years, and they might retire or leave the court. That means that the next president, and it could be a President Trump, could really influence the court literally for decades. I mean, if you're talking about 3 or 4 of a 9-member court, that's going to have the most pronounced effect perhaps in the history of this country on the outcome of various doctrines and rules. Remember, we have a lot of major cases that are really balanced by one vote. It's a 5-4 split. So to replace that number of justices could rewrite the law in this country.
Clearly, some cases this session were 4-4 that would have went the other way if Antonin Scalia was still alive.
That's right. And in some cases, it sort of broke even. You know, in some cases, the left won, in some cases, the right won. But this level of change in the membership of the court is almost unprecedented in this country. I say almost because many people don't realize that our court has been of different sizes. We actually have had 10 justices. We've had as few as 6 justices. The number of justices is not set out in the Constitution. It's a matter for Congress to ultimately decide. But I don't think any president in modern history could have the type of impact that a President Trump or President Clinton could have.
That's really true, given the number of potential vacancies we're likely looking at. Professor Jonathan Turley, great to see you.
Thank you.
We are getting word now that that Donald Trump has arrived at his campaign headquarters just up the road here at the Hilton on 6th Avenue in Manhattan. What will he do? Will he speak? Will he come out?
Sean Spicer tweets,
stand by till tomorrow?
Trump about to take the stage at the Hilton in New York. Let's go to Carl Cameron and see what he knows.
Will he come out?
Sean Spicer
stand by till tomorrow?
Trump about to take. We can hear ourselves, but there's no Carl.
That Carl's hit was a little underwhelming.
Yeah. All right, let's take a... is he coming on the stage now? Do we know? Okay, so we just want to say hi to everybody, and that there's Carl Cameron.
All right,
there. Carl, can you hear me? Okay, so we just want to say hi to everybody, and that.
All right, we're having some technical difficulties here. Don't worry. We're not going to let you miss Trump or whoever it is that's going to come out on this stage and speak to Trump supporters. But we're trying to get the lay of the land to find out whether we actually do expect him to do it. Now, as you know, Mr. Trump is not shy about going in front of the cameras. And he certainly was one of the most successful reality TV shows in modern American history. So perhaps he will seize the moment to come out and do things his own way, which has been his way, right? He doesn't care how people did it before. Why else would he have gone over there from Trump Tower, understanding the situation here? And Trump Tower is not that far away from the Hilton.
So we are going to stick around. Let's go, Dana, your thoughts about what he may be doing here.
Well, I was just thinking that over the last 18 months, every time I give what I think is really sound advice, it's like, yeah, you are so 2008 and no longer needed. Yeah, so maybe then it's just different and refreshing. Maybe he comes out and he says, imagine for a second if the shoe were on the other foot and I was the one that was not conceding at this point, what the media would be doing, and then just go on down that road like he's been. I mean, that is an option to him. Maybe he'll do something like that tonight. Plus, I think also he has genuine affection and appreciation for the people who are gathered there. They believed in him from the beginning. They want to celebrate tonight. I remember what it was like at the Ronald Reagan building in 2004. 2 o'clock in the morning, we thought we were going to have our moment, and then all of a sudden we're like, wait, we got to go home? And we got to come back here at 10 o'clock in the morning? He doesn't want to have to disappoint people.
He could go out. And, I mean, this could be kind of a middle position where he does go out and say it's been an exciting night and I want to thank all of you. But obviously we have to wait for the final count tomorrow.
He'll probably do something in the middle like that.
Let's see whether Carl Cameron has got any information. We are apparently able to communicate with him now. Carl, do you know anything?
Hi, Megan. Yes, we know that he is now in the Hilton Hotel here. We know that he does want to come out and talk. We don't know exactly what he's going to say, but obviously he's got lots of good things to say. Mr. Trump has called his candidacy and his campaign a movement for the better part of the last year and a half. It's been met with a tremendous tremendous amount of skepticism and cynicism, even from Republicans in his own party. Today, a big part of that was patched up when Paul Ryan called Mr. Trump and Mike Pence, the running mate and governor of Indiana, and congratulated him for, at that time, what appeared to be a likely win. Now it's a virtual certainty. The question is when the networks all get their numbers synced. Others have called other races that Fox has not, and everybody is under the 270 threshold. The Trump campaign recognizes that the Podesta message that they're not going to concede tonight and they'll have more to say tomorrow is a bit of a taunt. It was the Clinton campaign that was suggesting that it would be Donald Trump who would be refusing to concede, refusing to accept the legitimacy of the election, mobilizing the cadre of lawyers and the airlift of attorneys to various different rural parts of half a dozen swing states to litigate the possible results. Now the question is whether or not that's what the Clinton campaign is doing. So I think we can expect Mr. Trump to make an overture to the defeated, to say that he's prepared to be the president of the United States for all folks, that Democrats, even those who adamantly opposed his candidacy, notwithstanding all of the name-calling that came from the left against him, that he will govern as an outsider, that he will approach things differently, he will not proceed along the normal candidate's path, that he'll listen to what the American people want, and he'll act accordingly. It is a potential moment for him tonight to offer an olive branch, to reach out to Democrats who are tonight despondent. There is very little way one can overemphasize how shocked half of the electorate is. This is going to come down into a popular vote possible win for Clinton and an electoral college win for Donald Trump. That's the kind of thing that can really aggravate the defeated opposition. So it's time for him to start being really presidential, because he's on the precipice of pulling off the victory.
And what a victory it will be. Carl, good to see you. And so he is ignoring Dana's advice and coming out to speak to the crowd, not afraid of an anticlimactic moment at all, just priming the pump and getting the people ready for the big event tomorrow, which, now feels inevitable. And the question is whether, even if Trump in a speech, Monica, can reach out to the other side, to the defeated, which we've seen him do. He's not bad at delivering these speeches that we presume others help him with, right, to try to keep him on message. What's going to happen over the next 6 weeks as we gear up for the inauguration? And he has a very skeptical media, public, her supporters who are not prepared to give him the benefit of the doubt and who are going to continue to launch, theoretical grenades at him.
Well, I think it's going to be very interesting to watch. Donald Trump is going to stay true to himself. But I also think, and we were talking about this earlier, that the job changes you and the magnitude of the responsibility of the job changes you. Let's start with tonight. I think Donald Trump's approach tonight, as it's been throughout this campaign, is never to let Mrs. Clinton dictate what he's going to do. So that's why you're going to see him emerge tonight. I also think that he's going to express gratitude. I think he is going to deliver an inclusive message of change. I think he's going to talk about how this was a very hard-fought race and that there were a lot of tough things said on both sides. But now is the time to bring the country together, and that he looks forward to being that person in the presidency, in the Oval Office, to do that.
Karl Rove.
Well, he's going to do it his way. I don't know if he'll come out singing Frank Sinatra tune or not, but he's going to do it his way. But again, I think Dana gave him sage advice. Maybe it's the half measure, come out and say, compliment everybody, thank everybody, express and exude optimism, and then tomorrow have a message that's oriented towards unifying the country and setting the tone for what's coming.
I don't see how you can claim victory when you haven't won the victory. Mm-hmm. There's not a single news organization. Now, the New York Times has him at 265 electoral votes. We have him at 254, other news organizations. But the consensus is that he has not yet won the presidency. So I think it would be foolish for him to claim victory. You can do a lot of things short of claiming victory, but you can't say I'm the president.
By the way, after your question at the debate, you heard Jennifer Griffin reference the plane flight where she asked Secretary Clinton, would you accept defeat? We pulled that soundbite. Here it is.
Will you accept the results of the election?
You know, it was horrifying what he said on the debate stage. We are a country based on laws, and we've had hot, contested elections going back to the very beginning. But one of our hallmarks has always been that we accept the outcomes of our elections. We do the best we can to have free and fair elections, which we do. And somebody wins and somebody loses.
So she answered the question, somebody wins, somebody loses. They're waiting to see an official win, is basically what the campaign is saying.
No, and she said that we accept the result of the election. So, and she hasn't not accepted the result of the election. She said, we're going to wait till tomorrow.
But the odds, I mean, realistically.
No, I understand, but it isn't.
No, I'm not talking about whether she should concede, but I'm talking about just reality, because what people want right now at 2:30 in the morning is results. They want to know who won. What people want. But seriously, put it in perspective, Star. Well, see, yes, they back me up.
They want it.
The chances right now, truly, the chances of Hillary Clinton managing to pull off a victory here are what, 2%?
Oh, who knows? I wouldn't even try. You're down to such a tight little crack that you'd have to run this thing through. It'd be impossible to say. But can I put it another way?
No. But it's not that impossible, because you could do it. It's virtually impossible for her to win at this point. Is that wrong?
No, it's not virtually impossible for her to win, but the odds, the preponderance, overwhelmingly against that. But if you're Hillary Clinton, you're going to leave the door open. I mean, you'd leave the door open too.
But I'm done talking about that. Whether she I get it. She wants to wait for the actual results. Got it. Check. Roger. Right. But the question is whether she actually still has a chance.
Yeah,
and realistically, the answer is what?
Yeah, she still has a chance. What if it was 2%? What if it was 5%?
I feel like this is Dumb and Dumber. So you mean there's a chance?
You're saying there's a chance.
But the other thing is,
pop culture, Chris.
What's the hurry? It's 2:30 in the morning, right? People at 2:30 in the morning would like calls. They'd also like pizza. They'd also like bed. People want a lot of things at 2:30 in the morning. For her and for him and for the country, there's no hurry. There's time. There's time to take your time and do it.
Well, obviously, he's not buying this advice from Dana or you or Carl or Monica. But what?
We don't know what he's going to say.
No, but he's not. But the fact that he's appearing runs the risk of aggravating the divide over this very close election. But I think it's his instinct. I think that's the man we've come to know. It's not like he's a secret to us.
Can't we wait and see what he says?
Fine, but I'm just saying the decision to appear is a statement in and of itself, Chris.
I think he had
Boy, you keep prejudging the guy.
I think if he had decided not to go over, that would have been fine. But the fact that he's going over and we can wait and see what he says is also fine.
It's going to be a long 4 years for Juan, I think.
Yeah, it might be. By the way, officially, we have called Missouri for Roy Blunt, the Republican. This was obviously after the Democrat had conceded Cantor, and we are calling that race, and that means that I guess we're not officially
we're not.
there.
Still not, because of Louisiana.
It's 2:30 in the morning, all right?
It's anticlimactic.
But I will say this. He might have had, the Democrat in this race, Cantor, might have had the best campaign ad of the entire season.
Right.
You know, he was putting together an AR-15 rifle blindfolded. A Democrat putting it together, and he showed that he was, pro-gun in Missouri, criticized the establishment, Roy Blunt. He was actually closer to Trump than Roy Blunt was, as far as what he talked about.
Because he was the outsider.
Because he was like the outsider.
Right, because Roy Blunt has been in the Senate, in Washington for a long time. His wife is a lobbyist in Washington. His children work in the industry. And so Cantor was able to try to define Blunt as one of those insiders that you would want to drain the swamp from.
And Democrats felt really good. He was a 35-year-old Afghan war veteran.
Yeah, great
They thought
guy.
he had a really, really good
In
chance.
fact, that was considered a safe seat for Republicans until Cantor got in and demonstrated that, in fact, he could constitute a legitimate challenge to Roy Blunt, and then money poured in.
But Donald Trump said,
but it was never considered a seat that was automatically, easily challenged.
All this time, we've been talking about whether Trump would be a drag for these Republicans running for office in the Senate and the House, and it may turn out that Trump lifted them all up, and that some of these guys have their reelection. They have him to thank in part for their reelection.
Certainly, Roy Blunt does.
If Trump had lost Missouri, Blunt would have lost as well. But the real person that Roy Blunt needs to thank for this is Barack Obama, because this was the most unusual Senate race in the country because it was effectively nationalized. This was all about the fact that Jason Kander was Hillary Clinton's co-chairman, national campaign co-chairman, supported and enthusiastically backed Obamacare, and called for the imposition of a national energy tax. He was a national Democrat in a state where you can't be a national Democrat. But unlike the rest of these races, which became idiosyncratic, aimed around the personality and the local issues of the individual candidates, this was all about three big things: Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and Obamacare.
So now what? Does Trump go in there?
It's a good question. Let's just leave it there.
No, can I ask? But seriously, does Trump go in there? Let's assume that he secures the victory tonight, and he comes out and says whatever he says tonight, and then the victory speech is tomorrow. Does he go in there with a mandate? I mean, if this number continues to climb, what if he wins Pennsylvania and he wins Michigan, and he's helped the Republicans keep the Senate, and he has undivided government? He's helped it for the first time since 1928. You're saying the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House.
Absolutely.
57 million votes.
After everything, the predictions were she's either going to win by a landslide or Trump will eke out a victory.
Yes.
Instead of he goes in there with this solid, big win and all the rest of it. Does he have a mandate, and what does it look like?
I think absolutely he would be right to claim one. And I would expect that he would say, okay, well, border security, number one issue, immigration, we're going to have to deal with that. Repeal and replace Obamacare. He might say, Paul Ryan, can I get that plan of yours? Let's stick it in there. Let's see what we can make. And also, this is the other thing I think about him. He wrote The Art of the Deal. And I don't think that he is going to be one that will believe that purity is so important that he can't make a deal with people in Congress. So then you have him be able to say, maybe, look what I've done. I came here. I was able to break the gridlock. I had a mandate, and here are the 7 things that I said I could do for you, and I delivered on all of those.
That's the good part of Trump. That, he is, I think he will compromise, right? I mean, his history suggests he will.
And he will not let the media bash him over the head for compromising.
And the partisan stripes won't stop him from compromising. But wait, I'm not finished making my point. But the question is whether one's criticisms of Trump, one's challenges of Trump, some congressional member who's viciously critical of him, as we've seen the Republicans do it to Barack Obama. This is what they do.
Right.
Whether that puts you on the outside in a way where no compromise can be reached, whether members of the press are still going to be invited into the White House press corps. I mean, there's no law requiring him to have press briefings at all.
How about, for example, Ben Sasse? There has been no more absolute critic of Donald Trump in the Republican Party than Senator Ben Sasse from Nebraska. Of course, there's also nobody smarter about health care in the Republican Party than Ben Sasse. He is the smartest brain on that subject in the Republican Party, bar none. Here's the kind of threshold questions that determine whether presidents are successful or not. Can Donald Trump look past the fact that Ben Sasse thinks he's a pig and say,
He's asking a lot.
Did you read the tweets? You could tell what Sasse thought about him, and it was pretty clear that he found him a moral odium. And if he can look past what Sasse thought of him and say, but you are the smartest man in the room when it comes to fixing the healthcare system, so I'm going to listen to your plan even though you don't like me and I don't like you.
How much does he hand the keys, Monica, over to Congress to take care of some of the inner workings of this legislation and then take credit for it?
Well, I think it's interesting because I think what we might see in the first 2, maybe 4 years is a mirror image of what we saw with President Obama in his first 2 years when he had huge majorities in both houses of Congress and was able to get whatever he wanted through. Remember his first meeting after being sworn in as president with the Republican leadership in the White House. He looked at them and he said, I won.
Elections have consequences.
And elections have consequences. And a lot of the folks who had opposed him were willing willing to work with him or at least hear him out. And I think in this case, I mean, this is why I was opposed to what Donald Trump was doing in waging war against Paul Ryan and some in the Republican leadership. I understood why he did it. But I thought that he should have extended an olive branch, because should he be elected president, he's going to need them to get his legislative agenda through. But I also think if he wins tonight and he emerges with that map and a mandate, that those Republicans in Congress who have been so critical of him are going to fall right in line and be most helpful in getting all of the agenda.
Because they don't need to love Donald Trump. They need to love the voters who put him in the office.
That's right. That's exactly right.
You know, this when we came in 2001, we had members of Congress who had been devoted followers of John McCain, had campaigned for him actively around the country, and had been quite critical of the governor of Texas, and were skeptical of him. And by the end of the first 6 months or so, most of them were supporters and advocates for.
We've updated our electoral scorecard.
What is going on? We are going to make this decision now. The Fox News decision desk has called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. This means that Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States, winning the most unreal, surreal election we have ever seen. This candidacy starting on an escalator ride 1 year ago and going down against 16 Republican candidates. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality. He said he was always a winner. This did not come without controversy. The billionaire, entrepreneur, TV reality star has defeated the candidate once figured to be undefeatable, besting Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in an electoral college victory that virtually no one saw coming a year ago, a few months ago,
a week
even
ago.
a month ago, even yesterday, and a path to victory that was unlike anything we've ever seen. It did not come without controversy. It did not come without splitting this country in some of the most divisive language. It does come now at a time where his supporters say this is the evidence that Washington was not working. They wanted to kick over the table and do something different.
You know, he told me once that he had a conversation with Melania when he was considering running about whether he should do it. And she looked at him and said, you know, if you do it, you're going to win. Right. And he understood that as well. And there have been moments over the course of the campaign where it's been tough on both of them. Melania, too. And it requires so much sacrifice, especially for a family like the Trumps, which is very successful, have their own business. I mean, for most of us, it would be an upgrade to move into the White House.
It's an upgrade.
And it's absolutely an upgrade. But I'm just saying, as he said all along, he didn't have to do this. He's got a lovely life and a lovely lifestyle and a lovely family right where he is. And this required a lot of guts by Donald Trump. And boy, did it pay off for him tonight.
Chris Wallace, this will go down as probably as the greatest political upset we've ever seen.
Certainly that I've ever seen in my lifetime. And I have to say, you know, it seemed like it was inevitable all night. But as I look around Studio F here and I see it, Donald Trump wins presidency, I just can't believe it. It just is stunning to me that he has won the presidency. It's extraordinary.
And look at the crowd outside that has waited here for hours and hours.
2:43 a.m.
Feeling thrilled
to get this call.
It was worth the wait. They're clearly feeling. But look at the enthusiasm, which is something we saw from the beginning. And look, we all pointed out that crowd size don't necessarily translate to voters. We saw that with Mitt Romney. But in this election, there's no doubt about it, they did.
And we do have word that Hillary Clinton called Donald Trump to concede. Monica, you knew from early start of this campaign that he had tapped into something. And it was simple, the Make America Great Again. Despite anything else that he said, he came back to that line that is embossed on hats around America.
You know, for those of us who live and work in Manhattan, I often say, this is not normal. And when you go to the rest of the country and you really talk to the American people about what concerned them, about the issues that were dictating their votes this year, you understood that there was a massive groundswell against the bipartisan ruling class, and that Donald Trump is the ultimate outsider.
Hold on.
Really had a chance.
Stand by, because can we pop this up on, let's see.
It's Mike Pence,
There we
Governor
go.
Mike Pence.
It's Governor Mike Pence walking to the stage. And not long from now, we will see Donald Trump. And sure enough, it was a good move for him to go over to the Hilton tonight, where he can celebrate his victory.
Once
with
again,
his
we've been
core
wrong.
supporters.
Think about, Dana Perino, think about Mike Pence, governor of Indiana, conservative, social conservative, a choice that people didn't know how this was going to play, their relationship between the two of them. But he went around the country saying Republicans need to come home. And he was a guy who could deliver the message.
Remember when he was first chosen by Donald Trump, there was a lot of criticism saying, oh, what a boring establishment choice.
Let's listen as Governor Mike Pence of Indiana, now the vice president-elect, comes out to make remarks.
Now come both this side. Come both sides.
This is a historic night. The American people have spoken, and the American people have elected their new champion. America has elected a new president, and it's almost hard for me to express the honor that I and my family feel that we will have the privilege to serve as your Vice President of the United States of America. I come to this moment deeply humbled, grateful to God for his amazing grace. Grateful to my family, my wonderful wife, Karen, our son, Michael, and his fiancée, Sarah, our daughter, Audrey, far away, and our daughter, Charlotte. I could not be here without them. And I'm deeply grateful to the American people for placing their confidence in this team and giving us this opportunity to serve. And I'm mostly grateful to our president-elect, whose leadership and vision will make America great again. So let me say, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated. Thank you very much. I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country. As I've said from the beginning, ours was not a campaign, but rather an incredible and great movement made up of millions of hardworking men and women who love their country and want a better, brighter future for themselves and for their family. It's a movement comprised of Americans from all races, religions, backgrounds, and beliefs who want and expect our government to serve the people, and serve the people it will. Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. Tremendous potential. I've gotten to know our country so well. Tremendous potential. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Every single American will have the opportunity to realize his or her fullest potential. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. We are going to fix our inner cities and rebuild our highways, bridges, tunnels, airports, schools, hospitals. We're going to rebuild our infrastructure, which will become, by the way, second to none. And we will put millions of our people to work as we rebuild it. We will also finally take care of our great veterans. We've been so loyal, and I've gotten to know so many over this 18-month journey. The time I've spent with them during this campaign has been among my greatest honors. Our veterans are incredible people. We will embark upon a project of national growth and renewal. I will harness the creative talents of our people, and we will call upon the best and brightest to leverage their tremendous talent for the benefit of all. It's going to happen. We have a great economic plan. We will double our growth and have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. At the same time, we will get along with all other nations willing to get along with us. We will be. We'll have great relationships. We expect to have great relationships. No dream is too big. No challenge is too great. Nothing we want for our future is beyond our reach. America will no longer settle for anything less than the best. We must reclaim our country's destiny and dream big and bold and daring. We have to do that. We're going to dream of things for our country and beautiful things and successful things once again. I want to tell the world community that while we will always put America's interests first, we will deal fairly with everyone, all people and all other nations. We will seek common ground, not hostility, partnership, not conflict. And now, I'd like to take this moment to thank some of the people who really helped me with this, what they are calling tonight, very, very historic victory. First, I want to thank my parents, who I know are looking down on me right now. Great people. I've learned so much from them. They were wonderful in every regard. I had truly great parents. I also want to thank my sisters, Marianne and Elizabeth, who are here with us tonight. And where are they? They're here someplace. They're very shy, actually. And my brother Robert, my great friend. Where is Robert? Where is Robert? My brother Robert. And they should all be on this stage, but that's okay. They are great. And also my late brother, Fred, great guy, fantastic guy. Fantastic family. I was very lucky. Great brothers, sisters, great, unbelievable parents. To Melania and Don. And Ivanka. And Eric. And Tiffany. And Barron. I love you and I thank you, and especially for putting up with all of those hours. This was tough. This was tough. This political stuff is nasty and it's tough. So I want to thank my family very much. Really fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you all. And Lara, unbelievable job. Unbelievable. Vanessa, thank you. Thank you very much. What a great group. You've all given me such incredible support, and I will tell you that we have a large group of people. You know, they kept saying we have a small staff. Not so small. Look at all the people that we have. Look at all of these people. And Kellyanne, and Chris, and Rudy, and Steve, and David. We have got tremendously talented people up here, and I want to tell you, it's been very, very special. I want to give a very special thanks to our former mayor, Rudy Giuliani. Unbelievable. He traveled with us and he went through meetings. And, see that Rudy never changes. Where's Rudy? Where is he? Rudy. Governor Chris Christie, folks, was unbelievable. Thank you, Chris. The first man, first senator, first major politician, and let me tell you, he is highly respected in Washington because he's as smart as you get. Senator Jeff Sessions. Where's Jeff? Great man. Another great man, very tough competitor. He was not easy. He was not easy. Who is that? Is that the mayor that showed up? That Rudy? Oh, Rudy got up here. Another great man who has been really a friend to me, but I'll tell you, I got to know him as a competitor because he was one of the folks that was negotiating to go against those Democrats. Dr. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Where is Ben? And by the way, Mike Huckabee is here someplace, and he is fantastic. Mike and his family, Sarah, thank you very much. General Mike Flynn. Where is Mike? And General Kellogg. We have over 200 generals and admirals that have endorsed our campaign, and they're special people, and it's really an honor. We have 22 Congressional Medal of Honor recipients. We have just tremendous people. A very special person who believed me, and I'd read reports that I wasn't getting along with him. I never had a bad second with him. He's an unbelievable star. He is, that's right. How did you possibly guess? So let me tell you about Reince. And I've said this. I said Reince, and I know it. I know it. Look at all those people over there. I know it. Reince is a superstar. But I said, they can't call you a superstar, Reince, unless we win. Because you can't be called a superstar like Secretariat. If Secretariat came in second, Secretariat would not have that big, beautiful bronze bust at the track at Belmont. But I'll tell you, Reince is really a star. And he is the hardest working guy. And in a certain way, I did this. Reince, come up here. Where is Reince? Get over here, Reince. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's about time you did this, Reince. Oh, my God. Yeah, say a few words. Come on. Say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you. It's been an honor. God bless. Thank God.
Amazing guy. Our partnership with the RNC was so important to the success and what we've done. So I also have to say I've gotten to know some incredible people, the Secret Service people. They're tough, and they're smart, and they're sharp, and I don't want to mess around with them, I can tell you. And when I want to go and wave to a big group of people and they rip me down and put me back down in the seat, but they are fantastic people, so I want to thank the Secret Service. And law enforcement in New York City, they're here tonight. These are spectacular people, sometimes underappreciated, unfortunately, but we appreciate them. We know what they go through. So it's been what they call a historic event. But to be really historic, we have to do a great job. And I promise you that I will not let you down. We will do a great job. We will do a great job. I look very much forward to being your president. And hopefully at the end of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years or maybe even 8 years, you will say, so many of you work so hard for us, but you will say that that was something that you were very proud to do, and I can thank you very much. And I can only say that while the campaign is over, our work on this movement is now really just beginning. We're going to get to work immediately for the American people. And we're going to be doing a job that hopefully you will be so proud of your president. You'll be so proud. Again, it's my honor. It was an amazing evening. It's been an amazing 2-year period. And I love this country. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mike Pence. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Donald Trump and his adoring family standing beside him, along with his vice president elect at this point, Mike Pence, promising to bind the wounds of division, saying it's time for us to come together, promising to be president for all Americans, and saying I'm reaching out to you, those who didn't support me, for your guidance and your help. Speaking directly to those millions of Americans with whom he connected right from the beginning, saying the forgotten men and women of America will be forgotten no longer. And those were the people who put him into the office into which he heads in January. Typical Trump, taking a moment to offer some humor, acknowledging that this was tough, and tough it was, talking about how nasty the political stuff is. And indeed it was. He participated in it, and he was the recipient of it. And he has emerged the victor tonight, as even Hillary Clinton has now acknowledged, having called him to concede, and Trump saying that he congratulated her too on a hard-fought campaign. What a night for Donald Trump, and what a night for America.
We have never seen anything like this. It's the biggest upset in political history ever. He says now we must bind the wounds of our nation. After saying thank you to Secretary Clinton for her concession call, he also said he has a lot to do and will work with Congress to build new roads and bridges, highways, and they'll be, in Donald Trump's words, second to none. The improbable started out by being crazy that he could possibly do this. And now, President-elect Donald J. Trump is 73 days from inauguration from becoming the 45th president of the United States of America.
He showed them all. Panel, thank you for sticking around this late. First of all, 3:07 in the morning. Let me start with you, Chris, on how that felt.
Presidential. I thought it was pitch perfect. He was humble. He was unifying. He, at one point, said to those people who opposed me, and there were a lot there, I'm going to be reaching out to you for guidance and help. The first thing he talked about, yes, he talked about infrastructure and the economy. The first thing he talked about, first promise as president-elect, was to fix our inner cities. I thought it was inclusive, humble, big-hearted, and, in a word, presidential. I very impressed. Obviously, it's one speech, but this was a fellow that you could sit there and say, maybe.
Good start.
Yeah.
Carl.
I agree. Very good start. A note of humility, a note of grace, thanking Hillary Clinton for her service to the country, acknowledging that he would need the help of many, acknowledging that he needed to have as his first task uniting the country, binding it together. I thought there were very almost lyrical comments. And, the next president, whoever it was going to be, will inherit terrible difficulties. Burgeoning debt, an uncertain world, a nation under attack, inner cities that are struggling, people without hope. And he needs our help. He needs our support. He deserves it. He will be our new leader. And every president needs the support of the American people as they enter the office. And tonight, I think he appealed for that support in exactly the way he should have, by demonstrating humility and grace in a moment of great triumph. He was humble.
Well said. Chris?
What he said. No, it cannot be said enough that if you do not allow this office to awe you, if you are not awed by the responsibilities placed in your hand, literally the power to destroy life on earth if you wanted to, that if this does not weigh heavily on your shoulders and you don't allow that to train you, to grow you, to make you a different person, and I am sure that the George W. Bush that you knew as governor of Texas and the man who walked out of the Oval Office in 2009, those were two very different people. Mm-hmm. And what Donald Trump Trump said tonight was that he was willing to learn, that he was willing to try to be that man and rise to that occasion. And you know what I bet? There are a lot of brokenhearted Democrats. There are a lot of scared Democrats. There are a lot of angry people in this country tonight who can't believe that this just happened. How could this happen, they say. And Donald Trump has to make a concerted effort to say to those people, you know what? This is going to be okay. I'm going to be okay.
Monica.
This is a very moving moment, I think, for a lot of people, and not least of whom Donald Trump. This is a guy who's never done anything like this before, and he turned around and he pulled the whole thing off. A couple of weeks ago on Special Report, Brett, I remember telling you that given the monolithic opposition that this man faced, the President of the United States, the Democratic Party, the Republican establishment, Mrs. Clinton, her campaign, the United Nations, the mainstream media, the international community, I remember saying to you, Brett, at the time, if he wins, it will be a straight up miracle. Well, today, I think that the American people saw that they were through with the bipartisan ruling class. They were willing to try something completely different. But more importantly, that they had a vehicle in Donald Trump. They believed him. They believed in him. They still do. They liked him. They trusted him. And most importantly, they had an emotional investment in Donald Trump to restore America back to its foundational principles and greatness. Juan?
Well, I think there's a place in America for a loyal opposition. And I don't think that Donald Trump has a mandate, but he has a clear victory. And by a clear victory, I mean that I don't think there's any dispute here as to what happened tonight. Donald Trump was elected president of the United States by a majority vote of the American people. That is not to say that I think people should be blind to the man that we just elected. He demonstrates many characteristics of a person I would call a demagogue. I would say that this is a person who has threatened the press freedoms in our country and who has offended many people, women, minorities, religious minorities, and called into question some of the very values that we associate with being American and sharing tolerance, inclusiveness.
Were you impressed with the speech?
That's why I was impressed with the speech. That's why I was particularly taken by the idea that he called out to give thanks to people who had helped him along the way. And in specific, I was quite taken with his acknowledgement of Reince Priebus, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, because ultimately, I don't think the Trump campaign had any kind of organizational structure and had a heavy reliance on the RNC. And Reince Priebus, it seems to me that he really stood up and said, this is our nominee. This is the Republican nominee, and we're going to support the Republican nominee, even though most Republican leadership, certainly of the past, people like John McCain, Mitt Romney, George W. Bush did not associate themselves with this nominee. Reince Priebus and the RNC did, and it has come up aces for them tonight.
Dana?
Well, Donald Trump set the tone tonight for going forward. So it was, by all accounts here, a very good tone. So now he has put the onus on the Democrats. What kind of tone do they come forward with? And that will first start with Hillary Clinton, who I assume will address her supporters in the nation tomorrow. And then also President Obama, in particular, who fought very hard against Donald Trump becoming president. But I think Donald Trump didn't even mention President Obama in that speech. And I think that was probably fine. Those two are going to have to figure out a way to find some forgiveness across the lines and figure out a way to transition peacefully, as we have for 227 years, to a new government that will have a significant mandate. I just don't think there's any denying that he has been told, go forth and do what we asked you to do. And also, just a word about Reince Priebus. Absolutely undersold in terms of what he had been doing. It's not sexy to talk about your digital strategy and your get out the vote efforts 3 years before a presidential election. But that's what they focus their efforts on. And I think in the postmortem of this election, we'll find out that what the RNC was able to do was to match up with his enthusiasm and the momentum that Donald Trump brought to it and give us the map that you're looking at today.
It is incredible when you look at this map that Dana's looking at, the vote. Just the pure vote that's come in, the raw votes got Trump and the popular vote at 57 million and change and Hillary at 56 million and change. But look at the red on that map.
Yep.
Look at Pennsylvania. Look at Michigan. Look at
Florida.
these states, Florida, just all red. And we're used to seeing the red center with the blue coasts in these presidential elections, right? And then we still get a Democratic president. But look at that.
Look
We've
at
never seen
Ohio.
anything like that one.
Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. Michigan is all red. This is Speaker Paul Ryan. I want to congratulate Donald Trump on his incredible victory. It marks a repudiation of the status quo of failed liberal progressive policies. We are eager to work hand in hand with the new administration to advance an agenda to improve the lives of the American people. This has been a great night for our party, and now we must turn our focus to bringing the country together. Speaker Paul Ryan.
So what happens now with Donald Trump's supporters who have been so fervid, so vocal, who have felt so alienated and forgotten and dumped on for so long? How do they handle those on the other side who they feel have demonized them, dismissed them, diminished them, to get to this moment of healing? Do they follow Donald Trump's lead?
Yes, I think so. I think that he just showed them, not only did he put the onus on the Democrats for how they are going to respond if they can match his tone, but I think he was also saying to his supporters, like, this is how I'm going to be. This is how I'm going to act. So he is a leader, and they have followed him. So I don't think there's any reason to believe that, except for hopefully very few aberrations, that they wouldn't say, okay, that's the kind of president he wants to be, and we should help him be that president.
Chris, if you are Senator Ted Cruz tonight, do you wish that you maybe did that endorsement at the convention? And for all the Senate candidates that decided to distance themselves from Trump, many of them, or a couple of them, are having trouble tonight getting across the finish line.
Actually, I was thinking of something slightly different when you were talking about Ted Cruz, which is all the people who thought, well, Trump's going to go down and I'm going to run for president against Hillary Clinton's second term in 2020. And that just went out the window. They're looking at long Senate terms or changing whatever. I mean, you think of Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz or Tom Cotton or Ben Sasse, and you can go on and on, or Mike Pence, although he'll have a nice life inside the vice presidential residence. But, it throws everything into a cocked hat. Everything that we
Again
thought
with the cocked hat.
Oh,
Rick
gosh,
left.
that's right. Yes, I'm sorry. Well, was.
What does that even mean?
I mean, I'm not even sure what that is.
But it throws our whole thought of the political universe upside down. Is that better? And I think no. And I think that now you look at the Democrats, who's out there, and doesn't have much of a bench. It'll be very interesting to see how the party defines itself going forward. And the Republicans, it's the Trump era.
And there are several red state Democratic senators who are going to be up for re-election in 2018. If Hillary Clinton had won, I think that they would have been agitating against her to make sure that they try to protect themselves. So now I would look to you, Carl, like, what do they do?
Yeah.
Because Donald Trump will want to increase his majority, and the Republicans will want to, and they might have a shot at doing that.
I want to respond to one thing you raised. You're right. There are a lot of these members of the Senate and others who had ambitions for themselves and were thinking 4 years down the line. But now they've got a Republican president, and they are, by and large, conviction politicians. And so whether it is a Tom Cotton, who's on the Armed Services Committee, or a Tom Tillis, a rising leader, Dan Sullivan in Alaska, we're going to see lots of these people now do what they wanted, what they came to Washington to do in the first place, and that is change the country in a positive direction.
And they may actually be able to get it done. They won't have 60 votes in the Senate, but they will have, it looks like, a majority. They will have a majority in the House, and they'll have the White House.
They'll be able to move things. And look, you talk to these people, and it's very clear they didn't want to go there and be window dressing. They didn't want to go there. Many of them who've been there for 2 years or 4 years want to get things done. And they've started to do small things. Now they've got a chance to do big.
And now you know who the most important Democrat in Washington is? Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
You got it.
And he's the guy who now is in the minority, but with clearly enough to keep a filibuster going. And the question for him will be, are you willing to play ball? Are you willing to try to find compromise? Infrastructure was one of Hillary Clinton's, one of the foundations of her platform. Donald Trump just said, I want to do it too.
He will have a pliable Senate, though, because as we've talked about tonight, 25 Democrats up for re-election in 2 years, and some of them, including one who came on tonight, Senator Claire McCaskill, will be anxious to come on Fox News and talk to a lot of people because she will want to make deals.
The savage bloodletting that is about to take place within the Democratic Party over the next 3 months is going to be woe betide the Democratic Party right now, because they've got a lame duck president with so now they got no leader. Hillary Clinton cowed everybody into submission, and everybody got in line. They got liberal. They got some remaining moderate. Joe Manchin tonight was, maybe it was the EpiPen stuff, but he's basically begging, like, take me in. So there are some remaining moderate Democrats. Those are people who are going to want to do business. Chuck Schumer's going to want to do business with them.
But let me ask you, Juan. So after the Democrats get done, getting through the 5 stages of grief.
I think I'm going through it right now.
Right, so they'll do shock, anger, bargaining, denial, all that. But so they'll eventually accept Donald Trump as their president, I assume. But what does that introspection look like? I mean, is this on Hillary? Is this on the Democratic machine? Is this on a media that led them to believe something they never should have believed? Like, how do you think that postmortem goes for those Democrats?
Well, I think you have to start first and foremost with Hillary Clinton. I think there's going to be a lot of blame on Hillary Clinton as someone who was not a good candidate, someone that was supported by so many surrogates, someone that was buoyed by a Democratic Party machine, Democratic Party money, but really was a flawed candidate and never could overcome the whole trust issue, even though I think many Democrats thought, as Bernie Sanders said, enough with your email. That for many Americans, that proved to be the flaw that defined her. So I think people first and foremost, Megyn, will look at Hillary Clinton. Secondly, I think there will be lots of postmortems with regard to Barack Obama. And did the fact that Barack Obama was cool or distant or however you want to play the game about the Republican obstruction of the Obama era, but did his response, in fact, create the phenomenon of the heated, passionate celebrity that is Donald Trump? So I think that, too, will be part of the postmortem. But I just want to point out to you that America is such a changed place that I think the demographics of the country are without a doubt in the midst of tremendous change. So we know about the Latino vote that we were talking about. We know about the rise in terms of people who are women as part of the electorate, but as part of the country and part of the country's leadership. We certainly know about the global influences, including trade deals and the like, that define our economy. And I think that so much of what Democrats are going to have to do is overcome the sense that, you know what, we are now detached from this country. You talk about, a bi-coastal elite that travels the world and has money. If those people feel like, you know what, this is not my America anymore, that is too part of the grieving process as you described it. And the question is, are they able to come home? At the end of the day, are they able to come home with Donald Trump as president?
By the way, that noise that we were hearing is Karl Rove is getting ready to write something on his little whiteboard. It says marker. He's always at the ready. He's got his little marker ready. He's thinking of things to write. Look at him.
He's getting ready. We want to send it upstairs to the data deck. Shannon Bream, Ambassador John Bolton, and Howie Kurtz all upstairs. And interesting to look to the future about the Supreme Court, foreign policy, and maybe the media as you look towards a Trump administration. Shannon?
Yeah, this is one of the areas we're going to see the most concrete, I think, example of what a difference it makes to have a Trump presidency here. We've had an empty seat since February with the untimely death of Justice Antonin Scalia. He was a gun rights advocate. He was very conservative, and that would have made a huge difference had Hillary Clinton been the one appointing the person to take his seat. I think it is one of the first things that we will see, a big decision that a president-elect and soon to soon-to-be President Trump will have to make. He's given us 2 lists of potential SCOTUS nominees, but also told us these are the kinds of people that he will select, not necessarily that it will be one of these names. We reached out to a lot of these folks, and they told us over the summer many of them had never been contacted by the Trump campaign. But you got to think vetting has to begin in earnest now, because naming that person, getting that 9th person onto the bench, getting them through the Senate and getting the process going, it's going to be very important. There are a lot of landmark issues and cases coming to the Supreme Court. They've held off on taking some of the bigger cases because with just 8, they know many of those could end with a tie and set no precedent. But now he's got a big decision ahead. It is one that will be watched very closely by conservatives who say we want to see if he delivers on this. Brett.
Ambassador Bolton, what about foreign policy under Trump administration?
Well, I think reality is going to intrude very quickly. I think even during the transition period, the adversaries will try to take advantage of the lame duck status of Barack Obama. And I think the likelihood of a challenge of some kind in the first 3 or 4 months of a Trump administration is almost guaranteed. The threats of international terrorism, the proliferation of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, the reemergence of Russia as a peer competitor, the near belligerent activity of China and the East and South China Sea. All of these are issues that could come to dominate a Trump presidency. And I think the one point of his national security platform that really shone through was his repeated determination to rebuild the military, suffering under depredations of budgets for 8 years of Obama. That is a perfect opportunity to work with the Republican House and the Senate to reverse that trend.
Howie?
Megyn, we have just witnessed a historic failure by the mainstream media of gargantuan proportions, not in missing the margin in a few states, not even in Politico this morning saying Donald Trump would need a miracle to win, but for the last year and a half, most elements of the mainstream press have failed repeatedly and relentlessly to understand Donald Trump's appeal, have misjudged the man, have been out of touch with the millions of Americans who are frustrated and angry at a broken system that he spoke to. And now I think we're going to see a very combative relationship between the Trump administration and the press that he has run against, calling dishonest, calling corrupt. He's going to continue that kind of frontal attack, and the press is going to fight back.
Called them scum, called them sleaze. There's a lot of choice words. And we'll see how that affects First Amendment concerns going forward in a Donald Trump administration.
Howie, Ambassador Bolton, Shannon, thank you very much. Well, it has been a pleasure. It's been a long night.
It's been a long
It's been a long election. It's been since that first debate in Cleveland in August of 2015 when this all began. And what a journey it's been.
You know what? We are very grateful to all of you for keeping attuned to the Fox News channel through a weird year for all of us. It's had ups and it's had downs, but we've all done it together, and we're grateful. Thank you for watching us, and for trusting us. Good night, everybody. I'm Megyn Kelly.
Good night.